unavoidable events at the Capitol building. But she again said she was tremendously proud of the many accomplishments they achieved together for the country and would never forget the commitment for the department and the United States of America. So she resigned. There are other people that are resigning too, and others that are considering resigning. The other thing that has happened, and remember, there's a couple of weeks left in the president's term. The other thing that has happened is the first federal charges have been filed in the Capitol riot that President-elect Biden is going after Donald Trump for, who he's talking about his removal. There's more of a growing push for that to happen. I guess Biden hasn't said those words exactly, but others are pushing for the 25th Amendment. And, after this mob assaulted the Capitol yesterday and the 4 people that died. So federal prosecutors, like I said, are looking into everyone involved in the unrest, including the role that the president played in inciting the crowd. And there are a growing number of Republican leaders and some cabinet folks that are circulating their thoughts that the president should be removed from office before January 20th. Wow, this isn't what I was expecting. I wasn't expecting the horrible rioting, outrageous behavior yesterday that happened and made our country look outrageous. I love this country. I love being an American. I love living in America. I love doing this show, America Tonight. And it pained me to see that. It was really horrible. As somebody who has spent time in Washington. And listen, we all have friends across the board. I hope you do. I hope you have friends that have different political beliefs and somehow you have some commonality with them. And we know that you can get fevered and crazed over some of the outrageous things that you don't like, whoever is in office, including the people who represent you, whether it's in Congress or, whether it's in the Senate. And we've talked about this a massive amount on this show. There are ways to protest, but we're not going to dive into that here at the tail end of the show, just to say that this is not what I expected. And, you look at the U.S. Capitol Police Chief, Steve Sun, he's resigning, supposedly, and that resignation is effective on January 16th. And, of course, the House Speaker, Nancy Pelosi, called for his resignation. So, boy, oh boy, there have been some things that in the aftermath of this that are starting to flow. My question to all of you is, and jump on my mailbag, jump in my mailbag, I guess. Don't jump on it, jump in it. It's a virtual thing, right? 24/7. Just go to kate@katedelaneyradio.com. Fair or foul that these Republicans especially are really pushing to have Trump removed from office before January 20th. What are your thoughts on that? Should that happen? And how about this? Do you think it'll happen? That's the other part of this. Do you think it will happen? Now, the question some people are asking is, what about the self-pardon power? This is something else that's gone on. So the president, I guess, has been asking lawyers and aides and the White House counsel about his self-pardon power. That's some of the conversations. Apparently, I saw that on a news source and from somebody I know that he's been asking about, because it's unclear and it is unclear if this has come up since the chaos at the Capitol building yesterday, whether that's part of this or, that's part of the fallout, this part of the question. I don't know that. But I guess he's been asking about that. He's been asking what he should do. So, even other good friends, whether it's Sean Hannity, who, of course, on Fox has suggested publicly that he should do that. And then the president, before Twitter shut him down, he said that he thought that he has the power to do that. It's weird. It's untested. I've talked to some constitutional experts in the last couple of weeks, and I've talked to some other legal authorities, in other words, people that I trust, that I think really know the law well, and there's nothing that says he can't do that. A presidential self-pardon is just untested, and so it's kind of a divide on the constitutionality of that. Can he pardon himself? I don't know. I mean, what he could do, I guess, is he could step down, he could ask the vice president. If he did that, if he stepped down and he asked Mike Pence to take over, he could pardon him. But I don't even know if that's binding. So really wild. And since the siege on the Capitol, now all of a sudden we've got protection because we got to show the world that, hey, we're not that vulnerable, even though yesterday you could have flown a 777. I like that. That's the new, I don't like it, but that's the new plane that we've been talking about. Anyway, 850 National Guard members are going to work in 12-hour shifts to secure the Capitol grounds. So they've been doing that. You know, there were 6,200 that came to D.C. finally, and the Secretary of the Army, Ryan McCarthy, said that they would be used in those 12-hour shifts, and there would always be 850 of them on the grounds. And so think about that. They're coming from nearby states, but Maryland, Virginia, New Jersey, New York, Delaware, Pennsylvania, and they are deployed for a minimum of 30 days. So they will all be there apparently over the weekend. They're going to help erect a 7-foot non-scalable fence around the Capitol grounds, and then act as support in the, in the security arena, working for other agencies and law enforcement. So how about that? And then they're going to review ahead of the January 20th inauguration, which of course is a big event after this, and wouldn't that be a potential target? I guess they're going to look at what they need. Or do they need protective gear, riot gear, all that kind of stuff? All these are questions that are being tossed around. How do we protect the Capitol? So now all of a sudden this is, obviously this is the big thing. And it still is shocking to see some of the photographs that were taken inside and some of the video and, et cetera. But what is interesting to me is I don't know or realize if they thought about this, because faces were so exposed that the FBI even has a tip hotline that's set up for people who know the people that we saw on camera. And some of the images that clearly you see the faces of a lot of the people that were in there. I think that surprised me a lot, because I thought, okay, so now you get through and you're there, and shockingly you're there, right? So you haven't been stopped. So you're in some offices, you're in the chamber, you're walking in the hallway, you're taking selfies, pictures, whatever. And we live in the era of the cell phone, So of course they're on social media. And I guess it's that thing where they're not thinking about what next, because with this tip line, some people are being identified from what I understand anyway. So this is ongoing and fluid. Let's put it that way. And the main thing for me is I hurt for all of us. Again, as a very proud American, and feeling like I have to defend America when I've been overseas sometimes, when people ask me what I think are questions that I'm so surprised by. And now I'm getting a lot of emails from people we're worried about America. We're sorry this happened. We were already having that happen here on the show because, as you know, we talk to many people overseas because I want them to feel what's happening in the United States and see what's going on with us as well. So unfortunately, that's just another thing that happened that has the world looking at us like, wow, the United States, boy, you've been the rock. Well, we rely on the U.S. when we get into trouble. We look at your form of democracy, some anyway, and think if we could have a little bit more of that. So send me your thoughts, kate@katedelaneyradio.com. And as always, thanks for listening. Make it count, everybody.
Do you need a car? Been shopping only to be turned down because of bad credit, low credit, no credit, bankruptcy, or divorce? Guess what? Today's your lucky day, because now you can buy a car, truck, or SUV, just about any vehicle. It's true. Bad credit doesn't matter. No credit doesn't matter. Bankruptcy or divorce, it just doesn't matter. As a matter of fact, your job is your ticket to your new vehicle. We're Auto Credit Express, and we've helped thousands of people just like you. Antonio H. told us, great company, got me connected, and the day I went in, I drove off in the car I wanted. 100% worth your time. Need a car? Get started now and drive off as early as today. Just go to 6ignoremyscore.com right now. That's www.6ignoremyscore.com. Auto financing the easy way. 6ignoremyscore.com. Get started today. Auto financing the easy way.
WKAL.
This is AM 1450 WKAL, Rome, New York.
The time is 2 o'clock.
Breaking news this hour from townhall.com. I'm Rhonda Rockstrup. Health experts are warning Wednesday's protest at the Capitol may turn out to be a so-called super spreader event for COVID-19.
Epidemiology professor Tara Smith of Kent State University says video footage from the event seems to indicate many of those who took part failed to follow COVID-19 safety protocols. She described a large crowd of people, many without masks, yelling and in close proximity to one another for an extended period of time. In an email to Changing America, Smith notes many protesters were not from D.C. If infected at the Capitol, they could have taken it back to their home states. It also means some may have already been infected and brought it with them to the nation's capital. Bob Agnew reporting.
California Governor Gavin Newsom's administration and the state's hospital association are at odds over how best to create space for critically ill coronavirus patients. Los Angeles Mayor Eric Garcetti says local hospitalizations for COVID-19 have never been higher.
Today, over 8,074 of our fellow LA County residents are hospitalized, our highest number since the start of this pandemic across Los Angeles County, and 1,635 in our ICUs. Not quite a peak, but very, very slightly down from our peak just a couple days ago.
Garcetti says COVID-19 continues to ravage the city of Angels.
Los Angeles has not been spared from this pandemic, and right now we remain the epicenter, or one of the epicenters, together with places like the state of Kansas, our fellow neighbors in Arizona and Phoenix, of the most rapid spread and the deepest outbreak of this disease in our country.
The California Hospital Association says the state's moving too slowly to find ways to handle so many cases. State officials counter that moves made this week to limit non-essential surgeries and transfer patients to hospitals with more available beds will save lives. News and analysis at townhall.com.
Mounds and mounds of fur. Our hairballs have hairballs.
Our cat Mama, she's 10 years old. She has dandruff and an oily coat.
I have two cats, Zippy and Daisy. Daisy sheds like crazy.
If you love your pets as much as I do, you want to do what's best for them, to live long, healthy, happy lives.
DINOVITE.com. I just tried this wonderful Catalicious Dynavite for cats, and my cat has been on it for 2 weeks. She is not scratching anymore. She's not chewing anymore. It is just the best.
I was thrilled when I heard Dynavite for cats was coming out because I'd seen the changes in my dog. To introduce my cat to Dynavite, I took the advice from Dynavite and put their food on top of just a scoop in the bowl, just to get them used to it, because I know if I even switch one little thing, they put their nose up to it. There was not one problem.
Dynavite for life.
You won't believe how happy your cat will be.
DINOVITE.com.
China has banned all residents from leaving Xizhiang City, about 1 million people after a coronavirus outbreak.
Flights, trains and long-distance bus services have been cancelled. Major roads into this northern city have been blocked off. No one can leave. All this after 100 or so new infections in Shijiazhuang. The authorities are in the process of testing the entire population. More than 5,000 sites have been set up to collect swab samples. The speed and scale of the authorities' response to this outbreak shows how China has largely managed to bring the virus under control.
That's the BBC's Michael Bristow. Australia is nearing halving the number of passengers allowed to arrive by plane in a bid to prevent the spread of the highly contagious variant of the coronavirus that was first identified in Britain. A cleaner at a Brisbane quarantine hotel diagnosed on Wednesday the first person infected with the variant. More at townhall.com. Long-term mortgage rates declined to record lows for the first week of the new year.
As the year opens against the continuing backdrop of damage from the coronavirus pandemic on the U.S. and global economies, mortgage buyer Freddie Mac says the average rate on the benchmark 30-year fixed-rate home loan mortgage rates are set to rise modestly this year as economic factors shift according to Freddie Mac's chief economist. John Scott reporting.
Asian shares mostly higher on hopes for additional economic stimulus after Congress confirmed Joe Biden as the winner of the presidential election. Japan's Nikkei rose in early Friday trading as the state of emergency due to surging coronavirus cases did little to dampen market optimism. South Korean and Australian shares also rose. Hong Kong's index was higher, but Shanghai shares little changed. More on these stories at townhall.com. I'm Ron DeRockstra.
I'm Mike Todd with your official 1450 WKAL weather bug forecast. Mostly sunny today, the high 44. Increasingly cloudy tonight, low 31. A 50% chance of rain and snow tomorrow, the high 45. And for tomorrow night, a 50% chance of rain and snow, the low 31. Little to no accumulation through the period. That's your latest official 1450 WKAL weather bug forecast. I'm Mike Todd. 1450 WKAL. More stimulating talk radio.
Behind the Headlines Sunday on WKAL. Are you looking for some behind the headlines information, news you won't get anywhere else, not in the paper and not on TV? How about interesting information on people, places, and things in central New York? Then please join me, Rocco Garrow, for the best hour on radio. It's Behind the Headlines Sunday on WKAL, the news, talk, and sports authority in the Mohawk Valley.
WKAL.
Yesterday, the President of the United States incited an armed insurrection against America. The gleeful desecration of the U.S. Capitol, which is the temple of our American democracy, and the violence targeting Congress are horrors that will forever stain our nation's history, instigated by the President of the United States. That's why it's such a stain. In calling for this seditious act, the President has committed an unspeakable assault on our nation and our people. I join the Senate Democratic leader in calling on the Vice President to remove this President by immediately invoking the 25th Amendment.
The Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, talking about the 25th. She's not the only one. There are a lot of editorial boards and newspapers that are saying the same thing. Shockingly, the Wall Street Journal, because they're always in the president's corner, they have called for him to step aside and resign for the good of the country. Hey, everybody, Kate Delaney, still lots of fallout from the extremist groups that were on the Capitol and sieged the Capitol for hours in that attack just the other day. It means that you have FBI agents who are looking for people all over the country and asking people to help identify them, since so many, shockingly, did not wear anything over their face because they were exposed to all the cameras that were there in the hallways and in the chamber and in the areas that they took over, the ones that went all the way through and into the Capitol Rotunda. Those would be the ones that so many are trying to identify. Plus, the fact that you've got video out that's on the social media platforms, etc. There's so much that we're going to jump to in this one. Like I said, the fallout continues. Coronavirus, though I have to say this with COVID-19 right at the top of this, after that violence on the Hill, you think, what next? Here we are in 2020, and a lot of people thought it was a dumpster fire in 2020. Is it going to be worse? Well, 4,000 people died in one day of the virus in the U.S. That's the worst, surpassing that number, passing 4,000 in a day. Sadly, yet another person who I was loosely connected to, just a great guy who was in the hospitality industry. I found out that he lost his life. He was put on a ventilator, and so many people were praying for him. Good guy, big Cowboys fan, and it was the life of the party from what I can remember in the times that I was with Kelly, his name is, and he lost his life. So sometimes before we even know it, people are sick, and then the next thing you know, boom, that evil, awful virus has gotten them. Has the democracy been sucked out of the United States? Somebody put it bluntly to me today asked me that question, and I would say absolutely not. No, we still are the United States of America. We are a country of laws, and this too shall pass. But how will it pass? There's a slew of resignations that are coming in. There's, of course, finger-pointing, name-calling, and all the usual things that you would think would happen. But the biggest of all is, I think, this 25th and the calls for the president to step aside. We're going to let you hear what the president had to say. He did release a video message. Remember, he's banned from social media. Twitter especially was his favorite form of communication. That is a ban right now. And the same with Facebook. He's off that platform. They announced that he would be gone through the rest of his presidency. Now, how about Mark Zuckerberg? He was happy to oblige all the way through, but here at the very tail end decides to bail, so I can't applaud him for that in any way, shape, or form. But as I said, when we talk about the fallout and the trail of damage on the Hill, there are people that could face trespassing, etc., some decent amount, if they're prosecuted, some decent amount of jail time. And I don't know, in all that chaos, were there really thoughts of that, or that just didn't matter? It was about getting there and letting their voices be heard, but in a wrong, shameful, twisted way. And as a result of that, the National Guard, which was finally mobilized, 7-foot-tall fence, that's what they're building around the Capitol for the inauguration, and maybe for the foreseeable future. I'm not sure about that. I feel so lucky to have been in that historic place where some incredible laws and incredible lawmakers passed through, including the great George Washington, who was interned right there at the Capitol. And, oh, man, just thinking of that gives me the chills. So let's talk about Mike Pence. Mike Pence is not speaking with the president. He is expected to attend the Biden inauguration. Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi frantically were trying to get a hold of him today to have him get the cabinet together and go help forward the 25th, if you will. But he wouldn't come to the phone, is what Chuck Schumer was saying. So there was just 25 minutes of waiting, and the waiting game ended if he's not available. So what did happen with Mike Pence, of course, is the fact that he has not talked to the president, and he was perhaps the most loyal person to the president this entire time. But Trump is furious with Pence, and Pence is disappointed and saddened, he says, by Trump and what he was pushing him to do, which constitutionally he couldn't do. And in the meantime, more of those details have been part of the fallout of, well, what happened and what was the response? And how come the Capitol wasn't heavily guarded? And why was that mob able to assault the Capitol the way they did? Why were they allowed to get through? Why were there Capitol Police that were taking pictures with doing selfies with some of the people who had broken into the Capitol and were part of that whole breach? So in the end, world leaders condemning the horrifying riot at the Capitol. 4 people dead after storming the halls of Congress, and now there is a Capitol Police officer who is in critical condition. And the wheels keep moving forward. The reaction to what has happened the other day, who will be prosecuted, what happens to the people who are complicit in any way, call-outs all over the place, some more areas of concern of who are the people, what is the makeup of the people that were part of the worst of the mob that descended on the Hill. And again, what happens with the 25th, I think, is the big thing. Meanwhile, things like Senator Josh Hawley's book is just dropped by the publisher. So some who defended the president are finding themselves on the outside, and the representative from Missouri is one of those. He lost his book deal. His book, The Tyranny of Big Tech, was a critical look at big tech corporations, Google and Facebook. It was going to publish in June, but Simon & Schuster had a press release pumped out saying they were not publishing it any longer. What'd the president have to say? That's a big thing. That's next.
The stress levels of Americans may be at an all-time high. From education to business to basic needs to politics, the 2020 pandemic-related stressors are pushing many of us to near breaking point. That's why you should consider the stress and pain-relieving products from sunny-bay.com, like our lavender neck wraps and pads infused with premium Washington lavender buds. They relieve tension and relax with a soothing scent of lavender. And lifestyle expert Jennifer Bonner recommends products from Sunny Bay.
Sunny Bay's hands-free neck wrap should be your go-to pain relief solution.
Give gifts to family and friends that relieve stress and pain. Give love and care by giving the best. Give pillows, neck wraps, and body wraps from sunny-bay.com, a Biomed DB design company. Just click sunny-bay.com. That's sunny-bay.com.
Get healthy, not high, with 100% pure CBD powerful natural pain relief from Veterans Vitality. GCN listeners, have you ever thought about how CBD may help you? I'm sure you have heard about the many benefits of CBD. Well, here's your opportunity to try before you buy. Created by veterans and for everyone who deserves better choices, our CBD is derived from organic hemp, grown in the USA and third-party tested. Veterans Vitality CBD saves you as much as 25 to 50% over our competition, and a portion of all sales is contributed to veteran nonprofits and events. Many of our customers have experienced improved quality of life, help with anxiety, PTSD, and overall well-being. Our products do not contain THC. They are safe, non-addictive, effective, and 100% legal. GCN listeners, get your free trial bottle of premium CBD by simply paying shipping and handling at GCNFreeCBD.com. That's GCNFreeCBD.com. Again, GCNFreeCBD.com. Offered by Veterans Vitality Premium CBD.
New Year's Eve marks a fresh start and a new beginning. And with that in mind, Kia Motors America is ringing in the arrival of 2021 with a massive New Year's celebration. The party started in early December when the all-new Kia Sorento SUV embarked on a coast-to-coast tour of the U.S. with a mission to deliver the iconic 2021 New Year's Eve numerals to Times Square. National Geographic documented the journey entitled The World's First Storytelling Machine, capturing inspirational stories along the way. And as the official sponsor of the New Year's Eve countdown, Kia will help honor frontline workers in Times Square on New Year's Eve. James Bell, Director, Corporate Communications, Kia Motors America.
To recognize and thank them for their hard work and dedication, Kia will transport frontline workers and their families so they can safely experience the thrill of New Year's Eve in Times Square. The families will be shuttled to and from Times Square in a fleet of Kia Sorento and Telluride SUVs.
For more, visit kia.com.
In 1965, this is the sound. Producers done. One more time. One more time. One more time. Where the sea. Ain't no drag. Papa's got a brand new bag.
All right, the leader of the free world, that would be the president, President Trump, is promising a smooth transition. This in a video message posted. He was allowed to do this on Twitter on Thursday night. Here's what he had to say.
I would like to begin by addressing the heinous attack on the United States Capitol. Like all Americans, I am outraged by the violence, lawlessness, and mayhem. I immediately deployed the National Guard and federal law enforcement to secure the building and expel the intruders. America is and must always be a nation of law and order. The demonstrators who infiltrated the Capitol have defiled the seat of American democracy. To those who engaged in the acts of violence and destruction, you do not represent our country. And to those who broke the law, you will pay. We have just been through an intense election and emotions are high. But now tempers must be cooled and calm restored. We must get on with the business of America. My campaign vigorously pursued every legal avenue to contest the election results. My only goal was to ensure the integrity of the vote. In so doing, I was fighting to defend American democracy. I continue to strongly believe that we must reform our election laws to verify the identity and eligibility of all voters and to ensure faith and confidence in all future elections. Now Congress has certified the results. A new administration will be inaugurated on January 20th. My focus now turns to ensuring a smooth, orderly, and seamless transition of power. This moment calls for healing and reconciliation. 2020 has been a challenging time for our people. A menacing pandemic has upended the lives of our citizens, isolated millions in their homes, damaged our economy, and claimed countless lives. Defeating this pandemic and rebuilding the greatest economy on earth will require all of us working together. It will require a renewed emphasis on the civic values of patriotism, faith, charity, community, and family. We must revitalize the sacred bonds of love and loyalty that bind us together as one national family. To the citizens of our country, serving as your president has been the honor of my lifetime. And to all of my wonderful supporters, I know you are disappointed, but I also want you to know that our incredible journey is only just beginning. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America.
All right, as that was happening, there were some resignations that were taking place. I think people are trying to digest what the president said. Does this mean move forward and we carry on? I don't think so by the push to have him resign or to invoke, like I said, the 25th Amendment. I don't know that that happens. And, you know, we're getting closer and closer to what would be the inauguration day. So we'll have to watch all of this play out. And I said on the show the other day, I want to know what you think. And, of course, this is a very vocal audience when it comes to hitting me up through the miracle of the Internet. You can go to kate@katedelaneyradio.com. Fair or foul, now that the president has said what he had to say, does that change anything for any of you out there? So many are saying in the mailbag, I'll tell you this, it's interesting, some of what I've already received, that it's just too late for that based on what they saw happen to the Capitol. And this is from staunch Republicans, conservatives, who have sent me their thoughts in the last 24 hours, I suppose. U.S. Capitol Police Steve Sun resigning amid all the criticism of the department's response to the rioters who stormed the Capitol in the protest of Trump's election loss. Or really, I think it's a mob mentality, because there are protesters who are protesting and we're not happy with the results, and then there are mobs and people who had bad intentions. And this did not reflect well, obviously. But Sun's resignation goes into effect for some reason on January 16th, so just a few days before the inauguration of Joe Biden. The word is that officers are frustrated and demoralized, and that a lack of leadership undermined the response to the mob. That's according to a statement that was put out by the union chairman representing those Capitol Hill police officers. So he knew he had to resign, I'm sure, because of all the criticism. And there were other resignations that are happening, too, with different cabinet members. The Secretary of Education, Betsy DeVos, she resigned. Elaine Chao resigned. Transportation Secretary, she did that the other day. They're releasing statements. Others that are part of the White House staff are resigning. How far and deep and wide all that goes in, like I said, the next couple of weeks, because that's all that's left. I don't know. If I could look into the crystal ball and tell you, and what does it mean for the government, because having the cohesive government and having us be the strong America is the key, and how we look to world leaders and how we clean up the Capitol, I think, is crucial. And then how we move forward in what has to happen in this country, especially in the middle of a pandemic. All right, so many of us saw some of those horrific videos that have been released in the last 24 hours from what it looked like from the inside, because you got a better sense of the siege that was underway, not just from the outside and, you know, stomping through the windows and the doors and breaking in, but what else happened there. So here's Congressman Raul Ruiz from California. He was on ABC, and he described what it was like in the chamber.
We really couldn't see in real time the images because all the doors were locked. So everybody was on edge, and they were able to evacuate the people on the bottom floor first. I was on the top floor in the gallery, and we were last to be evacuated. And that's when the glass on the door was broken, and I heard a gunshot while I was in there. People took cover, and I was thinking in my mind, if there was a broach of security and somebody came in with a semi-automatic, what do we do? And so I thought, as an emergency physician and the training that I have, and I started telling members out loud, if somebody comes in and starts shooting, 1, you hide. 2, you run if you feel safe, and 3, if all else fails, we have to ambush the gunner. Those are the training for mass shootings.
All right, so he had that background, and luckily, because I think he definitely helped some people who were worried, who were in the middle of this as it was all unfolding all of a sudden. I think there were people that did not expect that to happen, even though if you had combed through social media, you would have seen that there were going to be protests, but actually seizing the Capitol and rioting and destroying furniture and other things in the Capitol, that didn't seem like that was going to happen, or I would have to believe the Capitol Police would have been much more prepared, and there would have been others that would have been there as well to help. So you now have the president condemning the Capitol rioters. You have him calling for calm. You have him vowing to ensure seamless transition of power, but you have a push for the 25th, although now it's starting to come out through some of the people I know on the Hill, and I'm sure it's starting to break out there widely, which is what it's great that we're here live, that the vice president opposes using the 25th. So if that's true, then don't look necessarily for that to happen. And again, I think with the time constraints that might not, the impeachment and people saying impeachment, that might not be possible anyway because of what you would have to do with hearings, you know, et cetera. I think one of the key things that's very, very scary in all of this is how our government looked, weak and unresponsive. The first thing I thought is, well, why don't the Chinese come here and just attack us, or perhaps the Russians, because of how vulnerable our security is. And trust me, if you are an enemy of the United States, you would take note of seeing that, because it really, again, exposed how vulnerable we are in the United States, which is exactly what I thought after 9/11, and being there in New York and watching while everybody stood around and said, how did this happen? How was there this breach? And now we have another massive vulnerability. And this one is in the halls of Congress, in our most sacred building, the Capitol building, where our laws are made. Odds and ends coming up.
There's so much hand sanitizer on the market, but beware. Not all hand sanitizers are created equal. That's why you want to use 2020 Safe hand sanitizer. You can trust the hand sanitizer on 2020safe.net to be made with the highest quality ingredients. American made with American ingredients, employing Americans. Log on now to 2020safe.net and order your 1 liter today. Normally $29.99, but reduced to $19.99. So hurry while supplies last and receive a bonus. That's right. You'll receive a 30-count bottle of Immune Booster, a $39.95 value, free by using code GCN at checkout. Right now, click 2020safe.net. That's 2020safe.net to get our 1-liter bottle of high-quality hand sanitizer with your free bonus. A 30-count bottle of Immune Booster valued at $39.95. Remember to enter GCN at checkout, and the bonus is yours free. 2020safe.net.
News and weather at the top and bottom of every hour and when it breaks. 1450 WKAL, Rome, Utica. It is half past the hour.
With SRN News, I'm Ron DeRockstra. 9 weeks after Election Day and 1 day after supporters ramaged through the U.S. Capitol building, President Trump acknowledged Joe Biden won the election and will succeed him. In a written statement that was released after Congress certified the Biden victory, Mr. Trump said there will be an orderly transition later this month, even though he totally disagrees with the outcome of the election. U.S. Capitol Police reporting Officer Brian Sicknick died Thursday night due to injuries sustained while on duty during the Wednesday riots at the Capitol. The report said Sicknick was injured while physically engaging with protesters. His death will be investigated by the Metropolitan Police Department, the Capitol Police, as well as federal investigators. And America's employers likely cut back again on hiring last month. Economists are forecasting that employers added just 105,000 jobs in the month of December. This is SRN News.
If you've fallen behind in your credit card payments during the shutdown, you're probably feeling some added pressures. And even a brief history of late payments can lead to a big drop in your credit score. But you don't have to solve these problems alone. Trinity Debt Management can help. We'll work with your creditors, put a stop to late fees and other penalties, and make a plan that helps you get caught up. We'll also consolidate your bills into one easy-to-manage monthly payment and negotiate much lower interest rates. Not only will you find immediate relief, you'll save thousands. And don't worry, it's not alone. It's a smart way to get back on track. All you have to do is give Trinity a quick call, and we'll take care of the rest. Right now, no one really knows what the future will bring. But one thing is for sure. If your debt has you down, we should talk. Here's the number.
Call 1-800-936-5496. That's 1-800-936-5496.
The current temperature, 21
if you're
degrees.
trying to quit drinking or doing too many drugs, listen to me. You don't know me and we'll never meet. I had a problem like you once. I drank and used to party a little too much till it got out of control and almost ruined my life. I realized I needed help to fix my problem before it totally destroyed me. If you've tried to fix your drinking and drug problem and you know you can't do it alone, you need to call the National Treatment Advisors. They'll immerse you into a 30-day program to replace your old habits with new habits and
I'm Mike Todd with your official 1450 WKAL weather forecast. Mostly sunny today, the high 44. Increasingly cloudy tonight, low 31. A 50% chance of rain and snow tomorrow, the high 45. And for tomorrow night, a 50% chance of rain and snow, the low 31. Little to no accumulation through the period. That's your latest official 1450 WKAL weather forecast.
More stimulating talk radio.
1450 WKAL. More stimulating talk radio.
Honey, did you turn down the heat?
Yes, dear.
Honey, did you turn off the lights?
Yes, dear.
Honey, did you lock the door?
Yes, dear. If we're going to make this relationship work, it needs to be less of a checklist and more of a connection. Is this your impression of what church is like? We at Mohawk Missionary Baptist Church want to teach you that it's more of a relationship than a religion. Join us for our regularly scheduled services to find out more. We have Sunday school at 10 a.m., worship at 11 and 6:30 p.m., and Wednesday Bible study at 6:30. And we at Mohawk Missionary Baptist Church are glad that WKAL cares.
Really want to talk about too, but we don't always get to. But sadly, right at the top of this, I have breaking news. The U.S. Capitol Police officer I mentioned that was in critical condition did die of injuries suffered during that confrontation on Wednesday with the rioters at the Capitol. So that is very, very sad news. What happened was he died of injuries that happened after the confrontation. He collapsed. Brian Sicknick was his name. He collapsed after returning to his division office. He was taken to a hospital immediately, where he succumbed to those injuries. So, again, there are no words for this. Shock, horror, 2 people dead, 4 altogether. Well, no, 5 now, 5 altogether as a result of this. And if you think of the Capitol, and if you haven't been to Washington, you go there and you beam of any pride for America, you feel it. You feel it when you go to Washington, especially when you're right there, because of how you can just get around and see everything all in that one area, from the Supreme Court to the Capitol to the walk that you can make to the Washington Monument. So this is an incredibly sad, tough couple of days to swallow, and that there's your breaking news again. A Capitol police officer, Brian Sicknick, collapsed after returning to his office from injuries that he succumbed to those injuries on Thursday night, just a short while ago. Again, awful news as more repercussions start to emerge from what happened. COVID-19 and the death that we are seeing in this country. We knew that there would be a dark time we would go through, especially after celebrations, super spreading events, and then waiting for this rollout of the vaccine. And is it safe or not? There's people that don't want to take it. There's people that want to take it and can't get it. You have all kinds of scenarios out there. The deaths in the United States, 365,000, 4,000 in one day. That's out of 21.7 million cases worldwide. For our friends listening off the shores of the U.S., thanks for joining us. 1.9 million altogether, 88 million cases. The number of recovered getting closer to 50 million. I can't wait to keep seeing that number grow, I hope, and get bigger and bigger and bigger. So odds and ends are about those things, like I said, the leftovers, the fallout that I mentioned at the top of this, because in my mind, this show is about the conversation that we have to have in the U.S., and that whether you are in California or you're listening in New Orleans or you're listening in Portland or Connecticut or West Virginia or somewhere in Florida or any of the great affiliates that we have in Tucson, Arizona, and other parts of Arizona. And I feel for the people in Arizona because their numbers are really, really climbing. The conversation is really about the virus, especially if you know somebody who has to be hospitalized, especially if you look at the ICU beds and availability, and then you hear this story about L.A. County and how they have to make decisions on who gets to go in and possibly continue to live, or they're just too close to death and there is no room and no place for them, which is a terrible decision for somebody to have to make who is driving around in an ambulance and is on that front line responding and trying to save lives. So, of course, this is a thing that is such a big part of our lives because it is our life. This is the question mark that hangs in the balance. I think when the Capitol was stormed, that just is part of what sucked the wind out of so many of our sails. Like it or not, when you get to the new year and it's 2021 and you think of what 2020 was, and because so many people were saying good riddance, moving on, forget that year, there were jokes galore, people that are comedians that could tell those jokes better than I could, just have a riff on what 2020 was all about. Toilet paper being a gift because you couldn't find them in stores, and the other side of what's happened with the coronavirus. So now it's all about what happens with our government, because we are having a transfer of power, whether you're on board with it or not. That is what's happening, and it means Democratic control all the way across, as Georgia elected 2 Democratic senators who beat the incumbents. That happened in the middle of all of this. And you look at the, of course, the executive branch with Joe Biden and Harris, Democrats, and she has that vote in the Senate, which will make a big difference because the House is Democratic. So this is a big turn of tide of events in the U.S. And in the meantime, you have the Capitol and what happened there and the insanity of all of that and the people who could face sedition charges. So some of those supporters who were waving Trump flags, who stormed in, and like I said, breaking the windows, stealing things, they could face charges like sedition or insurrection and rioting. And the federal prosecutor, one of the top federal prosecutors in D.C. said all of those charges are on the table. And the FBI is asking the public for help in identifying the rioters. They're putting pictures out all over the place. And some of the rioters have been fired after internet detectives have identified them, because there's some of the same pictures that you see over and over again. And obviously in that melee, it's the people who were super expressive, took a ton of pictures, put them all over the place. And it didn't take long to release some of those photos, the selfies, the videos. They were out there. QAnon, lots of the QAnon people are being identified in so many of these pictures. And who knows how many people end up being charged and where that all goes, because this is just the beginning of that. But I believe the number will end up being very, very substantial, because you can see an uptick in people who are saying they know this person, they know that person, which is happening right and left because of, again, the fact that there are ways to get those photos out there, which they are already out there. I mentioned that the president acknowledged Biden's win, and he calls for that smooth transition, which you heard in the last segment. But to be clear, Trump is blocked indefinitely from Facebook and Instagram. Of course, they're hand in hand because Facebook owns Instagram. Twitter was all about, if you take this down and you acknowledge this, then you can come back, but you can't have another strike against you. So that hasn't happened with Twitter. They stopped them, but then it was about, if you move forward, then you can take down some of the tweets, then the ones that were flagged, then you can do that. So what Mark Zuckerberg said is, we believe the risks of allowing the president to continue to use our service during this period are simply too great. Therefore, we are extending the block we've placed on his Facebook and Instagram accounts indefinitely and for at least the next 2 weeks until the peaceful transition of power is complete. And like I said before, it was fine with Facebook up until this point. You have U.S. Senator Mark Warner, who is the incoming chair of the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, who says the steps by social media platforms to address the misuse are too late and not enough. And that disinformation and extremism researchers have pointed to broader network-based exploitation of these platforms, and they've served as core organizing infrastructure for violent, far extreme groups and movements for several years, because they can recruit, they can organize, they can coordinate, etc., all that stuff. So that's where we're at with social media. The president getting unblocked, putting out the video that he did, and now the fallout politically, and then what happens with these charges with so many other people, and this transition of power. In the meantime, would you believe we do have sports? Does anyone care? Somebody actually sent me, I got two different versions of that, and both of the people were named Josh, where one said, I need sports for a release because I can't be 24/7 all about this, even though I'm like you and I want freedom and I cherish being an American and I'm disgusted by what happened, but I need a break from it all. So the break from it all, I think for some, is the fact that we have we've got a national championship game coming up, and the NFL, of course, has its playoff happening in this COVID era, which is very different. Thinking of, other years where you're marching toward a Super Bowl, perhaps. Does it take anything away from getting to the playoffs? I think you have to talk to, the Browns, who haven't been even in the playoffs in a very long time, or some of the other teams that are there. How about my Saints? The Saints 12-4, taking on the Bears in an NFC wildcard playoff game over the weekend. I'll be watching. Meet you on the flip side. Hi, this is Kate Delaney, and I have a confession to make. I'm addicted to journaling. So many of the ideas I get from my radio show or books hit me at weird times, and I need to write them down. Does that happen to you? So I decided to create my own journal with my pal Jackie. Looking for a great gift for your wife, sister, mother, aunt, friend, or boss to end 2020 or kick off 2021? My girlfriend's gratitude journal includes inspirational quotes and loads of room to write, and it just dropped. Here's the best part. You'll also get a copy of my Forbes book, Deal Your Own Destiny. Increase your odds, win big, and become extraordinary. It's loaded with ways to chart your own life and filled with the success habits with some of the biggest names on the planet, stuff they shared with me that can help catapult you. Here's the best part. For both hardcover books, it's just $29.99. Yep, go to KateDelaneyRadio.com, click on books and special offer. Again, all of it for just $29.99. I got the shipping covered. What are you waiting for? Just go to KateDelaneyRadio.com, click on books and special offer today.
The final phase of extermination is set to commence now. And as population die-off becomes evident, you know it is the time of punishment in all that is written. The cover for mass die-off is evolution and global warming frauds, also used as false proof of their Christ. They are from the lines that were disinherited 2,000 years ago. Now they claim to be his Christ based upon blood type, DNA, and long lifespan. Go to unveilingthem.com. That's UNVEILING them.com.
Stop aging now. Restore those joints. Boost your strength. Because it's official. NutriMedical has released the most exciting, powerful anti-aging supplement on the market. Dr. Bill Deagle's Red Deer Velvet DR has been approved by the U.S. Patent Office. Imagine stem cell rejuvenation all in one capsule without huge expense. Dr. Bill MD discovered that as an unborn baby grows in the mother's womb, he or she does not deteriorate or physically age. Red Deer Velvet DR, like the uterus, provides 300 biomolecules and 6 hormones protected in one special DR capsule that delivers lipid packages directly into your circulation. This patented technology bypasses the stomach and is released into the small bowel unaltered by digestive enzymes and stomach acid. Remember, Red Deer Velvet DR. Improve endurance, stimulate your immune system, increase learning ability, and even improve sexual libido with Red Deer Velvet DR. Click NutriMedical.com. That's NUTRI Medical.com. Or call toll-free 888-212-8871 and get on the road to a newer, rejuvenated, happier you. What if you could cut your heating bills this winter with your existing wood-burning fireplace and not spend thousands doing it? You can with Great Wall of Fire fireplace grates. Our U.S. patented made-in-America Wall of Fire grates increase fireplace efficiency, eliminate fireplace smoke problems, and come with a 30-day money-back guarantee. See our grates in action and get free shipping from walloffire.com or call 800-274-7364. Fireplace heat without fireplace smoke. walloffire.com.
We went from being lost in the tunnels to being stuck in the tunnels yesterday. At one point, when we were evacuated because of the bomb threat, the pipe bomb threat, I was stuck in a narrow tunnel with 100 other people, staff, and members of Congress. It was a very dangerous situation. Lives were put at risk. And my message to Americans today is it was a very sad day in our nation's history. I brought my children up here last weekend for the swearing in, and it's a historic moment for the state of South Carolina, a proud moment, first Republican woman elected to Congress from our state. But at the end of the day on Sunday, I bought my kids the first ticket home on Monday morning because I was watching the rhetoric on social media, the things that were being said, and I did not have a good feeling. I felt uncomfortable about what might occur on Wednesday, the violence that could happen. And thank God my motherly instincts kicked in, and my children were not here to witness what everyone was horrified by yesterday.
All right, that is Congresswoman Nancy Macy, Republican from South Carolina. You heard her say that she's proud. She's the first Republican woman elected in South Carolina, and very, very sad indeed. But luckily her children were not there. Here we are at the tail end of the show. Thanks to ABC for that. And you heard two different descriptions of what it was like to be under siege. And I think when you get the behind the scenes look at it, when you're looking at what it looked like inside, with staffers luckily had pumped a bunch of furniture against the doors, so it took longer to break in. That meant that those that were on the floor and others could somehow find a way to barricade themselves somewhere, whether it was in the basement or offices or wherever it might be. Because remember, this took place for hours. And I think that's the crime in all of this, with this rioting and how we look on the world stage. We look vulnerable, and I have never felt like we were vulnerable other than when, in my lifetime, when I was in New York and watched what happened on 9/11 and the stunning aftershocks of that, not initially realizing what was going on, and the fact that right under our noses, terrorists were learning to fly planes and didn't even ask to learn how to land. And there were dots that could have been connected and things that fell through the cracks in agencies who hadn't worked together. And to me, because I was in the middle of that, seeing what was happening and watching it unfold and being beyond upset and bleary-eyed at the things I had seen, and tears that were shed and calls that were made to the radio station when I was on the air from first responders, of just so choked up of what they were doing at ground zero. And now I look at the Capitol, 5 people dead. The Capitol police officer that was injured died from his injuries on Thursday after clashing with the rioters. And I felt like there we are, vulnerable again. How does this happen? How is there not more protection in the Capitol? And you can bet moving forward there are going to be answers about that. It's just unfathomable that that we would see that. So the first domino that falls from that perspective is the Capitol Police Chief resigning, and that doesn't kick in until the 16th. But there is pressure there to make that happen, and of course it is happening. I threw this out the other day. What do you think is fair or foul, and what the president should do, the president now, in light of all that has gone on and the calls for him to resign, the 25th, which I don't think happens. I think even just time-wise, I don't see that happening. What do you think should happen? No matter where you sit politically, what do you think needs to happen moving forward? And I've gotten some interesting mail. We're going to dive into the mailbag in our second hour. So make sure you tune in for that, because there are some really incredible responses from so many of you who are proud Americans. And this show has been, let's face it, about so much of what's happened on the Hill. The latest, Betsy DeVos resigning, citing Trump's handling of the rioting, others in the White House who serve as undersecretaries and whatnot resigning too. And in the meantime, we have a new coronavirus strain that's been found in 8 states. And we have people that worried about events that they've been to, or events that people they know have been to, or events that people in their lives have gone to, where they feel like they might have had a brush with somebody who's going to test positive for COVID-19. So 8 states, 33 countries have identified this new variant. They're calling it B117. Several nations also have identified another variant, first identified in South Africa, and scary enough, that infects people more easily. And here's the thing. What do you need to know about this? Think of rapid spread. We don't want rapid spread. So these variants, according to a doctor that I talked to, or I should say researcher, spread more rapidly, right? So they can lead to more cases, put more strain on already the healthcare system that is buckling under the weight of all of the cases. So what do we know about the new strain? Just that it was first spotted in September in England, and it accounted for a quarter of the cases in London. It was responsible, that was in November, it was responsible for 60% of the cases in the city by December. It's more infectious, and that's the bad news on that, how quickly it spreads. And is it more lethal? Well, there's no evidence that B117 causes more severe illness or increased risk of death or any of that, according to the CDC. But it's not good, right? Because you think of the vaccine, and then what does that mean? If you get the vaccine, does that stop that? And so there's all these questions, so many questions that have to be eventually answered. Remember, our first case was in Colorado, but now it's California, Connecticut, Florida, Georgia, New York, Pennsylvania, and Texas. And I think more states are going to have it identified too as well. So this is just another hurdle for us to look at, to have to wonder about, and then think about, do I roll up my sleeve, and do I feel safe with the vaccine in the first place? Because then you're hearing of, is it refrigerated enough, and all those other stories related to that, which is why so many people who are famous are putting their mugs out there, getting the vaccine to try to say, well, I'm getting it. I'm on my second one. I'm on my second round. Somebody I know who's a nurse got her second one. She has a little card from the CDC that doesn't talk about it. It shows it. Here's the first vaccine, the date. Here's the second vaccine, and that's something that she shows and carries around. Is that something all of us are going to have to do? I mean, what will we look like moving forward, traveling, et cetera? And probably because we saw our jaws drop at some of what the violent mob was doing and how they were being more and more incited on social media, too, to do things at the Capitol. But so many, of course, weren't masked, and they came from other parts of the country. Could there be a spread because of those that were on the Hill? Well, the answer to that is if somebody had COVID, if somebody was asymptomatic. I mean, there's all the same questions of places that you gather where people are close together. That's what the disgusting thing is about this evil virus that we're constantly monitoring. And if you go to the airport to fly again, will you have to eventually show that card to travel or not? I think so much is going to be touchless. That's our new, that you start to see it already, that probably the airport parking lot, touchless. There's robot food delivery. I was walking the dog the other day in my sleepy little suburb, and there was this robot going across the street. It was a food delivery thing. It's about the size of 3 bread boxes. I thought, how do they stop people from opening it up? I mean, that looks like they're going to a sub shop. That might be pretty tempting for someone. Do they have cameras on it? I think it's a lock. There's a lock that you have to enter, touch it, enter the numbers, and then you get your food. Oh, man. Thanks for joining me for this hour. Keep the faith, everybody, and make it count.
DrinkSuperTea.com. Pouty Arco Tea helps regenerate new cells. Everything from the cells in our skin to the cells in our organs so they function properly. Great for healthy people and can truly be miraculous for someone fighting a disease. A 1-pound package of tea is $34.95 plus shipping. To order, please visit drinksupertea.com or call 818-965-9113. That's 818-965-9113.
As the coronavirus crisis continues, I've said it before, I'll say it again, now's not the time to retreat, panic, or stress out. Instead, refocus, reimagine, and reinvent. In my book, Deal Your Own Destiny, Increase Your Odds, Win Big, and Become Extraordinary, the whole focus is on overcoming adversity. I share the secrets of some of the most accomplished people on the planet and how it applies to you. I agree with George Eliot, who famously said, it's never too late to be who you might have been. Pick up a copy of my book, Deal Your Own Destiny, on Amazon.com.
WKAL.
This is AM 1450 WKAL, Rome, New York.
It is now 3 o'clock.
Breaking news this hour from townhall.com. I'm Ron DeRockstra. President Trump is acknowledging his election defeat, says there will be an orderly transition on January 20th.
9 weeks after Election Day and 1 day after his supporters rampaged the U.S. Capitol building, the president acknowledged that Joe Biden will succeed him. In a written statement that was released after Congress certified Biden's victory, he said there will be an orderly transition later this month, even though he totally disagrees with the outcome of the election. Mr. Trump said, while this represents the end of the greatest first term in presidential history, it's only the beginning of our fight to make America great again. Greg Clugston, Washington.
Meanwhile, the Education Secretary, Betsy DeVos, is leaving the Trump administration.
Education Secretary Betsy DeVos submitted her resignation Thursday, becoming the second cabinet secretary to resign in response to Wednesday's pro-Trump assault on the U.S. Capitol. In a scathing resignation letter, DeVos laid the blame for the riot on President Donald Trump. DeVos joined Transportation Secretary Elaine Chao in exiting the Trump administration. Chao, the wife of Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell, resigned earlier Thursday. Mike Gracia, Washington.
Republican Senator Kelly Loeffler has conceded to Democrat Raphael Warnock in one of the two Georgia Senate runoffs. Loeffler was appointed to the position a year ago to replace outgoing Senator Johnny Isakson. Warnock now becomes the first African-American from Georgia elected to the Senate. In the other senatorial runoff race, Democrat John Ossoff has been called as the winner over Republican David Perdue, but Perdue has yet to concede. President-elect Joe Biden introducing Merrick Garland as his nominee for Attorney General, along with three others for the senior Justice Department positions. He's also tapping Boston Mayor Marty Walsh as Labor Secretary and Rhode Island Governor Gina Raimondo lead the Commerce Department. Townhall.com.
Trading involves financial risk and is not suitable for all investors. Past results do not guarantee future performance.
Want to dominate the stock market in 2021? Looking for higher profit potential? With the COVID vaccines, a shifting political landscape, and a new year, it's virtually impossible to guess what will happen next. With Vantage Point, you don't have to. Text MONEY to 411-411 to find out how our technology can forecast market trends up to 3 days in advance with incredible accuracy. Text MONEY to 411-411 to find explosive moves before they happen. Vantage Point's patented technology analyzes huge quantities of global data in seconds. Text MONEY to 411-411 to find out how. Make 2021 your year. Start predicting trends 72 hours in advance and maximize your gains. Text MONEY to 411-411 and experience Vantage Point for free. Protect and grow your capital now. Don't wait. Text MONEY to 411-411.
Go to VantagePointSoftware.com for terms, conditions, and privacy policy.
At a vaccination event, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis says Publix grocery store pharmacies will be part of the effort to make vaccinations available to seniors.
Convenient. It's in every community in the state of Florida, and it makes it easier than having to potentially drive halfway across town to go to a site like a drive-through site, which is great, but you can't put a drive-through site on every corner.
Governor DeSantis says the state is supporting local efforts to expand vaccinations beyond hospitals and nursing homes.
What you see is a very well-run, very efficient operation. They're going to knock out 700 vaccinations today, and they're focusing on seniors age 65 and up, frontline healthcare workers, as well as paramedics and EMTs.
The drugstore chains CVS and Walgreens both say they expect to finish delivering the first round of vaccine doses at nursing homes by January 25th. More at townhall.com. So what have news agencies that appeal to conservatives been saying about the U.S. Capitol riot Wednesday?
Tucker Carlson of Fox News Channel is one. He said the protest is what happens when people lose faith in voting, and that opponents have tried to silence Trump supporters rather than understand them. Other reports say the mainstream media focused too much on the Capitol riot while ignoring violence they said was linked to the Black Lives Matter protests over the summer. I'm Oscar Wells Gabriel.
Boston Marathon bomber Dzhokhar Tsarnaev is suing the federal government for $250,000, upset over how he's been treated at the Colorado prison where he's serving a life sentence. Specifically, he doesn't like the fact that they confiscated a baseball cap and that they've put a limit on how many showers he's allowed to take. Be sure to check out more on these stories at townhall.com. I'm Ron DeRockstra.
I'm Mike Todd with your official 1450 WKAL WeatherBug forecast. Mostly sunny today, the high 44. Increasingly cloudy tonight, low 31. A 50% chance of rain and snow tomorrow, the high 45. And for tomorrow night, a 50% chance of rain and snow, the low 31. Little to no accumulation through the period. That's your latest official 1450 WKAL WeatherBug forecast. I'm Mike Todd. 1450 WKAL. More stimulating talk radio.
Honey, did you turn down the heat?
Yes, dear.
Honey, did you turn off the lights?
Yes, dear.
Honey, did you lock the door?
Yes, dear. If we're going to make this relationship work, it needs to be less of a checklist and more of a connection. Is this your impression of what church is like? We at Mohawk Missionary Baptist Church want to teach you that it's more of a relationship than a religion. Join us for our regularly scheduled services to find out more. We have Sunday school at 10 a.m., worship at 11 and 6:30 p.m., and Wednesday Bible study at 6:30. And we at Mohawk Missionary Baptist Church are glad that WKAL cares.
WKAL.
Welcome to the show, everybody. Kate Delaney on another heavy day, as we just got word a short while ago that the Capitol police officer who was wounded during that melee with that raucous, riotous crowd at the Capitol has died. So the U.S. Capitol Police confirmed the death of that officer, who made it back to his office but did not make it back from the hospital. Officer Brian Sicknick, his name was. He died at 9:30 Eastern on Thursday due to injuries sustained while he was on duty during that riot. He responded, and he was engaging right in the middle with the protesters. And he was taken to that local hospital, but he did not, again, survive the injuries that he received. So, of course, the Capitol Police say the entire USCP department expresses deep sympathies to the officer's family and friends on their loss, and they mourn the loss of a friend and a colleague. By the way, just to mention this at the top for reference, he's the fifth person to die as a result of Wednesday's insurrection. One woman was shot and killed by the Capitol Police as the crowd breached the building. 3 others suffered medical emergencies that proved to be fatal. Right now, a wall is being put up, a 7-foot wall at the Capitol, and there are many, many law enforcement folks that are on the scene there and will be there. The National Guard is there, and they're doing the 12-hour shifts, and they've got full gear on and doing those jobs all the way around the perimeter, again, helping to build and helping to assist other law enforcement in whatever way they can. There have been a lot of resignations, including the U.S. Capitol Police Chief Stephen Sun. He will be gone as of the 16th. There were many lawmakers that were calling for him to resign, and others, including the union, So he did decide to resign. Cabinet members have resigned, including the latest would be Betsy DeVos, the education secretary, the transportation secretary. Elaine Chao resigned the day before. She happens to be the wife of Mitch McConnell. There is a full court press to invoke the 25th by some Republicans, others saying absolutely no, that's not the right thing to do. And Democrats are saying that they want to see the president removed. The president released a statement today because Twitter let him back on. He's not allowed on Facebook or Instagram and some other social media platforms that have banned him. But Twitter lifted that ban after some things were flagged and removed. So we're going to let you hear that right here. Here is the president releasing a video statement on Thursday.
I would like to begin by addressing the heinous attack on the United States Capitol. Like all Americans, I am outraged by the violence, lawlessness, and mayhem. I immediately deployed the National Guard and federal law enforcement to secure the building and expel the intruders. America is and must always be a nation of law and order. The demonstrators who infiltrated the Capitol have defiled the seat of American democracy. To those who engaged in the acts of violence and destruction, you do not represent our country. And to those who broke the law, you will pay. We have just been through an intense election, and emotions are high. But now tempers must be cooled and calm restored. We must get on with the business of America. My campaign vigorously pursued every legal avenue to contest the election results. My only goal was to ensure the integrity of the vote. In so doing, I was fighting to defend American democracy. I continue to strongly believe that we must reform our election laws to verify the identity and eligibility of all voters and to ensure faith and confidence in all future elections. Now Congress has certified the results. A new administration will be inaugurated on January 20th. My focus now turns to ensuring a smooth, orderly, and seamless transition of power. This moment calls for healing and reconciliation. 2020 has been a challenging time for our people. A menacing pandemic has upended the lives of our citizens, isolated millions in their homes, damaged our economy, and claimed countless lives. Defeating this pandemic and rebuilding the greatest economy on earth will require all of us working together. It will require a renewed emphasis on the civic values of patriotism, faith, charity, community, and family that bind us together as one national family. To the citizens of our country, serving as your president has been the honor of my lifetime. And to all of my wonderful supporters, I know you are disappointed, but I also want you to know that our incredible journey is only just beginning. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America.
So after that statement, there still were calls for the 25th Amendment, and here's what the Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi's take was on what should happen.
Yesterday, the President of the United States incited an armed insurrection against America. The gleeful desecration of the U.S. Capitol, which is the temple of our American democracy, and the violence targeting Congress are horrors that will forever stain our nation's history, instigated by the President of the United States. That's why it's such a stain. In calling for this seditious act, the President has committed an unspeakable assault on our nation and our people. I join the Senate Democratic leader in calling on the Vice President to remove this President by immediately invoking the 25th Amendment.
So what the word is that several cabinet secretaries informally did discuss invoking the 25th Amendment. but Mike Pence, the VP, who wasn't available for a phone call with Chuck Schumer or Nancy Pelosi, when they called him, they sat on hold for 20-plus minutes, and it's unlikely that he is going to pursue that. What is being pursued, Trump aside, the president aside, is the people at the U.S. Capitol who were part of the riot where their faces were clearly shown and they were all over social media. They're being identified and losing jobs, and the FBI and other law enforcement is trying to round them up, figure out, again, who they are with the help of the public, and then they face a potential of 3 or 4 different charges. You had plenty to say, America, and I'm proud to say this mailbag is full, so we're going to the mailbag next.
Attention business owners body slammed by overwhelming debt. If your business is in trouble, hassled by creditors, if you're frustrated, finally fed up with big business bailouts while your business has been left for dead, please listen close. There's a brand new fast-track bankruptcy. Some have even called it the biggest small business bailout in American history. Designed for individuals and their businesses. And look, almost no one knows about this yet. My attorney wasn't even aware of it. The truth is, beating the system has never been easy because it's rigged in a sense against the little guy. But here's the jaw-dropping news nobody's talking about. They've literally just changed the system so that you can beat it, but only if you understand how the new game has to be played. Find out if you qualify at pocketsoflight.com. This government-backed small business repair program is still legal, but may not be renewed after the election. Fight back fairly, fight back ethically at pocketsoflight.com.
Trading involves financial risk and is not suitable for all investors. Past results do not guarantee future performance.
Stock market have you nervous with all the massive fluctuations? With the hope for a COVID vaccine on the rise, shifting political landscape, and the election at an end, it's virtually impossible to guess what will happen next. With Vantage Point, you don't have to. Text MONEY to 411-411 to find out how our technology can forecast market trends up to 3 days in advance with incredible accuracy. Text MONEY to 411-411 to get what you need to stay ahead of market trends and find explosive moves before they happen. Vantage Point's patented technology analyzes huge quantities of global data in seconds. Stop guessing. Start predicting trends 72 hours in advance. Text MONEY to 411-411 and experience Vantage Point for free. Text MONEY to 411-411 so you can protect and grow your capital now. Don't wait. Text MONEY to 411-411.
Go to VantagePointSoftware.com for terms, conditions, and privacy policy.
New Year's Eve marks a fresh start and a new beginning. And with that in mind, Kia Motors America is ringing in the arrival of 2021 with a massive New Year's celebration. The party started in early December when the all-new Kia Sorento SUV embarked on a coast-to-coast tour of the U.S. with a mission to deliver the iconic 2021 New Year's Eve numerals to Times Square. National Geographic documented the journey entitled The World's First Storytelling Machine, capturing inspirational stories along the way. And as the official sponsor of the New Year's Eve countdown, Kia will help honor frontline workers in Times Square on New Year's Eve. James Bell, Director, Corporate Communications, Kia Motors America.
To recognize and thank them for their hard work and dedication, Kia will transport frontline workers and their families so they can safely experience the thrill of New Year's Eve in Times Square. The families will be shuttled to and from Times Square in a fleet of Kia Sorento and Telluride SUVs.
For more, visit kia.com.
Oh, you have mail, mistress.
Let's dig in the mailbag.
All right, once again, if you want to flip me your thoughts, you always can. You know that, 24/7, Kate at KateDelaneyRadio.com, Kate at KateDelaneyRadio.com. This one from Joseph. He is listening to us in Louisiana, in New Orleans. Wow, one of my favorite places. I can't wait till things open back up again, Joseph, and I can spend some time in New Orleans. It feels like I have not been there in so long, and the reason why is because I have not been able to go there in so long. So he must be listening to us on 990 AM, WGSO, one of our fabulous affiliates, and he says Delaney, disgusted, depressed. I feel like I have no words for what I have seen. I voted for the president, and now I wish I hadn't. He absolutely incited that crowd. Rudy Giuliani helped, as did his son. Did they really think that the people were just going to go and do a ring around the rosy out at the Capitol? It is absolutely shameful what went on. I still have faith in my fellow conservatives and some of the Republicans on the Hill, but I have no more faith in this government. And let's hope Joe Biden can somehow unite conservatives, Democrats, Republicans, and as you say, whatever the label is, because I've got to tell you, I am rooting for that to happen. All right, Joseph, I'm there with you too. I mean, I'm all about not the divided states of America, the United States of America. How about this one from Joe? This is weird. Joey Leff. Joey Leff. That's what his name is, Joey Leff. I couldn't read it at first. Joey Leff says, Kate, did you see, because of what happened on some of the airlines, particularly American Airlines, they are banning alcohol on all flights to and from D.C.? Yeah, because, it's interesting you say that. Somebody sent me a video from inside a flight from Dallas to D.C., and there were people screaming at each other. And I was so surprised the flight wasn't diverted. There were people that were screaming, go Trump and other colorful language I can't use or the FCC would find me. And then others screaming back at them about Joe Biden and Trump's the criminal and all these things. And so they just said, boom, we're suspending alcohol on flights. That's it. After what happened, after the insurrection. And they've also increased their staff at airports. And I guess Delta Airlines is doing the same thing. And it's interesting because the airlines, so think about this. The airlines had already moved their crews from hotels in central Washington in anticipation of the protest. I mean, did they think there was going to be an insurrection? I don't think so, but they knew there were going to be protests and problems moving crews in and out, so they had already moved them. But the airlines are obviously tightening their security, and so are the airports. They're doing the same thing because they say they don't want mob mentality among the passengers. And the clip of the video that I saw was scary, and there were kids on that flight. And, I think, those kids are hearing all this language and nastiness. I mean, this is like bullies gone wild. I mean, it's really, that's what it was like on both sides, by the way, because of the screaming and the things that were being taunted and said and all of that. So they had to do something, and people were all over them. Do something, do something. Then I got this one from Mac, who emails us a lot. And Mac says, Kate, I can't believe I'm saying this because I have to admit I am a big supporter of Trump's. He is uncouth at times, ridiculous on Twitter, but I liked some of the policies. And there are things that did happen during his administration that worked. But this doesn't work. It doesn't work to incite violence. It made me just so damn sick and sad to see the body of that woman that was bleeding from her neck, that was taken out and did not survive, all because she was just rabid about QAnon. And she went to Washington on a wing and a prayer, from what I read, from San Diego, and had all hopes of defending the president, and now she's dead, and she's not even 40 years old, and that just makes me so sad. Plus, she served in the Air Force for 14 years. What a nightmare. Yeah, what a nightmare indeed. And you just told the whole story. That is incredible what happened there. And she was a big supporter of the president's, and she was she was on a mission to go and to be part of it and be there and put out a video. And her husband's family said that, this she loved this. This is what she was about. And she had been in the Air Force for 14 years, and when they were breaking, when the crowd was breaking the windows to get into the chamber in the Capitol, she was there in the front, and she was shot. So it did look like, and I'm surprised there wasn't more things that happened. There were other devices and things that were found, but there were guns out, windows smashed, all of that certainly. All right, this one is from Jess, and Jess says, Kate Delaney, I am so glad I did not go to Washington. One of my friends went to Washington and thought, oh, I'm going to just be part of this protest, and it's going to be fine. I'm going to feel good. There are going to be other enthusiastic people there. But when it got really hellish and there were flashes going off and there was tear gas, he got the H out of there. And it's probably a good thing because he has a family. And with all the postings that other people are doing and the hunt to find all the people, he could have been right in the thick of it because he thought he was going to do that. He wanted his voice to be heard. Well, good thing that he did get scared and he got out of there, because I think people that are further out on the grounds and their faces aren't there, that's not the same thing as the people that were all inside and hanging off of the front of the Capitol, and anybody who can be identified, especially if they were doing any kind of damage, obviously. And we'll see how that all unfolds. All right, remember, you can send me your thoughts, Kate at KateDelaneyRadio.com, but he's been waiting patiently, so let's go to Graham, who's listening to us in the great state of Mississippi. Hey, Graham.
Hey, Kate. Isn't it great just to see a master plan come together?
A master plan. Oh, it's terrible.
Ain't it grim?
Oh.
Ain't it just grim?
Just grim. Wow, just grim. I mean, just here's the part I said I hated the most is the vulnerability and showing the world that, look, here we are. This is how vulnerable we are. And to me, that was really sad and frightening.
Yeah, well, I kept trying to say, it's just like I've noticed from the time that I first started coming on air with you, that they're back to it again. And I told you, I don't like them using the word accountable. Because if I were to get pulled over by a highway patrolman and he walked up to me and said, do you realize you're doing 100 and a 30? And then I come back and I say, I sure do, officer. Now, can you just let me go about my business? I done made myself accountable. Because in all honesty, you and I are liable for that 100-mile-an-hour breaking the law in a 30.
Yeah.
And that's what they need to be made accountable. People got to understand, they are there to play on words. Strongest thing in the word is words. Mightier than the sword is words.
Yeah.
And that's how they get by. Just like when I first talked to you, I said, well, I'm thinking about running as Grim de la Grim. And my campaign policy is going to be, I'll take care of it. How are you going to do that? Don't worry about it. I'll take care of it.
Mm-hmm.
It's about how you going to do that. Well, you'll see. I'll take care of it. And that's just it. Because you got to have full power. Now they got it, and we'll see how well they take care of it. Because it's going to be grim.
We'll see what happens. Let's hope that that cooler heads prevail. Graham, take care. Thanks for calling. Let's hope that we see some of that bipartisan cooperation. I'm tired of the good old days. Remember the good old days when I was a young reporter, I used to hear that all the time. In the good old days, we'd have a hell of an argument, but we'd go and kick some back afterwards, and everybody felt good about what happened. We came to compromises. Like, where's compromise? Where is governing for all? Where is all of that? I get that you're not going to get that all the time, but come on, let's see more of it. All right, we're going to give you a little bit of a break from what we've been talking about. In other words, lighten the load. I love stories about childhood that take you back, and this woman is delightful. She's a great storyteller. Bobby McLaren joins us next. After that, I'll wrap up what's been going on in the country. Stay with us.
Have you ever thought about turning your Glock, XD family, or 1911 handgun into a semi-automatic carbine? It only takes about 30 seconds. The MacTech Carbine Upper is classified as an accessory and can be delivered right to your doorstep with no FFL or background check required. It's the world's most versatile pistol accessory. Build your custom upper today. Simply go to handgunconversion.com. That's handgunconversion.com.
Frustrated trying to get business capital? Want to take the slow process and rejection out of the equation? GCNloans.com removes the slow, irritating approval process. Instead, get quick, simple funding. Powered by David Allen Capital, 80% of our pre-qualified clients are approved in days. Pre-qualify at GCNloans.com and get your money this week. It's that easy. GCNloans.com. That's GCNloans.com.
News and weather at the top and bottom of every hour and when it breaks. 1450 WKAL, Rome, Utica. It is half past the hour.
With SRN News, I'm Rhonda Rockstra. 3 days before protesters turned violent at the Capitol, the Pentagon asked the U.S. Capitol Police if it needed National Guard manpower. And as the mob descended on the building Wednesday, Justice Department leaders reached out to offer up FBI agents. But the police turned them down both times, according to senior defense officials and two people familiar with the matter. They say the Capitol Police had planned for a free speech demonstration and didn't need more help. The U.S. registered more COVID-19 deaths in a single day than ever before, nearly 3,900 on Wednesday. The virus is surging in several states, with California hit particularly hard, reporting on Thursday a record two-day total of 1,042 coronavirus deaths. Skyrocketing caseloads there are threatening to force hospitals to ration care and essentially decide who lives and who dies. This is SRN News.
Wow. I think we can all agree that a lot went wrong in 2020. But you can start 2021 off right with a resolution to help protect your identity and personal info using LifeLock Identity Theft Protection. The sad truth is, 1 in 5 people have been a victim of identity theft. But LifeLock alerts you to potential threats to your identity, and they see more than you can when you just monitor your credit, like your info for sale on the dark web. And if there's a problem, LifeLock's U.S.-based restoration specialists know the steps to take to help resolve your case. Of course, no one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses. But LifeLock is the New Year's resolution that helps you protect what you've worked so hard for. Get 25% off your first year with promo code SMART at LifeLock.com. That's promo code SMART for up to 25% off at LifeLock.com.
The current temperature, 19 degrees.
Orders to stay at home. Public health concerns. The reality of illness due to pathogens and viruses. Your health is at an all-time high risk. That's why it's critical to take a proactive approach to boost your immune system. You can with new nano-colloidal silver from Americare. Our patented process with tiny silver particles, 1/100th the size of a red blood cell, allows for maximum body absorption. Americare's nano-colloidal silver effectively disinfects your body internally, attacking pathogens and viruses while supercharging your immune system. Colloidal silver is antibacterial and antiviral. Simply put, it prohibits bacterial respiration, suffocating viral cells, preventing the virus from replicating. And now, due to public health concern, Americare is authorized to offer our lowest and best price ever, around $1 a day, but supplies are limited. Purchase nano-colloidal silver now at immunesupportnow.com. That's immunesupportnow.com. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Supplies are limited.
WKAL, more stimulating talk radio.
Remember a time when you were a kid and you actually went out and played? And it was normal? Oh, I yearned for those days. Bobby McLaren has taken me back there in her book, The Sounds at River's Edge. Bobby, thanks so much for coming on Author's Corner.
Well, thank you for having me, Kate.
So you heard what I said. It really is. You talk about the adventure. You talk about what happened growing up, really by the river's edge. Tell us what drove you to write the book. Why'd you write this book?
the world is so different now, and I'm 66, and at my age, you have children and grandchildren, and even at my age, many people are already great-grandparents. And there's stories about our lives growing up that the new generations will never experience. They'll never know. And my dad had always said that, unless you are famous or infamous, 100 years from now, people won't even remember that you existed. And I thought, man, that's really profound. So my dad had passed away in 94, and my sister and my best friend, Christine, had pushed me, and they said, you guys did the craziest stuff. You should write it down, because then you can leave a legacy that people 100 years from now, whether you remember it or not, the stories will be. And I thought, people need to remember there were simpler times. I mean, Laura Ingalls Wilder wrote The Little House on the Prairie. I read those, and I was like, man, thank God for microwaves. Thank God for hot water heaters.
No kidding, right?
Everybody's like, oh, it was such a simpler time. It was simpler, but yet it was not as convenient as what I'm spoiled to now. So that was the premise, and that's the platform to where the book came about. So I sat down and I wrote the stories and read them to my mother. And I said, Mom, do you remember this? And she goes, oh, my gosh, yes. So, I wanted to make sure they were really true. I even went to my sister and some of the other people involved, and they're like, yeah.
I love that. So, again, the book is the Sounds at River's Edge, True Stories. It's true stories of growing up on the Intercoastal Waterway. So we're talking about Florida. Tell us a story from the Intercoastal Waterway and growing up by that. Gators. You and I talked about gators. I have a fear of gators.
I love gators. If I could tame one, I would have one, but my cats and my other animals would be their lunch, so I don't have one. But I love South Florida when we were growing up, because it was so wild and it was so natural. And there's still areas of Florida that are like that. You go down to the Glades and stuff, and you still see that. But we lived on the Intercoastal Waterway right there in North Palm Beach, and I didn't even realize it was the Intercoastal Waterway until I was about 15. We always called it the canal. Now, a lot of people think of a canal as being something small, but you'd have to debate that with the people that live near the Erie Canal, because it's not small.
Right.
But it was the canal, and we just, everything we did was based around water and outdoors. And you talk about, a story. One of my favorites in the book is The Demon Below. And it was where, even at a young age, which now you wouldn't let a child do that, but at a young age, like between 7 and 8 years old, I would take my fishing pole and I would head over to my uncle's house, which was quite a distance away, probably about 5 or 6 acres away. And he had a dock where he worked on large equipment. A man could do anything. And he had down there barges and tugboats, and because people would bring them to him from all over for him to work on the mechanics of it. And I went this one time down on the dock, and he had a small tug down there, which my dream had always been to be a tugboat pilot. It's like, those little boats have such power, and yet they're so small. Right. But I jumped down into the stern of the boat and, started fishing and everything, and I left my rod and went up into the pilot house and pretended for I don't know how long. I stayed up there for quite some time. And then I thought, well, I'm tired. I guess I'll go home. So I was reeling my line in, and all of a sudden I felt, I got something stuck. I thought maybe a shoe, something like that. And about that time, the ugliest, most grotesque face came up out of the water on the end of my line. And it scared me, and I screamed. And I threw my pole down, and I screamed again. And I jumped up out of the tugboat, ran up the dock, and was running toward my house, screaming, Daddy, Daddy. And I mean, and then all of a sudden I thought, wait, I left my rod and reel. And I thought, no, okay, it's not that big. Daddy! I just kept running. And by the time I got to the house, my dad, who'd been in the garage, he came walking out to look to see, like, oh, my gosh, what's going on? And I ran up to him, and I was probably talking so quickly, he couldn't understand half of what I was saying. So finally, he said, okay, let's go. So we went over to the dock, and he said, well, come on. Well, I wasn't about to walk out on the dock. I stayed up on the land. Well, he went out on the dock, and he said, now, you're sure there's a monster? I said, I'm telling you, Daddy, it's a demon. Somehow I got a demon. There was a hole or something because, they come up out of the earth, and it's a demon. And he said, okay, all right. He said, now, come on. I said, no, I'll stay here. So he went out, and he jumped down into the stern of the tug, and he picked up my rod, and he started pulling, and he looked at me, and then he looked down at the water, and he stopped a minute. He looked at me, and he looked down at the water again, kept reeling in, and all of a sudden, he screamed, ah, like that, and I screamed, and I took off running. and all of a sudden I realized, wait a minute, I'm running away from the person that was saving me. And I thought, what am I doing? And I turned around, and he was laughing like a maniac. And he had pulled up the most grotesque fish I'd ever seen in my young life. And he said, get down here. It's not a demon, it's a fish. Well, it took quite a bit of urging to get me down there, but I finally got down there, and it's called a rockfish. If you've ever seen a rockfish, I had caught jewfish and everything else. These rockfish have like these. It would be like if you looked at a witch that had warts all over their face and appendages sticking out here and there, and it had this huge mouth. And I said, "You sure that's not a demon?" And he said, "No, it's a fish. Look, it's got fins." And we went through the whole thing, and it made me realize that sometimes we have a tendency with that story, the demon down below, we have a tendency to, our fears make us run to where we think is a safe place. But then if our safe place doesn't look as safe as we want, we run away, and then we realize, oh my gosh, I'm leaving where I need to be. Because my dad would have never, ever put me in jeopardy.
Right.
But that was just, I was used to snapper and grunts and, sailor's choice and all those kind of fish. But I'd never seen anything like that. That was just the most gruesome thing ever.
Yeah, and I love your book.
He was there for me.
And absolutely, and your book is filled with those kinds of stories. It had to be fun to write. Was it fun to pull those stories together?
Yes, and it's still like I'm working on the follow-up to this one, More Sounds at River's Edge, and it amazes me the things that I put my sister through and she put me through, and how that either one of our parents survived. But my sister and I both decided that my dad must have been some kind of a little hellion when he was a young, because he tolerated so much with us and was so patient. And that, I think, only comes through experience of being.
Right.
You don't just develop that. You actually grow with that kind of understanding with relationships. So
absolutely.
Yeah.
And I love that you're carrying this over and you're doing more stories, because I think you're a good storyteller and people will appreciate that, Bobby, about the book. But when you put this together, then you talk to your family about it. They laughed. You verified the stories, and so I love that you say that they're true stories, so people don't think they're made up. What do you hope somebody listening to us takes away from reading your book?
I would like for people to understand that, a lot of children grow up in homes that they don't really have a close relationship with their father. I was fortunate to where I can actually say that my dad was my best friend. The things that I thought that he was really stupid and dumber than dirt when I was young, as I grew older, I realized that he was probably the smartest man I ever knew. And in the book, I bring in a lot of my relationship also with my father, God, because kids that don't have relationships with their father, I think it's very hard for them to understand that there could actually be a God that loves them in spite of no matter what they do. And that's exactly what my dad did. My dad looked at everything we did, and it was like, you know what? No matter what you do, I'm still going to be here. And people need to know that there's someone in their life, somewhere, someone. If you don't have that person in your life right now, I believe that there is somebody out there that you'll come across that will stand by you, right or wrong, because that's the way that truthfully we're made. It's just that we get so wounded and we get so, things happen in our life, and we just get kind of tainted to where all of a sudden we don't believe. And I think that especially with everything going on in our world today, we need to have belief. We need to have hope. And I think that the stories that I share in here they give people hope, because you know what? I survived all this stuff. I survived jumping off of the roof of my house as a 4-year-old with an umbrella, with no broken bones. I survived that. I survived growing up in the 60s and 70s, which were turbulent, and it's made me who I am today. The stories that we all share, whether they be good or bad, it can either make us better or bitter, and I choose to look for hope, and I believe people have that.
I love that. Better or bitter. And I still have that image of the rockfish, and we're going to take that away from this for sure, too. Here, stay away from the rockfish. It's so crazy. The Sounds at the River's Edge, true stories of growing up on the Intercoastal Waterway. Bobby McLaren, you can pick it up on Amazon. Thanks for coming on the show.
Well, thank you, Kate. I appreciate it.
Hi, this is Kate Delaney, and I have a confession to make. I'm addicted to journaling. So many of the ideas I get from my radio show or books hit me at weird times, and I need to write them down. Does that happen to you? So I decided to create my own journal with my pal Jackie. Looking for a great gift for your wife, sister, mother, aunt, friend, or boss to end 2020 or kick off 2021? My girlfriend's gratitude journal includes inspirational quotes and loads of room to write, and it just dropped. Here's the best part. You'll also get a copy of my Forbes book, Deal Your Own Destiny. Increase your odds, win big, and become extraordinary. It's loaded with ways to chart your own life and filled with the success habits with some of the biggest names on the planet, stuff they shared with me that can help catapult you. Here's the best part. For both hardcover books, it's just $29.99. Yep. Go to KateDelaneyRadio.com, click on books and special offer. Again, all of it for just $29.99. I got the shipping covered. What are you waiting for? Just go to KateDelaneyRadio.com, click on books and special offer today.
Silver has always been nature's very own antibiotic, and only one system allows you to generate an endless supply of natural silver solutions. SilverLungs.com. You'll find no wild claims or pseudoscience, just a lifetime of nano-sized pure silver solutions. The Silver Lungs generator allows you to make your own, so stop paying for silver solutions. The unique lung delivery system targets respiratory infections where other silver solutions simply cannot reach. See the Silver Lungs generator and lung delivery system at SilverLungs.com. That's SilverLungs.com.
The stress levels of Americans may be at an all-time high. From education to business to basic needs to politics, the 2020 pandemic-related stressors are pushing many of us to near breaking point. That's why you should consider the stress and pain-relieving products from sunny-bay.com, like our lavender neck wraps and pads infused with premium Washington lavender buds. They relieve tension and relax with a soothing scent of lavender. And lifestyle expert Jennifer Bonner recommends products from Sunny Bay.
Sunny Bay's hands-free neck wrap should be your go-to pain relief solution.
Give gifts to family and friends that relieve stress and pain. Give love and care by giving the best. Give pillows, neck wraps, and body wraps from sunny-bay.com, a Biomed DB design company. Just click sunny-bay.com. That's sunny-bay.com. What if you could cut your heating bills this winter with your existing wood-burning fireplace and not spend thousands doing it? You can with Great Wall of Fire fireplace grates. Our U.S. patented made-in-America Wall of Fire grates increase fireplace efficiency, eliminate fireplace smoke problems, and come with a 30-day money-back guarantee. See our grates in action and get free shipping from walloffire.com or call 800-274-7364. Fireplace heat without fireplace smoke. walloffire.com.
Here at the tail end of this hour, little odds and ends and what I call the headers, recapping some of the big things that people are talking about across the nation. That's what this show is about, what's happening in my backyard and what is happening in your backyard. And, of course, there's still so much overflow from the horrible, ridiculous, outrageous riot that took place on the Capitol grounds. And it made me think today in a conversation with somebody I had in Los Angeles about looking at that picture, that overwhelming picture of people climbing the walls and breaking windows and getting in the Capitol. My goodness, if they can do this, how secure, of course, and we talked about this last night, how secure are the grounds when you think of our enemies? I mean, let's face it, we do have a list of them. How could they infiltrate the Capitol? Pretty easily if you looked at what we saw happening the other day. So what now has happened? The overflow is some of these resignations, like Elaine Chao resigned as the transportation secretary because of the riot. She released a statement and she said, "It's been the honor of my lifetime to serve the U.S. Department of Transportation." And she said she was deeply troubled by the entirely avoidable events at the Capitol building. But she again said she was tremendously proud of the many accomplishments they achieved together for the country and would never forget the commitment for the department and the United States of America. So she resigned. There are other people that are resigning too, and others that are considering resigning. The other thing that has happened, and remember there's a couple of weeks left in the president's term, the other thing that has happened is the first federal charges have been filed in the Capitol riot that President-elect Biden is going after Donald Trump for, who he's talking about his removal. There's more of a growing push for that to happen. I guess Biden hasn't said those words exactly, but others are pushing for the 25th Amendment. And, after this mob assaulted the Capitol yesterday and the 4 people that died. So federal prosecutors, like I said, are looking into everyone involved in the unrest, including the role that the president played in inciting the crowd. And there are a growing number of Republican leaders and some cabinet folks that are circulating their thoughts that the president should be removed from office before January 20th. Wow, this isn't what I was expecting. I wasn't expecting the horrible rioting, outrageous behavior yesterday that happened and made our country look outrageous. I love this country. I love being an American. I love living in America. I love doing this show, America Tonight. And it pained me to see that. It was really horrible. As somebody who has spent time in Washington. And listen, we all have friends across the board. I hope you do. I hope you have friends that have different political beliefs and somehow you have some commonality with them. And we know that you can get fevered and crazed over some of the outrageous things that you don't like, whoever is in office, including the people who represent you, whether it's in Congress or, whether it's in the Senate. And we've talked about this a massive amount on this show. There are ways to protest, but we're not going to dive into that here at the tail end of the show, just to say that this is not what I expected. And, you look at the U.S. Capitol Police Chief, Steve Sun, he's resigning, supposedly, and that resignation is effective on January 16th. And, of course, the House Speaker, Nancy Pelosi, called for his resignation. So, boy, oh boy, there have been some things that in the aftermath of this that are starting to flow. My question to all of you is, and jump on my mailbag, jump in my mailbag, I guess. Don't jump on it, jump in it. It's a virtual thing, right? 24/7. Just go to kate@KateDelaneyRadio.com. Fair or foul that these Republicans especially are really pushing to have Trump removed from office before January 20th. What are your thoughts on that? Should that happen? And how about this? Do you think it'll happen? That's the other part of this. Do you think it will happen? Now, the question some people are asking is, what about the self-pardon power? This is something else that's gone on. So the president, I guess, has been asking lawyers and aides and the White House counsel about his self-pardon power. That's some of the conversations, apparently. I saw that on a news source and from somebody I know that he's been asking about, because it's unclear and it is unclear if this has come up since the chaos at the Capitol building yesterday, whether that's part of this or, that's part of the fallout, that's part of the question. I don't know that. But I guess he's been asking about that. He's been asking what he should do. So, even other good friends, whether it's Sean Hannity, who, of course, on Fox has suggested publicly that he should do that. And then the president, before Twitter shut him down, he said that he thought that he has the power to do that. It's weird. It's untested. I've talked to some constitutional experts in the last couple of weeks, and I've talked to some other legal authorities, in other words, people that I trust, that I think really know the law well, and there's nothing that says he can't do that. A presidential self-pardon is just untested, and so it's kind of a divide on the constitutionality of that. Can he pardon himself? I don't know. I mean, what he could do, I guess, is he could step down. He could ask the vice president. If he did that, if he stepped down and he asked Mike Pence to take over, he could pardon him. But I don't even know if that's binding. So really wild. And since the siege on the Capitol, now all of a sudden we've got protection, because we got to show the world that, hey, we're not that vulnerable, even though yesterday you could have flown a 777. 777. I like that. That's the new. I don't like it, but that's the new plane that we've been talking about. Anyway, 850 National Guard members are going to work in 12-hour shifts to secure the Capitol grounds. So they've been doing that. There were 6,200 that came to D.C. finally, and the Secretary of the Army, Ryan McCarthy, said that they would be used in those 12-hour shifts, and there would always be 850 of them on the grounds. And so think about that. They're coming from nearby states, but Maryland, Virginia, New Jersey, New York, Delaware, Pennsylvania, and they are deployed for a minimum of 30 days. So they will all be there, apparently, over the weekend. They're going to help erect a 7-foot non-scalable fence around the Capitol grounds, and then act as support in the security arena, working for other agencies and law enforcement. So how about that? And then they're going to review ahead of the January 20th inauguration, which of course is a big event after this, and wouldn't that be a potential target? I guess they're going to look at what they need. Or do they need protective gear, riot gear, all that kind of stuff? All these are questions that are being tossed around. How do we protect the Capitol? So now, all of a sudden, this is, obviously this is the big thing. And it still is shocking to see some of the photographs that were taken inside and some of the video and, et cetera. But what is interesting to me is I don't know or realize if they thought about this, because faces were so exposed that the FBI even has a tip hotline that's set up for people who know the people that we saw on camera. And some of the images that clearly you see the faces of a lot of the people that were in there. I think that surprised me a lot, because I thought, okay, so now you get through and you're there, and shockingly you're there, right? So you haven't been stopped. So you're in some offices, you're in the chamber, you're walking in the hallway, you're taking selfies, pictures, whatever. And we live in the era of the cell phone, So of course they're on social media. And I guess it's that thing where they're not thinking about what next, because with this tip line, some people are being identified from what I understand anyway. So this is ongoing and fluid. Let's put it that way. And the main thing for me is I hurt for all of us. Again, as a very proud American, and feeling like I have to defend America when I've been overseas sometimes, when people ask me what I think are questions that I'm so surprised by. And now I'm getting a lot of emails from people we're worried about America. We're sorry this happened. We were already having that happen here on the show, because as you know, we talk to many people overseas, because I want them to feel what's happening in the United States and see what's going on with us as well. So unfortunately, that's just another thing that happened that has the world looking at us like, wow, the United States, boy, you've been the rock. Well, we rely on the U.S. when we get into trouble. We look at your form of democracy, some anyway, and think if we could have a little bit more of that. So send me your thoughts. kate@katelaneyradio.com. And as always, thanks for listening. Make it count, everybody.
DrinkSuperTea.com. Howdy Arco Tea builds red corpuscles in our blood, which carries oxygen to our organs and cells. Our organs and cells need oxygen to regenerate. Our immune system needs oxygen to develop. And cancer dies in oxygen. A 1-pound package of tea is $34.95 plus shipping. To order, please visit DrinkSuperTea.com or call 818-965-9113. That's 818-965-9113.
As the coronavirus crisis continues, I've said it before, I'll say it again. Now's not the time to retreat, panic, or stress out. Instead, refocus, reimagine, and reinvent. In my book, Deal Your Own Destiny, Increase Your Odds, Win Big, and Become Extraordinary, the whole focus is on overcoming adversity. I share the secrets of some of the most accomplished people on the planet and how it applies to you. I agree with George Eliot, who famously said, it's never too late to be who you might have been. Pick up a copy of my book, Deal Your Own Destiny, on Amazon.
WKAL. This is AM 1450 WKAL, Rome, New York.
The time is exactly 4 o'clock.
Breaking news this hour from townhall.com. I'm Ron DeRockstra. Lawmakers are vowing to investigate Wednesday's security breach at the Capitol.
Members of Congress want to look into how much a lack of preparedness allowed a mob to occupy and vandalize the Capitol. In an interview with MSNBC, Representative Val Demings, a former Florida police chief, said it was, quote, painfully obvious that the Capitol Police were not prepared. Another Democratic congressman, Tim Ryan of Ohio, suggested there could be leadership changes for the Capitol Police who were in charge of Congress. They ended up having to turn to other law enforcement for help with the mob that overwhelmed the complex and sent lawmakers into hiding. I'm Shelley Adler.
President Trump yesterday acknowledged Joe Biden will succeed him in the White House. In a statement, Mr. Trump says there will be an orderly transition later this month, even though he totally disagrees with the outcome of the election. Meanwhile, a group of GOP senators is urging Trump administration officials to remain at their jobs until the new administration is sworn in later this month.
Republican Mike Lee of Utah is among the senators advising Trump cabinet members to remain in place despite some wishing to defect in protest of the president's response to the U.S. Capitol riot by Trump supporters on Wednesday. Senator Lindsey Graham also urging caution, telling reporters, quote, to those who believe you should leave your post now to make a statement, I would urge you not to. The senators are responding after the Washington Post first reported top administration officials may wish to abandon ship to make a statement. Bob Agnew reporting.
2 cabinet secretaries have already turned in their resignation, Elaine Chao of Transportation and Betsy DeVos of Education. California Governor Gavin Newsom's administration and the state's hospital association at odds over how best to create space for critically ill coronavirus patients as the surge continues in California, with a new surge from the Christmas and New Year's holidays. More news and analysis at townhall.com.
Trading involves financial risk and is not suitable for all investors. Past results do not guarantee future performance.
Want to dominate the stock market in 2021? Looking for higher profit potential? With the COVID vaccines, a shifting political landscape, and a new year, it's virtually impossible to guess what will happen next. With Vantage Point, you don't have to. Text MONEY to 411-411 to find out how our technology can forecast market trends up to 3 days in advance with incredible accuracy. Text MONEY to 411-411 to find explosive moves before they happen. Vantage Point's patented technology analyzes huge quantities of global data in seconds. Text MONEY to 411-411 to find out how. Make 2021 your year. Start predicting trends 72 hours in advance and maximize your gains. Text MONEY to 411-411 and experience Vantage Point for free. Protect and grow your capital now. Don't wait. Text MONEY to 411-411.
Go to VantagePointSoftware.com for terms, conditions, and privacy policy.
The World Health Organization's Europe office has warned the continent is facing such an alarming situation that measures against the spread of the coronavirus will have to be intensified.
Many European countries are already in lockdown, but the WHO's Europe office believes yet more restrictions may be necessary to try to slow the rapid spread of COVID-19. Vaccines are becoming available, but not fast enough to keep up. Today, WHO Europe backed the recommendation of the organization's scientists that a short delay of up to 6 weeks between doses of the Pfizer vaccine, as opposed to the manufacturer's recommended 3 to 4 weeks, could be considered in countries facing high transmission rates and vaccine shortages.
Thanks to BBC correspondent Imogene Folks for that report. Breaking news and analysis at townhall.com. The government's latest weekly jobless number shows slightly fewer people seeking unemployment aid, but it's still a pretty big number.
The Labor Department reports 787,000 Americans filed claims for unemployment benefits last week. While that's a slight decline from the previous week, it's an indication many employers are still cutting jobs, as the surge in coronavirus cases prompts tighter business restrictions and anxious consumers decide to stay home. The report comes a day before the government releases its December jobs report. Yesterday, payroll processor ADP reported private employers eliminated 123,000 jobs last month. Ben Thomas, Washington.
Boeing will pay $2.5 billion to settle a criminal charge related to its troubled 737 MAX jetliner. Justice Department announced the settlement on Thursday, nearly 2 years after the second of two crashes that killed 346 people in all. More on the stories at townhall.com.
I'm Mike Todd with your official 1450 WKAL weatherbug forecast. Mostly sunny today, the high 44. Increasingly cloudy tonight, low 31. A 50% chance of rain and snow tomorrow, the high 45. And for tomorrow night, a 50% chance of rain and snow, the low 31. Little to no accumulation through the period. That's your latest official 1450 WKAL weatherbug forecast. I'm Mike Todd. 1450 WKAL. More stimulating talk radio.
Do you want to fly somewhere, anywhere in the world? Smart travelers call myflightsearch.com for the best deals on flight tickets. Going to Manila, Bangkok, London, how about Singapore? Call myflightsearch.com for the lowest flight tickets available. What about a local vacation? Let's say you want to fly to Vegas, Orlando, Miami, Los Angeles, or Denver. Pick up the phone and call myflightsearch.com right now. We have exclusive deals that you can't find anywhere else. The only way you can get these low airline prices is by calling us. We have so many low prices available, we can't possibly tell them to you right here and now. If you're flying somewhere anytime in the next 6 months and you want the lowest airline ticket prices anywhere, you owe it to yourself to save a ton of money. So pick up your cell phone and call myflightsearch.com right now.
Call 800-277-6322. 800-277-6322. That's 800-277-6322. Call now. 800-277-6322.
WKAL.
Good Day Health now. Dr. Ken Kronhaus has joined us. Dr. Ken is an important part of our weekend Good Day Health program. He and Dr. Jack Stockwell here to offer all kinds of important advice, information. We certainly have been focused on COVID. Ken also appears on the DJV program every week with questions and answers. Well, I guess we're back to almost the beginning here, Ken. The COVID vaccines and the lack of having any kind of federal direction, frustrating a lot of people because there seems to now, after the vaccine's been out for a month, oh, here's a government program or government advice on what you're supposed to do when you're dealing with all of this. So let's take some time, talk a little bit about COVID, but not have it be the whole.
Where's there no federal advice? I'm not sure I understand that statement.
There is this morning, as a matter of fact, I was doing on the DJV program a conversation about what the feds are doing. They just now come up with a plan to advise the states as to what to do with the vaccines. This is apparently the first time there's been anything in writing.
I don't know how that's possible. The way this all worked, the reason why some people in some states are not getting their vaccine is because the plan was by the feds to get it delivered to the governor of each state. Right. And then, give me a second. And then have the governor in each state come up with a plan to get it to the public in that state. Now, some of the governors have done a good job of that, and some haven't, and they haven't been able to handle it. So the government, the feds, have now gotten involved. But the way it was supposed to work was that each state would tailor it to their state the best way to do it. And some of the governors did a job, and some of them just haven't gotten it done.
Well, I think they were waiting for, because none of them have the courage of their own convictions. That's the problem. There's no real leadership.
No,
California is a great example of that. So they're waiting for the feds to say, this is the way to do it, because they don't have any of their own independent thinkers or brains to figure out what to do on their own. That's why there's such chaos.
Well, there's chaos depending on the state. In some of the states, it's going real well. Especially in the hospitals in most of the states are getting what's really happening, and I'll tell you, what's happening is that at the hospital level in most of the states, it's working well.
Yes.
And what is not happening well in many of the states is the governors getting it to other, like the health departments. What's happening in Florida is the hospitals got some of the distribution from the governor, and in each county, the health department also has gotten distribution. And the hospitals, as in most of the states, have done a fairly good job of getting it out, getting it to the healthcare workers. But the county health departments have not been as swift to get the job done. They're getting better. In fact, in Florida, what has novelly been done is they're going to start in one of the bigger supermarket chains, start getting it done where the pharmacies are located, and this is going to help a lot also. But again, it's a challenge to get 1 million people vaccinated every day, and that will start happening in the next month. But it's really depending on what's going on at your state level. In Florida, things aren't. The big problem in Florida is that we just have more people who want it than there's stock available. But in the next month, that will change.
One of my friends, whose brother is a professional golfer, is on one of the links down in Palm Beach County. He said he found what I found out by talking to him was something that amazed me. They came in, this group of 4 came into the 18th hole, and there was a line in the clubhouse coming out the door, and this golfer said, "What's that line? What are they doing there? Is there something free? Is it free lunch or what?" And the guy said, No, they're giving shots, COVID shots. And he said, "Well, what's the routine?" He said, "Well, just go over and get in the line and you get a shot." So the golfer went over with his friend, got in the line, and a half hour later he had his first shot. That was it. I thought that was pretty. I've heard other stories like that coming out of Florida.
Well, the point is that people are getting vaccinated down in Florida, and there have been some issues, and the people who can get it scheduled, it's working a lot better. In some of the health centers there, it's first come, first serve, and people are ending up waiting all night and then running out, and I don't think that's the best way to do it. But there's a lot of vaccinating going on down here.
So what would happen if I got on a plane, flew down to Palm Beach International Airport, got off?
You need a Florida citizen. You need to be a Florida citizen to get it.
So when I go in to get a shot, they're going to look at me. They're going to want my license.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. I used to have a Florida license. I don't have it anymore, though. Geez, I wish I'd have kept it.
And Massachusetts is not vaccinating?
No, well, not to the point. I was told yesterday that because I'm in, the second group, or I'm in,
You're in
group
above
2A.
Above 65.
No, it has nothing to do with my age. It has to do with the fact that I'm a farmer. They're doing 75 in Massachusetts. They've upped it.
Well,
but I can, they tell me the last week of January, first week of February is when I probably will get my first shot. But there's nothing more than that. There's no sign up. There's not the kind of organization that you're talking about in some other states. In New Jersey, for example, Victoria Keelan was telling me she signed up yesterday with her parents in order to be, in line and ready to take the shot.
Well,
but I don't have any of that stuff here in Massachusetts.
Well, your issue is with your local
yeah, right.
people.
And in my town, the Board of Health is in chaos because the guy that ran it got fed up with all of this stuff and he quit. So we got none of that going on. Pretty amazing.
That's pretty
sad.
Yeah,
Dr. Ken Kronhaus is here. This is Good Day Health. Dr. Ken got vaccinated recently, and the most recent Good Day Health podcast has him describing his experience, talking about going in, getting the shot, waiting for a while. It's a good, instructive way for you to understand what you'll go through when you get your shot. And we also talk about the differences between COVID-19 and SARS in the most recent Good Day Health podcast. You can listen every week to different information. All the podcasts from the very beginning are there at gooddayhealthshow.com or wherever you get your podcasts.
Now's the time to earn your bragging rights and rule the road in a powerful Dodge vehicle. With enough style, horsepower, and performance to make your muscle car dreams come true, it's no wonder J.D. Power named Dodge the #1 ranked brand in initial quality and driver appeal for mass market brands. Join the brotherhood and experience the strength of Dodge muscle today. Visit Dodge.com or see your local Dodge dealer for great deals. Tied for initial quality study. For J.D. Power 2020 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards.
Would you get on an airplane if you knew it had a 50% chance of crashing? You may be riding that plane right now. If you have your money in a 401k or IRA and you plan to take out the recommended percentage each year when you retire, your chance of running out of money is 50%. 50%. But there's a better and safer way to secure your income in retirement. Discover how in a free book called Rescue Your Retirement. This wealth building strategy has never had a losing year in more than a century. In fact, even the man who invented the 401k now prefers this method instead. Get Rescue Your Retirement free for just a small shipping charge and enjoy a safe landing and a comfortable retirement. Get this free book and make sure you don't run out of money. Hurry, this offer is extremely limited. To get your free copy, just go to growwealthsafely.com. That's growwealthsafely.com to discover how to rescue your retirement. growwealthsafely.com.
If you're driven by an adventurous heart, you're in luck. The Subaru Outback is all new for 2020. It'll take you as far as you want to explore with standard symmetrical all-wheel drive plus up to 33 miles per gallon. It'll take you off the beaten path with 8.7 inches of ground clearance, plus standard X mode with hill descent control. Welcome to the all-new best Outback ever, the 2020 Subaru Outback. Go where love takes you. EPA estimated highway fuel economy for the 2020 Subaru Outback non-turbo models. Actual mileage may vary.
All right, let's get to some product information from the folks at Calitrin, who are on top of weight loss programs, systems, ideas, 20-some-odd years after the doctor and his 3 nurses came up with this formula that basically is collagen protein with some digestive enzymes. It's not complex at all. Your body is, but this treats the problem of excess weight in a way that is so supportive and so successful and doesn't involve drugs, no stimulants. One of the things that we've been talking about is how it works in a complementary fashion to other weight loss programs. Like if you're on one of the commercially successful weight loss programs like Weight Watchers, they're happy to help you lose weight, but they don't help you keep it off. That's why to them it's better because they can get more business if you just keep going back and back and back to them, follow their program. That's not what Calitrin's all about, and that's not what they want you to experience. But they do have the suggestion in a lot of the literature that it is a complement to other weight loss programs, but you stay on it because it'll keep the weight off. Once you've lost it, you need support in the form that is provided by the Calitrin formula. So go to toploss.com. You can buy 1, get 1 free, buy 3, get 3 free. That offer continues when you use the DJV code at checkout. Plus, you don't have to pay for shipping. So take my advice, take the advice of lots of people associated with my program and people who are all over their website. Wow, what a success story. Help yourself to success in losing weight with the support you get from Calitrin at toploss.com. Back to Dr. Ken Kronhaus. I was here from Lake Cardiology, which is his clinic down in Mount Dora, Florida. Lots of people are taking advantage. I talked to Ken the other night at 9:30. He was still in his office talking to patients. That's what his dedication is all about. He's there, and you can take advantage, if you'd like to, of his expertise, medical expertise. Not only is he a world-famous cardiologist, but he really is very practical. And by the way, I want to spend a moment, don't let me forget, to talk about the acknowledgement that's come from a lot of the research that you've done on coronary arteries, the mini stuff that you and I were talking about the other day. I want people to hear that story. But meanwhile, back at COVID-19, there are a lot of news media folks who are trying to scare everybody, as usual, Ken, into being worried about, well, it's going to happen. I'm going to have an allergic reaction. There aren't many. Let's get real with the numbers here. Can you explain?
Well, there have been some allergic reactions, but what we're learning is the incidence is about 1 in 100,000 people vaccinated have a serious allergic reaction, anaphylaxis. And the majority of these people have had a history in the past of having anaphylaxis. And 1 in 100,000 people vaccinated is more than the flu vaccine rate, but it's not more than most vaccines. So that is an acceptable rate. It's not a surprising rate. And a rate that small is what one is expected for. So if you do get vaccinated, and I hope everybody does, unless you have had a history in the past of anaphylaxis, everybody waits at least 15 minutes afterwards. You're watched, and if you have any history of significant allergy reaction in the past, you're watched for a half hour after you get vaccinated.
All right. And that was your experience when you had your shot. You stayed in the chair for, what, 15, 20 minutes?
I was watched for my first vaccine for 15 minutes, and in 2 days I'll be getting my second vaccine.
All right. There you go. That's how it works. Pretty simple, straightforward stuff. Is the U.S. blind to contagious new viruses? We'll find out what the science is behind that. Ask Dr. Ken some more questions about COVID as we move into another segment of our Good Day Health program. I'm Doug Stephan.
As a small business owner, there's one word that you absolutely dread: payroll. For small businesses, it's a big burden. You may think you're saving time and money doing it yourself. But come on, are you? Timesheets, processing checks, calculating taxes, a total waste of your time. Paychex simplifies payroll processing, saving you time and money. Submit your payroll online, fax it in, or call your dedicated Paychex payroll specialist. And you're done. Learn more at trypaychex.com. Come on, do the math. The IRS dishes out 8 million penalties a year. Make one mistake and you're on the hook. On average, you're losing nearly one business day every month doing payroll. That's time and money you'll never get back, unless you get Paychex. More than 500,000 small businesses already do. Call 877-278-5679. Trade payroll pressure for peace of mind. Call now, 877-278-5679. That's 877-278-5679.
Why have thousands of aspiring authors teamed up with Christian Faith Publishing to publish their book? Because Christian Faith Publishing is an author-friendly publisher who understands that your labor is more than just a book. We provide authors freedom and flexibility throughout the publishing process, professional book editing, award-winning design, and some of the highest royalty structures in the publishing industry. And as always, you will retain 100% of the rights to your book.
I was looking to find a company that I could trust, one that assisted in the editing process completely.
The most important qualities that I was looking for was a publisher who was honest and upfront, no hidden costs or fees, and owning the rights to my own work.
Christian Faith Publishing will publish, market, and sell your books in all major bookstores, online booksellers, as well as specialty Christian bookstores. Call for your free author submission kit.
800-607-0665. 800-607-0665. 800-607-0665. That's 800-607-0665.
Meanwhile, back to the COVID thing for a couple more minutes here, Ken. Then I want to get to some other things that are going on in medicine. There is some research being done with umbilical stem cells. And so how would that translate into helping people protect themselves from, is this for babies or what is this all about from COVID?
No, the reason why people get severe COVID is because the immune system way overreacts in some people. And we don't understand why that happens, but this immense, exceedingly extra overreaction of the immune system creates severe inflammation from head to toe and clotting from head to toe. And what happens with stem cells is that stem cells reduce this severe inflammatory response. And that's why stem cells seem to be helpful in patients who have severe COVID-19.
You know, there's a lot of research being done, stem cell stuff that supposedly is illegal.
These are not embryonic stem cells. These are umbilical stem cells.
Okay, so let's explain the difference, shall we, to people who they hear stem cell and they all think that they're the same, but they aren't. Would you mind spending a minute explaining the difference between umbilical and...
There are stem cells that come from, you know, the embryos when we're at sperm and egg level or early on in conception. And a stem cell is just a single cell that has the potential to grow into many other types of cells. And there are stem cells at different levels of development that occur. And the earlier ones have the greater potential to develop into more possibilities. And it's these embryonic ones, the ones that are at earliest conception of an organism, where all the controversy is because of concerns about changing the course of development.
The virus is mutating all the time, as do other viruses. Are we keeping our eyes open and our ears open? Are we continuing to pursue more investigation as to the new forms of the virus?
Oh, yes. And that's why we have noted that there is a variant, and there are going to be variants. These viruses, in order to keep themselves going, do mutate, and the stronger mutations do better. And there's one that was, we think, originated in England, and it seems to be able to be more contagious, but it doesn't seem to be more deadly, and it does seem to be sensitive to the vaccines.
Mm-hmm. There's a study. Ken goes through all of the medical journals every week and brings us highlights so that we'll understand what some of this research means to those of us who are interested in keeping our health in tip-top shape. There's an article here focused on young people who overeat, and they certainly have been doing that. Not that it isn't something that was done before the pandemic, but there's been a lot more overeating during COVID. So what does that mean to their health, their present health, and their future health?
Well, I think in the years to come, we're going to learn about a lot of the adverse health effects of COVID that didn't come directly from the virus, but came from our reaction to the virus. And one of them is this confirmation in the Journal of Adolescent Health that young adults are consuming a lot more than they did before. And I think there are a lot of people who are, the gyms are closed, they're eating more, and the obesity epidemic is much worse.
Something, again, when you're talking about things like Calitrin, losing weight, keeping it off, that's a perfect example. You know, a lot of people, no matter what their age, are way overeating, and they're way too heavy. Ken worries about BMI all the time, and with good reason, frankly, especially with his cardiological patients who often come to him with cardiac problems because they're overweight. Dr. Ken Kronhaus and Doug Steffen here on Good Day Health.
What's in store this week at Staples?
A great start to the new year.
Give your business a head start on the year with everything you need to be organized and productive.
Like storage solutions, the latest tech, and office essentials like paper and ink, all at amazing prices.
And now at Staples, earn 40% back in rewards when you buy any 2 ink or toner cartridges. Shop in-store or pick up curbside.
Start the year right and save at Staples. Ends 1/9/21. Limit 4. Curbside available in most stores. Visit staples.com/40 and rewards for details.
High blood pressure, the leading risk factor for heart attack and stroke, disproportionately impacts Black women. That's why the American Medical Association and other health groups have launched the Release the Pressure campaign with Essence. They're encouraging Black women to join them in a heart-healthy movement and take a pledge for better health. First, set a blood pressure goal and monitor your pressure at home. Then, put together a wellness plan and ask family and friends to encourage you along the way. To learn more or take the pledge, visit releasethepressure.org.
Flu season is here, and not only is an annual flu shot your best protection, but your health plan often covers the cost. United Healthcare urges you to check your benefits and to make an appointment, either by calling your physician or by visiting a local pharmacy or convenience care clinic. It's also a good time for you and your family to get caught up with any routine or recommended vaccinations. Learn more at cdc.gov/flu. A message from United Healthcare.
Cancer is the #1 cause of death by disease for children in the U.S. today. Since the Austin Hatcher Foundation's birth in 2006, it has grown to provide unique programs to help the children and the families affected by pediatric cancer. Support begins at the time of diagnosis and continues throughout survivorship at no cost to families. Lives touched by the foundation continue to rise each day, but we need your help. Donate, volunteer, or partner with the Austin Hatcher Foundation. Learn how you can get involved. Visit hatcherfoundation.org for more information.
News and weather at the top and bottom of every hour and when it breaks. 1450 WKAL, Rome, Utica. It is half past the hour.
With SRN News, I'm Ron DeRockstra. A day after the rioters took siege of the U.S. Capitol, President Trump publicly admitted he will soon be out of office. The president saying that he assures Americans there will be a peaceful transfer of power on January 20th. A group of GOP senators urging the president's administration officials to remain at their jobs until the new administration is sworn in. So far, 2 cabinet members have tendered their resignations, Elaine Chao of Transportation and Education's Betsy DeVos. President-elect Biden introduced Merrick Garland as his nominee for Attorney General, along with 3 others that he selected for senior Justice Department positions. He also is tapping Boston Mayor Marty Walsh for his labor secretary and Rhode Island Governor Gina Raimondo to lead the Commerce Department. Wall Street Dow futures up 96 points. Nasdaq's ahead by 46. This is SRN News.
If you've fallen behind in your credit card payments during the shutdown, you're probably feeling some added pressures. And even a brief history of late payments can lead to a big drop in your credit score. But you don't have to solve these problems alone. Trinity Debt Management can help. We'll work with your creditors, put a stop to late fees and other penalties, and make a plan that helps you get caught up. We'll also consolidate your bills into one easy-to-manage monthly payment and negotiate much lower interest rates. Not only will you find immediate relief, you'll save thousands. And don't worry, it's not alone. It's a smart way to get back on track. All you have to do is give Trinity a quick call, and we'll take care of the rest. Right now, no one really knows what the future will bring, but one thing is for sure. If your debt has you down, we should talk. Here's the number.
Call 1-800-936-5496. That's 1-800-936-5496.
The current temperature, 19 degrees.
I'm Mike Todd with your official 1450 WKAL Weatherbug forecast. Mostly sunny today, the high 44. Increasingly cloudy tonight, low 31. A 50% chance of rain and snow tomorrow, the high 45. And for tomorrow night, a 50% chance of rain and snow, the low 31. Little to no accumulation through the period. That's your latest official 1450 WKAL Weatherbug forecast. I'm Mike Todd. 1450 WKAL. More stimulating talk radio.
All right, guys, we're ready for our Four Seasons sunroom, and Daddy's gonna get a rec room with refreshments.
Oh no, we'll be sleeping under the stars.
Mom, what about the one with, the fun?
Nice try, little bro. It's a gym. My gym.
Hey, Grandma's getting her Four Seasons garden room. Weather tight and still like being outdoors.
Maybe a living room. Oh no, wait, a family hub.
Yeah! No matter what the budget, the season, or the climate, Four Seasons sunrooms let you and your family enjoy the outdoors inside. Call now to hear more about these great offers from the premier manufacturer of sunrooms since 1975.
More reasons for Four Seasons now.
To find out more, call toll-free 800-848-6333. That's 800-848-6333.
If you are a small business owner, it is time to answer these questions. Is your website mobile friendly? Does it look modern and pop? Can it be found on the first page of Google? If you answer no to any of these questions, or worse, you don't have a website, it is time to call our friends at Thayer 2 Design. They'll work with you to customize a website to fit your needs and help you grow. Websites start as low as $400, and yes, you heard that right. A great looking website doesn't have to cost you thousands of dollars. Give them a call today at 315-875-7989 or visit them online at RomeNYWebDesign.com.
Dr. Ken Kronhaus is here. I'm Doug Steffen. So a couple of more minutes, I guess, on, I keep saying we're going to get off onto other things, but there's so much of this.
Good luck.
Okay, yeah, exactly. So let's talk about the flu shots that are being mandated for hospital workers. Is there a movement amongst some? We all know in the general population, there are doctors and there are patients and there are people who say, I don't get vaccines. I've said that often. I've never had a flu shot in my life, but I'm getting one of these COVID shots, and I don't even know why I necessarily think that I should. But let's go to just a hospital worker list and what's been proven by, this is regular flu shots we're talking about, right?
Okay, so you brought up several things there. So first you're focusing on the flu shot, not on COVID, right?
Yes, right.
Okay.
Exactly.
So
yeah.
So this is where the controversy is. There are many hospitals in America, the chain that I work at, that you're not going to get your staff privileges unless you can prove documentation that you had a flu vaccine or there's a medical reason why you didn't get it. Mm-hmm. And there's a study actually confirming smaller reports that's out in the Annals of Internal Medicine this week, a journal that is considered very reputable and well quoted by most, that shows that when hospital workers get flu shots, it reduces the deaths of everyone else, and it reduces the amount of flu that everybody else gets. And this is just going to add fuel to the fire of the hospital administrators who require us who work in a hospital to get our flu shot, or we're not going to be able to work there.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, there you go. I think that's something I guess that's up to the individual hospitals. Do you think most hospitals have that requirement, or is it there are a lot of chains now that own hospitals? You said it was required at your hospital, but is it everywhere?
I don't think it's unusual, but I don't think it's every hospital. But I think it's getting more and more common, and I think that this study is going to put even more pressure on hospitals to do it.
All right. Speaking of studies, I saw something that indicated that blood plasma reduces the risk of having a COVID event if it's given early enough. I'm wondering how you would know. Is this something that would be, I give blood. I gave blood the other day. I don't give the plasma, but because the plasma, I guess, takes longer. I don't know what. I think I've done it once. But I wonder how that would apply if you didn't know whether you were going to get it, or is this just something that if you have a weak immune system or you have some history of some kind of disease in your family, would you get, as sort of an offensive move, have your blood plasma taken and use it that way?
I'm not sure I'm following. You're not meaning that you receive plasma from somebody who has already been infected with COVID, and in their plasma there's antibodies and they're transfused to you as the recipient. That's where this transfusion is helpful. But to just remove your own plasma when you have...
Yeah, okay. I understand. This is a study of thousands.
I think that's what you're referring to is receiving the
they
plasma.
Received what they call convalescent plasma.
Yes, that's very helpful.
It is. How do you get it? And under what circumstances would you get it?
Well, this has been used over many centuries with infectious illnesses when there's no specific treatment, that we give to somebody who's ill the plasma of somebody who already has had the illness, because in their plasma are antibodies against the illness. So the theory would be that you'd be getting some ability to fight the infection from the other person's plasma. But fortunately, we now have monoclonal antibody, which is this concentrated form of the antibody, which is what you're trying to do when you transfuse convalescent plasma from somebody who's already had the infection. So if your hospital is blessed and has monoclonal antibody, that's even better. But if your hospital doesn't have it, another choice would be to get transfused with somebody's plasma who already has been sick. And that's why before we had, you go back several months before we had the monoclonal antibody, which is really what saved Trump's life when he was ill, from Regeneron, and Eli Lilly has a product also. But before it was a strong urging of people who had been sick with COVID-19 to give a transfusion so that this convalescent plasma could be accumulated. And there's still an effort to, but it's a lot less important if we have the monoclonal antibody, which is a much more intense, concentrated form of the same concept.
So does every hospital do this now? Do they suggest to patients who have had the COVID that they do this process to give their plasma to others?
Well, depending on where you are in your own county and the availability of the monoclonal antibody, they're still asking people to donate blood if they've had COVID-19, but where the monoclonal antibody is plentiful, and in some counties there are actually clinics for the monoclonal antibody where it's set up, where you actually get it from the ER and go from there, then that's a much better treatment than the convalescent plasma. So it depends on how advanced your own county is.
Mm-hmm. All right, so the question comes on getting half doses. If there isn't enough vaccine from the three sources, do you think that people ought to consider getting a half dose? Would that be protective at all?
It's a bad idea, according to Dr. Fauci, who commented on that 2 days ago, and saying that we need to stick with the original plan, how the vaccine was tested. And there was a thought with the Moderna vaccine that people under age 55 could be given a half dose at each injection point, and that would save it. So you'd only be using one vial per person instead of two, ultimately. But Dr. Fauci made a strong comment, don't do that. Okay.
All right, we continue with Dr. Ken thinking about cow's milk, which is the only, remember, my feelings about milk, it's only milk if it comes from a mammary gland. We'll find out what the latest research is when it comes to breastfeeding in a matter of moments here on Good Day Health. Dr. Ken Kronhaus from Lake Cardiology in Mount Dora, Florida. You can reach him there or his staff at 352-735-1400. That's 352 area code 735-1400 for telemedicine or an easy trip in from many places in Florida and the Southeast. If you understand how your body works, then I'm not telling you anything when I tell you that your nose is your body's air filter. If you know that, are you cleansing your nose every day because you need to have clean filters to make sure that a lot of the stuff that's in the air isn't getting into your body? If you've answered no to that, then I'm going to include for a moment a thought or two about Navage, the Navage Nose Cleaner. Some people call it Navage Nose Cleanser. It cleans, it cleanses all of the various things that you get in your nose that create the common cold, all that dry air that makes the stuff stick to your nostrils, the dust, the pollution that's in there, all of that with the Navage operation becomes a thing of the past. It's a genuine free, under the circumstances, I want to know, in order to endorse something, that it's free of any kind of drugs and that sort of thing. And it is. This is the way you get clean noses the healthy way, the all-natural, drug-free relief way. Go to Navage.com. Do yourself a favor and get this product. You get it in your house, and everybody can use it. Navage.com to make sure your nostrils, your nose is clean, so you won't be vulnerable for sickness and disease. That's at the website Navage.com.
KFC's Colonel Sanders here. We all love sitting down to a home-cooked meal with family, but there's rarely enough hours in a day to do the cooking. So let me do the cooking for you. Well, not me personally, that's just a turn of phrase. Your KFC will do the actual cooking. The point is, let someone else do the home cooking for you. Come to KFC and pick up a $20 fill-up. That's 8 pieces of chicken or 12 tenders and all the fixings to feed your family. Order ahead or use contactless delivery at KFC.com. Limited time only at participating locations only. Prices may vary. Tax and substitutions extra. Delivery service and additional fees apply.
I like a bed that's really firm.
I need something a little softer than that. Rest easy. With the Sleep Number 360 smart bed, you can both adjust your comfort with your Sleep Number setting.
Can it really help me fall asleep faster?
Yes, by gently warming your feet. Okay, but can it help keep us asleep? It senses your movements and automatically adjusts to keep you effortlessly comfortable. Sleep Number, proven quality sleep is life-changing sleep. And now, during the lowest prices of the season, the Queen Sleep Number 360 C2 smart bed is only $8.99. Only for a limited time. To learn more, go to sleepnumber.com.
If your Christmas list includes family and friends that enjoy the finer things in life, but your gift budget is a bust, you'll love to hear that our buy one, get one offer on our Giza Dreams bed sheets is back. That's right, buy a set, get a set free. My Pillow, guaranteed the most comfortable pillow you'll ever own, brings you the same level of quality, comfort, and value in our Giza Dreams sheet set. Giza Dreams bed sheets are made with the world's best cotton called Giza, grown only in a region between the Sahara Desert, the Mediterranean Sea, and the Nile River. They're ultra soft and breathable. With a luxurious sateen weave and extra deep pockets, they'll please anyone on your list. Plus, our extended money-back guarantee until March 1st, 2021, and 10-year warranty. Listen to hear how to get this great BOGO offer on our Giza Dream sheet.
Go to mypillow.com. Make sure you use the promo code DJV, or you can call in the order. 800-716-5989. Make sure you use that promo code DJV. Dr. Ken and Dr. Doug here. I promised a discussion, and I promised Ken that I won't go down my usual path talking about milk, except to underscore that milk from cows and goats or whomever, your mother, mammary glands, that's milk. The other stuff is not milk. The almonds and coconuts and all that stuff. So what is the research specifically aimed at drinking milk that comes from a cow, Ken?
Well, this is an interesting observation. I don't think they yet understand why it works, but they are reporting in the medical journal called Nutrients that if a woman who is breastfeeding her child, also the woman drinks cow's milk, apparently this effort reduces the allergies in her children. So the woman breastfeeds and the woman drinks cow's milk. Her children who are being breastfed apparently have less allergies in the future than a woman who breastfeeds and doesn't drink cow's milk.
So is that true for anything that a woman who's pregnant would ingest? We talk about peanuts all the time. If you eat peanuts when you're pregnant, your child's not going to be allergic to peanuts. Right?
We'll have to do a study.
Does that follow through? Or would it be?
Not absolutely.
It doesn't. Okay. But certainly cow's milk. And is it, whether it's raw milk or whether it's 1% or 2%, does that make a difference, do you think?
They didn't get that particular in this study.
What's your gut tell you?
What is, it's unpredictable because they don't even know why the women who are drinking the cow's milk did this. So, again, you'd have to study it.
Yeah. But under the circumstances, common sense would tell you that when you introduce something into your system, that it gets to the baby. All right? If you're pregnant, if you drink, I remember when my when my wife was having my daughter, she would, to calm the baby down, Megan was very active when she was in the womb. Tony would drink a beer, and Megan would calm right down. So one would wonder about.
I would not. To all the listeners, I would not recommend doing that.
Well, didn't we talk about wine recently? And People say, well, they drink wine to calm down. If you're pregnant, that's not a good thing to do.
Not a good thing.
Right? No. Okay. All right. Next up on the bad habit department is smoking and how addictive it has become. I don't even think this is kind of a duh to me, but I've been around smokers all my life, and it sort of has ruined a part of my life, I guess. What's the verdict on light smoking?
You'd be amazed how much you would think it's a duh, but it isn't, because I probably have this conversation at least one time a week with patients. So many will think that they're just light smokers, and light smokers in this study was between 1 to 4 cigarettes per day or less. And people who light smoke think that it's really not having much effect, but this study published in the American Journal of Preventive Medicine showed that even light smoking, you smoke 1 to 4 cigarettes a day, you're going to get hooked on nicotine. And plus a lot of other problems. But this study was just determining whether it was addictive at that level.
It's telling yourself what you want to hear, being in denial. If you've grown up in a family that there were, my experience is it goes one way or the other. You either smoke because your parents smoked, or you don't smoke because your parents smoked. There's not much, the light. I see some kids that are 18, 19 years of age that are smoking a little bit here and there, and they think exactly what you just said. They think, no big deal. So there's a word to the wise. Dr. Ken Kronhaus up next. Questions for Dr. Ken here on Good Day Health.
Do you want to fly somewhere, anywhere in the world? Smart travelers call myflightsearch.com for the best deals on flight tickets. Going to Manila, Bangkok, London, how about Singapore? Call myflightsearch.com for the lowest flight tickets available. What about a local vacation? Let's say you want to fly to Vegas, Orlando, Miami, Los Angeles, or Denver. Pick up the phone and call myflightsearch.com right now. We have exclusive deals that you can't find anywhere else. The only way you can get these low airline prices is by calling us. We have so many low prices available, we can't possibly tell them to you right here and now. If you're flying somewhere anytime in the next 6 months and you want the lowest airline ticket prices anywhere, you owe it to yourself to save a ton of money. So pick up your cell phone and call myflightsearch.com right now.
Call 800-277-6322. 800-277-6322. That's 800-277-6322. Call now. 800-277-6322.
What's your IRS problem? Do you owe back taxes? Is there a lien placed on your property? Have your bank accounts been frozen or seized? Have your wages been garnished? Are you being audited by the IRS? Are they sending you letters that demand actions and have urgent due dates? Well, solving your tax problems is as easy as calling Taxes 321. The IRS is the largest collection agency in the world. You need the best representation to give you peace of mind. You need experienced professionals that can cut through the red tape and stop the collection process. If you have a serious problem with the IRS, call the Taxes 321 network today. We'll get them off your back.
800-511-3022. 800-511-3022. 800-511-3022. 800-511-3022.
Super Bowl Squares Sweepstakes is back. It's the largest official game of Super Bowl Squares ever, with millions of dollars in prizes, and best of all, it's free to enter. Every score change, someone wins $50,000. Just enter for free at RocketMortgageSquares.com, and it could be you. Touchdowns, field goals, safeties, extra points. Every single score change will draw one lucky winner from the square to win $50,000. Plus, 2 grand prize winners will win $500,000 they could use toward their dream home. One way to enter, 2 ways to win. See rules and enter for free at RocketMortgageSquares.com. Then tune into the Super Bowl on February 7th to see if you bring home some dough. Rocket Mortgage, official mortgage sponsor of Super Bowl 55.
No purchase necessary. Legal residents of the 50 U.S. and D.C. of age of majority. Ends 2/4/2021, 11:59 p.m. Eastern. Equal housing lender licensed in all 50 states. NMLS number 3030. The NFL entities as defined in the official rules have not offered or sponsored this promotion in any way.
Time for questions for Dr. Ken. Dr. Ken Kronhaus here from Lake Cardiology down in Mount Dora, Florida. A great place to go or to have access to through the telemedical channels. So we have some questions that come in from various sources. Let's start with what's going on with mental illness and whether more children, we know what the situation is with adults. I guess we do. I think we can see a sort of wave of mental illness with adults. What about children, Ken?
Right now, the children's hospitals are overwhelmed with patients with mental illness. They're seeing many, many more than they usually see, and there are probably a number of factors. The fact that the children are staying out of school, and in fact, the head of the American Pediatrics Association, this woman, pediatrician, just gave a big statement about how we need to get the children back into school as soon as possible, definitely with certain precautions. But that is a big factor. The stress of what's going on in the world is a big factor to our children. So our children's mental health is going to be a big issue coming out of COVID-19.
Right, for sure. All right, while we're in the COVID queue here, there's also a question about what happens if you have, some people have the COVID and it goes away quickly, maybe a couple, 3 or 4 days, a week or whatever, but some people have had it for a long time and it seems to be creating it has an impact on one's brain and one's body. What is that?
Yes, this is why you really should do everything you can to prevent from getting COVID-19 and really think about that vaccine, because there's something called long COVID, and this is the chronic form of COVID-19, and published in a medical journal called MedRxiv. This week, we learned that fatigue and brain fog are the most common symptoms in long COVID, but also I know patients who have shortness of breath from this and other symptoms, but definitely the fatigue and brain fog are the most common, and this can become a disabling problem. So don't just get your vaccine and do everything you can to avoid it. You know, everyone knows now the masking, the distancing, keeping the hands clean and off the face.
All right. So I have a question that comes with a certain amount of admiration. You are a member of the American College of Cardiology, and as such, you've been recognized for doing research on non-obstructive coronary artery disease. Can you tell us a little bit more? This is something that came from the Europeans, not necessarily the Americans, at least.
Let me untangle that a little bit. What I think you're referring to was an expert publication, what's done in medicine, specifically here in cardiology, when there's a new field and the data comes together and it's decided on the best way to treat. There's a publication called an expert consensus, and I most humbly have contributed to an effective treatment with a professor of cardiology in Stony Brook, New York. The two of us have done work that has put forth what we think is very effective, and the world has recognized this as an effective treatment of what's called various different things: microvascular angina, coronary microvascular dysfunction, ischemia without obstructive heart disease. But what it is essentially is that there's blockage in these microvasculars, these tiny little blood vessels that are microscopic. You can't see them, but they come off the big vessels that sit on top of the heart, and they go in as a web or mesh into the thickness of the heart, the small vessels. And there's no doubt these exist, and what you're referring to is a publication in the American College of Cardiology, which is an international consensus on how to treat this very common entity. And in this paper that you're referring to, it's up to 70% of people who have an abnormal stress test and have a heart catheterization, and you don't find 70% or more blockage. And in the past, you were being told it's not the heart, but in most cases it is. It's the microvessels, and that's what you're talking about, where we came up with an effective treatment that's listed in this international consensus that was published in the American College of Cardiology.
Congratulations on that. That's really great work. I'm glad you found it in me a number of years ago. So it's good to know you're on top of that research as you are on top of a lot of other things. Dr. Ken Kronhaus here on Good Day Health from Lake Cardiology in Mount Dora, Florida.
If you're 85 or younger, would you like peace of mind and comfort for your family? We're Final Expense Direct with an urgent message for you. The average funeral today costs over $8,000, but the most you'll get from government benefits is $255. How will your family pay the difference? We can help. Our senior plans start as low as just $1 a day and pay up to $30,000 for a funeral and other final expenses. Peace of mind is easy. There's no medical exam. You'll have lifetime coverage, and your plan can't be canceled as long as you pay your premiums. Call now for free information about our senior plans. Answer a few simple questions and receive approval right on the phone. Plus, call right now and we'll give you a discount prescription card for free. Call 800-488-2063. That's 800-488-2063. Again, 800-488-2063.
WKAL.
This is AM 1450 WKAL, Rome, New York.
The time is exactly 5 o'clock.
Breaking news this hour from townhall.com. I'm Ron DeRostra. President Trump publicly admits he will be leaving office later this month.
President Trump took to Twitter to condemn the Capitol attack and acknowledge his term is ending.
This moment calls for healing and reconciliation.
Trump says there was a reason for the bitter court contests and allegations of voter fraud.
To ensure the integrity of the vote. In so doing, I was fighting to defend American democracy.
President Trump offered consolation to his disappointed followers.
Our incredible journey is only just beginning.
And he called for the prosecutions of those who, quote, defiled the seat of American democracy. Jackie Quinn, Washington.
Saying that President Trump her concern is that President Trump in her words, cited seditious acts related to the president's role in encouraging the assault on the U.S. Capitol. Speaker Nancy Pelosi says Washington policymakers should immediately act to remove the president from office just 2 weeks before his term ends, but Senator Lindsey Graham disagrees.
Speaker Pelosi joined Senate Democratic leader Chuck Schumer in calling on Vice President Mike Pence to invoke the 25th Amendment to oust Mr. Trump without delay. Short of that, she said the House will impeach him for a second time. South Carolina Republican Senator Lindsey Graham warns that Mr. Trump's legacy was undercut after rioters breached the Capitol yesterday. He added that he wasn't supportive at this point of invoking the 25th Amendment to remove the president from office.
Bernie Bennett reporting. North Korean leader Kim Jong-un underscored the need to drastically improve his nation's ties with the outside world. He also reviewed relations with rival South Korea on the third day of the first Congress of the ruling Workers' Party in 5 years. Wall Street Dow futures up 72, the Nasdaq ahead by 41, the S&P 500 is up 8 points early this morning. News and analysis at townhall.com.
Trading involves financial risk and is not suitable for all investors. Past results do not guarantee future performance.
Want to dominate the stock market in 2021? Looking for higher profit potential? With the COVID vaccines, a shifting political landscape, and a new year, it's virtually impossible to guess what will happen next. With Vantage Point, you don't have to. Text MONEY to 411-411 to find out how our technology can forecast market trends up to 3 days in advance with incredible accuracy. Text MONEY to 411-411 to find explosive moves before they happen. Vantage Point's patented technology analyzes huge quantities of global data in seconds. Text MONEY to 411-411 to find out how. Make 2021 your year. Start predicting trends 72 hours in advance and maximize your gains. Text MONEY to 411-411 and experience Vantage Point for free. Protect and grow your capital now. Don't wait. Text MONEY to 411-411.
Go to VantagePointSoftware.com for terms, conditions, and privacy policy.
Iraq's judiciary says an arrest warrant's been issued for President Trump in connection with the killing of an Iranian general and a powerful Iraqi militia leader last year.
The warrant was issued by a judge in Baghdad's investigative court tasked with probing the Washington-directed drone strike that killed General Qasem Soleimani and Abu Mahdi al-Mohandes. They were killed outside the capital's airport last January. Al-Mohandes was a deputy leader of the state-sanctioned Popular Mobilization Forces, an umbrella group composed of an array of militias, including Iran-backed groups formed to fight the Islamic State group. Soleimani headed the Expeditionary Quds Force of Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps. I'm Zaria Shakili.
A convicted firebrand cleric who inspired the Bali bombers and other violent extremists says walked free from an Indonesian prison after completing his sentence for funding the training of Islamic militants. Breaking news and analysis at townhall.com. Education Secretary Betsy DeVos has become the second Trump cabinet secretary to resign, one day after the violent breach of the U.S. Capitol.
In a resignation letter Thursday, DeVos blamed President Trump for inflaming tensions in the violent assault on the seat of the nation's democracy. She says, quote, "There is no mistaking the impact your rhetoric had on the situation, and it is in the inflection point for me." Transportation Secretary Elaine Chao tendered her resignation earlier Thursday. News of DeVos's resignation was first reported by the Wall Street Journal. In a farewell letter to Congress earlier this week, DeVos urged lawmakers to reject policies supported by President-elect Joe Biden and to protect Trump administration policies that Biden has promised to eliminate.
Keith Peters reporting. Treasury and IRS sent out the bulk of their second economic impact payments, but millions still haven't received them. More on these stories at townhall.com. I'm Ron DeRockstra.
I'm Mike Todd with your official 1450 WKAL weather bug forecast. Mostly sunny today, the high 44. Increasingly cloudy tonight, low 31. A 50% chance of rain and snow tomorrow, the high 45. And for tomorrow night, a 50% chance of rain and snow, the low 31. Little to no accumulation through the period. That's your latest official 1450 WKAL weather bug forecast. I'm Mike Todd. 1450 WKAL. More stimulating talk radio.
How did you become addicted? A friend? Were you at a party and someone said, "Hey, try this"? Then you got the cold sweats and started shaking. And the more you did it, the more it didn't work. So you switched to the needle. Now you're a train wreck. Drinking, drugging, broke. Your family hates you. And you hate you. Get out of your hell on earth now. Call the Detox and Treatment Helpline today for immediate help. In many cases, your insurance may cover the costs. We can't guarantee it, but we can guarantee we have what you need to change your life for the better. Pick up your cell phone and call right now. 800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. That's 800-694-1127.
WKAL.
Seven after the hour here on the DJV program. Doug Steffen with Jennifer Horn, Victoria Keelan, Jay Kirshner. I have in front of me something that was posted on my personal Facebook page, facebook.com/Doug Steffen, that reads as follows, ladies. Confused? I became confused when I heard the word service. Service used with these agencies. Internal Revenue Service. U.S. Postal Service, Cable TV Service, Civil Service, Government Public Service, Customer Service. This is not what I thought service meant. There were a couple of farmers. This fellow posted the conversation between two farmers talking. One of them said he bought a bull to service his cows. And then immediately it became clear to me. Now I understand what all those agencies are really doing to us. Get it?
I get it. Wow.
Okay, you can see that if you'd like. Shall I post it over at the DJV?
You need to see that again. Yeah.
All right. So speaking of the IRS and service, apparently most Americans are not going to get stimulus money until they file their taxes. Was that the case last year with the $1,200 payment? Yes, no. I heard yes from one and no from the other.
I remembered. Well, I guess because no, you know what? You're right, because the tax deadline was delayed into the summer. So no, I don't think so.
And this is it's sort of the opposite. Most Americans have received or will receive their payment. It's the smaller, 68% of the payments have gone out so far for the $600 direct deposit or a check in the mail. It's the other percentage, it's the rest of the people. It might end up being about 20 million people who will not get it. And the IRS has been, which is kind of funny with the service part, they have not done any service and not done any customer service, because this is a very confusing thing. They're urging people to go to the Get My Payment tool, which we actually mentioned earlier this week on the show. So you go onto the irs.gov site and you check the status of your stimulus payment. If you have payment status number 2 not available, then that means the person will not be receiving a payment via check or direct deposit. What that means is you have to file your 2020 tax return before you can get the $600, which is so ridiculous because filing taxes can be expensive. Yeah. Well, if you think about it, like filing taxes can be $50 up to $500 just to file your own taxes, just to get this $600 back. So a lot of people on social media have been very vocal about this, and this is something I have no idea why the IRS is doing it this way. They're really forcing people to file their taxes essentially immediately. That's the only way that you can work around this and get your stimulus. So, and I don't know why some people are exempt. But the other thing is, why are 68% of the people in the country, why are they exempt from having to file their taxes early? I don't know. There are no answers. Is there any
rhyme or reason to any of this stuff?
No.
Jay, are you following this on other social media when we put the platform? By the way, I just posted on DJV Show the Facebook account, facebook.com/DJV Show. I just posted that story about service. If you'd like to read that, you can go to DJV Show, facebook.com/DJV Show. So what other social media
I think we should post this because this is probably more helpful.
Yeah. Well,
this is the information people actually need.
Post this.
I don't understand how people are supposed to do their 2020 tax return yet. I mean, I did check, and I do have my stimulus in the mail. It's coming, but I don't have my W-2s or anything to file for 2020 taxes yet.
No, you don't get that till the end of the year.
Yeah, so I don't know how
end of January.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so I don't know how people are supposed to wait to get all of that and then file.
People are getting screwed here. So I don't
can
know
we explain how to find out if you're getting where do people go to get the information about whether they're getting the $600 or not? When they're getting it?
irs.gov.
Yeah, and then what happens?
I'm going there right now. There it is. So right on the home page, there's the second button, get your refund status. So you click on that. You type in the info that it needs, and then you hit check my refund status, and it will let you know. If you get that payment status, if you get that message that says payment status number 2, it has a hashtag number 2, not available, then that means you need to file your taxes before you can get your stimulus. We don't even know. And the other thing is, we were talking to our accountant earlier this week. We still don't really know if we have to claim last year's stimulus checks as income. No one has provided guidance on that yet. So some people are, and some people are not going to claim it. Does anyone else have any info on that?
Look, I say pay less taxes, but it is income. So I'd imagine that they have a right to ask you to be taxed on it.
What the hell? What is the point, though?
But the guidance hasn't come out, though, yet on it. That's what I'm saying.
So you click on view your balance and payment activity. Is that what is that what people click on?
No, I just told you, irs.gov, and it's right
that's
there.
Where I am.
Get your refund status. Did you click on that?
No, I don't even see that here.
It's right there. It's at the top of the page.
I'm telling you, I just went into irs.gov, and that's not what showed up. I'll do it again.
What showed up? Because I know your computer works differently than everyone else's, so what showed up?
Thank you. All right. Get my economic impact payment. Get
right underneath that. Taxes. Right underneath that.
Get your refund status.
There you go.
I'm not getting it. I'm not getting it. This isn't a refund. This is not a refund. The $600 is not a refund.
Right. Okay. Right underneath that, you can also it tells you check my refund status, and you can also get your stimulus status.
But let's just because let's take this as another example.
I don't work
of
for the IRS.
government.
I want to take myself
understand
out of
that.
this now.
But it goes back to what I was just talking about, service.
They suck.
And we're having, I mean, for God's sakes, make it easy.
Right,
What a bunch
right.
of idiots.
Right.
There's nothing on that page that would bring you to something that says over, get coronavirus tax relief. This is not tax. This is
That's probably a small business
stipend.
thing, right? Yeah.
Whatever the hell it is. You know, this is another example of these idiots. How do these people keep their job? How do they get their jobs? Do they have to pass an incompetence test in order to get these jobs? There's nothing easy.
I don't know. Who runs
seriously.
the IRS? I'm with
Who
you.
the hell
but
knows at this point?
Who runs
the government.
Yeah, the
Well,
government
right,
runs
but I mean,
it.
the IRS runs itself. The
Who
IRS
in it?
is.
But like,
Yeah, the
is it an
administrator-
appointed position or?
Yeah, well, yeah, it was definitely.
But like every 4 years it changes, or every 8 years it changes.
Whenever
the
that person
administration
leaves and they
changes.
appoint someone new.
Yeah. Don't you remember when the Nixon administration was playing dirty tricks on people that used the IRS to go after his enemies? And that was
Remember, that was the whole reason I was telling you guys that congressman, my friend that went to jail because he was calling out Lois Lerner because Lois Lerner was going after faith-based institutions. Remember a few years ago?
Yeah,
that was why he
right.
got thrown in prison for
Yep.
challenging her.
Yeah. All right. There are some people who are now very loudly requesting that the president hit the road. We'll talk about that. The National Association of Manufacturers have taken a stand here, and it's a pretty interesting point of view. That we'll have up next year on the DJV program. Don't forget about the other things that are going on the radio that you can listen to or in podcast form. Jay and I were just talking about a couple of different things that people will want to know about. The most recent American Family Farmer podcast, for example, that I do every week, is a focus on where the cream comes from in Bailey's Irish Cream. If you drink it, if you like it, you've heard about it, and you wondered, well, is it really cream? Yes. And we have the farmer on the program that runs Bailey's Farm in Ireland, and for the past 45 years, he and his family have been milking 180 cows, and that cream from the cows goes to Bailey's Irish Cream. Kind of a good story. It's kind of
Which
cute.
is delicious.
Yep, very, very good. So you can check that out at the most recent American Family Farmer Show podcast. It is at American Family Farmer Show or wherever you get your podcasts.
The weather can be unpredictable. Be prepared with windshield wipers that can handle anything. Michelin Endurance XT silicone wiper blades are real-world proven for extreme weather performance, lasting 2 times longer than other blades. New Michelin Endurance XT silicone wiper blades, only available at Walmart.
These may be uncertain times, but what is certain is that every family needs a reliable thermometer. Protect your family with the Exergen Temporal Scanner, the only home thermometer used and recommended by hospitals, physicians, and clinics. Stay safe.
The Rocket Mortgage Super Bowl Squares Sweepstakes is back. It's the largest official game of Super Bowl Squares ever, with millions of dollars in prizes, and best of all, it's free to enter. Every score change, someone wins $50,000. Just enter for free at RocketMortgageSquares.com, and it could be you. Touchdowns, field goals, safeties, extra points. Every single score change will draw one lucky winner from the square to win $50,000. Plus, 2 grand prize winners will win $500,000 they could use toward their dream home. One way to enter, 2 ways to win. See rules and enter for free at RocketMortgageSquares.com. Then tune into the Super Bowl on February 7th to see if you bring home some dough. Rocket Mortgage, official mortgage sponsor of Super Bowl 55.
No purchase necessary. Legal residents of the 50 U.S. and D.C. of age of majority. Ends 2/4/2021, 11:59 p.m. Eastern. Equal housing lender license in all 50 states. NMLS number 3030. The NFL entities as defined in the official rules have not offered or sponsored this promotion in any way.
Whether you're a pro on the job site or managing properties, clean and safe is your #1 priority. And Lowe's has the pro-grade cleaning supplies you need. We go beyond the basics, bringing you commercial cleaning from top brands like Clorox, Zep, and Rubbermaid, and in larger sizes so you can take on any cleaning job knowing you have the quantity you need. Shop Lowe'sForPros.com and have your items delivered or pick up in store. Lowe's, the new home for pros. U.S. only.
Jobs are the lifeblood of American society. Every month we spend time and energy monitoring and dissecting the unemployment figures released by the government. Most everyone agrees that anyone who wants to work should be able to find a job. But is any job good enough? The National Fund for Workforce Solutions knows that it is not enough just to get people working if they are stuck in poor quality, low paying jobs. This may help to improve unemployment numbers, but they are short-sighted and do not create a sustainable economy that can weather a crisis like the one we are in now. Janice Urbanik of the National Fund.
We need to focus on creating well-paying jobs that actually boost the economy and won't disappear as soon as things get challenging. All workers in America deserve the security of good benefits, paid time off, and a livable wage. We owe that to essential workers now, and we always have.
To learn more, visit nationalfund.org. This is Alex Verdi reporting, paid for by the National Fund for Workforce Solutions.
All right, so I'm really disgusted. While we were listening to these last few fine commercials, I'm going to the IRS site just to be you. I want to see what goes on, what you go through. And the ladies, they're all chuckling because I'm going through one frustrating, idiotic post after another, after another, after another. And we've all agreed that the IRS doesn't want to make it easy for you to find out what's going on. Mm-hmm. And the fact that you have been required to put this information in, your Social Security number, your date of birth, all that stuff. Jennifer just said in a sort of offhanded way, well, now, congratulations, the Chinese will know all the information there is to know about you.
Yeah,
and
you just
know
put
what?
your Social Security in, and we know you clickbait everything, so.
Oh,
Yeah.
totally.
So
China's favorite guy is Doug Steffen.
They're on the line to QVC right now ordering up some stretchy pants.
But do you understand? Oh, my God. All right, so I promised we'd talk a little bit about the National Association of Manufacturers. 14,000 members have said to Mike Pence, get the president out of office. So what is this? Is this
There's
just
no
like...
basis for that, though. Everybody was
there
all hashtag 25th Amendment. The 25th Amendment does not apply to if you don't like how he handles something, how you handle a crisis. That's mentally incompetent. And so, like, the 25th Amendment, people really need to just calm down with that.
We need to calm down with all of this stuff. He'll be gone in a week or 13 days or whatever it is. And then that's, he won't be forgotten, and he won't want you to forget him because he'll keep up with his foolishness. But it's time we ignore it and move on to something more positive and more productive. 21 after the hour.
We are the debt destroyer. Any debt you have, credit card, tax, student loan debt. Call now to get our free report that tells you how to destroy your debt. It's a great resource. Plus, when you make this free call right now, we'll have a debt destroyer expert ready to help you. They can show you how they can help you destroy your debt and get your life back on track. Debt problems don't have to be overwhelming. You can live stress-free and debt-free. Credit cards, medical bills, IRS tax problems, even student loan debt. Learn about free programs offered by the credit card companies, hospitals, and even the government that can help you slash your debt. Call right now for free information, including our Debt Destroyer Guide, a $300 value, yours free. Call right now.
800-430-8804. 800-430-8804. That's 800-430-8804.
Do you need a car? Been shopping only to be turned down because of bad credit, low credit, no credit, bankruptcy, or divorce? Guess what? Today's your lucky day, because now you can buy a car, truck, or SUV, just about any vehicle. It's true. Bad credit doesn't matter. No credit doesn't matter. Bankruptcy or divorce, it just doesn't matter. As a matter of fact, your job is your ticket to your new vehicle. We're Auto Credit Express, and we've helped thousands of people just like you. Antonio H. told us, great company, got me connected, and the day I went in, I drove off in the car I wanted. 100% worth your time. Need a car? Get started now and drive off as early as today. Just go to 6ignoremyscore.com right now. That's www.6ignoremyscore.com. Auto financing the easy way. 6ignoremyscore.com. Get started today. Auto financing the easy way.
All right, it's 23 after the hour now on the DJV program. So we got a lot of action here, various notifications, both Twitter at DJV Show and Facebook.com/DJV Show, including people who like my post. My definition of service is not mine, but we've repeated that, so we'll get to some of your reactions right after this.
Fever is a leading symptom of the coronavirus, so take your temperature twice a day with the Exergen Temporal Scanner. It's quick and easy to use, and its accuracy is backed by more than 80 clinical studies. Have your family start and end their day with the only home thermometer used and recommended by hospitals, doctors, and nurses. Your family can take their temperatures in seconds to know where they stand in the fight against COVID-19. Protect your family from the spread of this deadly disease and stay safe with Exergen.
Walgreens has always been there to help make your healthcare easier. From making sure you have the prescriptions you need to answering any questions you have about them. Now, the question is whether you have the right Medicare plan. And we're here to help make that easier too. Walgreens can save you money and peace of mind with copays as low as $0. Visit walgreens.com/Medicare today to see how. Walgreens. We make Medicare easy. $0 copay on Tier 1 generic drugs when enrolled in a plan with Walgreens as a preferred pharmacy.
All right, so Jay Kirshner in charge of social media. You're looking at the same stuff I am. I see Nick Jenkins likes my post, and there are lots of different comments. You want to go through some of them that are there? Again, I think I'm more likely to connect with Facebook users. Maybe that's an age thing more than Twitter. You can do both Twitter and Facebook, but I'm not much on Twitter. So you want to start there? Go where you want to go. Do what you want to do.
We'll do it all. Yeah,
Yeah.
Facebook, Twitter, it's all the same handle, DJV Show. And one of the big topics everyone's talking about this week, the storming of Capitol Hill. And we really wanted to know your thoughts on this. Lyle Hicks tweeted, "Time to unite. I think Trump supporters were infiltrated by Antifa, which caused the most trouble. Unfortunately, the president didn't step forward soon enough to stop things. He didn't lead when it was needed most." And Marty Kane says, "Protesting is acceptable. Rioting is not, but they always seem to go hand in hand. This is a sad time for America." And Sean Watson also writes, "While Congress is on Capitol Hill committing treason surrounded by military who is, quote-unquote, helping them by Pence's orders, Trump is in Texas just watching."
Huh? What? Congress is committing treason? Is that what he said?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, what page? How do we stretch to that point? Committing treason by what?
Because people think
Certifying.
that the election is illegal, and so there are a lot of people who believe that.
And the only reason that they believe that is because Trump keeps saying that.
Well,
and
it's not
other
just
people,
that,
too,
though.
I feel.
Yeah, it's not just
so
that.
many people regurgitate other people's opinions rather
Yeah,
than
that's
looking
true.
up the
Their
facts
own.
themselves, especially when it comes to social media.
And I think there's also real evidence that real people who are thinking people see, one of the saddest things for me about watching all this go down is that I believe in my heart that there was some wrongdoing during this election.
I don't disagree with you. You've heard
And
me
now
say
we're
that. I
never going to
agree
get to
with
the
you
bottom
100%.
of it because we had yahoos who decided that it would be a great idea
Why
to
are
break
we
into
not
the
going to get to
Capitol,
the bottom of
and
it?
you've
Why
now
do they have to be separate? Why do they have to be together?
Because the legal cases have been tossed out, and now
But-
I don't think anyone's going to pursue
See,
it
that's
further.
also one of those fake narratives. The only reason that it's been tossed out is because they haven't had time to build the case. I mean, it takes years to build a case like the one that people
That's
are
for
talking
sure.
about.
Yeah.
And
Right,
so
but I don't think
everybody
anyone's
goes, well,
gonna
it hasn't
pursue
been
it further.
adjudicated. Oh, it's been thrown out by Trump judges because there's a process.
Wasn't
And so
there a
unless we give it
process that
chance
was
to-
started to have an election commission set up
Yes,
to investigate?
but that was ruined yesterday by people breaking into the Capitol.
Why was it ruined? Why are they tied
Because
together?
part of the thing that they could have come up with yesterday is doing a 10-day pause on certifying the results.
Yeah,
could
they
have had
totally
an investigation.
derailed that.
Well, so they
And
screwed
so
themselves
all-
then.
Well,
in
yeah,
essence.
if it was them, yeah, whoever it was, these people that break in blew everything.
But in the meantime, we need not to forget, that's a double negative, that the system is broken and it needs an examination and a fix. It's been broken for
You're
decades.
not going to get one under the new administration.
Well, I would like to not think that was the case. Let's not hold that thought. 28 after the hour on the DJV show.
Hi, I'm Warren Eckstein with the Pet Show Tip of the Day. You know, licking. Some people like it, other people are annoyed by it. Personally, I kind of enjoy it. All of us who are owned by dogs have been licked by our four-footed friends at one time or another. This can be a sign of affection, a special greeting, or actually an expression of pleasure or an intention-getting device. On the other hand, your dog may be licking you simply to taste the salt on your skin or the remnants of food you've eaten during the day, so don't necessarily flatter yourself. On a serious note, if your dog develops an obsession with licking a specific spot on his body, it's often a way of telling you that something is wrong. Perhaps there's pain in that area. Be sure you have your veterinarian check it out. If your dog checks out okay but continues licking, it can create a big problem, so your dog needs more mental stimulation, which, by the way, the biggest reason for excessive licking is stress. Just like when people scratch their head or crack their knuckles, when a dog is stressed out, what they'll do is they'll start licking excessively. It takes them back to early puppyhood. So work on it, avoid it, you'll be fine. I'm Warren Eckstein.
This is your Check It Out Minute with Mark Saltzman. Brought to you by Asus.
IC Movieology is a virtual learning program over Zoom that teaches kids how to make movies on their tablets and smartphones. It's a great way to learn a new skill and keep your kids' boredom in check. Creator and filmmaker Joe Frankel tells us how it works.
Each week we cover a different topic. So it begins by looking at visual storytelling, since movies are such a visual medium. And then we talk about character building. We talk about 3-act story structure. We branch out into different genres from there. So we discuss comedy, filmmaking, suspense, action, documentary, mockumentary, music videos, musicals, and the kids get a chance to explore all those different genres and practice making their own films in those genres using just the phone.
Check out IC Movieology at imaginarycourtyard.com. That's imaginarycourtyard.com.
That was your Check It Out Minute, brought to you by Asus.
News and weather at the top and bottom of every hour and when it breaks. 1450 WKAL, Rome, Utica. It is half past the hour.
With SRN News, I'm Ron DeRockstra. Speaker Nancy Pelosi says Washington policymakers should act immediately to remove President Trump from office just 2 weeks before his term ends. She claims he committed seditious acts related to the president's role in encouraging the assault on the U.S. Capitol a day earlier. Senator Lindsey Graham, among a number of other lawmakers who disagree. A fortnight till Inauguration Day, and President Trump yesterday acknowledged his electoral defeat, says there will be a peaceful transition of power January 20th. France's government breathed a sigh of relief today after the U.S. indefinitely delayed tariffs on French wine, cosmetics, and other goods designed as a retaliation for a French tax on technology giants. U.S. Trade Representative's office says it suspended the tariffs, which had been scheduled to enter in force this week, because it's investigating similar tech taxes from a growing number of other countries as well. This is SRN News.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshares. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, well, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, founder and CEO of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. And the process started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. Timeshare is the only thing that you can buy that you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check to fill out any amount they want for annual maintenance and assessment fees. Sounds crazy, right? Well, the crazy thing is, this never ends. Stop the insanity today. Call my office now. I guarantee if we can't cancel your timeshare, you'll pay nothing.
Were you lied to when buying a timeshare and want out? Get the facts about timeshare cancellation. Call Wesley now for your free information kit. 800-881-4242. 800-881-4242. 800-881-4242.
The current temperature, 19 degrees.
I'm Mike Todd with your official 1450 WKAL weather forecast. Mostly sunny today, the high 44. Increasingly cloudy tonight, low 31. A 50% chance of rain and snow tomorrow, the high 45. And for tomorrow night, a 50% chance of rain and snow, the low 31. Little to no accumulation through the period. That's your latest official 1450 WKAL weather forecast. I'm Mike Todd. 1450 WKAL. More stimulating talk radio.
If you are a small business owner, it is time to answer these questions. Is your website mobile friendly? Does it look modern and pop? Can it be found on the first page of Google? If you answer no to any of these questions, or worse, you don't have a website, it is time to call our friends at Thayer 2 Design. They'll work with you to customize a website to fit your needs and help you grow. Websites start as low as $400, and yes, you heard that right. A great looking website doesn't have to cost you thousands of dollars. Give them a call today at 315-875-7989 or visit them online at RomeNYWebDesign.com.
Have you taken the diabetes drug Invokana? Unfortunately, this drug has been linked to severe issues with the customers taking it. Some of the most severe injuries sustained are amputations. If you or a loved one have taken the drug Invokana and needed a surgery that required an amputation, you may be entitled to significant compensation. Find out today if you or a loved one are entitled to compensation for your pain and suffering. Call the law offices now. Operators are standing by. 800-430-2130, 800-430-2130. Invokana is a drug meant to help diabetics. Unfortunately, the drug has caused problems with many diabetics taking it. If you or a loved one have suffered serious injuries, including an amputation after taking this drug, you may be entitled to significant compensation. Call right now to file your claim. 800-430-2130, 800-430-2130. I am a paid non-attorney spokesperson.
.34 after the hour here on the DJV program. All right, so I'm looking around at all. Can I tell you what has surrounded me? Jennifer Horn is here. Victoria Keelan is here. Jay Kirshner is here. I have my my catalogs for seeds. And so at the, well, I was just, this is actually pretty funny.
Is this now the time to buy seeds and then
yes.
plant in the spring? Is that the process? Okay.
Yeah, and that's really what kind of, we get ourselves so down, our shoulders, we're carrying the weight of the world, what's going on in Congress, what's going on in Washington, this, that, and the other thing, COVID this and COVID that. So I find that relief always comes at this time of year, after the holidays, the brightness of the new year. It's like the sun shining on me and on the farm when I get all these. I have 4 different catalogs. And so I've been spending, when I get off the air after I do my radio work, I have a meal. And I sit down and I'll have soup or something and go through these catalogs. And so I was trying to figure out what the right kind of cabbage was to buy yesterday.
You actually
Brussels
grow produce?
Yeah, I have a big garden.
I never knew that. I never knew that.
That's his
I
favorite
have a big
time of year. He always talks about his seed catalog.
Yeah,
It's very excited.
Matter of fact, on the
Why would you choose cabbage?
Because
It's
cabbage,
like a
I think,
kid with the Sears catalog long ago with the
yeah.
these dogs.
Well, the Fedco catalog looks just like the old Sears catalog. Actually, it's like a newspaper, and it's hundreds of pages of specified tomatoes. And there are 12 pages of different kinds of tomatoes, and then there's another 10 pages on different types of potatoes, 4 pages of radishes, and 6 pages on peas that you can buy, kale, all of that stuff. So my garden's about 1/4 of an acre, and it's really something that I take great pride in because it's kind of fun. I just like to watch things grow. That's been my whole thing all my life. Watch the animals grow. Watch all of us grow physically, emotionally, spiritually. It's what life is all about as far as I'm concerned. But anyway, on the American Family Farmer Show this week, find it at AmericanFamilyFarmerShow.com, I had a conversation with a lady who is running a farm down in, I think it was West Virginia, Victoria, wasn't it? If I'm not mistaken, she was in the, I think it was West Virginia. Yeah,
yep.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, we got into a discussion about where carrot seeds come from. Because, it was actually, it was kind of riveting. If you want to know about things, how things work, that's the problem today. Nobody knows how things work. Can't fix your own car. You don't know how to fix the toaster. You don't know how to do anything. So in terms of growing, I admitted that I didn't know where carrot seeds came from because I'm not a produce guy. I'm basically a dairy guy. You ask me something about a cow, and I can tell you the story of a cow. How do you get the horns off? What does it mean if they have 108-degree temperature or whatever it is? But in terms of carrots, I never really knew where those little... Have you ever looked at a carrot seed? The carrot seed's just a little...
I've never seen a carrot seed. Yeah. I'm assuming they come from the green part of the carrot?
But it has to be dried and you know, kind of, you wouldn't see them if you were looking for them. That's the thing. And beet seeds the same way.
I always try to grow carrots, but I don't think I dig a deep enough hole or something. I always have like these little mini carrots.
Well, the ground, you have to dig a deep hole, Jennifer, but the ground has to be soft underneath for the carrot to go down. It's a root, so it's got to be able to go down. It's like a potato or beets or any of those things.
Does it start out as like a bulb?
What, beets?
No, they're
Carrots.
seeds.
No.
Oh,
They're
okay.
little eensy teensy. It sounds like, Jay, you're a gardener. You were talking about the size of the seed. Where did you say carrot seeds? Were you talking about carrot seeds?
I said that. They're tiny.
Yeah, no, I have
I've
a
tried
black
to
thumb,
grow
not a
them.
green thumb. I kill everything.
You-
I try. It doesn't work. Doug, you can
Really?
help me maybe.
Okay, yeah, I'll try to help you out. Anyway, so I'm off on that tangent because it's a respite. It's a place to go. When you do this sort of thing for a living, you're confronted by all of this stuff. All of us. Jennifer is all day long. And Victoria, Jennifer is on the air 7 hours a day during this program, her morning program in Los Angeles, an afternoon program out in the Inland Empire. So she's talking about this stuff all day long. You can't escape it. And then she goes and runs a radio, basically an audio radio system with her father. So she's confronted with it all day long. Victoria is producing this program, so she's confronted with it all day long. Jay, as the social media coordinator, is looking at the stuff and responses and things all day long that pertain to this. And, you know, I am, because I pay a lot of attention, pretty much everything that I'm exposed to during the day makes it onto the air one way or another in some thought or some, you know, inference. And so when you've had enough, at least for me, my respite is the seed catalog. What's yours? That's maybe a good question that we would ask, Jay. What is how do you find relief from all of this? Because that's really, do you turn the television off? Do you not engage in conversation about it? Do you go work out at the gym? Do you have a big meal? What do you do to get your mind off of all this crap? Because that's, I mean,
For a lot of people, especially in 2020, and everyone was home for such a long time, a lot of people turned to home gardening. You know, my brother and sister-in-law have a big organic garden in their backyard, and they've had it for, you know, a few years now. But when they went to garden centers to buy more, I don't know what you buy, dirt, I don't know. But when they went to buy whatever you need to buy
what
for
are you
the
going
garden,
to buy? You can buy. Yeah, where do they go? That's so funny. So spoken like the true city girl. What do they buy?
right?
Dirt?
Is there a special name for it? I don't know.
Well,
they have a raised garden, so
raised
they had
bed,
to fill it
yeah.
with
Soil. Yeah.
soil. Okay.
Well, there are soil elements. There are things that
They had to buy
rudiments that
something
you add,
special.
yeah.
I remember that.
Yeah.
It's all
Well, there's
organic.
dried
and they had
manure.
To buy,
Yeah, that kind of stuff. Yeah.
But everything was sold out. So every time they would try to replenish or even buy seeds, which I guess would have been last spring, right as the pandemic kind of blew up, every garden center that they went to or tried to buy stuff online, everything was sold out. And the answer was, you know, when they said, well, is it going to be back in stock? And everyone just kept telling them this has become the #1 hobby in America. Yeah. Everybody is starting their own garden or trying to grow something at home. And it's very relaxing. There are a lot of studies that show that people who garden have much lower blood pressure than people who don't. And it's like lower levels of stroke and heart disease. There's a lot of health benefits to it.
There are a lot of, that's one of the reasons people say to me, you work so hard. I don't feel like the farm, it's physical work, and sometimes depending on how difficult it is to get around government BS, that makes it work. But the actual tasks with the animals and making hay and the things that I do on my farm, I find them to be very relaxing, actually, unless I'm up against the clock or the weather is going to be changing quickly and I got to bale 400 bales of hay in an hour and a half. That sometimes is a little, there's a little bit of stress connected to that. But otherwise, it's a fabulous way, and we're so disconnected here in our country now from the source of food, as is demonstrated and exemplified by what we went through last March when all the food was gone. Everybody says, where's the food? And it took months, but finally many Americans figured out the food's on the farm. So why do we go to the grocery store? Let's go to the farm.
Yep.
And so as a result
Farmers
of that,
markets were
farms
selling out too.
Absolutely. Yeah. My guy up the street who has the truck farm, he grew twice as much produce this year as he has ever grown, had the best year he's ever had, and he ran out of food. Every single thing that he had, people were taking. He had thousands of people come. I used to have that when we'd have an event on the farm, on my farm, and we have, the ice cream and stuff like that. But he really had a very successful year because people in the area, we're in a very suburban area where there's not a lot of farming like this, and so people are going to search you out. And if you have a plot, maybe you grow a few things every year. And if you have a young child, like Jay has a 6-month-old baby named Mac, when he gets a little older, that's what we've done. I gave Miles remember we talked about that Let Us Grow pyramid?
Yeah,
and
I
we
love
had
mine.
those all over. I gave one to everybody except Victoria didn't have a porch, so she can get one. But Miles has become fascinated watching stuff grow. And every day, whenever I call him, Gramps, look at what's growing now. They put peas in there and lettuce in there and strawberries and he watches them grow, and he's learned so much. For a kid who's just turned 6, he knows a lot about that part of the world, which I guess is important because it's important to my part of the world, and his mother grew up around it, so it's important to her. As it turns out, his father didn't, and so he's learning with Miles, and they share their experiences watching things grow. But what could be more important or more valuable than having that? So maybe I'll see if I can get one of those for you, Jay, and when Matt gets a little older, we can kind of figure out how things grow. And using this, you can't have anything but a green. It's almost foolproof.
I want this. Yes.
Yeah.
I need
Let Us
hope.
Grow. I'm not getting paid to say this, but the guy, I interviewed him. Actually, I think I met him, Victoria, as a result of him being on the farm show, American Farming.
I found him because his now ex-wife is Zooey Deschanel, the actress.
Right.
While they were married, I read about her having this company. And so when they divorced, he kept the company, so he's still running it. But it seems like it's a great idea and an easy way to kind of grow everything in a. I think you hang it, right? Doesn't it hang?
No, you just put it. There are 3 or
like
4
a stand.
levels.
Oh,
It's
a stand. Okay.
You put outside, like you've got it on your porch, Jennifer.
I've got it with my
Miles
other fruits and vegetables that I grow in my garden. I have it on my spare lot. It looks great.
Yeah, instead of that old car that used to be there.
Yeah,
Fabulous.
that's right.
Yeah, right. All right. And also we posted my definition of service, which you might want to check out at djvshow.com. All right, Dr. Ken and his experience getting vaccinated is the subject matter of our most recent Good Day Health Show podcast with Dr. Ken Kronhaus. So if you're curious as to how a doctor got his vaccination, what he went through, what basically he experienced, how it all fit in his office down in Florida, you can check it out. He describes in detail getting the shots. Also spent some time explaining the differences between COVID and SARS. So that's and there's lots of other info, there always is. Very good for your health, gooddayhealthshow.com, or wherever you get your podcasts.
These may be uncertain times, but what is certain is that every family needs a reliable thermometer. Protect your family with the Exergen Temporal Scanner, the only home thermometer used and recommended by hospitals, physicians, and clinics. Stay safe.
The weather can be unpredictable. Be prepared with windshield wipers that can handle anything. Michelin Endurance XT silicone wiper blades are real-world proven for extreme weather performance, lasting 2 times longer than other blades. New Michelin Endurance XT silicone wiper blades, only available at Walmart.
Have big plans for your laundry room? So does Lowe's. Right now, save big on a Samsung large capacity top load washer and dryer that was $949 and now is just $679 each. Samsung's newest washing machine comes in a stylish champagne finish and has more capacity for large loads to cut down on wash time. And with the innovative Samsung dryer, set sensor dry to help dry clothes more evenly. Shop at Lowe's now with free delivery. Valid through 1/20, U.S. only.
What's in store this week at Staples?
A great start to the new year.
Give your business a head start on the year with organized and productive.
Like storage solutions, the latest tech, and office essentials like paper and ink, all at amazing prices.
And now at Staples, earn 40% back in rewards when you buy any 2 ink or toner cartridges. Shop in store or pick up curbside.
Start the year right and save at Staples. Ends 1/9/21, limit 4, curbside available in most stores. Visit staples.com/40 and rewards for details.
Cancer is the #1 cause of death by disease for children in the U.S. today. Since the Austin Hatcher Foundation's birth in 2006, it has grown to provide unique programs to help the children and the families affected by pediatric cancer. Support begins at the time of diagnosis and continues throughout survivorship at no cost to families. Lives touched by the foundation continue to rise each day, but we need your help. Donate, volunteer, or partner with the Austin Hatcher Foundation. Learn how you can get involved. Visit hatcherfoundation.org for more information.
Looking for high-speed internet where you live but are out of reach of cable and fiber options? Look no further. High-speed internet is now available in your area as your local authorized HughesNet retailer, Whole Home Connect, makes it easy to get the high-speed internet you need with blazing fast speeds, unlimited data with no hard data limits, with built-in Wi-Fi for as little as $2 a day. Act now and for a limited time, get free standard installation and free equipment with HughesNet from Whole Home Connect. You'll enjoy internet service that lets you do more of everything you want to do online, like shopping, surfing, and staying in touch. Call Whole Home Connect and see for yourself why HughesNet is America's #1 choice for satellite internet.
800-395-0342. 800-395-0342. 800-395-0342. That's 800-395-0342.
Our most vulnerable veterans are isolated at hospitals. And during their greatest time of need, their loved ones can have little or no contact with them. Imagine having to shelter in place forever. Learn how you can help at healvets.org. Help Heal Veterans, with the support of citizens like you, is making things better together. Learn more at healvets.org. This message is furnished by Help Heal Veterans, a not-for-profit organization.
With SRN Sports, I'm Ron DeRockstra. Checking out the NBA on the hardwood last night, the Nets beat the 76ers 122-109. Cavaliers defeated the Grizzlies 94-90, while the Mavericks beat the Nuggets in overtime 124-117. Trailblazers pounce on the Timberwolves 135-117. The Spurs 118-109 winners over the Lakers. In college hoops, Gonzaga, #1 in the nation, beat rival BYU 86-69 in a hastily scheduled game after both teams lost their original opponents to COVID-19 issues. #5 Iowa, easy in an 89-67 rout of Maryland. Wisconsin pulls out an 80-73 win over Indiana. #12 Illinois beat Northwestern 81-56. And Colorado held off #17 Oregon for a 79-72 win in Boulder. This is SRN Sports. The Mets make their first blockbuster move since Steve Cohen purchased the team in November.
The Mets have landed shortstop Francisco Lindor and pitcher Carlos Carrasco from Cleveland. The Mets part with infielders Andre Jimenez and Ahmed Rosario, right-hander Josh Wolf, and outfielder Isaiah Green. A two-time Gold Glove winner, Lindor is a career .285 hitter and has averaged 29 homers, 86 RBIs, and 21 steals in his 6 Major League seasons.
Dave Ferry reporting. In the NFL, the Cleveland Browns have placed safety Rodney Harrison on the COVID-19 reserve list as they await permission from the NFL to practice for their first playoff game in 18 years. Harrison's the latest on the list for the Browns, who will be without coach Kevin Stefanski against the Steelers after he tested positive with the virus. And offensive assistant Katie Sowers will not be returning to the 49ers this year after becoming the first female coach to make it to the Super Bowl last year. With SRN Sports, I'm Ron DeRockstra.
Do you know anyone who would appreciate the gift of a good night's sleep? Now's the time to buy with deep discounts on all MyPillow products. Premium MyPillows at the lowest price ever, just $29.98. Get one for everyone on your Christmas list. MyPillow's adjustable patented fill gives every member of your family the exact support they need for a great night's sleep. And our buy one get one free offer is back on Giza Dreams bed sheets. MyPillow Giza Dreams sheets make a luxurious Christmas gift made with the world's best cotton called Giza. They're ultra soft and breathable. Deep discounts on our brand new plush bathrobes and cozy pajama sets. Can't decide? Get your family and friends the new MyPillow gift card. And remember, all MyPillow products have extended money-back guarantee. Listen for your savings promo code and 800 number to order.
Go to MyPillow.com. Make sure you use the promo code DJV, or you can call in your order at 800-716 $59.89. Make sure you use that promo code DJV.
Moving into questions for Dr. Ken now. It's time for us to take a few questions from you, questions that I've come up with, questions that are in general aimed at getting a broader scope because we spend so much time on COVID. Here's one about your heart health. As you get older, if you are good at maintaining your heart health, what happens to your risk of getting dementia, Alzheimer's, that kind of stuff, Ken?
Well, the good news is you dramatically lower your risk of getting dementia if you maintain your heart health. So we're talking about watching blood pressure, blood sugar, cholesterol, weight, not smoking, all of the things that the heart doctor harps on to keep you healthy and have as little heart disease as possible. We also know the added benefits is it lowers the risk of stroke. And the news this week, it was published in PLOS Medicine, is it dramatically lowers the dementia risk.
Mm-hmm. And so dementia and Alzheimer's together, which comes first? Is it dementia brings on Alzheimer's? Is that the chicken and the egg? I've forgotten which comes first.
Dementia is just a big grab bag, and Alzheimer's is one particular type of dementia.
So how come we never hear about other types of dementia? It's usually dementia and Alzheimer's mentioned in the same breath.
You don't hang out with enough neurologists, or you would.
Thanks, I'll pass on that. I had my brush with the neurologist after my TIA, and that was enough for me. Although it's good to know that the neurologist helped me understand. This is good for everybody. Anybody who's had a TIA, and maybe we'll spend a minute or two on that. The essence of what the review is about, having MRIs and MRAs and CAT scans and talking to cardiologists and neurologists. And so when I went through all of that, I passed in flying colors. But it was interesting as we were talking about, the various things that happen in one's brain. If you don't have good circulation in your brain, there are a lot of things, in other words, that will add up to your being susceptible to dementia. And one wonders if there are more these days than there used to be, or is it just we're living longer and so it shows up more?
All of the above, but definitely just like we have more heart disease because of diabetes and obesity, I think we're having more dementia because of obesity, circulation issues, and people are living earlier, are living longer. Smoking certainly has a role also.
Yeah. So this week, you and I have had a lot of conversation about the results of the TIA. And I had for a month, a monitor on me. I didn't talk much about it on the air. Every once in a while, I think I did. It was uncomfortable. It was unpleasant because it was obnoxiously. I think you did tell me. I didn't talk to you on the air about it wrapping around my neck and around other parts of my body. And so now that's over, and you studied the results, and it appears I had some sort of an episode. Some might call it thrombosis, arterial, whatever. The risk of having fibrillations in my family, you've told us about that, because I have been very open about this, and I give you permission in the HIPAA department to talk about me. You kind of scared the hell out of me this week after the results of that test by suggesting I need to go on Eliquis and kind of change for the reasons you just enumerated a few minutes ago, the bruises and bumps and stuff. If I'm on that rather than a regular blood thinner, I'm more susceptible, and so are, there got to be millions of people on this thing now, right? It's been tested and proven to be...
Right. Big picture. Since I was a young boy growing up with a nurse, I've been around healthcare for a long time. 40 plus years been around the healthcare world. And what I have observed, big picture, Doug, is, unfortunately, people get things, the people who accept them the best and then try to make personal adjustments and then make the best of it with their lifestyle, do the best long term, regardless of what the diagnosis is. And when you have a TIA, it's a warning that a big stroke is likely going to occur if we don't make a modification. And then we did a lot of detective work trying to look for a cause of why you had a TIA. We found atrial fibrillation, paroxysmal in bursts, and now we need you on anticoagulation to avoid a stroke.
All right, so there you go. And am I happy about it? No. But am I going to do it? Yes, because it seems to be the best course of action, and certainly because I trust Ken, I'm going to do what he recommends. But is it something that I'm really excited about doing? No, not at all. But listen, it's part of, as Ken has said, it's part of the graceful aging process that we all need to go through. There it is. Questions for Dr. Ken. I'm Doug Steffen at 59 past the hour.
With the SRN News Business Brief, I'm George Bonzani. The U.S. government has held its first ever oil and gas lease sale for Alaska's Arctic National Wildlife Refuge.
The sale was held as scheduled Wednesday after a judge rejected requests by indigenous and conservation groups to halt the event. It garnered bids on behalf of the tracts that were listed as available in the refuge's coastal plain.
Correspondent Jeremy House, U.S. long-term mortgage rates declined to record lows for the first week of this year.
The average rate on the benchmark 30-year fixed-rate home loan slipped to 2.65% from 2.67% from last week. John Scott reporting.
In a legal settlement, Boeing will pay $2.5 billion to resolve a criminal charge of defrauding safety regulators in connection with the development of the 737 MAX aircraft. Wall Street yesterday, S&P up 56, Dow up 212, NASDAQ up 327. With SRN Business, I'm George Bonzani.
WKAL.
This is AM 1450 WKAL, Rome, New York.
It is now exactly 6 o'clock.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Rich Thomason. The death toll from this week's U.S. Capitol rioting has risen to 5. A Capitol police officer has died of injuries sustained at the scene. Earlier, a woman shot by police died of her injuries, and 3 others suffered medical emergencies. Condemning the attack as heinous, President Trump vowing those behind it will pay.
Like all Americans, I am outraged by the violence, lawlessness, and mayhem. I immediately deployed the National Guard and federal law enforcement to secure the building and expel the intruders.
Meanwhile, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi talking about impeaching the president again. 2 cabinet secretaries among high-ranking Trump administration officials who have resigned in the wake of the violence. Video of the rioting shows some Trump supporters trying to stop rioters from breaking into the Capitol. One woman heard screaming, "No Antifa, no Antifa," as the violence unfolds. President Trump calling for healing and reconciliation as Joe Biden prepares to take office.
The president finally acknowledges that Biden will be sworn in as president on January 20th.
My focus now turns to ensuring a smooth, orderly, and seamless transition of power.
He says this moment calls for healing and reconciliation. Speaking in a White House video, he also has a message for his supporters.
I know you are disappointed, but I also want you to know that our incredible journey is only just beginning.
Greg Clugston, Washington.
New research suggests that Pfizer's COVID-19 vaccine can protect against at least one of the new strains of the virus. The government's December jobs report due out in a few hours. Economists expect it will show that America's employers added 105,000 jobs last month. Wall Street, Dow futures up 85 points. NASDAQ futures 42 points higher. More on these stories at townhall.com.
It's totally normal to be constipated with belly pain, straining, and bloating again and again.
No way. You could have a chronic condition called irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C. Linzess, or linaclotide, is a prescription that treats IBS-C in adults. Linzess works differently than laxatives to help relieve belly pain and let you have more frequent and complete bowel movements. Individual results may vary. Do not give to children less than 6, and it should not be given to children 6 to less than 18. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor today. You may be able to save on Linzess and make fewer trips to the pharmacy. See if you're eligible to pay as little as $30 for 90 days. Visit linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS. Sponsored by AbbVie and Ironwood Pharmaceuticals.
A firebrand cleric who inspired deadly bombings in Bali and other attacks walked free today from an Indonesian prison after completing his sentence for funding the training of Islamic terrorists. The BBC's Shama Khalil.
Abu Bakr Bashir has been released after his sentence was cut short. His family picked him up from a jail on the outskirts of Jakarta. The 82-year-old was the spiritual leader of Jama'ah Islamiyah, an al-Qaeda-inspired group that was blamed for the Bali bombings, which killed more than 200 people. The decision to free Bashir has drawn mixed reactions in Indonesia as well as Australia, the country with the most victims. Many relatives have said that in addition to the raw emotions brought up by the news of his release, there is real concern about whether the radical cleric would go back to preaching hate.
The U.S. indefinitely delaying tariffs on French wine, cosmetics, and other goods. Retaliation for a French tax on tech giants. News and analysis, townhall.com. Home mortgage rates have dropped to a record low in this new year.
As the year opens against the continuing backdrop of damage from the coronavirus pandemic on the U.S. and global economies, mortgage buyer Freddie Mac says the average rate on the benchmark 30-year fixed-rate home loan slipped to 2.65% from 2.67% from last week. Mortgage rates are set to rise modestly this year as economic factors shift, according to Freddie Mac's chief economist. John Scott reporting.
Iran's top leader says his country will not import American and British COVID-19 vaccines, saying he doesn't trust them. Ayatollah Ali Khamenei referred to the surging death tolls in the U.S. and Britain, suggesting those countries sometimes want to test vaccines on other countries. He says he doesn't trust the U.S. and Britain, adding that he's not optimistic about France either. Once again on Wall Street, Dow futures up 84 points. More on these stories, townhall.com.
WKAL.
From the Farm Credit Studios, this is On the Farm Radio, rural and agricultural news coming up next. Are you a poultry or dairy farmer? Is your electric bill thousands of dollars per month? There is another option. One farm in our region took action and built their own solar power plant. Their bill for electricity went from $6,000 a month to just $315 a month. Got questions? Talk with Greg Yost at Power Home Solar. He's the son and grandson of dairy farmers. Call Greg Yost at 540-560-0413. That's 540-560-0413.
You're listening to On the Farm Radio with Jeff Ishii.
Well, winter's a busy time of the year for farm auctions, as we hear in this report from Rod Bain.
Retiring farmers using auctions as part of their succession and transition plan have several things to do in preparation. Auctioneer Mark Stock says setting the time and date of the auction to give enough prep time is important. So checklist items like proper documentation and maintenance of machinery and equipment.
You need to do a cab kit or something like that, or put new batteries in. You want to have the maintenance records available. Titles to your vehicles, make sure those are all ready to be transferred. Make sure you have good liability insurance.
And with more online companies performing online auctions and utilizing technologies,
video footage is so important of that planter going through the field. We want to get the video footage of the sprayer operating in the field and the harvesting equipment doing all those things, because those action shots give the buyer more information about being comfortable with that particular piece of machinery.
Stock adds that producers need to prepare to answer questions, especially if their event is online with viewers from across the country. I'm Rod Bain reporting for the U.S. Department of Agriculture in Washington, D.C.
Hi, everyone. This is Reba McEntire for RAD. You know, I see a lot of funny things traveling all over this beautiful country of ours, but one thing that's not very funny is when someone gets in a car trying to drive when they're drunk. Take their keys away from them, because friends don't let friends drive drunk.
Public service message brought to you by the Ad Council, U.S. Department of Transportation, National Association of Broadcasters, and RAD.
On the Farm Radio is pleased to promote and support the National FFA organization. Young people involved in agricultural education and leadership today will be our next generation of agriculturalists tomorrow. Contact your local FFA chapter to see how you can support our next generation of farmers and agribusiness leaders. More information at ffa.org.
Well, today's pearl of wisdom is oh so true, and farmers know this one oh so well. The man who rolls up his sleeves seldom loses his shirt. That's your pearl of wisdom. You're on the farm, and I'm Ish.
American Cattle News. It's a new year. What could we expect in the markets? We'll take a look at that after this.
At the American Veterinary Medical Association annual convention in Denver, we caught up with Michael Gerge from Student Loan Advisor.
I think the biggest thing to remember when it comes down to student loans and student loan forgiveness is that you have to be very, very vigilant, because it really can be one of the biggest empowering choices of your life to go out and get this degree inside of the veterinary field, or it can be a tremendous roadblock if it's not managed properly. So we really try and encourage that as the overarching theme and the top line piece of advice that we give to folks.
There's more valuable information on avma.org.
Where do we go in 2021? Lee Schultz, Iowa State livestock economist.
Well, I think more of the same from a standpoint of stabilization, right? And a return to normal conditions. Now, I think expectations are that, we are turning the corner and we're going to see tighter supplies in the form of, placements as well as those slaughter levels. Now, it's not going to be dramatic, right? I think we're going to see kind of a slow decline in those slaughter levels and beef production. But overall, that is a tailwind to prices. And I think there's expectations. You don't have to look any further than futures prices and say we're going to see higher prices in 2021 than in 2020. Now, the level of those could vary. I'll give you a point of reference here. If we look at the Livestock Market Information Center for fed cattle prices has a range of 114 to 119 in 2021. Futures prices would have it at 117. USDA, their estimate is about 114. So I think that kind of shows you that there's a fairly wide range there, but that compares much higher than the 108 we've seen here in 2020. Calf feeder cattle prices also expected higher. There, I think we're expecting quite a bit strength in those prices as we get into January and February. We've kind of seen quite a bit of pressure on those calf and especially yearling prices so far this year. And so, I think if we continue to see maybe better than expected weather, that should really help support those feeder cow prices. That's going to add to cow-calf producer profitability this year, especially if we see them retain those calves.
American Cattle News. It's another Ag News update. Agriculture preparing for the 2018 Farm Bill implementation. More after this.
I'm Sherry Saylor, an Arizona farmer. We all enjoy the bounty of America's farms and ranches on our plates. So remember to let farmers and ranchers get their job done this spring. Slow down on the roads and keep a safe distance as equipment moves and farmers prepare their fields and plant crops. Follow the hashtag #KeepFarmsSafe on social media to learn more.
This public service message is brought to you by Farm Bureau and the U.S. Ag Centers.
Ag Secretary Sonny Perdue on what's ahead in 2019.
We also have already begun and are getting stakeholder input on how best to implement the provisions. Just on yesterday, FPAC, Production and Conservation Group, held a public listening session. I think over 600 people were there and present, and many others joined by the internet. So these formal and informal listening sessions will continue. So, although not under the direct jurisdiction of the Ag Committee, these are the top three legislative issues that farmers continue to raise with me as I travel. Certainly are trade. I think we'll have some discussion about that today. Labor, a legal farm workforce. Labor is becoming more and more difficult to attract in most all areas of the country. I don't hear of any people that are flush with ag labor in that regard. Regulation, as the ranking member mentioned, we're continuing to work on regulations to keep it safe but make it productive. And the fourth thing that we hear more about now, certainly in certain regions of the country, from California to Florida, the Carolinas, to Georgia, or the disaster programs.
Another Ag News update. I'm Tony St. James.
At the American Veterinary Medical Association annual convention in Denver, we caught up with Dr. Kerry Ryan, pet cloning and genetic preservation expert with Viagen in Cedar Park, Texas.
We've been working with dogs and cats for 3 years. We're the only company in the United States that clones dogs and the only company in the world that clones cats. And we've also been cloning horses and livestock for about 15 years. So I think this will be here to stay, and I think as we get better and better at it, the costs will come down and people will be more and more interested in it.
There's more information at avma.org.
Well, the new dietary guidelines just issued by the U.S. Department of Agriculture indicate potatoes, they're good for you. Potatoes are a good source of potassium, providing 15% of the daily value per serving. Potatoes are also an excellent source of vitamin C, providing 30% of the daily value per serving. And here's something kind of interesting. For the first time in the history of the USDA's dietary guidelines, the guidance also covers specific recommendations for individuals under 2 years old, and those recommendations support potatoes as a healthy first food for babies and toddlers. More information can be found at the website health.gov.
Today's Farmer and Garden Almanac is made possible by FeedWorks USA, providing feed additives for the dairy and livestock industries. Information at feedworksusa.com.
We know that we're asking Americans to do a lot right now. So we're asking everyone to be selfless for others so that we can protect those who are most susceptible to this virus.
A question I often get asked is, why should young people care about the spread of coronavirus? Well, we know that people with underlying medical conditions over the age of 60 are at highest risk, but they've got to get it from somebody.
Social distancing is really physical separation of people.
It's what we refer to when we ask people to stay at least 6 feet apart.
Not going to bars, not going to restaurants, not going to theaters where there are a lot of people. It all just means physical separation so that you have a space between you and others who might actually be infected or infect you.
We all have a role to play in preventing person-to-person spread of this disease, which can be deadly for vulnerable groups. For more information on how you can social distance, please go to coronavirus.gov.
As a small business owner, there's one word that you absolutely dread: payroll. For small businesses, it's a big burden. You may think you're saving time and money doing it yourself. But come on, are you? Timesheets, processing checks, calculating taxes, a total waste of your time. Paychex simplifies payroll processing, saving you time and money. Submit your payroll online, fax it in, or call your dedicated Paychex payroll specialist. And you're done. Learn more at trypaychex.com. Come on, do the math. The IRS dishes out 8 million penalties a year. Make one mistake and you're on the hook. On average, you're losing nearly 1 business day every month doing payroll. That's time and money you'll never get back, unless you get Paychex. More than 500,000 small businesses already do. Call 877-278-5679. Trade payroll pressure for peace of mind. Call now, 877-278-5679. That's 877-278-5679.
Why have thousands of aspiring authors teamed up with Christian Faith Publishing to publish their book? Because Christian Faith Publishing is an author-friendly publisher who understands that your labor is more than just a book. We provide authors freedom and flexibility throughout the publishing process, professional book editing, award-winning design, and some of the highest royalty structures in the publishing industry. And as always, you will retain 100% of the rights to your book.
I was looking to find a company that I could trust, one that assisted in the editing process completely.
The most important qualities that I was looking for was a publisher who was honest and upfront, no hidden costs or fees, and owning the rights to my own work.
Christian Faith Publishing will publish, market, and sell your books in all major bookstores, online booksellers, as well as specialty Christian bookstores. Call for your free author submission kit.
800-607-0665. 800-607-0665. 800-607-0665. That's 800-607-0665.
My son was in the Army back during Desert Storm, but even then he wanted an MBA. He looked at a dozen schools, but only one offered the online education and flexibility he needed while he was in a tent in Iraq, Grantham University. Turns out that Grantham's been delivering affordable, relevant college and advanced degrees for over 65 years. Heck, if they can deliver a quality education to a soldier in a tent overseas, think about the flexibility Grantham can offer you so you can earn your degree too. It doesn't matter how complicated or full your life is. If getting a degree is on your bucket list, you'll want to do what my son did. You'll want to call Grantham. Find out how easy it is to get started on your education so you can check that college degree off your bucket list. Call Grantham right now. 800-903-6509. That's 800-903-6509. Flexible, affordable, relevant. Call 800-903-6509.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou. Lou is one of you and will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou is like you. He's on meds too.
Call 800-301-8166. 800-301-8166. 800-301-8166. Again, that's 800-301-8166.
Watch Mohawk Valley Living every Sunday and pick up our free monthly magazine. Inside are stories by local writers, area guides, things to do, and more. Find out today why people are calling it their favorite magazine. Mohawk Valley Living. See what's in it for you.
Wherever you are, whatever you do, have a nice day. WKAL, Talk Radio 1450.
Syracuse 6:20 in the morning, Friday, January 8th. It is 20 degrees outside, and I can only say it's going to be a beautiful Friday. It's going to be sunny today, high of 31, 32 degrees. Tonight, clear, about 10 Saturday, mostly sunny with a high near 31 or 32. And on Sunday, we're going to see a little bit more sunshine with a high near 30. So we're going to have a beautiful 3 days with us. Nice way to end the week, start the weekend. Local headlines, Mike Nareski. Good morning, Mike.
Good morning, TGIF. It's Friday, January 8th, 2021. Good morning, I'm Mike Nareski. Here's news we're following at this hour. The company that now owns the Remington Arms assets in Ilion has obtained its federal firearms license. Roundhill Group, who bought Remington in Ilion last year, received the license last week. The plan is to open the plant in Ilion on February 16th for maintenance, and they are targeting March 1st for production to begin. No word yet on how many former employees will go back to work. Court proceedings are still ongoing in the race for the 22nd Congressional District seat as the judge continues to review contested ballots. On Thursday, Oswego County Supreme Court Judge Scott Del Conte examined more than 400 challenged ballots from Oneida County. Several of the disputed ballots were cast by voters who registered to vote through the Department of Motor Vehicles, but say when they went to the polls on Election Day, they weren't on the list. Incumbent Anthony Brindisi thinks those votes should count, while his opponent, Republican Claudia Tenney, thinks they should not. As of the last unofficial tally, Tenney was leading Brindisi by 29 votes. Del Conte has not yet ruled on the contested ballots. In other news, the COVID-19 effort in Oneida County remains focused on boosting vaccinations as much as possible among those eligible, with the goal of having 1,000 people getting doses by the end of the coming weekend. County Executive Anthony Pacenti Jr. said the county has already received about 30 applications for the newly created job of COVID-19 vaccinators and 10 for support staff. Pacenti said during a Facebook Live briefing from his home in Rome, which you heard yesterday on WKAL, where he was quarantined after receiving a positive test for the condition Tuesday. So far, he has no symptoms, Pacenti said. The county opened a distribution site at Mohawk Valley Community College in Utica on Tuesday to people in the 1A vaccination group only. It is open from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. every day. It came as the Board of Legislators approved a $2.6 million appropriation for paying the workers using funding anticipated from new federal COVID aid approved recently by Congress. A link to the application for both jobs is on the county's website at ocgov.net. Anyone authorized to give intramuscular injections may apply. Due to continuing impacts from COVID-19, including many staff members quarantined due to illness or exposure, the Rome School District is extending its all-remote learning format for students until January 25th. The new tentative return date for students to hybrid scheduling of in-person and remote instruction was announced Thursday morning by School Superintendent Peter Blake in a video message on the district's website. The district had already shifted to an all-remote format until at least the 11th. In addition, Blake said the district will be issuing a survey next week seeking permission from in-person students and staff in the school buildings to voluntarily be tested for COVID-19 because Rome is in a state-designated yellow zone for COVID-19. 20% of in-person students and staff in each building are required to be tested, and if a school positivity rate is below the regional rate, then the school can remain open. The individual testing will be voluntary, and we'll be speaking live. Rocco will be speaking live with Peter Blake this morning at 7:10. The Utica St. Patrick's Day Parade Committee has officially voted to cancel the parade for March this year. According to organizers, hosting the parade has not been entirely ruled out for 2021, but must be within a certain time frame before it would interrupt planning for the 2022 event. We are having ongoing discussions regarding the possibility of having the parade later in the year or canceled altogether, said committee co-director Patrick McGrath. Ultimately, the health of the public is our main concern and will dictate our decision. We expect a final determination on whether the 2021 parade will occur by July. According to its website, the Syracuse St. Patrick's Day Parade, originally scheduled for March 13th, has also been canceled this year due to uncertainties with the pandemic. A Rome man was found with 2 weapons and a suspected quantity of drugs following a traffic stop on Robert Street in Rome early Wednesday morning. According to law enforcement officials, the driver, Anthony Garcia Dundas, 30, of the state of Georgia, has been charged with 2 counts of 4th-degree possession of a weapon, police stated. Police said an officer on patrol at about 7:25 a.m. found a car parked at the curb on East Bloomfield Street near Floyd Ave. Police said the car pulled into the street, stopped in the middle of the lane, and turned on its high beams and then continued driving. The officer conducted a traffic stop on nearby Robert Street. Police said a pair of metal knuckles with a fold-out knife and a switchblade were found inside the vehicle. Police said several drug pipes, hypodermic instruments, and other drug paraphernalia were also found in the vehicle. Authorities said the suspected drugs had been sent to a forensic laboratory for testing and possible charges are pending. Garcia Douglas was released on an appearance ticket for city court. WKAL News Time coming up on 6:28 a.m. with a WKAL News Brief. For now, I'm Mike Nareski.
We know that we're asking Americans to do a lot right now. So we're asking everyone to be selfless for others so that we can protect those who are most susceptible to this virus.
A question I often get asked is why should young people care about the spread of coronavirus? Well, we know that people with underlying medical conditions over the age of 60 are at highest risk, but they've got to get it from somebody.
Social distancing is really physical separation of people.
It's what we refer to when we ask people to stay at least 6 feet apart.
Not going to bars, not going to restaurants, not going to theaters where there are a lot of people. It all just means physical separation so that you have a space between you and others who might actually be infected or infect you.
We all have a role to play in preventing person-to-person spread of this disease, which can be deadly for vulnerable groups. For more information on how you can social distance, please go to coronavirus.gov.
Engaging radio commercials produce 8 times the results of non-engaging radio commercials. A few examples. A woodpecker. Not engaging. A woodpecker on your hot air balloon. Very engaging. A train. Not engaging. A train barreling through your living room. Very engaging.
Radio spots that get attention get results. Radio. This medium is huge.
See what the power of Talk Radio 1450 WKAL can do for your business. For more information, call 315-533-2795. Talk Radio 1450 WKAL.
Former First Lady of New York State. In 1984, my husband, Governor Cuomo, encouraged me to create the first mentoring program in the state. Then as now, we needed to prevent our youth from dropping out of school. We developed a unique mentoring program to support youth to improve self-esteem, learn to respect others, and achieve their personal best. Our humanistic one-to-one mentoring model really works. Now my son, Governor Andrew Cuomo, has reinstated the original New York State mentoring program, and I as chair. The New York State Mentoring Program is pleased to work with the Rome City School District, the Rome Chamber of Commerce, and the entire community mentoring local children. To learn about mentoring, visit ny.gov/mentoring. Thank you for making a difference in a child's life.
With SRN News, I'm Ron DeRockstra. Lawmakers are vowing to investigate Wednesday's security breach at the Capitol.
Members of Congress want to look into how much a lack of preparedness allowed a mob to occupy and vandalize the Capitol. In an interview with MSNBC, Representative Val Demings, a former Florida police chief, said it was, quote, painfully obvious that the Capitol Police were not prepared. Another Democratic congressman, Tim Ryan of Ohio, suggested there could be leadership changes for the Capitol Police who were in charge of Congress. They ended up having to turn to other law enforcement for help with the mob that overwhelmed the complex and sent lawmakers into hiding. I'm Shelley Adler.
Also at srnnews.com, President Trump Thursday acknowledged Joe Biden will succeed him in the White House. In a statement, the president says there'll be an orderly transition later this month, even though he totally disagrees with the outcome of the election. Meanwhile, a group of GOP senators urging Trump administration officials to remain at their jobs until the new administration is sworn in later this month.
Republican Mike Lee of Utah is among the senators advising Trump cabinet members to remain in place despite some wishing to defect in protest of the president's response to the U.S. Capitol riot by Trump supporters on Wednesday. Senator Lindsey Graham also urging caution, telling reporters, quote, to those who believe you should leave your post now to make a statement, I would urge you not to. The senators are responding after the Washington Post first reported top administration officials may wish to abandon ship to make a statement. Bob Agnew reporting. 2
cabinet secretaries already have left the White House, Elaine Chao, Transportation, and Betsy DeVos from the Education Department, both handing in their resignation. Wall Street Dow futures are up 124 points. The Nasdaq's ahead by 51, and the S&P 500 is 14 points in the green early this morning. This is SRN News. Speaker Nancy Pelosi says Washington policymakers should act immediately to remove President Trump from office just 2 weeks before his term ends. She claims he committed seditious acts related to the president's role in encouraging the assault on the U.S. Capitol a day earlier. Senator Lindsey Graham, among a number of other lawmakers who disagree. A fortnight till Inauguration Day, and President Trump yesterday acknowledged his electoral defeat, says there will be a peaceful transition of power January 20th. France's government breathed a sigh of relief today after the U.S. indefinitely delayed tariffs on French wine, cosmetics, and other goods designed as a retaliation for a French tax on technology giants. U.S. Trade Representative's office says it suspended the tariffs, which had been scheduled to enter in force this week, because it's investigating similar tech taxes from a growing number of other countries as well. This is SRN News. Atheists are trying to worm their way into the inauguration.
The Freedom from Religion Foundation wants the government to eliminate the Bible and the words "So help me God" from the oath taken by each president as he assumes the post. In fact, that phrase is not actually part of the formal oath, but nearly every president has added it over the course of the country's 245-year history. George Washington actually kissed the Bible after he was sworn in. There's no indication that the atheists' demands will be met. Michael Harrington, SRN News.
The government of Sudan signed an Abraham Accords with the U.S., paving the way for the African country to normalize ties with Israel. The recent U.S. negotiated deals between Arab countries and Israel have been a major foreign policy achievement by President Trump. Before Sudan, the Trump administration engineered diplomatic pacts late last year between Israel and the United Arab Emirates and Bahrain, and Morocco also established diplomatic ties with Israel. This is SRN News. The government's latest weekly jobless numbers show slightly fewer people seeking unemployment aid, but it's still a big number.
The Labor Department reports 787,000 Americans filed claims for unemployment benefits last week. While that's a slight decline from the previous week, it's an indication many employers are still cutting jobs, as the surge in coronavirus cases prompts tighter business restrictions and anxious consumers decide to stay home. The report comes a day before the government releases its December jobs report. Yesterday, payroll processor ADP reported private employers eliminated 123,000 jobs last month. Ben Thomas, Washington.
Boeing's agreed to pay $2.5 billion to settle a criminal charge related to its troubled 737 MAX jetliner. And they are nearly 2 years after the second of two crashes that killed 346 people in all. More details at srnnews.com. I'm Ron DeRockstra. With SRN Sports, I'm Ron DeRockstra. Checking out the NBA on the hardwood last night, the Nets beat the 76ers 122-109. Cavaliers defeated the Grizzlies 94-90, while the Mavericks beat the Nuggets in overtime 124-117. Trailblazers pounce on the Timberwolves 135-117. The Spurs 118-109 winners over the Lakers. In college hoops, Gonzaga, number one in the nation, beat rival BYU 86-69 in a hastily scheduled game after both teams lost their original opponents to COVID-19 issues. Number 5 Iowa, easy in an 89-67 rout of Maryland. Wisconsin pulls out an 80-73 win over Indiana. Number 12 Illinois beat Northwestern 81-56. And Colorado held off number 17 Oregon for a 79-72 win in Boulder. This is SRN Sports. The Mets make their first blockbuster move since Steve Cohen purchased the team in November.
The Mets have landed shortstop Francisco Lindor and pitcher Carlos Carrasco from Cleveland. The Mets part with infielders Andre Jimenez and Ahmed Rosario, right-hander Josh Wolf, and outfielder Isaiah Green. A two-time Gold Glove winner, Lindor is a career .285 hitter and has averaged 29 homers, 86 RBIs, and 21 steals in his 6 Major League seasons.
Dave Ferry reporting. In the NFL, the Cleveland Browns have placed safety Rodney Harrison on the COVID-19 reserve list as they await permission from the NFL to practice for their first playoff game in 18 years. Harrison's the latest on the list for the Browns, who will be without coach Kevin Stefanski against the Steelers after he tested positive with the virus. And offensive assistant Katie Sowers will not be returning to the 49ers this year after becoming the first female coach to make it to the Super Bowl last year. With SRN Sports, I'm Ron DeRockstra.
With the SRN News Business Brief, I'm George Bonzani. The U.S. government has held its first ever oil and gas lease sale for Alaska's Arctic National Wildlife Refuge.
The sale was held as scheduled Wednesday after a judge rejected requests by indigenous and conservation groups to halt the event. It garnered bids on behalf of the tracts that were listed as available in the refuge's coastal plain.
Correspondent Jeremy House, U.S. long-term mortgage rates declined to record lows for the first week of this year.
The average rate on the benchmark 30-year fixed-rate home loan slipped to 2.65% from 2.67% from last week. John Scott reporting.
In a legal settlement, Boeing will pay $2.5 billion to resolve a criminal charge of defrauding safety regulators in connection with the development of the 737 MAX aircraft. Wall Street yesterday, S&P up 56, Dow up 212, NASDAQ up 327. With SRN Business, I'm George Bonzani.
If you are a small business owner, it is time to answer these questions. Is your website mobile friendly? Does it look modern and pop? Can it be found on the first page of Google? If you answer no to any of these questions, or worse, you don't have a website, it is time to call our friends at Thayer 2 Design. They'll work with you to customize a website to fit your needs and help you grow. Websites start as low as $400, and yes, you heard that right. A great looking website doesn't have to cost you thousands of dollars. Give them a call today at 315-875-7989 or visit them online at RomeNYWebDesign.com.
Have you taken the diabetes drug Invokana? Unfortunately, this drug has been linked to severe issues with the customers taking it. Some of the most severe injuries sustained are amputations. If you or a loved one have taken the drug Invokana and needed a surgery that required an amputation, you may be entitled to significant compensation. Find out today if you or a loved one are entitled to compensation for your pain and suffering. Call the law offices now. Operators are standing by. 800-430-2130, 800-430-2130. Invokana is a drug meant to help diabetics. Unfortunately, the drug has caused problems with many diabetics taking it. If you or a loved one have suffered serious injuries, including an amputation after taking this drug, you may be entitled to significant compensation. Call right now to file your claim. 800-430-2130, 800-430-2130. I am a paid non-attorney spokesperson.
If you are trying to quit drinking or doing too many drugs, listen to me. You don't know me and we'll never meet. I had a problem like you once. I drank and used to party a little too much till it got out of control and almost ruined my life. I realized I needed help to fix my problem before it totally destroyed me. If you've tried to fix your drinking and drug problem and you know you can't do it alone, you need to call the National Treatment Advisors. They'll immerse you into a 30-day program to replace your old habits with new habits and totally change your life. And if you have PPO private health insurance, the entire program may be covered. Fix your problem right now before it gets any worse. Get clean. Call now and learn more. 800-961-2480. 800-961-2480. 800-961-2480. 800-961-2480.
How did you become addicted? A friend? Were you at a party and someone said, "Hey, try this"? Then you got the cold sweats and started shaking. And the more you did it, the more it didn't work. So you switched to the needle. Now you're a train wreck. Drinking, drugging, broke. Your family hates you. And you hate you. Get out of your hell on earth now. Call the Detox and Treatment Helpline today for immediate help. In many cases, your insurance may cover the costs. We can't guarantee it, but we can guarantee we have what you need to change your life for the better. Pick up your cell phone and call right now. 800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. 800-694-1127. That's 800-694-1127.
You can listen to WKAL on almost any device imaginable. Our website, WKAL1450.com, and our Facebook page, WKAL1450, has all the information. And now you can listen to us on your Alexa device. Alexa, tune in WKAL.
WKAL from TuneIn.
WKAL is everywhere. Around the region at 1450 AM and around the world on your Alexa device and WKAL1450.com.
Watch Mohawk Valley Living every Sunday and pick up our free monthly magazine. Inside are stories by local writers, area guides, things to do, and more. Find out today why people are calling it their favorite magazine. Mohawk Valley Living. See what's in it for you.
Wherever you are, whatever you do, have a nice day. WKAL, Talk Radio 1450.
Thank God it's
Friday. Friday.
Thank God it's
Friday. 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 Hey, put a smile on your face. Things are coming your way. Out there somewhere tonight. Is the right time and place.
43 in the morning, Friday, January 8th, 20 degrees outside. Good morning, Rome. This is the WKAL Good Morning Show. We're going to have a beautiful day out today. Mike Nareski and I are here with you till 9 o'clock. Today, well, sunny, high near 30. Tonight, mostly cloudy, 10. And tomorrow, mostly sunny, high near 30, 32. No precipitation in the forecast in any form until Sunday night, where there might be a very slight chance of snow showers for a couple of hours during Sunday night. And then Monday through Thursday, nothing but clouds and sunshine and medium-grade temperatures in the mid-30s, and at night about 15, 20 degrees. So we've got a nice stretch of weather coming, unless you want to ski. In that case, you got to go way up north where they can make snow. News of the World opens tonight at the Capitol Theater Black Box Theater. January 8th, it's at 4 and 7 tonight. Tomorrow, January 9th, it'll be 4 and 7. January 10th, 1 and 4. And it winds up January 11th with a 7 p.m. showing. That's News of the World starring Tom Hanks. It'll be at the Black Box Theater at the Capitol Arts Complex. I don't know if they'll let you in to see what the theater looks like. The main theater, it's empty, and they're restoring the thing to the beautiful way it was in the 30s. My understanding is you won't get 30s prices when it reopens, but it's going to look really, 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 really nice. Tonight, or this morning, coming in at 7:10, we have Peter Blake, Rome Superintendent of Schools. Talk to him about the ever-confounding and confusing system of sending kids back or not sending them back. 8:10, Dr. Mitch and Marianne Buttonshaw will be on at the same time. We're going to talk about the vaccines, what the governor's talking about, what the county executive's trying to do, and the fact that most people still don't know when the hell to go get their shots. And it is confusing. If you call here at a hospital in our area and then call a hospital in the Utica area and then call a hospital in the Cooperstown area, you wouldn't believe the difference in confusion in what the instructions are, because the instructions don't tell you much except give you one A, B, C, D, E. But I want to say good morning to my dad, Tony. Good morning, Dad. It's nice that you're listening. Hope you like those Christmas cookies. And now some local headlines with Mike Nareski.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
WKAL Talk Radio 1450 news time is 6:46 a.m. It's Friday, January 8th, 2021. Good morning. I'm Mike Nareski. In news, the Rome-based New York State Technology Enterprise Corporation, known as NICETech, is partnering with the U.S. Department of Homeland Security Science and Technology Directorate to accelerate technology transfer and commercialization activities. Through a partnership intermediary agreement, NICETech will leverage its network of public safety and first responder experts in the Northeast region of the U.S. to help DHS S&T identify, research, and support the scouting and transition of new technologies to advance homeland security solutions, said NICETech. NICETech's accelerator program, Ignite U New York, will provide startup development support for small business innovation research performers, commercialization accelerator program participants, and other DHS awardees, according to the announcement. A PIA is a contract or memorandum of understanding that enables a state or local government agency or nonprofit entity to engage in academia and industry on behalf of government as a partnership intermediary to accelerate technology transfer and commercialization, the announcement noted. The Oriskany Central School District will extend remote learning to Tuesday, January 19th, when a hybrid model will be reinstated. Superintendent Timothy Gaffney announced at the January 5th Board of Education meeting held via Zoom that it was in the district's best interest to remain cautious and consider the safety of all students, faculty, and staff, as well as families. Gaffney went on to highlight information also available in the school district's newsletter, including the state's micro-cluster strategy in response to a second predicted surge of COVID-19. The superintendent pointed out that while reviewing statewide positivity rates compared from back in September, rates are still increasing. Just during the holiday break, he said, some students and staff were in quarantine. The Westmoreland School District is adding at least another week onto its all-remote learning schedule because of conditions involving the COVID-19 pandemic. Students will continue with 100% remote instruction until at least January 19th instead of previously scheduled return on the 11th to a schedule that includes in-person instruction, announced District Superintendent Rocco Migliore. Given current conditions, Migliore said in his announcement, I think it would be premature to reopen next week. The district has 10 staff members either isolated due to a positive COVID-19 test or quarantined due to prolonged exposure, he observed. And there will be an American Red Cross blood drive today from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. at St. John's Lutheran Church, 502 West Chestnut Street in Rome. According to the Regional Red Cross chapter, all blood types are needed. Another blood drive will be held on Friday, January 22nd from 10 to 3. The American Red Cross follows numerous COVID-19 and blood donation safety protocols. For additional information on these Red Cross precautions or to schedule an appointment to donate blood, visit its website at redcrossblood.org. Here's the list of updated coronavirus statistics posted January 7th for Oneida County. Total positive cases overall 13,943. That's 220 new cases. Active positive cases 5,872. Negative tests 385,386. Total tests 399,329. Recovered are 5,318 individuals. Hospitalized are 191. Inside the county, 177. At Rome Memorial Hospital, 19. And at MVHS, 158. Nursing home residents, there are 31 individuals. Outside the county, 14. Individuals in mandatory isolation, 5,872, and in mandatory quarantine, 1,626, and there are 253 deaths. That's one new death. The United County Sheriff's Office has arrested a fugitive Thursday who had been wanted by authorities since April of 2017. Ruvim Miklovich, 28, of Utica, was on the county's 2019 top 10 most wanted list. He's facing a charge of third-degree criminal mischief. Authorities were able to locate him after information was received through Mohawk Valley Crime Stoppers when Miklovich moved back to Utica. He was arrested on January 7th, arraigned, and released in accordance with bail reform laws. An Otsego County woman has admitted to stealing at least $34,000 from the Morris Central School District during a federal court appearance Wednesday. Christina Hand, 47 years of age, was the treasurer of the school district from 2014 through February of 2020. She pled guilty to 2 counts of federal program theft for stealing from a district that receives federal funds. Hand admitted to stealing $24,000 by depositing checks payable to the school district into bank accounts that she controlled. She also admitted stealing at least $10,000 more by using the school's district's Amazon account and credit cards to purchase items for her personal use. Hand faces up to 10 years in prison and a maximum fine of $250,000 and has already agreed to pay $34,000 in restitution to the school district. She will be sentenced on May 11th. According to Utica police, one person was stabbed early Thursday morning. The stabbing occurred along the 100 block of Gold Street around 4 a.m. Medical personnel were tending to a person in the back of an ambulance. Utica police have not released details on the extent of the victim's injuries or if any suspect is in police custody. As school districts begin to decide what they will do when scheduled classes are slated to begin, one school has already made up their minds. Notre Dame Elementary School has decided to resume in-person instruction beginning on Monday, January 11th. However, the high school will be continuing remote education. Executive Principal Roy Kane sent a letter to the Notre Dame community informing them of the back-to-school plan. Kane says the administration reached the decision based on a number of factors, including the current risk presented to a growing number of faculty and staff personnel, as well as their families, and the increased involuntary selection of remote instruction by parents and in line with recommendations shared by county personnel. WKAL news time is 6:54 a.m. and the customized Pontiac Firebird Trans Am that portrayed David Hasselhoff's crime-fighting partner Kit in the 1980 series Knight Rider is being auctioned by the actor online. Hasselhoff, who took ownership of the black vehicle after the series run ended, is currently available for sale on website liveauctioneer.com. The auction scheduled to end January 23rd had reached a high bid of $975,000 as of Thursday afternoon, far exceeding the auctioneer's estimate of $175,000 to $300,000. Lot winners responsible for delivery expense if hammer price exceeds 25% above reserve price. The Hoff will personally deliver the car to the new owner, the auction description reads. The actor is auctioning off a wide range of official merchandise, including a Baywatch pinball machine and a 14-foot model of Hasselhoff's body used in the SpongeBob SquarePants movie.
Well, I was waiting for you. You're serious.
I'm serious. This is for real.
First of all, did you give him the name The Hoff? The Hoff?
That's his nickname. That was his nickname.
Really? I never knew that.
The Hoff.
I did see the 14-foot. They had it on TV the other night, the 14-foot fiberglass thing. In the SpongeBob movie, it shows him skimming along the water at a super high speed to get SpongeBob back to where he belongs. Being a SpongeBob
beneath
aficionado.
The sea, right?
Yes, beneath the sea. He lives under the water. I didn't know that the car would ever sell for anything near $1 million.
Apparently, that's what's going on.
Hey, God Almighty, where do people get this money? You did a story. I'm going to ask you to keep those because when Dr. Mitch and Marianne Buttonshaw come in, I want to talk about. They're coming in to talk about the shots and straightening out what confusion there is about getting shots. According to what I hear now, you and I may never get shots because they'll forget all about us. But
we'll ask them.
They're kind of throwing it in the air, and whatever lands on the floor gets a shot. But there was this gentleman who was a fugitive from 2017.
Yes.
And they caught him, and they had to let him go.
Due to bail reform.
I want to double check with the Assemblywoman that the people who wrote the bail reform laws weren't the same people who run the fish and game outfit here, because I know there's a lot of catch and release with fish. you catch them and you let them go. So I'm wondering if perhaps the sheriff's department is now having to take orders from fish and game.
This is not the same category, but it's similar results apparently.
Listen, hey, I make the top 10 list. You realize John Gotti now, if he was still alive, they'd have to catch him, not even get him a trial, and just take him in, fingerprint him, and let him go. You think this guy's going to come back to court after being on the run for 3 years? Yes, sirree. Book me and let me go, and I'll see you. Drop me off at the train station.
I figured you'd react to that story when I read it.
I couldn't. I wish I could. I wish Doreen was calling in today. What
boy.
kind of stupid. But there's nothing you can do. That's what the state legislature.
Well, aren't they working on bail and modifying that law anyway?
My humble opinion is as follows. Marianne Buttonshaw and a few other people are trying to get something together.
Right.
That is more
That's
sensible.
what I heard.
Now, the problem is that Marianne Buttonshaw is up here. And up here doesn't exist the downstate. I kid you not. When I lived in the city for years.
We've always had this upstate downstate thing.
They don't even recognize, to them, if you live in New York, upstate stops at Albany because that's where the state capital is.
People who live outside the state don't realize what upstate New York is. They think it's.
They don't even bother with it because all of the power is downstate. When there's money needed, they look. They do need money for the subways and the bridges and everything else, but most of the power is concentrated Albany south. Then you get up this way, and like I was told by people, if you stood in central New York, right where we are now, and you went 40 miles in any direction, you're no place. You don't. We're barely getting to Syracuse if we drive 40 miles west. If you drive 40 miles east, you're nowhere even near Albany yet. You drive 40 miles north, you're nowhere. I mean, it's just an area that they view as by itself. And then there's Rochester and Buffalo,
right,
which they view as very
Western
poor
New
cities.
York.
Yes, which they view as very poor cities that are on the dole. And this is the mindset down there. It was for every year that I lived down there. You could feel it and hear it and taste it. So to get something undone now that's basically voted in by people downstate because of Rikers Island and the whining and the crying that goes on down there, you're going to be stuck with it. She's got a long haul. I'll even bring it up this morning, but she's got a long haul trying to get this undone because the way it's working, they don't mind down there.
Well, she'll be able to tell us who this other person. You said she's working with somebody else.
She's working with. They're trying to get votes together.
Change the legislation.
Yeah,
right.
Unfortunately,
yeah, and I can't remember what the name of that other person is, but we can find out.
They have a group of people up here. We're going to roll over into news. I'll pick it up.
WKAL. This is AM 1450 WKAL, Rome, New York.
The time is exactly 7 o'clock.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Rich Thomason. Healing and reconciliation. That's what President Trump is urging as Joe Biden prepares to assume the highest office in the land. In a White House video, the president telling supporters to take heart.
I know you are disappointed, but I also want you to know that our incredible journey is only just beginning.
Mr. Trump taking a lot of heat for this week's rioting at the U.S. Capitol. House Speaker Pelosi talking about impeaching him for a second time. There's also discussion of invoking the 25th Amendment to force Mr. Trump from office. A couple of Trump cabinet secretaries have resigned. A U.S. Capitol police officer has died of injuries sustained during the violence. That raises the death toll related to the unrest to 5. And President Trump is condemning the attack on the Capitol, vowing that justice will prevail.
In a White House video, the president said he was outraged by Wednesday's violence and mayhem.
The demonstrators who infiltrated the Capitol have defiled the seat of American democracy.
He vowed that those who broke the law will pay. Mr. Trump also defended his response to the calamity, saying he immediately deployed the National Guard, a claim disputed in several media accounts. Greg Clugston, Washington.
There is plenty of video and photos of the rioting. Some of those pictures show a Utah man who, according to numerous news outlets, has a history of organizing violent BLM and Antifa protests, was inside the Capitol as the mayhem unfolded. Dozens of people have been charged in connection with the rioting. More charges expected. 105,000, the number of jobs that economists believe America's employers added last month. We'll find out later this morning, the government to issue its December employment report. On Wall Street, Dow futures up 90 points. NASDAQ futures 49 points higher. S&P futures up 11 points. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Tell me why Relief Factor is so successful in lowering or eliminating pain. I'm often asked that question. Pete and Seth Talbot, the father and son founders of Relief Factor, tell me they believe our bodies were designed to heal. The doctors who formulated Relief Factor selected the 4 best ingredients, 100% drug-free ingredients that each help your body deal with inflammation. Order the 3-week quick start now. Discount it to only $19.95 to see if it will work for you too. Call 800-500-8384. ReliefFactor.com.
If you've fallen behind in your credit card payments during the shutdown, you're probably feeling some added pressures. But you don't have to solve these problems alone. Trinity Debt Management can help. All you have to do is give Trinity a quick call, and we'll take care of the rest. No one really knows what the future will bring, but one thing is for sure. If your debt has you down, we should talk. Here's the number.
Call 1-800-990-6976. 1-800-990-6976.
Israel has entered a tightened lockdown as coronavirus cases surge despite an early and rapid vaccination campaign.
Most schools and businesses in Israel are now closed, with people required to remain within 1,000 yards from home. Public transport, too, is highly limited. The restrictions are to last for at least 2 weeks. Thousands of police will be deployed to enforce them, with roadblocks set up on major thoroughfares. On a positive front, Israel has already vaccinated nearly 20% of its population of 9 million and is on track to be one of the first countries to emerge from the coronavirus crisis. I'm Charles de Ledesma.
A Pakistani court has convicted and sentenced a senior terrorist leader to 5 years in prison in case of terror financing. The man, an alleged leader of the group that was behind the bloody 2008 Mumbai attacks in India. News and analysis, townhall.com. A book deal with Senator Josh Hawley has been canceled by the publisher in the aftermath of this week's Washington protests.
The Missouri Republican called the decision by Simon & Schuster Orwellian, vowing to fight it in court. Hawley's a leading proponent of the election was stolen from President Trump in favor of Joe Biden. He's often been cited as a possible future presidential candidate, and his book, The Tyranny of Big Tech, was scheduled to come out in June and was an intended forum for a favorite theme, the undue power of Google, Facebook, and other internet giants. Ron DeRockster reporting.
Israel postponing the next hearing in Prime Minister Netanyahu's corruption trial because of the country's tightened coronavirus lockdown. The Jerusalem District Court says the hearing scheduled for Wednesday will be put off indefinitely because of the number of people required to attend in person. And again on Wall Street this hour, Dow futures are up 94 points. More on these stories at townhall.com.
With SRN Sports, I'm Michael Harrington. Let's start with NBA action yesterday. The Mavericks take control in overtime and beat the Nuggets in Denver.
Dallas got some clutch overtime hopes from Josh Richardson to emerge with a 124-117 victory over the Nuggets. The Mavs were led by 38 points from Luka Doncic.
The team in these moments got to be a leader on those moments. And I think today we did great. A lot of people hit those clutch shots, and we did great.
Richardson's bucket with 1:57 left in the extra session lifted Dallas up for good at 116-114. Then he added a three-pointer with 1:25 left, making it 119-114, and the Mavericks were on their way. Tying Doncic for scoring honors was the Nuggets' Nikola Jokic, also with 38. Bruce Morton, Denver.
Elsewhere last night, it was Brooklyn over the Sixers, 122-109. This is SRN Sports. More NBA Finals from yesterday. Cleveland 94, Memphis 90. It was the Trail Blazers over Minnesota 135-117. Spurs 118 and the Lakers 109. AP Top 25 college basketball. Number 1 Gonzaga beat BYU 86-69. Number 5 Iowa over Maryland 89-67. 8th ranked Wisconsin beat Indiana 80-73. Number 12 Illinois down Northwestern 81-56. Number 17 Oregon was upset by Colorado 79-72. Major League Baseball news, the Mets have pulled off their biggest trade since Steve Cohen purchased the team in November. The club has landed shortstop Francisco Lindor and pitcher Carlos Carrasco from Cleveland. The Mets part with infielders Andres Jimenez, Ahmed Rosario, right-hander Josh Wolf, and outfielder Isaiah Green in the deal. This is SRN Sports.
With the SRN News Business Brief, I'm George Bonzani. The U.S. government has held its first ever oil and gas lease sale for Alaska's Arctic National Wildlife Refuge.
The sale was held as scheduled Wednesday after a judge rejected requests by indigenous and conservation groups to halt the event. It garnered bids on behalf of the tracts that were listed as available in the refuge's coastal plain.
Correspondent Jeremy House, U.S. long-term mortgage rates declined to record lows for the first week of this year.
The average rate on the benchmark 30-year fixed-rate home loan slipped to 2.65% from 2.67% from last week. John Scott reporting.
In a legal settlement, Boeing will pay $2.5 billion to resolve a criminal charge of defrauding safety regulators in connection with the development of the 737 MAX aircraft. Wall Street yesterday, S&P up 56, Dow up 212, NASDAQ up 327. With SRN Business, I'm George Bonzani.
We know that we're asking Americans to do a lot right now. So we're asking everyone to be selfless for others so that we can protect those who are most susceptible to this virus.
A question I often get asked is, why should young people care about the spread of coronavirus? Well, we know that people with underlying medical conditions over the age of 60 are at highest risk, but they've got to get it from somebody.
Social distancing is really physical separation of people.
It's what we refer to when we ask people to stay at least 6 feet apart.
Not going to bars, not going to restaurants, not going to theaters where there are a lot of people. It all just means physical separation so that you have a space between you and others who might actually be infected or infect you.
We all have a role to play in preventing person-to-person spread of this disease, which can be deadly for vulnerable groups. For more information on how you can social distance, please go to coronavirus.gov.
Trailers for sale or rent, rooms to let 50 cents. No phone, no pool, no pets. Ain't got no cigarettes, but 2 hours of pushing broom buys an 8, 12, 4-bedroom. I'm a man of means, by no means king of the road. 3rd boxcar, midnight train, destination Bangor, Maine. Whoa, worn out suit and shoes. I don't pay no union dues. I smoke old stogies I have found. Short, but not too big around. I'm a man.
7:10 in the morning, 19 degrees outside. We will see some sunshine today. Local headlines with Mike Nareski. Good morning, Mike.
Good morning. Following the riot at the United States Capitol Wednesday, precautions were taken at the New York State Capitol. Some of the entrances in and out of the state capitol were closed Thursday, as well as a stretch of road outside of the Capitol. Wednesday night, Albany officer Steve Smith tweeted that State Street from South Swan Street to Eagle Street would be closed beginning at 5:30 a.m. Thursday until further notice for vehicle traffic, and urged motorists to seek other routes. Thursday morning, crews set up large cement barriers to prevent anyone from driving through. In a statement, New York State Police said, given recent events in Washington and across the country, State Police has, out of an abundance of caution, taken steps to harden security in and around the state capitol. These restrictions are in place until further notice. The company that now owns the Remington Arms assets in Ilion has obtained its federal firearms license. Roundhill Group, who bought Remington in Ilion last year, received the license last week. The plan is to open the plant in Ilion on February 16th for maintenance. They are targeting March 1st for production to begin. No word yet on how many former employees will go back to work. Court proceedings are still ongoing in the race for the 22nd Congressional District seat as the judge continues to review contested ballots. On Thursday, Oswego County Supreme Court Judge Scott Del Conte examined more than 400 challenged ballots from Oneida County. Several of the disputed ballots were cast by voters who registered to vote through the Department of Motor Vehicles, but say when they went to the polls on Election Day, they weren't on the list. Incumbent Anthony Brindisi thinking those votes should count, while his opponent, Republican Claudia Tenney, thinks they should not. As of the last unofficial tally, Tenney was leading Brindisi by 29 votes. Del Conte has not yet ruled on the contested ballots. WKAL News Time is 7:12 a.m. with the WKAL News Brief. For now, I'm Mike Nareski.
Oh, I could hide 'neath the wing of the bluebird as she sings. The 6 o'clock alarm would never ring, but it rings and I rise, wipe the sleep out of my eyes. My shaven razor's cold and it stings.
Degrees outside Friday, January 8th. Good morning, Rome and Utica, Syracuse. Everybody listening on air online, WKAL's Good Morning Show will be here till 9 o'clock. And in the studio right now, thankfully he does not ever hang up on me when I call, Peter Blake, Superintendent of Rome Schools. Second easiest job on earth, behind being Vice President at the moment.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. A couple of weeks ago, you were on. We talked about the cost of cleaning the schools and all of the requirements that are going on. I've also talked with a lot of people over the months about the importance of having kids in school or out of school, or not, kind of giving the kids some sort of stability, because some schools have hybrids. But then what's been thrown into the mix is the fact that the virus gets very bad and spikes up. So kids stay home a little longer, and a little longer turns into a little longer. And now we're at the point where we're in the middle of the Thanksgiving surge, and the Christmas surge is getting ready to start. And then there's the New Year's surge, and we have in our state the new concentrated, easier to catch virus, which thank you, Lord. We just didn't know what we were going to do with. You get a shot, and look what else you got. And I heard last night that there's even a third strain that's rearing its head, and they're just starting to look at that. So it's almost February. Last year at this time, this mess was just starting. Where do you sit as superintendent as far as long range, meaning from now until the kids would get out in June, knowing doctors have said that if everything worked perfectly, it would be until the fall before we could go back to whatever you want to term normal now. Because
Sure.
Not as many people are getting the shots. It's going slow and all this other stuff. On top of that, you do have the expense of meeting the standards that the state wants, which is constantly sanitizing the school and dipping the kids in disinfectant as they walk in. And there's just still confusion about kids getting it or giving it or carrying it in. Now they talk about most of the people catch it from asymptomatically. I double-checked what I heard last night. About 60% of the people that are walking around that don't know they have it are giving it to everybody else. So this seems as if every time we take 1 inch forward, we take 19 steps backward. With all of this information, what is going to happen with the school year?
Well, that's the $1 million question right there, correct? I think the hardest thing when you look at it is really I've made some sarcastic jokes over the past several weeks about I've earned my my honorary medical degree the past year from the School of COVID. And I make that joke because we're school officials, right? We aren't trained to try and understand these things. We're trained in how to make educational decisions, business decisions in the business of education. And the fact is, this is a health crisis. And yes, we've had to manage through a terrible flu season in the past, which is very different than COVID for sure. And now on top of the fact, just when you think you're getting a handle on how to manage COVID, now you've got a second strain, maybe a third strain. And it kind of goes to the point where we've started talking a little bit, not on a global scale in education, but in a very small internal scale, that COVID is here to stay. It's not going away this year. It's not going away next year. My children, my grandchildren will deal with COVID throughout the flu season, winter season. It is a new illness that is not going to be eradicated. The flu's been here for over 100 years. We have not been able to eradicate that. I don't know why common sense would think that COVID is something that can be eradicated. To some degree, with the vaccine rolling out for adults, that will be helpful. The vaccine rolling out for children will help make many parents comfortable. Also help adults in schools feel more comfortable. We've had several families tell us they're not sending a kid back to school until there's a vaccine for children, and that might not be a year or two for all we know right now. So, I think at some point, this is not easy to deal with, but if you want things to get back to normal, at some point we have to figure out how to live and work within the world of COVID, as it's not going away. And so the most important thing is consistency. We all understand that. We also understand that it's been fairly inconsistent for families and kids and teachers, staff in schools because things ebb and flow very quickly with COVID, and so do the changes in the reactions to what we are asked to do from bodies of government, if you will, that really are out of our control. So we've talked about this, you and I, on the air a lot. Public education is an environment and an industry that largely for 100 years was unchanged. It was very comfortable. It was very predictable. A lot of what you experienced in school, whether you're in your 80s and you went to school 70 years ago, or you're in your 30s and you went to school 20 years ago, a lot of the experiences were similar. Not the same, but similar. And you could pretty much predict what school would look like. And suddenly, for the first time in any of our existences, we're thrown into a world where everything we knew is gone, and we're trying to put things together that don't compute in our heads. So that adds to the anxiety and the unpredictability. I don't have an answer for you as to how we get there between now and June. I can tell you that right now in Rome, we are preparing and training our staff to be able to administer the COVID tests so that we can have kids come back to school in the next couple of weeks. But under the current guidelines, and this could change before the end of the month, we don't know, we do have to test our students and staff in order to have them back in the buildings.
Okay, and I appreciate that you come and you're so very honest. Let me ask about the test. Are there going to be a quick test? The kid comes in, spits in a jar, and 15 minutes later?
It's a rapid test, and the way that it's done is it's self-administered. So if you're an adult or a child of age, it's a quick nasal swab, just the very inside of the nose. We are going to allow families to attend the testing with their children. So if you got a younger child that you want to have tested, we're going to have opportunities for their parents to attend with them. Obviously, you probably can't expect a 5-year-old to do their own nasal swab, so a parent could easily do the nasal swab, or a nurse if they wanted.
Aren't you bringing in an awful lot of people that could be carrying something now that? And I'm citing something that I did double check on. About 60% of the people are asymptomatic that are spreading this mess. Now, the mess gets spread because we as adults don't pay attention to, don't gather places, but it's not coming from the guy who sneezes in your face or the person that you're in the grocery store line with. It's mostly from asymptomatic people. Now, you're going to bring kids into school with their parents to teach them how to take a test, which has been admittedly not a great success because it has a failure rate of about 40%, giving false readings. And I know you're going to kill me, but the reason I'm asking these is because as I lay it out and look at it and double check it, it doesn't make any sense. So on one hand, I've interviewed people that say kids must be in school when they're in kindergarten through 5th grade because social interaction is what makes them not become reprobates when they're adults. These miserable people who growl at everybody. That may be true. Bringing them to school though, and not being able to tell teachers they cannot deal with their families. You got to live in the garage until this is over. It doesn't seem to have an end to it with the way the way you plan on doing this. Is it not? Isn't it better to just leave the kids home for purposes of less stress on parents? Number one, parents have to get up every day and wonder next week whether they got to have kids to have their kids taken care of or not have their kids taken care of. Taking your kid to daycare is sort of like, I admit when I used to have to take my daughter to the pediatrician, it was awful for me because I saw nothing but a lot of kids that are sick because they're at the doctor's office drooling all over other kids at the doctor's office. And I don't quite get how any of these things we're doing, forgive me, that you're doing really solve what is the issue you're trying to solve? Do you want kids back in school because that's what's best for them and we're going to try and find a way to keep them in school? Or is it they got to be in school because it's best for them and we're taking a crapshoot here and hoping nothing happens? And how do you feel about these choices? I mean,
yeah, well, first of all, how you feel about the choices? I think any superintendent that would sit here and talk to you would lie to you if they said they feel great about every choice that they've made. I mean, they're painstaking. The reality is that every decision that you make could have a very negative impact on somebody's life, and that's not fun. That's not a fun position to be in, right? So the easy solution would be just to keep everybody home for a long period of time, and that may be the best solution if you're looking at it, depending on what lens you're looking at it from. Correct. The point being, we are responsible for educating children. We do know that in-person learning is far superior to remote learning. It's obvious. It's been documented over the years, and I think it's been highlighted this past 10 months more so than ever. The other piece that you have of it is you don't want to bring political pressure into it, but it's been made very clear that the expectation from the people that manage public education in New York State specifically, that children need to be in school, and it's our responsibility to help them get to school. We do have a right, wrong, or indifferent, public education does have a role in helping the economy in the sense that if the kids are in the buildings, it does free up families to be able to go to work and have jobs. I don't know that the hybrid schedule lends itself to that as well as a fully open schedule, but they are intertwined in some way, shape, or form. And so the debate tends to be how do you put all those into a pot and come up with a solution that is helpful for everybody while keeping everybody safe. I will argue, if you look at the statewide data, Monroe County out by Rochester, what the governor calls the Finger Lakes region, is out of control with this virus. I think they're the only region in the state worse than the Mohawk Valley right now. Their schools are open and have not closed outside of the city of Rochester. All of their suburban schools, districts bigger than Rome, similar to Rome, and their positivity rates are well below 1% in their schools. Onondaga County, same situation. All of their suburban public schools and the Syracuse City schools were open when they were testing kids, well below 1% positivity rates. The issue is not necessarily the virus in the schools. It hasn't been talked about why. I have a personal opinion on that. But in Rome, we've experienced the same thing. We have not seen the spread within the schools, but we have had issues with staff and now more students as we come out of the holidays that are falling ill to the virus for one reason or another. We don't know why, because they're not in the buildings. We're just getting the phone calls from the Department of Health. But we have seen a large increase in the number of people that are ill and or quarantined, and that's where the problem is. When you don't have enough staff to open the building, it's not like a retail store where we can just ask some people to double shift, pick up some overtime. If you got kids coming to school, you have to have an adult in the room with them to supervise. If you don't have enough adults to cover the room, then you can't be open. And it's not as simple as just taking any capable body that's in the building and putting them in the classroom. There's laws, there's certifications that are required to be with kids, to be alone with kids, to instruct the kids. And so I understand that some people might think it's as simple as just asking some people to do overtime, put those kids in that classroom. And believe me, we've done all of that. Our teachers have been great at combining classes back in November when we started to see some issues. But without enough staff in the buildings to manage and supervise kids, really, you can't be open. And that's really, I think, where most schools in the Mohawk Valley are struggling right now. We don't have the adult bodies to be able to supervise and manage a building.
Is there any way schools, had there been any thought about schools combining teachers and having two schools at one school in an effort to have enough staff?
So we've talked about that a little bit with our teachers union, and within the schools, I can tell you that our teachers have been great about covering for each other. So if you got a building that has the easiest scenario is 2 second-grade classrooms, right, and one of the second-grade teachers is quarantined or out for a period of time, the other second-grade teacher would take those students into their classroom for the day, and we've had great success with that. Our teachers have been, it's not easy for them. It's very stressful to walk into work for the day and then find out your whole day is turned upside down and you're going to be working with a bunch of kids you don't know, and it's not easy, but we have had those conversations, and I do know that this week some of the superintendents in Oneida County outside of Madison, Oneida, BOCES, which is our region here in Rome, right. More towards Utica way, they're starting to talk about sharing staff in a similar light. And the example that I heard Rocco Migliori from West Portland use yesterday was, one district is closed, another district is open. The open district needs bus drivers. Can the closed district share bus drivers with the open district to make sure that they get the kids at school? So we're starting to have those conversations about what can be done differently. And I know the county executive is really big on the sharing of services and personnel as much as you can. And so, if this is done well in 2 years from now, I hate to say that long in the future, but if things are done well as a result of COVID, we're going to have a different looking public education system. And realistically, it should be one where our tax dollars get us more for what we're able to provide for kids than the kind of sitting inside this little pigeonholed box that we've all kind of come to grow and love over the past century.
Start with the school lunches. I've heard nothing good about school. The deep cleaning of the schools is still one of the requirements that the governor is always touting is deep cleaning. That was a problem because of the time it takes and the intensity of it and the staff and is that so if you go back to school, is it going to be a 4-day week because they need that Friday to?
Yeah, no. We have never had a deep clean day in Rome. We've had the 4-day week with the Wednesday fully remote, not because of cleaning of the schools, and we've tried our best to publicly get this information out there. The Wednesday day was more for planning and asynchronous learning and letting staff have a moment to kind of wrap their heads around everything that's new and try and figure it out so that the instruction and education can be as good as possible. Ironically, and this didn't get enough publicity, in August, September, right before schools came back into session, the state changed the requirements for cleaning schools, and they went back and reversed them to the traditional normal amount of cleaning was acceptable for a school. No, it didn't, and it and a lot of things have changed since even since December at this point. That's not getting publicity. That doesn't help people in a community understand and feel comfortable about what's going on, and that's a whole nother conversation about COVID that's causing issues. But just right now,
just wait till you get to the point where you get your shot and see where you are on that list.
Oh, well, I'm told that education is in phase 1B is what we were told yesterday. So we'll see whenever phase 1B rolls out. Who knows what that'll be?
The
but
magic mystery of life.
Yeah. But the deep cleaning, a lot of schools, and we in Rome had traditionally gone above and beyond the minimum standards of cleaning. But in terms of what the requirements are for cleaning a school, it's no different than it was 24 months ago, really.
So they don't have to wipe down every locker handle and
they
go through with the
it's
ionizer.
it's recommended, but it's not required. We do that. Our custodians are going through the buildings and wiping down handles every hour, logging everything they're doing. We do have the sprayers. We've had the sprayers in our buildings, ironically, for 2 years prior to COVID. We were already doing some of those types of cleaning mechanisms for other, not throughout every school every day, but when something would pop up and you would see during flu season, you might see a little a blip on your radar with higher absenteeism. We do a little bit deeper cleaning. So a lot of those things are already happening, and most people just don't know about it because they happen out of the sight of the students. They happen out of sight of the staff, and usually overnight, right? So, but in general, there has been costs associated because you had to purchase new equipment that maybe you didn't have initially. Obviously, you're using more than you were before because you're going above and beyond. The PPE was a pretty big additional cost. It's not really an ongoing cost because we were required to stock up in July and August, and have a year's supply on hand. So we're pretty much, we're there with that stuff.
Now, this is something, though, because this is not going to go away the way we thought in the beginning, which was a shot comes, thank you very much. You got these mutations, and they say more mutations come along, and they were talking about having to have a booster now if these shots don't completely take care of the new, stronger viruses. So what is the game plan for, and this is not by way of complaint, but you're going to have to adjust the budget at some point because I guess masks are going to be one of those things you're going to be wearing for a long time. Halloween parades in schools are going to get the kids to take off their masks so you can see who the hell they are. And, oh, look, it's Billy. This is going to be an additional cost. Where does this fit in? I mean, have you sat down and crunched some numbers about?
Yeah, so we've been working on the budget for a few weeks now. I don't want to say surprisingly, but I am happy to report that the expenditures for the year right now are looking a lot better than anticipated in March of last year, May of last year. So that's a good thing, and revenues are somewhat holding steady. Although some of the revenue is promised revenue from federal relief packages, and then there's always the threat of loss of state aid. And so the conversation about masks is a good one to have. It's a tough one to understand because right now a lot of that PPE cost is reimbursable, so we can submit to the government to get reimbursed for relief, whether it be FEMA relief or under the COVID relief bills that are currently out there. The issue will come is when that relief money goes away, if we're still required to have masks in school, which would not be surprising. That there's a lot of unfunded mandates that start that way, and universal pre-K is one of them in New York State, and that's a much more important piece of it. But the state government has traditionally given you a large sum of money to get a pre-K program running. And then once you get your pre-K program running, they don't sustain that funding for you, and it falls back on your local taxpayers, and that's when you run into the budget problems. And so the masks, the PPE, the whatever cleaning standards that may be there at the time, that's another one of those things that will fall into that boat. So short term, I don't really see a budget problem coming up as a result of PPE needs. But in 2 or 3 years from now, if those are still a standard requirement in society, and we are required to provide, or not necessarily provide, but have them available, which means you got to buy them and maybe they sit there and they go to waste, then it could become a budget problem if we are not able to be reimbursed for those expenses as we are today.
When you were on last time, I did not bring this up, and I actually got some heat both ways. There are people out there who feel that life is not worth living as a child growing up if you lack sports, and there were actually different parents that shied for different sports, and then there were some people who felt that since sports would definitely be something that's going to spread a virus because you're hoo-haing in each other's faces, I bowled and I wrestled. I know one of those two didn't require much effort at all, and wrestling required you to sweat. So what is the being this is an extended thing? What is going to happen with football and basketball and?
Well,
I know they keep trying.
Nobody knows right now. What I can tell you is I believe it looks more and more like the spring season is going to be a complete mess. And I say that because the latest thing I heard is now they're discussing trying to run all of the sports that haven't run to date at the same time, which means when we get to the springtime, they're going to try and do basketball and hockey and football and lacrosse and baseball. I don't know how wrestling. I don't know how they think they're going to do all those sports at the same time. But really, what we've run into is a situation where, on both sides of the coin, as you mentioned, they're trying to make it so that people have the opportunity to do everything that they want to do. Instead of really making some of those tough decisions and say, look, it sucks, but we don't have football this year, or we don't have basketball this year. Whatever the sport is, you pick it. I don't know how that's going to play out. That's one thing that's kind of, at this point, still out of my hands because I'm at the mercy of the Section 3, and then the New York State Public High School Athletic Association. With those, I can tell you we were set to try to start boys swimming and bowling this past week. And out of the blue, the Section 3 announced that if your schools are completely remote, you aren't eligible to participate in athletics, which is a change from the fall. That's not how they operated the fall. The plan that they have set up for both swimming and bowling is fantastic. Both sports are set to complete virtually with no travel. So for bowling, your kids go to their home lane. They bowl individually. Their score is recorded. It's put into a computer. If we're bowling against Buffalo's in Buffalo at their alleys, bowling their games, putting their scores in a computer. Bowling is not a sport where you have to be head-to-head in the same location to be able to say you're competing against each other with a score. And really, swim is no different. They're planned on doing the same thing with swim, where you swim in your pool. You have your kid per lane. All the times are recorded digitally now in swim, so it's all the referees aren't involved in scoring the times. You touch the pad in the water, it logs your time. You could be in our pool. Nottingham could be over there in their pool, and they could have their swim team racing simultaneously. Your scores are uploaded. They really did a good job of finding a way to get those two sports to a point where you can do this more safely than the way maybe it's been done in the past. But for whatever reason, there was a decision. We haven't gotten to the bottom of why they changed course from the fall on whether or not kids can participate in sports right now, but we're looking to do that. But as of right now, all of our sports are on hold until we come back in person on January 25th.
What could possibly change the January 25th date? Now, because we're number one now in infection, we've held that title for a few days, so we're number one in something. What could change that?
The biggest thing that would change that would be whether or not we have enough staff available to operate the buildings. As long as we have the staff available, aside from that, we just will need to test 20% of the people that come to school, whether it be students and staff together. Test that 20% in those first 2 weeks, and we'll be good to go.
I don't ask this sarcastically, but you've got thousands of students and teachers and custodians. You're going to test 20% every 2 weeks. We
have to test 20%. Well, unless the rules change.
Let's presume they remain stupid. So what is testing 20% of anything do when that's 20 out of 100? I don't get.
Well, if you want my personal opinion on it, is it doesn't do anything, and the reason why you see below 1% positivity rate in schools with these testing requirements throughout New York State is because kids traditionally haven't come to school sick, and that's been a thing forever. So kids that are being tested in the schools, they're healthy. They're not coming to school sick. And same thing with our staff. Our staff has been phenomenal at, if they don't feel well, if they have a symptom, if they think they've been exposed, they've talked to us about it. They've stayed home. So I don't think you've got. Yes, there can be people asymptomatic, right, walking around and spraying things, but by and large, you see these percentage rates of 0.1, 0.2 in schools positivity rates because people aren't coming in while they're not feeling well, and so they're testing and they're negative.
Well, here's a stupid question, and I mean that tongue in cheek. this has been around for a year now. Isn't it plausible to have teachers, because teachers are adults, have an antibody test? I had one. And they can tell you whether or not you got the antibodies. If you got the antibodies, don't go get a shot. There you go. Boom. You come back for a checkup in 3 months. We'll see where your antibodies are. Then you know what teachers you've got that aren't going to have a problem. You don't know now what teachers might have done at Christmas, might have done it Thanksgiving. I got through because I didn't get sick, and so I did it at Christmas, and I went on New Year's. Those people are just getting sick. New Year's people won't be getting sick for another week. And you're going to be testing 20% of folks that, I have this issue where I work. I don't have nearly as many employees as you do, but when you walk in and you ask everybody, what did you do at Christmas? Hey, how was Christmas? It just seems different this year when you're talking to 20 or 30 people. Oh, I really didn't do anything at Christmas. We kind of stayed home, and my nieces and nephews came over instead of having a big Christmas, and they're so instead of having 20, you had 6, but you don't know what the hell 4 of them were doing before that,
Sure.
or where they'd been. So I don't quite get why the testing isn't to the extreme end, so that the teachers, what teachers can go into this barrel of wonderful people, they're not going to have any problem, or they're just not sick yet. Because I've asked doctors straight out, looking them in the face, all right, so that you take that test now at 10 o'clock in the morning, you get your results back. Does that mean I'm not getting sick? Oh, no, it just means at the time you took the test.
Correct.
So that's,
yeah.
I don't get it.
Look, I can't say that I get it either. All I know is that the testing is a requirement of the state government. And the antibody test, right, wrong, or indifferent, I think you've seen less chatter about the antibody test than you did even 6 months ago.
Well, it's kind of invasive. It's expensive. You got to get a
Sure, and so right now the focus has been on the actual virus test. But as far as the antibody test goes and those pieces of it, I think when it comes to public education and teachers, at least, obviously by putting education in that 1B bucket of the vaccination pool, I think that's a statement from the state government that they view that public school employees or school employees in general are fairly high on that totem pole of risk and or need. So they're probably focusing on the vaccine solving that problem, right, wrong, or indifferent, more so than the antibody test or the actual virus test.
The state hasn't given. I went over the state's guidelines. Yes, with sarcasm in my voice, because they had this elaborate thing up that took you from here to there and everywhere, and you can see the list, and the list doesn't give you time frames. It just says here's what's in 1A.
Right.
First responders, if people breathe on you at the hospital, there you go. 1B, and there's a whole bunch of things there. No guideline that 1A is going to be from, say, December 1st to January 31st, and then we're going to drop to 1B, and the state will worry about getting the vaccine here. You're just in 1B. And I don't know, you're going to get a shaft of light in the middle of the night that says, go to the doctor tomorrow, and how the information comes to you. Have you any guide as to who's going to be notifying you that the teachers can go get shots? Or is this kind of a...
I love the humor. No, we do. In fact, we have some great partners at Ruhr Memorial Hospital, and we've been in touch with them. They're in touch with us. Past week, it's been almost daily. So currently, we do have some school staff who are eligible for the vaccine, have been getting vaccinated this week from the hospital. And essentially the process is the vaccine coordination program at the hospital will reach out to me either via phone or email. Generally it's by phone because sometimes it's short notice on we've got vaccines that are open and available, we got to use them. Are these people eligible to come in? And they let me know which professions or which roles within the school district are eligible under the law from the state. I will notify, I'll send a letter to those staff members. Here's a letter from the hospital, tells you what you have to do, who you have to contact, how you go about it. And then I send a list to the hospital of names of employees that these are the people that we feel fit your criteria, so that when our people register and they show up, they can cross-reference, okay, yes, you are who you say you are. Try to avoid whatever unnecessary, nonsensical fines might be out there relative to really just trying to do a good thing for people. So it's been a great process. I will tell you that the staff members it's mostly our school nurses that have been eligible for the vaccine who have gone to the hospital and been a part of that program have spoken very highly of the organization that the hospital has going on, the rollout, the way they're doing things, just fantastic. So we got a great relationship right now.
Is there any chance that with this vaccinator program the county put in, which is an excellent program, they funded it, and that school nurses would be able to give these to so it's easier and quicker, and it's an in-house thing? Is there any possibility that the nurses, which can already give vaccines, would become vaccinators for the school teachers and things to keep them
that's
from...
possible. It's been talked about at the superintendent level. I don't know that it's been talked about at the nurse level, at that level yet. I can tell you the county had reached out to school districts last week and asked if we would be willing to use our schools as community hubs for people to get the vaccinations when they became more widely available, so that members of the community didn't have to travel as far to get a vaccination.
Yeah.
So it would be certainly helpful for us if our nurses were able to be vaccinators, and the staff could simply come into work, go down to the nurse's office, get your vaccine, go back to your classroom. That would be extremely helpful for us. And I haven't spoken to our nurses about it. I'm sure that most would do anything that they can to help out. All would do anything they can to help out. I shouldn't say most. I'm sure there will be some apprehension about, you're doing something that's outside of your normal scope of duties, and liability always comes into play about what happens if something goes wrong, or what if I give somebody a vaccine and they still get sick? Am I liable? And you hate to think that way, but that's the world we live in, that in general, a lot of people just want to go right to finding a way to sue somebody if something doesn't go the way that they want. So
stop.
So you always have to talk
Stop.
about liability, or at least think about it.
How is the school board taking all of this? They've been at least remarkably not in the paper with any sort of opinions one way or another. Are they just resigned to the fact that it's got to work its way through and do what you got to do?
I wouldn't say they're resigned to that fact. They've been a great collaborative partner in this thing. We have some very opinionated. They're all opinionated, and they should be. That's what helps any organization move forward, when you've got people of varying opinions and conversations. And they've had their quarrels over certain things, but when it comes to COVID, really the focus has been on, are we keeping kids safe and healthy, and staff safe and healthy? They have had conversations about what does this look like long term, a little bit more on the academic side. What do we do for helping make sure that kids aren't so far behind the curve academically that what is that going to look like for our graduation rates, say, in 10 years when these elementary kids are making their way through high school? But by and large, they've been really understanding. They've listened well. They've asked important questions. They haven't always liked the answers that they get to certain things, but they've accepted the answers and tried to understand why certain things are the way that they are. I think really the big apprehension, and this isn't a normal year, the worst part about being a school board member is budget season, especially when you don't have a chest full of money in your back pocket to be able to worry about a crisis. And I think right now some of that, it's the calm before the storm as we enter budget season, because there's a lot of unknowns still. We don't know what the state aid numbers are going to look like. In a normal year, we would be finding out that information probably next week or the week after. The governor is basically threatening that he's not going to have that information until March, which really delays our budget process by 8 weeks. When you don't know what kind of money you're going to have, you're hoping.
He doesn't know.
Right, and he doesn't know. In best case scenario, you hope that you don't lose money. And even holding steady to some degree is a loss of revenue, because a lot of your operating expenses are contractual, and those are increasing. You can't control a lot of your operating expense increases. So, and the ones you do control, they're not large enough to offset some of the uncontrollable increases. So, overall, we're doing a good job. We're getting along great. It's not easy. It's stressful, but we're here.
The school bus contract is up, and it's reached that point where you have the state always advises that you can roll a contract over only so many times, then you've got to go out. They'd like to see you go out to public bid. And now that the Bernie company has been owned by a Pennsylvania company for a few years, and when they got here, this COVID thing was starting, and it's just, it has not been a glorious way to buy a company and start out and do anything. And now it's contract time. In negotiations, usually they're by rote. You pick up the kids, you bring the kids home. What kind of new tripfalls might be in transportation? Is this COVID virus and the fact that we don't know if and when it goes away, and if not, it affects transportation because there could possibly be these ups and downs once a year when winter rolls in. And, is the negotiation or the RFQ on that going to be a lot more difficult than it had been in years past?
I do think there's going to be some more challenges to it. And we haven't gotten there yet in Rome, but there have been lawsuits throughout the state between school districts and transportation vendors due to COVID. And it specifically falls in line with the fact that our transportation contracts are based on the transportation of pupils. And if students aren't being transported, then there's an argument that the company shouldn't be paid. Our contract in Rome was very clear in the spring that if you're not transporting kids, we're not paying, which we did not, and that helped us get through last year. But what ends up happening on the vendor side, right? If I'm Bernie Bus, you still have operating expenses. There's still some fixed costs associated, and so how this plays into the future of transportation is you're probably going to have contracts that have some form of minimum required payment built in the event that you wind up in something like this, where you're completely remote, you're not running kids. The position that they're put in, and again, you got to look at things from all sides, right? From their side, yes, we're remote right now, but we're remote for a few weeks. At some point in time, whether it's January 25th, February 7th, I'm making up dates, April 1st, whatever the date is, we're going to call them and say, okay, we need buses again. They're responsible for providing 60-something buses and drivers. And if we had made the decision to be remote too long, they might not be able to have those employees because they may have to lay people off. People get laid off. They may find other jobs. They might not be able to come back. So there really needs to be, and it hasn't come up until now, but there does need to be some conversations that happen with transportation vendors to ensure that if something like this were to happen again, that they're able to still meet the needs of the contract when you come out of it. And we were able to do that in September, fortunately. But if this cycle continues to happen, who knows if they're going to be able to, if any vendor really is going to be able to maintain their driving force.
Does this make it more or less appealing to go back to the old system of having the district having their own buses?
I've been a very big proponent of the district owning their own transportation. I've said it repeatedly. I haven't said it too publicly, simply because we have a contract with a good partner here in Rome and Bernie Bus, and they know it. But if you look at the totality, districts owning their own transportation fleet it's a better revenue generator for us. You have more control over how many buses you need, how often you run. Transportation, by and large, is very aidable in New York State. A lot of the money is fronted by the government. The issue is when you're starting from scratch, which we've got 8 or 9 buses here in Rome. We don't have a transportation center. We don't have a garage to maintain our vehicles. We don't really have a parking lot to park 80, 90 buses in. When you start thinking of the number of buses that you need, drivers that you need for your buses, your monitors that you need, in order to do that, you're talking about chipping away at that block. It would take a decade to 10 to 20 years to build a whole fleet. Unless you could do it in 1 year's time, there's no way we can afford to add. I'd love to be able to do this, but you can't add 80 buses, a transportation building, 80 drivers, 40 monitors. There's no way we have the budget to absorb that. So I do think that as nice as it would be, we're probably stuck in the cycle of needing a transportation vendor for the long haul, at least as far as I can see.
Peter Blake, we're running up against the clock. Some closing thoughts for the public listening to all this. What can we expect over the next couple of weeks?
Well, what you can expect over the next couple of weeks is probably a little bit more of the same. We will be having more information about our testing protocols coming out next week. We're going to be remote, for another couple of weeks at least. We'll see where things kind of lie after that. But I'll just keep saying the same thing. Thank you to everybody out there who's been enduring the past 10 months. It hasn't been easy for anybody, myself included. Our parents have been fantastic partners. Our staff have been fantastic. I would love to tell you that the end is near, but I don't think it is. I think we're about to go through the worst, and I've been trying to tell people, warn them, this is going to be the worst month, regardless of we're talking about the medical side of things or we're talking about the education side of things. It's going to be a rough month. And
this is Dr. Mitch. Dr. Mitch.
Dr.
Mitch.
Nice to meet you. It's not going to be an easy month.
Is it going to get any better quickly?
Oh, yeah, it's going to be perfect by tomorrow. I read my tea leaves this morning. We're all good.
So that's sarcasm. It could be till the fall. You think we got to hang out with it?
He's Mike.
Thank you, Peter Blake, Superintendent
Thank you. It's always
of Rome
a pleasure.
City Schools. It has been, and I will not bother you for a couple of weeks unless I hear something on the news. That
I'll talk to you next Tuesday.
Thank you very much. We're going to take a break and pay a bill. We'll be back after this.
We know that we're asking Americans to do a lot right now. So we're asking everyone to be selfless for others so that we can protect those who are most susceptible to this virus.
A question I often get asked is, why should young people care about the spread of coronavirus? Well, we know that people with underlying medical conditions over the age of 60 are at highest risk, but they've got to get it from somebody.
Social distancing is really physical separation of people.
It's what we refer to when we ask people to stay at least 6 feet apart.
Not going to bars, not going to restaurants, not going to theaters where there are a lot of people. It all just means physical separation so that you have a space between you and others who might actually be infected or infect you.
We all have a role to play in preventing person-to-person spread of this disease, which can be deadly for vulnerable groups. For more information on how you can social distance, please go to coronavirus.gov.
Norman T. Balone, assistant janitor.
Yeah?
I am here to inform you that everyone in this unbelievably large advertising agency has been fired.
Oh, no.
Except for you.
Really?
Which means, Mr. Balone, you're now president of this entire unbelievably large advertising agency.
Gee, I don't know much about advertising.
Apparently neither did anyone else around here.
See, I spend most of my time mopping floors and listening to the radio.
Radio? Now, there's an efficient and economical way to advertise.
Really?
Well, sure. Radio costs a fraction of TV.
Ooh.
And radio targets specific customers.
I love radio.
So you'll accept the job.
Boy, it's a big responsibility.
Make up your mind, Balone. This is the chance of a lifetime.
All right, I'll do it.
Splendid. In 3 hours, you will address the stockholders at our annual meeting.
Oh, what'll I say?
You'll explain why this company lost $17 billion last year.
Can I change my mind? I don't really believe
Radio. Red hot because it works. For all the facts, call this station or the Radio Advertising Bureau.
Watch Mohawk Valley Living every Sunday and pick up our free monthly
WKAL. This is AM 1450 WKAL, Rome, New York.
The time is exactly 8
News
o'clock.
this hour from townhall.com. I'm Rich Thomason. President Trump is condemning, or rather conceding, to President-elect Biden while also condemning this week's deadly violence at the U.S. Capitol.
Now that Congress has certified the results of the election, the president is acknowledging defeat.
A new administration will be inaugurated on January 20th. My focus now turns to ensuring a smooth, orderly, and seamless transition of power.
Speaking in a White House video, the president called for healing and reconciliation. He also condemned the Capitol attack as heinous and said the intruders will pay. Greg Clugston, Washington.
And among the fallout from this week's rioting,
U.S. Capitol Police Chief Stephen Sund will resign effective January 16th. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi called for Sund's resignation. Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell asked Senate Sergeant at Arms Michael Stenger to resign, and he did so effective immediately. And House Sergeant at Arms Paul Irving, another key security official, also submitted his resignation.
Correspondent Mike Rossi, a couple of Trump cabinet secretaries are quitting. Education Secretary Betsy DeVos among them.
In a resignation letter Thursday, DeVos blamed President Trump for inflaming tensions in the violent assault on the seat of the nation's democracy. She says, quote, There is no mistaking the impact your rhetoric had on the situation, and it is in the inflection point for me.
Correspondent Keith Peters says Transportation Secretary Elaine Chao also tendered her resignation. Some Trump supporters struggled to keep rioters from breaking into the Capitol. Video of the fracas shows that. In one clip, a woman screams, "No Antifa, no Antifa," amid the chaos. The December jobs report due for release in about half an hour, expected to show that employers grew their payrolls by a modest 105,000 jobs last month. Stock futures higher on Wall Street. Right now, Dow futures up 74 points. NASDAQ futures ahead 65. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Tell me why Relief Factor is so successful in lowering or eliminating pain. I'm often asked that question. Pete and Seth Talbot, the father and son founders of Relief Factor, tell me they believe our bodies were designed to heal. The doctors who formulated Relief Factor selected the 4 best ingredients, 100% drug-free ingredients that each help your body deal with inflammation. Order the 3-week quick start now. Discount it to only $19.95 to see if it will work for you too. Call 800-500-8384. ReliefFactor.com.
If you've fallen behind in your credit card payments during the shutdown, you're probably feeling some added pressures. But you don't have to solve these problems alone. Trinity Debt Management can help. All you have to do is give Trinity a quick call, and we'll take care of the rest. No one really knows what the future will bring, but one thing is for sure. If your debt has you down, we should talk. Here's the number.
Call 1-800-990-6976. 1-800-990-6976.
Iran Supreme Leader says no to certain foreign COVID-19 vaccines.
Ayatollah Khamenei made public his order banning British and American vaccines during a televised speech. His explanation for this wasn't entirely clear. He suggested that if the Americans were capable of producing an effective vaccine, the virus wouldn't have got so badly out of control in their country. Iran has been locked in a bitter rivalry with the US for decades. Presumably, the Ayatollah would like to rely on a coronavirus vaccine that's been produced in Iran, but it's still being tested and not expected to be generally available for months.
That's the BBC's Alan Johnston. Countries whose citizens were killed when Iran shot down a Ukrainian jetliner, apparently by accident, demanding that Tehran deliver justice. News and analysis at townhall.com. New research suggests Pfizer's COVID-19 vaccine can protect against new strains of the coronavirus.
These particular variants are causing global concern, both sharing a common mutation called N501Y, which is a slight alteration on one spot of the spike protein that coats the virus. That change is believed to be the reason they can spread so easily. Pfizer says it's very reassuring to have found that at least this mutation does not seem to be a problem for vaccine efficacy. The study is preliminary and has not yet been reviewed by experts, a key step for medical research. I'm Charles de Ledesma.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis announcing a partnership with the Publix supermarket chain to open COVID-19 vaccination sites at 22 Publix stores starting today. Vaccinations in 3 counties by appointment. More on these stories, townhall.com.
With SRN Sports, I'm Michael Harrington. Let's go straight to the NBA scoreboard from yesterday. The Mavericks outlast the Nuggets in overtime.
Dallas got some clutch overtime hopes from Josh Richardson to emerge with a 124-117 victory over the Nuggets. The Mavs were led by 38 points from Luka Doncic. Richardson's bucket with 1:57 left in the extra session lifted Dallas up for good at 116-114. Then he added a three-pointer with 1:25 left, making it 119-114, and the Mavericks were on their way. Tying Doncic for scoring honors was the Nuggets' Nikola Jokic, also with 38. Bruce Morton, Denver.
Elsewhere yesterday, Brooklyn took down Philadelphia 122-109. It was the Cavaliers over Memphis 94-90. Portland down Minnesota 135-117. And the Spurs stopped LeBron and the LA Lakers 118-109. This is SRN Sports. There was AP Top 25 college basketball yesterday. Number 1, Gonzaga had no trouble with BYU, winning 86-69. Number 5, Iowa over Maryland, 89-67. 8th-ranked Wisconsin stopped Indiana, 80-73. Number 12, Illinois over Northwestern, 81-56. 17th-ranked Oregon upset by Colorado, 79-72. Major League Baseball news: the Mets have pulled off their biggest trade since Steve Cohen purchased the team in November. They've landed shortstop Francisco Lindor and pitcher Carlos Carrasco from Cleveland. Mets part with infielders Andres Jimenez and Ahmed Rosario, right-hander Josh Wolf, and outfielder Isaiah Green. A two-time Gold Glove winner, Lindor is a career .285 hitter. Has averaged 29 homers, 86 RBI, and 21 steals in 6 Major League seasons. This is SRN Sports.
With the SRN News Business Brief, I'm George Bonzani. The U.S. government has held its first ever oil and gas lease sale for Alaska's Arctic National Wildlife Refuge.
The sale was held as scheduled Wednesday after a judge rejected requests by indigenous and conservation groups to halt the event. It garnered bids on behalf of the tracts that were listed as available in the refuge's coastal plain.
Correspondent Jeremy House. U.S. long-term mortgage rates declined to record lows for the first week of this year.
The average rate on the benchmark 30-year fixed-rate home loan slipped to 2.65% from 2.67% from last week. John Scott reporting.
In a legal settlement, Boeing will pay $2.5 billion to resolve a criminal charge of defrauding safety regulators in connection with the development of the 737 MAX aircraft. Wall Street yesterday, S&P up 56, Dow up 212, NASDAQ up 327. With SRN Business, I'm George Bonzani.
Outside right now, a little bit breezy. I'm promising you that we will have some sunshine later. Highs today in the low 30s. We're going to have some sunshine tomorrow, too, and in the low 30s. Local headlines, Mike Nareski. Good morning, Mike.
Good morning. WKAL Talk Radio 1450 news time is 8:09 a.m. It's Friday, January 8th, 2021. Good morning. The COVID-19 effort in Oneida County remains focused on boosting vaccinations as much as possible among those eligible, with the goal of having 1,000 people getting doses by the end of the coming weekend, according to County Executive Anthony Pacenti. The county has already received about 30 applications for the newly created job of COVID-19 vaccinators and 10 for support staff. Pacenti said during a Facebook Live briefing from his home in Rome, where he was quarantining after receiving a positive test for the condition Tuesday. So far, he has no symptoms. The county opened a distribution site at Mohawk Valley Community College in Utica on Tuesday to people in the 1A vaccination group only. It is open from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. every day. It came as the Board of Legislators approved a $2.6 million appropriation for paying the workers using funds anticipated from new federal COVID aid app approved recently by Congress. A link to the application for both jobs is on the county's website at ocgov.net. Anyone authorized to give intramuscular injections may apply. The Utica St. Patrick's Day Parade Committee has officially voted to cancel the parade for March this year. According to organizers, hosting the parade has been entirely ruled out for 2021, but must be held within has not been entirely ruled out for 2021, but must be held within a certain time frame before it would interrupt planning for the 2022 event, We are having ongoing discussions regarding the possibility of having the parade later in the year or canceling it altogether, said committee co-director Patrick McGrath. Ultimately, the health of the public is our main concern and will dictate our decision. We expect a final determination on whether the 2021 parade will occur by July. According to its website, the Syracuse St. Patrick's Day Parade, originally scheduled for March 13th, has also been canceled this year due to uncertainties with the pandemic. A Rome man was found with weapons and a suspected quantity of drugs following a traffic stop on Robert Street in Rome early Wednesday morning, according to law enforcement officials. The driver, Anthony Garcia Dundas, 30, of the state of Georgia, has been charged with 2 counts of fourth-degree possession of a weapon, police stated. Police said an officer on patrol at about 7:25 a.m. found a car parked at the curb on East Bloomfield Street near Floyd Avenue. Police said the car pulled into the street, stopped in the middle of the lane, and turned on its high beams and then continued driving. The officer conducted a traffic stop on nearby Robert Street. Police said a pair of metal knuckles with fold-out knife and a switchblade were found inside the vehicle. Police said several drug pipes, hypodermic instruments, and other drug paraphernalia were also found in the vehicle. Authorities said the suspected drugs have been sent to a forensic laboratory for testing and possible charges are pending. Garcia Dundas was released on an appearance ticket for city court. WKAL News Time is 8:12 a.m. with the WKAL News Brief for now. I'm Mike Nareski.
Wider than a mile, I'm crossing you in style someday. Oh, dream maker, you heartbreaker, wherever you're going, I'm going your way. Two drifters off to see the world. There's such a lot of world to see. We're after the same rainbows and
8:13 in the morning, 21 degrees outside right now. It is Friday. I want to say good morning to my dear wife, Gracie, Biscuit the dog, and Joe, who hates me, but I'm going to say good morning to him anyway. On the phone, Mary Ann Buttonshaw, assemblywoman from our area. Dr. Mitch Rabinovich is also with us. And I say good morning to everybody. And the sun's not out yet, but I promise it will be.
Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, I promise, because the National Weather Service has said so. They don't lie. I've got to skip to one question for the assemblywoman, if I could. The topic, folks, we've been talking about was the virus and the regular listeners all week long. I've talked about everybody going to be here on Friday, so we could talk about the vaccines and get some semblance of the vaccination thing. But the sheriff's office assemblywoman caught a fugitive that was roaming around since 2017, and they arrested him. And because of the new bail reform laws, they had to let him go. And I asked this because we had touched on it. This is one of those things that came from our friends downstate. Somebody wrote in and said that there was some sort of legislation being put together up here. I was just curious if that was true to modify bail reform, and is there enough votes or enough people up in this area that are interested in seeing this change? Is that something that's on the docket?
There's various pieces of legislation that have been put forward, including some that I have sponsored, to broaden what various crimes can be included within bail, as well as the most important aspect that I see is providing the judges the ability and discretion to make those decisions when someone is in front of them. So absolutely, there is pieces of legislation. My colleagues have others to modify. I have requested that a review is done to look at clear data of what has happened to communities because of bail reform, so that we can have a clear discussion with data of why we need to include those modifications as we move forward. In regards to the different aspects of the, shall we say, the bias or proposals that are put forward, the data speaks the truth. And I have found that that's the most important aspect, is to come together with the stakeholders to have those conversations of what we have seen occurring within communities in regards to arrest, with law enforcement input, community advocate input, and our prosecutors, and clearly defense attorneys to have those conversations.
I truly thank you for the answer, and I'm glad that'll make some people happy. Dr. Mitch.
Good morning.
Good morning. The vaccines have started, or they've arrived, and Assemblywoman Button, Sean, one of the problems that's come up, and I talked to Dr. Mitch, and I've tried to talk to other people, and that the state put out these guidelines, and they're not definitive. They don't give you any dates. They give you, you're in 1A, Series 1B, or you're in 1C, and then there have been some changes that you have to hear about either on the news, or you happen to go to a website, and who's added and who's subtracted. But there's no time frames, and there's a lot of calls asking for us here to find out what is the time frame for, say, 1A candidates, which are first-line hospital people. Then the governor came on very clearly over a few interviews, and we've played them here, where he said that if doctors or hospitals were caught giving a 1B a shot during 1A time, we were talking a $100,000 fine, possible suspension or revocation of your professional license. And I did send him a letter. I from WKAL saying, you know, what is this? And there's really not a lot of definition to the system that's out there now. So here in Rome, for instance, they've been given a large series of shots. They can't get enough people to take the shots, and they can't go out of the 1A classification to give shots to other people who could use them. Is there anything that you can tell us from Albany that brings a little bit of sense to what's going on, or is this a work in progress with Dr. Zucker to kind of tighten this up, so I know when I'm going to be able to go, and you know, Mike Nareski here, we'd love to know when we can go, versus this nobody knows.
So I guess first I'd like to hear from the doctor. You are a part of
I'm doing
the distribution.
I'm heading up the vaccine program at the hospital. Well, I shouldn't say heading up. I'm doing the vaccinations at the hospital. Rome Hospital. You know, the issue is that, for example, right now it is Friday morning, and I still don't have clarification on who is eligible Monday morning for vaccine. So if, for example, we find out sometime this morning that another group is added, it's hard to get them onto the schedule for Monday, and then we'll hear from the governor that he's very disappointed at the slow pace of our vaccination program, only because we didn't know. If I had known Wednesday that on Monday I could start doing teachers or policemen or firemen, we could have got people on the list and ready to go.
Okay. And I have been working with the governor's office. We were debriefed by Dr. Zucker, and as these issues come forward daily, I am with his office having these conversations of where these situations lie. So Rocco had stated that you have vaccines that you cannot distribute at this point because you've completed everyone in 1A?
No. I have vaccines. I don't have enough arms to put them into. You know, yes, we've got things moving along now. Now I did 250 vaccinations day before yesterday and 230 yesterday, but we could do more. And I get phone calls from people like Rocco or people who are there saying, my mother is got this and that problem. When can we do her? And I get phone calls from the mayor saying, when can we do the police department? Our firefighters still aren't on the list, and there's space to do them right now. It's going to get kind of crunch time, not this week, but the week after, when we have to start redoing people and still doing extra people. And we're not clear on our vaccine supply issue. We're still not even sure whether the governor wants us at the hospital to continue doing this or whether it's going to switch to a different venue.
I have been advised that there is clear contact with various other entities that would help support your efforts. So as far as the clarity, I agree with you. That's something very challenging. And talking to you today, you can always call my office, and
Thank
please
you.
don't hesitate not to, because the more information I have, then I can, as I speak daily, I have, again, the data to have those conversations. But if I'm unaware of them, then I can't have them. So
I'll say
I
this.
appreciate that.
I'll give Rocco. Rocco has my cell number, and I'd like him to give it to you. Please call me once or twice or 3 times a day, and I can give you an update on what's happening on the ground.
Okay. So local pharmacists, home health care workers, hospice workers, private doctors have been coming in, and you feel that you've fulfilled all those areas. Dennis?
I don't know. I'm doing all those people. We have no idea what the denominator is. It's not like they said, there's 1,500 people in Group 1A. How many have you done? Because I don't know how many there are.
Okay. All right. And as far as how far they can come for you to support them also, I presume they could be coming from Oneida, they could be coming from...
I'm not checking that. That's not. If you're eligible, I've been doing the vaccination. My charge is to get as much vaccine into as many people as possible.
Well, and I sincerely appreciate that, and I will, with this information that you provided me, and once we talk to Rocco, we'll continue. Is because the questions have been clearly asked in regards to 1B. Because we do want as many people vaccinated. And your guidance is coming from the state of New York, so as far as what you're fulfilling is commendable. But at the same token, if there's not clarity, you can't do it. So I have been asking that question. 2 weeks ago, I sent a letter to the governor's office asking that the county departments of health be a part of this distribution, and I've been advised that is in the works and is going to happen. I've also requested that pharmacies as well as independent pharmacies become a part of the distribution, because many of our independent pharmacies are interested, so that the more that can do this. I know that initially the hospitals were brought forward under the federal program. So the federal program had requested that our hospitals and our nursing homes be the first point of contact. But once, as you have stated, that you're ready and willing to move on, we have to make sure that can happen.
Now, if I could, from my perspective, we really need to be doing this 24 hours a day, and that's easier said than done. We really don't have any structural support in terms of either manpower or finances to staff our clinics. Right now, it's me and a handful of volunteer people who are doing the vaccinating, and unfortunately, I can't be there 24 hours a day, but we really should be. If we have vaccine on the shelf, it's an issue. We should be putting all the vaccine into as many people as humanly possible, and then anxiously awaiting for the Pony Express to drop off the next box in order for this to get done properly. The math is staggering. President Biden has said he wants to do 1 million people a day, but if you look at the mathematics of that, it will take 2 years at 1 million people a day to do the population. So it's just an unbelievably big lift, and it really, to do this, it has to become like a wartime effort, and we have to start saying we're going to put other things aside and commit to doing this and this only. And because from what we've seen, there's nothing else that's going to stop this pandemic, because people's behavior seems to be incorrigible. So with that in mind, until we get people vaccinated, the virus keeps winning and winning big time. So I just think we need more resources to be put into this program.
Well, if I may, Assemblywoman, I do thank you for all of the help that you're working on. From people like myself who sit in one of these categories, without giving names, a lot of us sit around and talk and wonder, how do we get notified? And again, I've written to the governor's office, and if you've ever seen one of their responses, it's kind of generally blah and didn't quite answer anything. But my question was specifically, so how do you know when you get to 1B? Because 1B has manufacturing people in there. I could send my employees. I'm in there. It covers a lot of ground, but it doesn't say anywhere on the paperwork they've provided that 1A goes from, say, December 1st to January 30th, and then you can start giving 1B people and 1A people. It's just a list with definitions. So is there any light you can shed on how I know when 1B starts?
And again, I think it's back to the doctor's point that, as we discussed, Rocco, is clearly the goal was initially to ensure as many individuals that wanted the vaccine and 1A received it. As far as you as a manufacturer, there is a link. I'm not sure how you're sending the letter, but there is the Ask New York as well as the Forward New York. And under vaccine distribution, there is a link for manufacturers. I've heard from other manufacturers that have received these updates about prepping for distribution of the vaccine within their facilities. So they are working with the governor's office on that. So I can send that to you so you have it. There is, again, the preparation in regards to preparing for the next group, as you stated, is something that I continue to advocate on a daily basis to determine when this can be done. I've been assured that it's going to move quickly, but to the doctor's point, if we don't have people lined up and prepared, what happened in other distribution areas where we had concerns as individuals were not reading where did they qualify or didn't they qualify, and it was somewhat on the honor system because they wanted to get as many individuals vaccinated as possible, so they found that there was an issue with it. So to date, I guess you could be certain individuals. I do get concerned because I would have to 100% agree with the doctor. The approach is to get as many people vaccinated as possible and to do it as quickly as possible. But logistically, it has to be done right. We do have so many different agencies, as well as the County Department of Health is well versed in this, and that's why I've advocated initially. I sent another letter with various requests that have come forward from experts within our community that have brought forward great ideas, and I will continue to do that. This morning, as soon as we get off the phone, I'll work with this. It is important that we hear from the experts, and definitely, Doctor, you are one, because you're right there, and we want to make sure that this is being done as quick and as efficient as possible.
Was there a reason the governor chose to let the state handle this, then turn it over to the counties, being that everything else was turned over to the counties as far as enforcement of rules and things? What made them come up with their own plan for distribution and getting the shots in the arms?
Well, initially the answer to me, Rocco, was, as we had stated earlier, the federal jurisdiction was hospitals and nursing homes. So clearly they were being, shall we say, the go-through of what the federal mandates were. But then realizing that it would become time to move forward with the state. I don't have a clear answer. I still will continue to advocate that the counties should be the ones, since they have the ability, have done it in the past, are very familiar. Is I think of the number of tabletop exercises that I went to through the emergency management of bringing everyone to the table of what needs to be done in case of this type of situation.
I if I could, we don't know when 1B is going to start, but we could make an assumption. It may not be this week, it may not be next week, but let's say for sure it's going to be the week after. If we knew that, we could start booking people for the week after, and it would be really helpful to me as a vaccinator to know exactly what's coming a week or so down the line, to make plans and to make sure that as many people could get on the list as possible. And if we found that the list became totally overwhelmed immediately, to start scrounging around to find more people to do more vaccinations. And as far as the Department of Health, I'd be more than happy to work together with them. I really think we need much more coordination so that we're all on the same page and we're not a whole bunch of little pods scurrying around by ourselves. We could make this much more efficient if we had some consultative work rather than just waiting for the state to send us information.
Absolutely, and that was one of my clear points, was that you've always worked together. So it's not anything new for the hospital to work with the County Department of Health. So that partnership has been for years. So it's a smooth transition for you two to work together. I will, as I stated, have been asking for this information, and now with you giving me more knowledge this morning, which I appreciate, I will continue today to work with that, and I look forward to hearing from all the experts in the community. We have to do this as quick and as efficient as possible, and even your point to signing up. I do have, again, many calls that I'm dealing with in regards to individuals that want to make sure that it is equitable and fair. And I know that in this type of situation, we'll do as best we can, as you stated, Doctor, but let's just look at what the goal is. The goal is to get as many people vaccinated as possible that would like it. So,
is there a... I'm sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Is there a bona fide website that you can give us that isn't as... a bona fide website that's good and accurate information, because there's a couple of websites out there that take you all over Hell's Half Acre trying to be helpful, and I'm guessing the average person isn't helped by this. What is the website of choice? For finding
New
out...
New York State Department of Health. So it's COVID-19 vaccine.health.ny.gov. So there goes through the phases, it goes through the overview, it talks about those various pharmacies that would like to be included in distribution. It talks to the manufacturers, and then you can get yourself on an email list where they will be sending you information so that you can move forward, because it's but I will again, as the doctor stated, is it's imperative to get people signed up so that we can move forward, as well as the support that you need. So the various pods, the word pod in a sense that is being utilized to have them throughout the county to help support the hospital that is taking on this burden.
Just one other question I had was, considering the next group is probably going to be, say, people above the age of 70, has it been considered that many in that group are not conversant with the computer? and you may be having patients in their 80s who are faced with you can have a vaccine if you can go to a website and sign up. And I'm just concerned that these people are going to run into a brick wall from their experience and their abilities. And furthermore, have we considered the fact that many of these people are relatively immobile and may have difficulty getting to the points of distribution once we say they can come?
Yes, both of those points have been brought forward. That internet access is not for all. Don't have it. I mean, we know that we're continuing to work on that and many issues prior to COVID. So this point has been brought forward to disseminate the information through various primary doctors as well as health clinics to ensure that those individuals that need it, as well as the possibility or the importance of drive-through. As we know, the testing that is done with the drive-through component works well for those immobile, or as well as you know, with this your 1A list where you had home healthcare providers. So there's so many different modes, and under the federal program with the nursing homes, you saw CVS as well as Walgreens that was chosen through the federal government were the ones that were going to those individuals. And I have talked about this and brought it to the attention of the executive branch and will continue to do so because your points are reconfirmed and very important.
Marianne Buttonshaw, Assemblywoman in our area, I want to truly thank you for being with us. This is helpful, and I will make sure I give out this website address. And I'll call upon you again if I could, just to keep you abreast and of what people are talking about so we can get people in the chairs and get shots in the arms, if that's okay. Absolutely, and Doctor, thank you for all you're doing. I will continue to work so that the frustration level is not there. It's hard enough that you're trying to provide medical advice other than being frustrated by the process. So. Frustration is what the game is. Frustration. What the heck? You have a good weekend. There's going to be sunshine, and I'll reach out to you again in a week or so. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you again. Thank you. Marianne Buttonshaw, Assemblywoman in our area, was kind enough to be on the phone with us to talk. Doc, let's pick up where we left off.
Can I interject?
Oh! I'm sorry. Of course, the voice. Where'd that voice come from? It
came from the other room.
God speaks. Yes.
I had a friend of mine that actually sent in a question. Ask the doctors you interview on WKAL how many people need to be vaccinated before we see a reduction in infections and speculation as to when this will occur.
There you go.
Well, we probably need, as Dr. Fauci has pointed out, between 70 and 85% of the population. So here's the mathematics. President Biden has said he wants to do 1 million people a day for the first 100 days that he's in office. The unfortunate is, and I'm going to, for sake of mathematics, say everybody in the States is in this group. 100 a day for 300 million people is 300 days, which is almost a year. And then you compound that with the fact that we have to do everybody twice. It means that it's going to take 2 years at 1 million a day, which definitely shows the fact that 1 million would be a very substandard amount of vaccination being done. I think more like 5 million a day is what we need. We need ways to streamline this. We need ways to get more people through on a shorter period of time. We are kind of hamstrung by certain regulations that slow things down. Right now we have to register people at the hospital, which is a process that takes about 10 minutes. I can do a vaccination in about 90 seconds. So the slowdown is not so much putting a needle into your arm, it's getting you to the chair where I'm going to put the needle in. And we have limited number of people who can do the registration process. We still have to run the hospital. We still have to provide health care for the rest of the community besides this. And we need quite a bit of money to hire more people, buy more computers, set up clinics properly. The drive-through idea is intriguing. However, we're mandated right now to watch you for 15 to 30 minutes post-vaccination to make sure you don't have an allergic reaction. I'm not sure how that's going to work with a drive-through situation.
Each person would have to be there about an hour then, wouldn't they?
Well, in a drive-through, you'd have to be there 15 or 20 or 30 minutes after I put the needle in your arm. And even so, let's say we had a huge parking lot. How am I going to know if you're having a problem? And if you do, how am I going to get care to you in your car? It's you know.
Well, a question I had been asked, and it falls into this. If somebody took a Benadryl, because presuming that most of the problems are allergic reactions, if somebody took a Benadryl half an hour before they came for the shot, would that help any situation that might develop?
The situations that I'm concerned with, which are anaphylaxis, first of all, are very, very rare. I think the stats are showing maybe 10 in every million people are going to have a reaction, and those people are going to have a reaction regardless of Benadryl. For your average person, I think taking a Tylenol before might be an idea to reduce the febrile reaction that you might get, especially second time round. One of the groups that we are vaccinating are people who have had COVID already, and those people are the ones that seem to be having the most reaction, not immediate, but day or so afterwards.
They had been sick, got better, and they're getting the shot.
Exactly. And it makes sense because these people already have some antibodies, and the reaction that people get is the body working. We're gearing things up, and
so they don't feel well for a while.
Well, my catchphrase is between 12 and 48 hours you may have pain, swelling, and local reaction at the site, and you may have flu-like symptoms: headache, chills, fever, body aches, those sorts of things.
That's for people that get the second shot and have had the virus.
No, that's for anybody can get that.
So you go get your second shot, you're going to feel like cruddy for a couple
You may.
days.
My wife was sick for about 6 hours. I mean, it's not horrible, and as I tell people, it's a sign that it's working, so it's not a bad thing. But we've been reticent to do our nursing staff on a day before they're working because we can't afford to have a 15% reaction rate and lose 15% of our nursing staff. We're down to bare bones already.
Well, when you talk about a reaction to the average Joe on the street, there's the reaction that they talk about on TV a lot. Is somebody gets a shot and then they go into some sort of shock and fall over, and they give them a EpiPen and then they get up and go home.
That's a different thing.
What you're talking about is some people can feel crappy for a period of time.
Yes.
Many don't, some do, and then it goes away.
Well, everybody who gets the shot is going to have an internal reaction. That's why we're giving you the shot.
Yeah.
We're trying to gear up your immune system. Now, some people sense that physically, and some people don't. I was vaccinated. I had no reaction at all. My wife was vaccinated. She felt crummy after her second shot, but again, for about 6 hours. Not horrible, but for 6 hours she was, popping Tylenol and laying low. So that's one specter. Then there's these people who, for reasons we're not exactly sure, have an absolute collapse of their immune system, and blood pressure drops, they can't breathe, their tongue swells, they can't inhale oxygen. These are the people that are at risk for serious side effects and death, and that's the reason you're staying. We're prepared, we're ready to go. If you have that sort of reaction, we have epinephrine, we have the code cart, we have abilities to get you down to the ER immediately, which, we're talking about getting this out into local pharmacies, and I am curious to how they're going to do that and still take the same precautions that we're taking at the hospital. And it may be that we're just going to say, well, we can't, and if something happens, we'll dial 911 and hope someone gets there soon enough. But it's not an easy vaccine to administer in a walk-in situation. Take, for example, the fact that we can keep the vaccine defrosted in its vial in a fridge for 30 days without using it. We can have it sit there waiting for someone to come in. Once we spike the vial, once we take the first dose out, and there's 10 or 11 in each vial, we only have 6 hours to use it up. If we don't use it up in the 6 hours, you throw it away. So at the end of every day, we have a mini crisis where I've just done the last 7 people, and I have 4 vaccines drawn up in syringes, and we go tearing through the hospital to tackle anybody who's not moving to come down and get your vaccine, to use up those last 4 doses. If you're at CVS Pharmacy and there's no one there, then there's no one there, and I think there'll be a certain amount of vaccine that's wasted based on that. Unless, of course, we go to the 24-hour model, and there's always someone coming in. And
well, there got to be somebody who comes in, and I appreciate that the Assemblywoman gave me this address, which I whipped up, and it is a government written thing, and it doesn't tell you what you need to know about who can come in. It doesn't do any good to be open 24 hours a day if you're still on list 1A, and
right.
1As aren't walking in the door.
Well, as you and I found out during the week, we were investigating sites, and you were able to get an appointment to come see me 2 days later.
That was on this. What the doctor's talking about is there's a website put out by the state that if you took it at face value, if you're an average person that let the site guide you, big green letters, push here to see if you're qualified. And then it brought you to something, and it had qualifications, and there was a tiny little line that said, push here to see if you're qualified, which wouldn't make any sense to most people because you've already pushed that, and that's how you got here. And then the next thing was next. So you push next, and it says, okay. And you're putting in information which you presume is information they're going to use to tell you when you can come in, and before you know it, you've answered I don't think it was half a dozen questions, and you get a certificate to come in.
Yep.
And I found that extremely. I find that extremely strange because I'm able to register without knowing what the hell I'm doing, yet I'm looking at 1B on their phased distribution of vaccine. It doesn't tell me whether it's 2 days from now or 2 years from now.
Right.
And if you're going to start giving them out at drugstores, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know how a drugstore, even if they're open 24 hours a day, is going to have a doctor walk in at 2:40 in the morning or a nurse walk in at 3:10 and say, geez, I'll get a shot here.
Well, I don't think we're going to get it to pharmacies until we're at the level of, if you're human, you're getting a vaccination. If you look at the 35 million people who live in this state, this 1A, 1B, 1C is going to take maybe 5 million off the top. And then it's going to be, if you want a vaccination, come get it. And at that point, we're going to need many, many points of distribution to be able to do this in an efficient and rapid. And I can't emphasize the point strongly enough that rapid is the word. We have to get everybody immune to this. Otherwise, we're going to be chasing our tails.
And you'll have to forgive me, and I want to be on the record as saying that you can't ramp it up unless unless you give some clarity to the 1A, B, C, D, E, F.
I agree with you 100%. I'm looking beyond this. And one of the things that has disturbed me all the way through is we've known vaccines have been coming for 8, 9, 10 months.
Yes.
And yet we are now inventing the wheel. Where
could this be because, and forgive me, but could it be because the only person who was carrying the message that they're going to come by December was the president?
Yes, but...
And even his own people were... And because he's not a good carrier of a message...
I understand that, but we knew it was coming sometime. So having a system put in place going, okay, whenever it comes, we're ready. Like having the lifeboats hung on the side of the cruise liner... It's there before you go down, not once you hit the iceberg. So we could have had the whole system. And as we're speaking right now, okay, you are not ready yet, but you should know that when we say, come on down, where you're going to go. Everybody should have clearly in their mind where they're going to go when we say, okay, it's ready for you,
so you
now.
Want me to strap a transistor radio to my ears so I can
no, I
listen
don't.
for the space signal?
I don't, but I'd like New York State to say that number 2C are people between 65 and 102. So if you hear 2C on the radio or read it in the newspaper, here's what you're going to do. So that when you go, oh my God, it's my turn, I can go somewhere and not go, oh gee, it's 2C, I'm a 2C, what do I do? How do I go? Where do I go? And on the other side, I'm going, gee, I've got to ramp up, I've got to get more people, I've got to get more hours. So we're all running around like idiots rather than saying, okay, I was ready for this, it's just turn the switch on.
Being that I'm one of those ignorant people that can barely get through life, I'm just curious as to why once you broke it down to 1A, B, C, D, you just didn't set time limits on. 1A is going to be 45 days. At the end of 45 days, 1As can still come, but now the 1Bs can start.
Well, I had a different plan in mind altogether.
I got to get the newspaper and watch television and listen to the radio, listening for the 2C thing. It's like the old game show where you heard the word and the bird dropped down and gave you $100. Oh, it's 2C.
It's more like in real life, like the DMV, where you're sitting in the chair waiting for your number to come up on that little slider above the
but
cage.
I know it's going to come up because they gave me a piece of paper.
Right,
and said,
but
go sit.
you don't know when, and you don't know in the DMV because it's not sequential numbers. So it's sort of like, is it? No. Is it? No. Is it? No. That's what we're doing to people right now. They have no idea when it's going to be, and frankly, I don't have any idea when it's going to be. I wanted to have a system similar to checking into an airline flight. So checking into the airline flight, there's the first class line, which is relatively short, and then there's economy with all these people lined up. And if you get there in the morning and you've got a first class ticket, you walk into the short line and there's someone dedicated taking care of you, and off you go. But as soon as that line gets empty, they start taking people from the other line. So I wanted to have a line of 1A people over here and a room full of 2C, 2D, 450, whatever we want to call them, going over there so that if I didn't have a 1A to do, I could yell, next, and someone would rush in and I could give them a vaccine. And that way we could do this without having gaps in my day. Because right now, I work really hard for a period of time, and then all of a sudden, there's nothing. And I'm sipping orange juice and talking to my co-workers, and I could be vaccinating. But there aren't any people right now because, for whatever reason, there aren't people right now.
Are you tracking, and this was a question that was asked of the governor the other day on one of his news conferences, and he turned it over to Dr. Zucker. So they send you 2,200 shots because of the number of people in the hospital and on whatever they're basing it on, and that's good for two rounds.
No.
You got 1,100.
The 2,200 are meant to be used as first round, and they have said.
You get rid of that many. Oh, I thought it was 1,100 and 1,100 for the second round.
No, and it wasn't our hospital staff. It was 400 for our hospital staff, and 1,800 for the 1A people, the EMTs.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
And it was meant we were supposed to use all 2,200 doses, and they guaranteed that when these people started coming around again in 4 weeks, we'd get 2,200 more doses.
Now, I can't tell if all of those people were ever notified.
And I can't tell how many people there are in the group. No one can tell me that.
And Dr. Zucker was asked how many people just don't want the shot. And can't
about
those shots go to somebody else?
About 30%.
Well, he says he didn't have that information.
I can tell you.
He always has that one in his pocket.
I can tell you now that from our experience at the hospital, between 25 and 30% of people are saying no. And they're making a horrible mistake.
And you can't.
What does that do to immunity overall?
Well, it will decrease our herd immunity. Right. But on the other side of it, if you've been vaccinated, you don't have to worry about herd immunity. You're safe.
So you can't take those doses, though.
No.
And this is where we're talking about the threats of fines and
yes,
loss of license. So the 30% of the shots sit there until
someone with a 1A designation walks in,
or they change it, which we don't know when they're going to do it. Now, when do these expire? What is
well,
the shelf life?
They're as long as they're frozen, it's almost indefinite. Once they're defrosted, it's 30 days. So we have lots of shelf life. That's not a problem.
Okay, all right. So then you're still in a limbo as far as 1As. You're sitting, you
I'm
wait for 1As.
I'm going to be going in this morning, and my communications person hopefully will say, I just got an email from Albany, and here's the new one. And then she's going to work her little tail off trying to inform that new group so that we can get them on the list.
Now, the new group, say you walk in and they say, it's 1B day.
Yep.
All 1B here on the state-mandated, this is the state's website, don't you dare not look at it, teachers and education workers, public transit workers, first responders, public safety workers. I thought first responders were in the first group, that's policemen, firemen, EMTs.
No, apparently police and firemen weren't in the first group.
Well, I heard that some firemen had gotten shots.
The volunteer firemen who do EMT work got shots. So if you worked on an ambulance in Boonville as a volunteer, then even if you were, quote-unquote, a fireman, if you did any EMT kind of work, you were included.
But city firemen and Rome are paramedics. They got to be.
Some of them were vaccinated.
Okay. So you've got first responders, other than those that already got shots.
Right.
Transit workers, public safety workers, whatever that is, and 75-year-old people and older. Now, who notifies these people? You call the school and say, send us your teachers or janitors?
For example, let's say it's the teachers. The teachers have unionized central organization, and we will send an email to the teachers going, you're up. Or I can call Mayor Izzo and say, please send me the police department. What I can't do.
Let me jump to the other one. Let me jump to the obvious one. People 75.
That's it.
How do you reach? And I'm guessing there's at least.
You know how?
12.
You know how? You're going to be the one doing it.
Who?
You, with this little microphone. You're going to be telling people, okay, it's time, go. And hopefully they'll tell all the other 75-year-olds that they know, and they'll get the information out that way.
That seems to be plausible, but it seems to be an idiotic
way. Well, the other way is the Pony Express will be able to bring notifications door to door, or Paul Revere may be able to do it.
Yeah, I always thought that the media would be involved in this.
It's going to have to be because there's
multiple ways to get the information, and we're one of the ways.
But if you go up and ask your folks up at KTV, just like here, we've had to contact, and we get these obscure, vague. It comes back
but
like
I'll
this.
tell you,
this
Rocco.
is what's in 1B, but we're not telling you when 1B is.
Right.
I will call you,
hopefully
Rocco,
the information will improve.
I'm not 75 yet. I may look like 75.
I'm not worried about you. I'm talking about your listeners. My audience.
I thought you cared.
I do care. I do care about my listeners.
It's good that you're on here because you're dispensing this information.
And
we
good
dispensed
morning,
a lot
Connie
of
and Phil,
information
my only two listeners.
With Marianne this morning.
If you want to, tell me when Phase 1B starts, because I'm sure it's going to come this way. A letter is going to come from Zucker's office notifying whoever the hell they notified in the first round that it was 1A, that it's now 1B.
Yes.
And that they have not improved their getting it out system.
Yes.
There's a lot of 75-year-olds that live at home. They don't live in nursing homes.
I know.
They rely on their kids who don't pay attention to this. So I'll take any information you want to pass to us so we can pass it on.
It's guaranteed.
We want to thank Dr. Mitch Rabinovich. He comes in every Friday. This is getting serious now because the vaccine is here, but there's a problem telling people how to get it going. Mike and I want to thank you for being here this week. The sun is struggling through. We're going to have today 30s and sunshine. Tomorrow we're going to have sunny with 32-degree weather. Sunday, partly sunny. Monday, some sunshine, 33. Tuesday, some sunshine, 35. Wednesday, some sunshine, 34. Gets a little bit dull. No snow or rain is in the forecast, really, except on Sunday there might be a few light snow flurries. Nothing to get excited about, not enough to ski. And no, honey, you won't have to shovel. It is 8:59 in the morning. SRN News is coming up. Again, thank you for being here. Be safe this weekend. Mike and I will be back at 6 o'clock Monday morning right here on 1450 WKAL's Good Morning Show.
We off?
WKAL. This is AM 1450 WKAL, Rome, New York.
The time is exactly 9 o'clock.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Rich Thomason. 7 months of job growth came to a screeching halt. Last month, the U.S. economy shed 140,000 jobs.
The Labor Department says the unemployment rate remained at 6.7%, the first time it hasn't fallen since April. Friday's figures suggest employers have rehired roughly all the workers they can afford to after having laid off more than 22 million in the spring. The economy still has 9.9 million fewer jobs than it did before the pandemic sent it sinking into a deep recession 10 months ago.
Correspondent Jeremy House. President Trump calling it heinous, referring to this week's invasion and trashing of the U.S. Capitol by rioters.
The demonstrators who infiltrated the Capitol have defiled the seat of American democracy. To those who engaged in the acts of violence and destruction, you do not represent our country. And to those who broke the law, you will pay.
And this week's deadly rioting at the Capitol has claimed another life, that of a police officer who died of injuries he sustained during the melee.
Officer Brian Sicknick passed away Thursday night. After he was injured, Sicknick returned to his division office and collapsed. He was taken to a local hospital where he later died. His death is being investigated by Metropolitan Police, Capitol Police, and federal investigators. Mike Hemp in Washington.
And President Trump is coming under fire from both sides of the political aisle, being accused by some, even some former allies, of inciting the violence at the Capitol. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi going so far as to suggest impeaching Mr. Trump for a second time. On Wall Street, despite the jobs report showing a loss of employment last month, futures are higher. Right now, Dow futures up 88 points, NASDAQ futures ahead 70. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Tell me why Relief Factor is so successful in lowering or eliminating pain. I'm often asked that question. Pete and Seth Talbot, the father and son founders of Relief Factor, tell me they believe our bodies were designed to heal. The doctors who formulated Relief Factor selected the 4 best ingredients, 100% drug-free ingredients that each help your body deal with inflammation. Order the 3-week quick start now. Discount it to only $19.95 to see if it will work for you too. Call 800-500-8384. ReliefFactor.com.
What can give you a competitive edge in today's red-hot housing market? Rocket can. That's because Rocket Mortgage can give you a verified approval. It could help your offer stand out. Rocket Technology provides a rock-solid verification of your income, assets, and credit, giving sellers greater confidence in you. Go to rocketmortgage.com or call us today at 8338-ROCKET.
A verified approval is based on an underwriter's analysis of your individual financial information, appraisal, and title report. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender license in all 50 states and MLSConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
Swedish lawmakers green-lighting the closing of or limited access to shops, gyms, and theaters, museums, and campsites, bid to stop the coronavirus.
For months, the Swedish government pushed the message that the pandemic is a marathon, not a sprint, and argued that long-term voluntary recommendations were a better alternative to going in and out of lockdown. Parliament did pass a temporary law last year that would potentially allow stricter measures, but it expired before it was ever used. Today, with Sweden experiencing one of the highest COVID-19 infection rates in Europe, politicians were brought back from their Christmas holidays for the first time in 15 years to vote through the latest legislation.
That's the BBC's Maddie Savage in Stockholm. The United Arab Emirates announcing today it will reopen its borders and its airspace to Qatar after boycotting the tiny, energy-rich country since 2017. Breaking news and analysis at townhall.com. Taking automotive technology to the next level.
The new electric sedan from Mercedes will replace the conventional dashboard with a screen that extends almost the width of the car. The MBUX Hyperscreen will use artificial intelligence to learn drivers' habits and make only what's needed available so drivers don't have to scroll through as many menus. For instance, if the driver calls regularly on the way home, the system will suggest a call at the usual time. The CEO of parent company Daimler AG says the new Mercedes EQS model coming later this year will show the company's skills at digitalization and electrification. Keith Peters reporting.
Boeing will pay $2.5 billion to settle a Justice Department investigation and admit that employees misled regulators about the safety of the 737 MAX aircraft. Suffered 2 deadly crashes shortly after its introduction into regular service. More on these stories at townhall.com.
I'm Mike Todd with your official 1450 WKAL WeatherBug forecast. Mostly sunny today, the high 44. Increasingly cloudy tonight, low 31. A 50% chance of rain and snow tomorrow, the high 45. And for tomorrow night, a 50% chance of rain and snow, the low 31. Little to no accumulation through the period. That's your latest official 1450 WKAL WeatherBug forecast. I'm Mike Todd. 1450 WKAL. More stimulating talk radio.
Hi, this is State Senator Joe Griffo. Please join me monthly on WKAL 1450 on the dial to hear updates of what's happening in the state capitol and across the state, and for a chance for you to interact with me on what's important. So join us each month on WKAL.
Watch Mohawk Valley Living every Sunday and pick up our free monthly magazine. Inside are stories by local writers, area guides, things to do, and more. Find out today why people are calling it their favorite magazine. Mohawk Valley Living. See what's in it for you.
Honey, did you turn on the heat?
Yes, dear.
Honey, did you turn off the lights?
Yes, dear.
Honey, did you lock the door?
Yes, dear. If we're going to make this relationship work, it needs to be less of a checklist and more of a connection. Is this your impression of what church is like? We at Mohawk Missionary Baptist Church want to teach you that it's more of a relationship than a religion. Join us for our regularly scheduled services to find out more. We have Sunday school at 10 a.m., worship at 11 and 6:30 p.m., and Wednesday Bible study at 6:30. And we at Mohawk Missionary Baptist Church are glad that WKAL cares.
WKAL, more stimulating talk radio.
This is your source for breaking news and what to make of it all. This is the Mike Gallagher Show.
Do we need to do more to secure the nation's capital? How could this happen?
Those who violently besieged our capital are the opposite of everything this administration stands for.
Every person who broke into the Capitol has to be arrested and has to be prosecuted. This is the center of freedom on the whole planet. It's a symbol for everybody. And what happened was utterly, totally inexcusable.
Now, from the ReliefFactor.com studios, here's Mike Gallagher.
The enormity of the events of this week cannot be minimized. Now comes the announcement that the Capitol police officer who was apparently hit in the head with a fire extinguisher has died. Officer Brian Sicknick. He was a member of the department's first responders unit who joined the force in July of 2008. Officer Sicknick's death will be investigated as a homicide. He was on duty at the Capitol. He was injured while physically engaging with the protesters, according to the official statement. He collapsed after the attack, was taken to a local hospital. He died at 9:30 p.m. last night. There are now 5 people who have been listed as having been killed during the protests. 3 people. 3 of them are, it's very odd. They had medical emergencies of some nature, but we still don't know. How could we not know who these 3 people are? How are their families not responding? How do people not know? There are so many questions about this, but we also have a lot of answers already. The left and the Democrats in particular are committed to the premise of never letting a crisis go to waste. From Chuck Schumer railing and ranting and raving about removing the president. We've got 12 days. The president, again, for the second time, it wasn't the first time. Yesterday, they acted like his announcement yesterday, essentially conceding the election while objecting to it, incidentally, mightily. But that's the second time he did that. He did it the night before, and I said that, and people looked at me like I was crazy. Well, that's because he did it, shortly after Congress certified this election, and he's banned from Twitter, so he couldn't put it out on Twitter. He released that statement through, one of his aides, Dan Scavino. So there's 12 days. Lindsey Graham said this week the Democrats will overreach, and they will. They're going to try to impeach him, I guess. And the argument for impeachment is that they're afraid he'll run again in 4 years. Now, stop and let that sink in. 80 million people voted for this guy. 80 million Americans have supported him, and they expect 80 million of us to go away, to shut up, to be well, they do. They really do. They don't want you to even be allowed to say, I think this election was fraudulent. You're not allowed to say that. You don't believe me? Ask Josh Hawley. They just yanked his book deal at Simon & Schuster. Simon & Schuster doesn't believe in free speech. Josh Hawley, for all I know, is going to run for president in 4 years. I don't know. But they've taken his book deal from him because he was one of the senators objecting to the electoral votes. Now, think about that. This is not a ranting, raving lunatic. He's a smart guy. He's representing his constituents, just like I represent mine. You have to understand, I come to work every day respecting the voice of the millions of people who listen to this show. And believe me, I know better than anybody that not all those voices agree with me. If I see 6 callers on hold and 5 of them agree with me and 1 disagrees with me, I go to the caller that disagrees with me because I believe in dissent. I believe in debate. I believe in the free and open exchange of ideas in this country. That's what we're supposed to be as Americans. The left doesn't want that. The Democrats will forbid it. And you better be ready for that. You have to understand what's coming. This is why we were desperately fighting for Georgia. Now, all is not lost because the Democrats have a slim, razor-thin majority in the House and in the Senate. But Tucker Carlson said last night, and he's right, there's no allowance of any other point of view but theirs. You're not allowed to say you don't think statues should be torn down. You're not allowed to say you think the election was fraudulent. I guess you're not allowed to say you believe in a strong border. Go down the list. It'll expand because they're going to overreach. They're going to get way ahead of themselves because that's what they do. And we just have to hang tight. Never let a crisis go to waste. This mayor of D.C., she's already laying out what she says is the immediate agenda for D.C. You want to know what it is? You know what the number one priority for her is? She said this yesterday. I'm not kidding you. It wasn't figuring out how this riot began. It wasn't about the Capitol Police being overwhelmed in a District of Columbia that should never be overwhelmed, that has dealt with protests forever. It wasn't about any of that. It's about giving statehood to the District of Columbia. She's demanding that D.C. be given statehood status. Completely unconstitutional, but they've been promising that. And that's her record. Understand, they hate us, and they show it every day. I mean, here's Ben Domenech yesterday, Cut 9. He was on Fox Business. Anderson Cooper gets on TV on CNN and mocks any of the men, women, and children who were at that rally as just bumpkins who need to go back to Olive Garden where they eat and Holiday Inn where they stay. That's how they feel about us. We're a bunch of hillbillies who go to Olive Garden or whatever. Incidentally, Olive Garden is rising up and they're defending themselves, which is kind of cool. But here's Ben Domenech. I thought this was, and I've really, really appreciated his voice throughout this entire crazy, obscene chapter in American history.
Well, first off, I have to say, on behalf of the late, great Bree Payton, Olive Garden is actually pretty good, and their salad dressing is excellent.
Oh,
and
God rest her
Anderson
soul.
Cooper
We miss her.
is just he is a pompous. I'm sorry. Yeah, he's just he's everything that defines why these people feel hated. And I think that when you look at the reaction to this, though, Kennedy, this is going to be the moment that is used as an excuse to shut down, to shutter, to undermine, to deplatform everyone, not just people who are political actors, who are media spokesmen or the like, just regular human beings who happen to support the president or be members of the Republican Party.
He's right. They're coming after every single one of us. They're going to come after you. They'll come after every single person who does not toe their line. And that's why there's such anger and rage in the country. And I think we ought to do something this hour. I want to do something since there are people who are despicably saying that anybody who went to this rally in D.C. is complicit in the murder of these 5 people, including the police officer. I want to just talk this hour with only people who went to the rally. And I want to ask you how it feels to be called an accessory to murder. I want only, and I know there were plenty of people in our audience who went to D.C. this week with no intention of any violence, no inclination or you reject violence, you reject the bloodshed, the horrors that we've witnessed. I want to talk only this hour to people who went to the rally in D.C. So, Jay Martin, that's your task. The only thing you need is for entree into the Mike Gallagher Show this hour in the ReliefFactor.com studios is that you went to the rally. 1-800-655-MIKE is the way you join us. 1-800-655-6453.
Want to support the Mike Gallagher Show? Be sure to patronize our great advertisers.
I'll be your belly dancer, prancer, and you can be my sheep.
You're listening to the Mike Gallagher Show on AM 1450 WKAL. If you are an unhappy timeshare owner, getting rid of yours is probably a top priority. And now with annual maintenance fees coming due, the ongoing burden and expense is more real. Thankfully, my friends at Lone Star Transfer can help. Let them do for you what they've done for thousands of others across the country. The process is done legally, ethically, and quickly. Lone Star Transfer also has a 99% success rate and an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. They're family owned and operated and will personally make sure your experience is a pleasant one. Call now and see why Lone Star Transfer is the industry standard. Don't let another day go by with maintenance fees taking your hard-earned money for something you rarely use, if ever. Give Lone Star Transfer a call today for a no-obligation consultation. Call toll-free 844-310-3116. That's 844-310-3116. Again, 844-310-3116 or online at LoneStarTransfer.com.
Hi, this is Rhett Rasmussen of BestHotGrill.com. Just because it's cold outside, it doesn't mean you need to stop grilling, not if you've got the right grill, and that would be a Solaire infrared grill. Solaire infrared grills perform equally well in the cold of winter as in the heat of summer. Just like you feel warm from the sun when you step out of the shadows, the Solaire infrared burners heat your food directly, not the air around the food like conventional grills do. The intense heat also results in the juiciest food you will ever taste from a grill, gas, charcoal, or otherwise. To get the great taste, it's all about the heat. And Solaire Infrared from BestHotGrill.com gets hotter than anything you've ever experienced. Try it yourself with the Solaire Demo Program. Solaire is truly the last grill you'll ever buy. Learn more about these amazing USA-made grills at BestHotGrill.com. That's BestHotGrill.com, BestHotGrill.com.
This is Charles Osgood. We all know, because we've been told over and over, how important it is to eat a balanced diet and that the nutrients in fresh fruits and veggies are essential to good health. Fine. But for me, knowing that and eating as if I knew it are two different things. I'm a meat and potatoes guy and always have been. So I was thrilled to find out that Balance of Nature capsules concentrate 31 different fruits and vegetables with no extracts or fillers and with all those phytonutrients we need to be in top form. Balance of Nature. It's well named. To touch all the bases, what I do is to take a few of the fruit and berry capsules, the red ones in the morning, and the green veggie capsules later in the day. My body and brain never had it so good. With nutrition well balanced as nature intended, no wonder that these days I'm feeling so splendid.
Right now, Balance of Nature is offering free shipping and 35% off on any new preferred order. Call 1-800-2468-751 or go to balanceofnature.com and use discount code MikeG.
Mike Gallagher.
Can you remember the last time you tried something out without searching for it online first? Me either. Yet, over half of all small businesses don't even have a website. Why is that? It's so easy. There to Design will work with your business to create an affordable, customizable, and easy-to-use website that appears in today's top search engines. That way consumers can find you. Don't let your business get lost in cyberspace. Visit there2design.com and tell them WKAL sent you. THAYER, 2design.com.
Hi, I'm Ravina. I'm 7 years old and I'm blind. I love gymnastics, piano, public speaking, and riding on the trail bike with my dad. You can help me live the life I want.
Help Ravina and other blind people by making a tax-deductible donation of your used car, truck, or almost anything with wheels to the National Federation of the Blind. Your donation will ensure a brighter future for blind children and adults. Just call 866-282-7327. That's 866-282-7327. Or visit carshelpingtheblind.com. That's carshelpingtheblind.com. We will arrange to have the donated vehicle picked up and provide you with a tax-deductible receipt. And if you know someone who is blind that can use our help, email nfb@nfb.org.
Blindness does not hold me back at all. Donate today.
If you're trying to quit drinking or doing too many drugs, listen to me. You don't know me and we'll never meet. I had a problem like you once. I drank and used to party a little too much till it got out of control and almost ruined my life. I realized I needed help to fix my problem before it totally destroyed me. If you've tried to fix your drinking and drug problem and you know you can't do it alone, you need to call the National Treatment Advisors. They'll immerse you into a 30-day program to replace your old habits with new habits and totally change your life. And if you have PPO private health insurance, the entire program may be covered. Fix your problem right now before it gets any worse. Get clean. Call now and learn more. 800-961-2480. 800-961-2480. 800-961-2480. 800-961-2480.
Doug from Tampa, just want to let you know these Democrats better be scared because us Republicans are not backing down, and that's what I think they're afraid of.
Hi, Mike. This mayor down in Washington, D.C. that wants to make it a state, how can we fight that? Tell her, no, we don't want that to be included in the statehood?
Happy New Year. Hey, I'm just wondering how many Democrats lost their book deals for wanting to abolish the Electoral College.
Yeah, about as many as lost their platform on Twitter or Facebook when they advocated for violence against Trump supporters, or worse. Here's the President of the United States yesterday, a very profound, epic announcement. Second time he acknowledged the end of his presidential term.
We must get on with the business of America. My campaign vigorously pursued every legal avenue to contest the election results. My only goal was to ensure the integrity of the vote. In so doing, I was fighting to defend American democracy. I continue to strongly believe that we must reform our election laws to verify the identity and eligibility of all voters and to ensure faith and confidence in all future elections. Now Congress has certified the results. A new administration will be inaugurated on January 20th. My focus now turns to ensuring a smooth, orderly, and seamless transition of power.
So, for anybody who went to D.C. to support the president's objection and support him, I heard this morning, and I've heard it now for 24 hours, that anybody who went to D.C. is complicit, is an accessory to the deaths of these 5 human beings. So I just want to talk to people who went there and see what that feels like, to be called an accessory to murder. Mike, you were in D.C. this week?
Yes, I was.
So how do you respond to somebody who says that you were complicit in the death of Officer Sicknick or anybody else there?
I completely reject it, but I've determined, Mike, maybe counter to what people in your listening audience, I hope not, think, but I'm going to respond with more love, more tolerance, still state my positions very accurately and with very, as articulately as I possibly can and consistently, and not ever hide who I am and advocate for what I believe. But I'm not going to let anybody in the media affect how I feel in my heart about other people. It was a super small percentage of people who were involved in the actually rushing the Capitol. I was over there. There were many people just sort of standing around amazed. We all had a good sense of where we should be and where we shouldn't be, and it was wrong, very wrong of them to do that. But I don't care what Anderson Cooper says. I don't care what people on Twitter say. I don't care what anybody says. I care what the Lord says, and I care about what people I respect say. And moving forward, I'm going to be a good advocate, but I'm also going to be a Christian who really represents Christian values of wisdom and tolerance and love. And that's it, period.
Boy, you sound like a real monster to me, Mike. You just sound like a real monster. Boy, I tell you what, I don't know how you can sleep at night. How can you look in the mirror? Honestly, it's just so heartbreaking to me to hear people like you and thousands of people like you and people I know, people who call and support this show and who are friends of mine and people, not only within the circle of this radio show but beyond, who were there in D.C., who really are horrified by what these people did there, and yet condemn you for daring to state what you just stated, Mike. It's unbelievable.
Well, I do question the wisdom in retrospect of the president, who I admire, calling all of us, there were maybe 1 million people, it was astounding, to Washington on January 6th, and then we went over the Capitol, and I never foresaw that it would go where it did, and I'm heartbroken that it went where it did as well, and it's being used by our enemies around the world to denigrate us. So it's a very tragic situation that I think requires a lot of reflection.
It's a tough time, but I appreciate your reminder about the need for love, for compassion, for wisdom, for clarity, for sanity. God bless you, Mike, and I'm sorry that there are people who are calling you an accessory to the killings of these, the deaths of these 5 people. We'll continue. I only want to talk to people who went to D.C. this week and ask you how you feel about being called an accessory to murder. 1-800-655-MIKE.
You're listening to The Mike Gallagher Show on AM 1450 WKAL.
There's a lot of good people who are doing good things on behalf of Americans, and it could be as pragmatic as just trying to get you out of pain. If you've got back pain or leg pain or pain that you think you can't get rid of, I've got 2 little words for you. Relief Factor. Relief Factor is an extraordinary 100% drug-free product that Pete and Seth Talbot put together with a team of medical doctors and scientists years ago, and now so many of us are out of pain. If I don't take my Relief Factor, if I forget for some stupid reason after a few days, my lower back pain starts creeping back. It really does work, and I want to prove it to you by you taking the 3-week quick start. It's $19.95 plus shipping. Try it for 3 weeks. If it doesn't work, you let them know you're out $20. But if it does, how about living life pain-free like I get to do? ReliefFactor.com, ReliefFactor.com, or call 800-500-8384, 800-500-8384 for Relief Factor.
Mike Gallagher.
Boy, man, I had a rough night's sleep. Boy, I got a letter from the IRS yesterday, and I just couldn't sleep. Man, I'm dying here. Somebody help me.
IRS problems affect more than just your finances. If you're ready to take back control of your life and you owe more than $10,000, you need to call the Tax Doctor. Their expert staff can immediately protect you from the IRS and state collectors and get you the best possible tax settlement guaranteed. The IRS has recently released new programs geared in helping struggling taxpayers, where you may qualify to settle your tax debt and wipe out up to 85% or more of what you currently owe. If you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes, call the Tax Doctor right now. See if you qualify to pay less. 800-215-2418. 800-215-2418. 800-215-2418. Again, that's 800-215-2418.
Talk Radio 1450.
With SRN News, I'm Rich Thomason in Washington. 8 months of job growth came to a screeching halt last month. The U.S. economy shed 140,000 jobs. President Trump calls it heinous, referring to this week's invasion and trashing of the U.S. Capitol by rioters. The president saying those responsible for the violence will be brought to justice. And this week's rioting at the Capitol has claimed another life, that of a police officer who died of injuries he sustained during the melee. The president coming under fire from both sides of the aisle, being accused by some of inciting the violence at the Capitol. And House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is talking about impeaching the president for a second time. The opening bell has just sounded on Wall Street, and stocks are starting off the day higher. The Dow is up 91 points. More details at srnnews.com.
Thinking about life insurance? Did you know in just a few minutes you can find the best price from up to 10 price-competitive companies for free? You can with SelectQuote. For example, George is 39. He was getting sky-high quotes from other companies because he takes meds to control his blood pressure. But when I shopped around, I found him a 10-year, $500,000 policy for under $22 a month. I'm SelectQuote agent Dan Savino, and believe me, if SelectQuote isn't shopping for your life insurance, you're probably paying too much.
For your free quote, call 800-494-2323. That's 800-494-2323. 800-494-2323. Or go to SelectQuote.com. Since 1985, we shop, you save.
Get full details on the example policy at SelectQuote.com/commercials. Or price could vary depending on your health, issuing company, and other factors. Not available in all states.
The current temperature, 19 degrees.
I'm Mike Todd with your official 1450 WKAL weather-bug forecast. Mostly sunny today, the high 44. Increasingly cloudy tonight, low 31. A 50% chance of rain and snow tomorrow, the high 45. And for tomorrow night, a 50% chance of rain and snow, the low 31. Little to no accumulation through the period. That's your latest official 1450 WKAL weather-bug forecast. I'm Mike Todd. 1450 WKAL. More stimulating talk radio.
Do you want to fly somewhere, anywhere in the world? Smart travelers call myflightsearch.com for the best deals on flight tickets. Going to Manila, Bangkok, London, how about Singapore? Call myflightsearch.com for the lowest flight tickets available. What about a local vacation? Let's say you want to fly to Vegas, Orlando, Miami, Los Angeles, or Denver. Pick up the phone and call myflightsearch.com right now. We have exclusive deals that you can't find anywhere else. The only way you can get these low airline prices is by calling us. We have so many low prices available, we can't possibly tell them to you right here and now. If you're flying somewhere anytime in the next 6 months and you want the lowest airline ticket prices anywhere, you owe it to yourself to save a ton of money. So pick up your cell phone and call myflightsearch.com right now.
Call 800-277-6322. 800-277-6322. That's 800-277-6322. Call now. 800-277-6322.
WKAL, more stimulating talk radio.
The Mike Gallagher Show.
As to the 25th Amendment being invoked, I do not believe that's appropriate. I'm looking for a peaceful transfer of power. I'm looking for the next 14 days to reset, and we will hand off power in a traditional sense by being a peaceful transfer.
In the ReliefFactor.com studios, here's Mike.
It's been a really remarkable few years, and I know it's hard not to just always look outside of the prism of oneself, but I do have to look at the scope of things, you know, even the events of this week through the prism of this radio show. We've had an extraordinary few years, the highest rated, most successful years in the history of me doing this for a living. It's been the better part of 40 years. And the reason is because we have been a place for people to come who feel like they have been absolutely ignored, disparaged, neglected. That's the crowd in Washington, D.C. So when I hear elitists, and they make me so angry, I really have got to try to listen to Mike from a moment ago and remember Christian love and kindness, because I get mad at people I know and love being denigrated as accessories to murder because of the horrific behavior of people who were attending that rally. And as many people know, already there's reporting, Katie Pavlich at Town Hall reporting about a guy named John Sullivan from Utah. Look him up. He was one of the people pictured at the rally. He's been affiliated with Black Lives Matter and Antifa organizations. I mean, that's not a shock to anybody who was there. But I'm also not going to pretend that there weren't Trump supporters engaged in terrible, violent activities. That would be foolish. And I'm not going to lie to you, and I'm not going to pretend, my gosh, Ashley Babbitt was a Trump supporter. Shot dead going through a window of a secure area. And that police officer who shot and killed her is going to face accountability. There'll be a review, an investigation. There already is. But you can't pretend that the people that all the people who committed violence at the Capitol this week were Antifa. They weren't. There were a lot of Trump supporters. You got to deal with that. I'm sorry. It hurts. It hurts when I said yesterday that the president is acknowledging his presidency is coming to an end. People are hurt and saddened and even angry. He did it not once but twice. He's telling you it's January 20th. Biden is going to be inaugurated. That hurts. I'm not going to sit here and tell you Trump's going to have 4 more years. I never have said that. I don't know. I kept saying, I don't know what the courts are going to decide. The courts decided. The courts ruled against him. The president is acknowledging it. He said yesterday he's only wanting to be sure that we have election integrity, not only for what we experienced November 3rd, but for future elections. But when I hear elite, out of touch, tone-deaf people accuse the 800,000 or 900,000 or million people. I mean, I know how many people were there because all I have to do is say, were you there? And my lines jam up. That's not normally the case. Normal Trump rallies, maybe we'd get a few people that would call the show. I mean, my lines right now are flooded with people who were there. Here's Tucker Carlson last night on Fox News talking about these elitists, many of whom are in the Republican Party. They don't like you or me. And you've got to be very clear and wide-eyed about what kind of people they are who condemn Trump supporters.
The main problem, and this really is the main problem, on the right anyway, the people who run the Republican Party don't really like their own voters. And they especially don't want the voters that Trump brought. Trump brought the party's ranks noticeably downscale, from the country club to the trailer park, as they often sneer, and this horrifies them. Many Republicans in Washington now despise the people they're supposed to represent and protect. And by the way, it's not just Republican leaders who feel this way. It's our entire leadership class. It's everyone in charge. You rarely hear it spoken out loud, but this is the truth. A very specific form of intra-white loathing is at the core of the reaction to Donald Trump.
He's right. He's really, really right. And we're talking just this hour to people who were there. Kathleen was in D.C. 22 minutes before the hour. Hi, Kathleen. How are you?
Hello, Mike.
You were there this week?
Yes, I was.
All right, let me start with the question that's on the absolute front and center, top of my mind. How do you feel when you hear anybody accuse you of being complicit in the deaths of these 5 people this week in the nation's capital?
My question to them, Mike, would be, I was there supporting my president and our Constitution. Were you there?
Good question, because I can promise you the ones condemning you were not.
If you were there, I'll listen to you. If not, my response would be, you weren't there, sit down and shut up.
Tell me a little bit about the events and what you witnessed and what you're feeling now after we see the announcement of the death of Officer Sicknick, of Ashley Babbitt, of 3 others. You know what the Democrats are doing. They're now calling for the president's impeachment, removal through the 25th Amendment. Just tell us what's going through your mind as one of the monsters, I'm told, who were complicit in the deaths of these 5 people.
What's going through my mind is that these people are not rational. They are not following the laws that our forefathers have set, the backbone of our nation, the Constitution. Mike, when I was there, the first part was incredibly peaceful and incredibly positive. President Trump laid out exactly what happened as far as the election, as far as the fraud and the lies that have taken place, and as far as the investigation was concerned. After he was finished speaking, we walked from, I was at the Washington Monument site, we walked up Constitution to the U.S. Capitol. I walked next to a gentleman who both of us were rather surprised at that moment that we had not seen violent acts. We had not seen Antifa representatives. We had not seen a lot of things going wrong.
Mm-hmm.
I stood at the corner of 3rd and Constitution. Again, a fellow attendee and myself were discussing, well, so far we have not seen a great deal of violence, and then everything happened very, very fast. I smelled the tear gas. I heard 2 pops. And that was as people were still marching in from Pennsylvania and from Constitution.
Well, so what did you do when you started smelling tear gas and you knew something was going bad pretty quickly? What did you do?
I decided to basically leave the corner of 3rd and Constitution and back up a little bit over to Constitution, just kind of to see what was going on, number one, and number two, to be able to escape if I needed to.
I got you. I'm sorry for the way you're being denigrated, and I'm sorry for everything that's happened this week, and I regret the tone and the ugliness that so many people are exhibiting. The White House, Kayleigh McEnany, a very brief statement yesterday with the White House condemning, and of course the press secretary speaking in the president's voice.
Let me be clear. The violence we saw yesterday at our nation's capital was appalling, reprehensible, and antithetical to the American way. We condemn it, the president and this administration, in the strongest possible terms. It is unacceptable, and those that broke the law should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law.
And yet, and I hate to give CNN any airtime, but you've got to hear what these elitists and what these really reprehensible, out of touch, frankly, bigots feel about people like Kathleen, people like Mike, calling for Christian love. This is Anderson Cooper denouncing anybody who went to this rally this week in Washington, D.C.
Look at them. They're high-fiving each other for this deplorable display of completely unpatriotic, completely against law and order, completely unconstitutional behavior. It's stunning, and they're going to go back, to the Olive Garden and to the Holiday Inn that they're staying at in the Garden Marriott, and they're going to have some drinks, and they're going to talk about the great day that they had in Washington, and they really did something and stand up for something, and they stood up for nothing other than mayhem.
Now, the people, the majority of people there did not stand up for mayhem, but that's truly how they feel. They really do denigrate anybody who stays at a Marriott, I guess. I guess a Marriott is not on a Anderson, and I'm sure it's not. Anderson Cooper hasn't seen a Hilton Garden Inn or a Marriott or an Olive Garden in probably his life. I mean, he's the son of a multi-millionaire family. But I have to be personal here. I've made a great living the last 20 years. The idea of being so out of touch with people who aren't as blessed as I am to make the living I am, and to disparage somebody who eats at Olive Garden, he can't hold it in. He thinks you are such a loser because you stay at a Marriott Garden Inn. In fact, I don't think it is the Marriott Garden Inn. I think it's the Hilton Garden Inn. There's a Marriott, there's Courtyard, there's Olive Garden, there's Holiday Inns. You know, that's America, Andy. That's what Americans do. They don't all stay at the suite at the Ritz-Carlton, pal. You know, God bless you that you do. But really, how dare you? How dare you put down people like Kathleen and Mike and, I don't know, about 90% of your stupid audience, which is already very small. I'm sorry. I shouldn't get angry, but I can't help it because, again, I feel very proud that I come to this show and this platform with a place for millions of people who Anderson Cooper and elitist Republicans, again, Tucker's right. There's a lot of Republicans, a lot of country club Republicans who think that Trump has taken, you know, the Republican Party from the country club to the trailer park. It's disgusting the way hardworking, really good. I would rather hang out with somebody who eats at the Olive Garden than Anderson Cooper any day of my life. I would rather have some pasta at the Olive Garden than have sushi with him or people like him at a 5-star French restaurant or whatever, or Japanese restaurant any day of the week. But they're tone deaf, they're nasty, they're angry, and they're going to take the awful events of this week, and make no mistake, these events have been awful. They have hurt this country. They have hurt conservatism. They've hurt the Republican Party. But people like him are going to take these events and use it as a weapon. They're going to weaponize free speech. They're going to weaponize against conservatism. And you know it's coming. It's a lot of stuff coming. In fact, I've been thinking a lot about interest rates because, frankly, I've bought a home. I know about mortgage rates. I tell you about Fellowship Home Loans every day because portions of our show are brought to you by Fellowship Home Loans, including our occasional visit with Mike Rakeman. He's branch manager for Fellowship Home Loans, and I want to talk about what interest rates are going to look like in a Biden administration. It's crucial. Mike Rakeman from Fellowship Home Loans, if you're thinking about a purchase, if you're thinking about refinancing, there's a couple of minutes you're going to want to hear coming up next here on the Mike Gallagher Show as we continue on this busy Friday, January 8th, 2021.
Email the show, mike@mikeonline.com.
You're listening to the Mike Gallagher Show on AM 1450 WKAL. It's been a tough year on so many levels, and 2021 already has been a tough start. 2020, a year that a lot of us have been committed to taking care of ourselves, our health, vitality, immune system. Are you getting enough fruits and vegetables in your system? Are you getting 10 servings of fruits and veggies every single day? Your doctor will love you for it if you do. I'll bet you're not, but you will with the game-changing Balance of Nature. Vital nutrients sourced from 31 fruits and veggies every day makes a huge difference in anyone's life. And I hope you'll join the Balance of Nature difference for yourself. Join me. I mean, 3 green capsules, that's it. 10 servings, 31 fruits and veggies. For a limited time, new preferred customers get a 35% discount, an additional 35% discount, and free shipping with your first Balance of Nature order. Just use the promo code MikeG. Start your journey to better health today with Balance of Nature. Call 800-246-8751. Come on, make this the year you get healthier. You feel better. You get those fruits and veggies in your system that your doc wants you to. Call 800-246-8751 or go to balanceofnature.com. Promo code MikeG.
Mike Gallagher.
With SRN Sports, I'm Michael Harrington. Let's go straight to the NBA scoreboard from yesterday. The Mavericks outlast the Nuggets in overtime.
Dallas got some clutch overtime hopes from Josh Richardson to emerge with a 124-117 victory over the Nuggets. The Mavs were led by 38 points from Luka Doncic. Richardson's bucket with 1:57 left in the extra session lifted Dallas up for good at 116-114. Then he added a three-pointer with 1:25 left, making it 119-114, and the Mavericks were on their way. Tying Doncic for scoring honors was the Nuggets' Nikola Jokic, also with 38. Bruce Morton, Denver.
Elsewhere yesterday, Brooklyn took down Philadelphia 122-109. It was the Cavaliers over Memphis 94-90. Portland down Minnesota 135-117. And the Spurs stopped LeBron and the LA Lakers 118-109. This is SRN Sports. There was AP Top 25 college basketball yesterday. Number 1, Gonzaga had no trouble with BYU, winning 86-69. Number 5, Iowa over Maryland, 89-67. 8th ranked Wisconsin stopped Indiana, 80-73. Number 12, Illinois over Northwestern, 81-56. 17th ranked Oregon upset by Colorado, 79-72. Major League Baseball news: the Mets have pulled off their biggest trade since Steve Cohen purchased the team in November. They've landed shortstop Francisco Lindor and pitcher Carlos Carrasco from Cleveland. Mets part with infielders Andres Jimenez and Ahmed Rosario, right-hander Josh Wolf, and outfielder Isaiah Green. A two-time Gold Glove winner, Lindor is a career .285 hitter. Has averaged 29 homers, 86 RBI, and 21 steals in 6 Major League seasons. This is SRN Sports.
Take a look inside your personal mirror. Are you living your most amazing life possible? Are you feeling stuck, miserable, or unsure? You don't have to settle. Nothing is more important than your life. It's yours. You only have one, and you deserve to make the most of it. Help is just a phone call away. You now have your own personal, psychic, intuitive life coach. Got a question on your financial situation, your job, having a love or relationship issue you need help with? Do you want to explore your destiny and life path? Our gifted, intuitive, psychic coaches can identify root issues, access your key problems, and formulate a plan to help you move confidently in the direction of your dreams. Live an amazing life now. Everyone needs someone to talk to. Call the Psychic Life Helpline today. 800-659-1091. 800-659-1091. 800-659-1091. That's 800-659-1091.
If you are a small business owner, it is time to answer these questions. Is your website mobile friendly? Does it look modern and pop? Can it be found on the first page of Google? If you answer no to any of these questions, or worse, you don't have a website, it is time to call our friends at Thayer 2 Design. They'll work with you to customize a website to fit your needs and help you grow. Websites start as low as $400, and yes, you heard that right. A great looking website doesn't have to cost you thousands of dollars. Give them a call today at 315-875-7989 or visit them online at RomeNYWebDesign.com.
Start your weekday mornings with Rocco, Rick, Nick, and Bruce from 6 to 9 on the WKAL Good Morning Show.
Mike Gallagher.
I have been really intrigued by what's going to happen to our economy under a Biden administration. I was reading an article at Yahoo News, and this is really important stuff. What will Joe Biden do to mortgage rates? Here's what the experts are saying. Well, one of the experts is Mike Rakeman from Fellowship Home Loans. We love visiting with Fellowship. It's, Mike, been a tough week, a tough number of months. A lot of Americans are hurting, and a lot of Americans are turning to you guys to get a refinance, a cashback refinance. I was reading this article, and I wanted to get your take on this. First of all, Happy New Year, and welcome back.
Happy New Year to you, Mike. And let me tell you, I don't know what Anderson Cooper's talking about, because I love the Olive Garden. And next time you're in town, I think that's where we should go for lunch. I don't know. What do you think?
Well, I'm ready. Let's go on me. But here's what Ethan Rotberg over at Yahoo, finance.yahoo.com writes. A Biden administration could eventually impact the direction of mortgage rates. Guy Baker, founder of Wealth Teams Alliance, tells Mortgage Reports, expect tax rates to rise, the Fed to offset increasing inflation with higher rates, and the economy to slow. It doesn't seem to me to be a doubt. There's not a doubt in my mind, but you're the expert. I think interest rates are going to go higher under a Biden administration.
Absolutely. I mean, for the first time in 6 years, it appears that the Dems are going to control both the House and the Senate. Okay, so what can we guarantee with a Democratic regime? Okay, we're going to increase government spending and we're going to increase taxes. What is that going to do? That's going to result in more Treasury debt. That's going to push yields higher, which is the catalyst for mortgage rates. So mortgage rates are going to go up, Mike. There's no doubt about it. It's just a matter of how quickly and how high they're going to go. I mean, you know, the feds are so active right now that we can't see rates all of a sudden shoot back up to 5%, especially the way housing pricing is right now. Housing would just become completely unaffordable. Too many people are out of work. You know, the government, the whole country is still hurting. Unemployment is high. So, but rates are going to go up. We're not going to see these, 2.5% 30-year fixed rates for too much longer. So, the time is now. You really got to jump on this before, all of Biden's economic, plans come into effect and rates push up.
And that's why I've got one place for people to go. You're the only place I recommend. I love doing business with you guys. I know how you do business. It's Fellowship Home Loans. It's, as I like to say, it's in your DNA. I know how you treat your customers. Now is the time to call 800-510-MIKE. And again, they say that number is named for you. I say it was named for me, but I'll give you the credit. 800-510-6453 or go to fellowshiphomeloans.com/Mike G to take advantage of these extremely low interest rates because they're not sticking around. Mike, God bless you. Keep fighting the good fight. Great having Fellowship Home Loans on Team Gallagher.
Thanks, Mike. Take care. God bless.
There's a lot more coming up, including Joe Biden and Kamala Harris yesterday with some amnesia about what happened in the summer of 2020. They want you to forget how many people were killed and the damage that was done by far left liberal protesters. We'll tell you all about it coming up. You're listening to the Mike Gallagher Show on AM 1450 WKAL. Whether it's saving you money on an interest rate or saving you money on your cell phone bill, every single day I come to work trying to figure out ways to make your life a little bit easier. There's real money that you could be saving right now if you make the switch from AT&T or Verizon or T-Mobile or any of the big boys to Pure Talk. Pure Talk. I'm a Pure Talk guy. I'm a Pure Talk customer. Pure Talk is what we try to do on the radio every day. And Pure Talk, which is on the same network as all the big boys, can save you a ton of money. Listen to this. Unlimited talk, text, and 2 gigs of data for $20 a month. And here's the little secret about Verizon, all those big companies. If you don't use the data usage that you're paying for, they still charge you for it. You go over on data usage with Pure Talk, they don't charge you for it. So right now, listen, unlimited talk, text, and 2 gigs of data for $20 a month. Grab your phone right now, dial pound 250 and say the keyword Mike Gallagher. When you do, you'll save 50% on your first month. Dial pound 250, say keyword Mike Gallagher. Pure Talk, simply smarter, wireless.
I grew up poor, which is even worse than being poor.
From poor to CEO, the incredible journey of Herman Cain.
My American dream entailed working hard and making $20,000 a year. But I surpassed that goal and became a corporate CEO.
The story of one man's amazing journey from a poor, undereducated family to the highest levels of corporate, social, and political America.
I didn't have to be taught work ethic. I saw it firsthand, and it had a big impression on me.
From poor to CEO, the amazing true story of the American dream that will inspire and motivate you and your family to live your best life.
We'll all be able to say, free at last!
See the movie, From Poor to CEO, The Incredible Journey of Herman Cain, available at salemnow.com.
Go to salemnow.com, get 20% off with promo code Mike G. salemnow.com, promo code Mike G.
Mike Gallagher.
We are strong, we are resilient, and we will get through this together. But these are stressful times, and it's important to also practice good self-care. It's normal to feel overwhelmed, anxious, or afraid, but there is hope. Reach out to someone, connect with your friends, stay in touch with your community, and know that you are not alone. Learn more at wearebroadcasters.com/hope. Furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters and this station.
Are you looking for the best in local sports across the Mohawk Valley and more? Then look no further and tune in every Saturday morning from 9 to 11 and listen to myself, the coach, Rocky Carigliano, Pete Pagsman Pagliaro, and the Statman Eric Coleman, and we'll open up the phone lines for the full 2 hours and more, and tune in every Saturday morning from 9 to 11 to the Mohawk Valley Sports Watch right here on WKAL 1450 Talk Radio.
WKAL.
This is AM 1450 WKAL, Rome, New York.
The time is 10 o'clock.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Rich Thomason. Sagging under the weight of the ongoing coronavirus pandemic, the U.S. economy lost 140,000 jobs last month.
It's the first monthly job loss since April, when the coronavirus pandemic erupted. However, the unemployment rate for December remained unchanged at 6.7%, as did the number of unemployed at 10.7 million people. While far below April highs, those numbers are nearly twice the pre-pandemic levels of February. The report shows job losses in leisure and hospitality and in private education, but says they were partially offset by gains in professional and business services, retail trade, and construction. Ben Thomas, Washington.
The death toll stemming from this week's U.S. Capitol rioting has risen to 5. A Capitol police officer has died of injuries sustained at the scene. Condemning the attack as heinous, President Trump vows that those responsible will pay. Meanwhile, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi talking about impeaching the president for a second time. And President Trump calling for healing and reconciliation as Joe Biden prepares to take office.
The president finally acknowledges that Biden will be sworn in as president on January 20th.
My focus now turns to ensuring a smooth, orderly, and seamless transition of power.
He says this moment calls for healing and reconciliation. Speaking in a White House video, he also has a message for his supporters.
I know you are disappointed, but I also want you to know that our incredible journey is only just beginning.
Greg Clugston, Washington.
New research suggesting that Pfizer's COVID-19 vaccine can protect against new strains of the coronavirus. Checking Wall Street now, the Dow up about 27 points, the NASDAQ 108 points higher, and the S&P currently up 16. More on these stories at townhall.com.
I have 2 dogs, Sam and Bailey. Both are golden retrievers. Poor Sam, he was a mess. Always itching. His paws were soaking wet all day from just constant licking. He had bald spots on his back. I just don't like putting shots and steroids into your dog all the time.
DINOVITE.com. Dinovite is nutrition.
Probably 2 weeks after he started Dinovite, I started seeing great improvements, and today 99% of his issues are non-existent. It's amazing stuff. Since Bailey has been 12 weeks old, he's been a Dinovite dog, and he has 0 issues today. He won't eat his food without Dinovite. When I get out the Dinovite, my dogs actually salivate, like I'm getting them a treat. They drool over it. Dinovite is the best thing you can do for your dog.
You won't believe how happy your dog will be.
I get my Dinovite from DINOVITE.com.
A firebrand cleric who inspired deadly bombings in Bali and other attacks walked free from an Indonesian prison today after completing his sentence for funding the training of Islamic terrorists. The BBC's Shaima Halil.
Abu Bakr Bashir has been released after his sentence was cut short. His family picked him up from a jail on the outskirts of Jakarta. The 82-year-old was the spiritual leader of Jama'ah Islamiyah, an al-Qaeda-inspired group that was blamed for the Bali bombings, which killed more than 200 people. The decision to free Bashir has drawn mixed reactions in Indonesia as well as Australia, the country with the most victims. Many relatives have said that in addition to the raw emotions brought up by the news of his release, there is real concern about whether the radical cleric would go back to preaching hate.
The U.S. indefinitely delaying tariffs on French wine, cosmetics, and other goods designed as retaliation for a French tax on tech giants. News and analysis, townhall.com. Home mortgage rates have fallen to a record low this new year.
As the year opens against the continuing backdrop of damage from the coronavirus pandemic on the U.S. and global economies, mortgage buyer Freddie Mac says the average rate on the benchmark 30-year fixed-rate home loan slipped to 2.65% from 2.67% from last week. Mortgage rates are set to rise modestly this year as economic factors shift, according to Freddie Mac's chief economist. John Scott reporting.
Iran's top leader says his country will not import American and British COVID-19 vaccines, saying he doesn't trust them. Ayatollah Ali Khamenei referred to the surging death tolls in the U.S. and Britain, suggesting that those countries sometimes want to test out vaccines on other countries. He says he doesn't trust the U.S. and Britain, adding that he's not optimistic about France either. And on Wall Street, the Dow up 38 points. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Good day, I'm forecaster Jimmy O'Neill with your latest official 1450 WKAL weather bug forecast. For the afternoon hours on that Thursday, sunny skies will be expected. Your high will be 44 degrees. For the nighttime on the Thursday, for that evening overnight, increasing clouds, low 31. That's your latest official 1450 WKAL weather bug forecast. I'm forecaster Jimmy O'Neill, 1450 WKAL. More stimulating talk radio.
Hi, I'm Avina. I'm 7 years old and I'm blind. I love gymnastics, piano, public speaking, and riding on the trail bike with my dad. You can help me live the life I want.
Help Ravina and other blind people by making a tax-deductible donation of your used car, truck, or almost anything with wheels to the National Federation of the Blind. Your donation will ensure a brighter future for blind children and adults. Just call 866-282-7327. That's 866-282-7327. Or visit carshelpingtheblind.com. That's carshelpingtheblind.com. We will arrange to have the donated vehicle picked up and provide you with a tax-deductible receipt. And if you know someone who is blind that can use our help, email nfb@nfb.org.
Blindness does not hold me back at all. Donate today.
WKAL, more stimulating talk radio.
This is your source for breaking news and what to make of it all. This is the Mike Gallagher Show.
Do we need to do more to secure the nation's capital? How could this happen?
Those who violently besieged our capital are the opposite of everything this administration stands for.
Every person who broke into the Capitol has to be arrested and has to be prosecuted. This is the center of freedom on the whole planet. It's a symbol for everybody. And what happened was utterly, totally inexcusable.
Now, from the ReliefFactor.com studios, here's Mike Gallagher.
In a lot of ways, we feel like we are experiencing a level of chaos and anguish that we haven't experienced in a long time as Americans. Maybe back to the post 9/11 days. I don't know. It's bad right now. It's a time that we have to call on some calm, call for some unity and some common sense and prayer. There's an organization called the NRB, the National Religious Broadcasters. Terrific organization, and the leaders of the NRB are calling for prayer and spiritual renewal for America. I just saw an article indicating that the NRB CEO, Troy Miller, issued a statement saying the United States Capitol is a worldwide symbol of freedom and democracy, and the American legacy is one of peaceful transfers of power. What happened was an assault on our system of government. The outcome of an election is never an excuse for violence. We urge Americans to pray for our leaders, including President-elect Joe Biden, regardless of whether we agree with their policies. We are praying for the courageous officers who were injured and the families of those who lost their lives, as well as our country during this difficult time. That's a tone we should be taking. It's just very difficult to get out from under the raw passion, emotion, anger, sadness that we're experiencing. I told a friend of mine yesterday morning, the president has signaled that his presidency is coming to an end, and I think the word concede was used, and he said, well, no, he never conceded. You know, I know that we get hung up on vernacular, we get hung up on words. I just saw a note from a friend of mine who's one of the biggest Trump supporters in the universe and has been staunchly supportive of the president. And he posted on social media, Donald Trump was a 4-year bender. We had our ups and downs, and it was a hell of a ride for us and for the country. But now that's done, and it's time to get sober and focus on what we have to do now and stop the yammering and belly aching and move on. It's that simple. I think that's exactly where we need to be. It's painful. It's tough. Here was the president again yesterday. This was really the second time that the first time came just, I think, an hour or so after Congress certified the results of the election with the electors. Here was the president again yesterday from the White House.
We must get on with the business of America. My campaign vigorously pursued every legal avenue to contest the election results. My only goal was to ensure the integrity of the vote. In so doing, I was fighting to defend American democracy. I continue to strongly believe that we must reform our election laws to verify the identity and eligibility of all voters and to ensure faith and confidence in all future elections. Now Congress has certified the results. A new administration will be inaugurated on January 20th. My focus now turns to ensuring a smooth, orderly, and seamless transition of power.
Yesterday, Biden and Kamala Harris held press conferences, of course, denouncing the violence like we're all doing, but pretending that they were silent during the summer of 2020 and all the awful, violent events of 2020. Do you remember David Dorn? Retired police sergeant shot dead? You remember the buildings burned to the ground? You see, there's a problem when you try to pretend that something happened that didn't happen. It's called gaslighting. It's a phrase that comes from a play from 1938 called Gaslight. And gaslighting is, if you're not familiar with the phrase, it's sort of distorting your perception of reality to make you think essentially you're crazy. In other words, it's like an abused wife in an abusive situation where the husband says, you really did deserve being beaten, and convincing her. You know, it's called gaslighting. Well, right now, President-elect Biden and Vice President-elect Harris are facing that same accusation after suggesting there's been a double standard over how law enforcement treated the Capitol Hill rioters this week. I'm reading here from Fox News. While addressing the nation, FoxNews.com, while addressing the nation yesterday, both the incoming president and vice president indicated that there was a great disparity between what took place on Capitol Hill and the violence that took place across the country last year after the death of George Floyd. Biden blasted the clear failure to carry out equal justice, said he got a message from his granddaughter who said, "Pop, this isn't fair. No one can tell me that if it had been a group of Black Lives Matter protesting yesterday, they wouldn't have been treated very, very differently than the mob of thugs that stormed the Capitol. We all know that's true," he said, "and it is unacceptable, totally unacceptable." Harris had the same message yesterday. She took to the podium yesterday and said, "We witnessed two systems of justice." Well, here's the funny thing about like tape. Here's the funny thing about the internet and about the digital age we live in. There is a record of how people responded specifically to something like riots and looting and death in 2020.
That ain't a riot, what we're seeing right now in Minneapolis. What we're seeing right there is
frustration.
Do not get it twisted and think that, oh, this is something that has never happened before, and then this is so terrible.
Shouldn't that be done by a commission or the city council, not a mob in the middle of the night throwing it into the harbor?
People will do what they do.
There's violence across the whole country. Do you disavow the violence from Antifa?
That's a myth.
Show me where it says that protests are supposed to be polite and peaceful.
They're not going to let up, and they should not.
This is mostly a protest. It is not, generally speaking, unruly, but fires have been started.
I mean, that guy's literally in front of burning buildings saying it's not generally unruly. That guy's on MSNBC. That was also Kamala Harris, you heard. Nancy Pelosi, Jerry Nadler, Democrat leaders. Spare me the accusation that there's there's a double standard here, because trust me, we know there sure as hell is. You better believe there's a double standard. Double standard is when you stand in front of a burning building and say these are mostly peaceful fires. A double standard, Biden, Harris, Obama, is when you are silent, when people are being killed in the streets and businesses being burned to the ground, because it's an agenda that comports with your worldview. Please, we've got to consistently condemn all forms of violence. And Joe Biden did a lot of damage yesterday. And frankly, the smart analysis that I've been paying attention to is that Biden is being pulled farther and farther to the left. They're telling him, you better get out there and you better represent. You better get out there and say, Joe Biden is all, where did that go that he wants to be president for all Americans, including those who didn't vote for him? I can promise you, the people who were at the rally this week didn't vote for him. You going to represent them, President-elect Biden? Or are you going to say there's two standards of justice, and that I love? There was one guest yesterday on TV who literally said, I think it was on Fox News, oh, well, if it was a Black Lives Matter protester, they would have been shot. Well, they were. Did you hear the name? Do you know her name? I mean, do you remember Ashley Babbitt? You saw the video? Stop it. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris did the nation a great disservice yesterday. So we can be hearing 24/7 about Trump doing a lot of damage. Joe Biden, Kamala Harris did a lot of damage in pretending that what happened in 2020 didn't happen. It's called gaslighting. We're in the ReliefFactor.com studios. Welcome in. It's the Mike Gallagher Show for a Friday, January 8th, 2021. Going to do my best to practice my own advice and stay calm, stay reasonable, have more light than heat. But sometimes, doggone it, it is tough because the hypocrisy, the double standard here is pretty disgusting. 800-655-MIKE. I hope you join us. Your voice, your perspective, all coming up.
Text the show on the MyPillow text line, 1-800-655-MIKE.
You're listening to the Mike Gallagher Show on AM 1450 WKAL. All right, we do know that with a Biden administration, there will be a lot of tax and spend, no checks and balances like we had hoped there would be. There's going to be more debt, more inflation. There are steps you should be taking right now to protect your assets. For example, Birch Gold Group is the premier precious metals IRA company in America. If you're not doing something to protect your investments and your retirement now, you need to. Birch Gold Group has an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. They've got thousands of satisfied customers. I'm one of them. I do business with Birch Gold. They can help you move an eligible IRA or 401k into an IRA backed by gold and silver. This is a very crucial time, and the clock is ticking. There's a tidal wave of inflation coming. Gold is your hedge. Here's all you have to do. Text Mike to 474747. They'll send you a free info kit on precious metals, IRA. There's no obligation here. They're not going to strong-arm you. Just text the word Mike to 474747. That'll start the process. That'll allow you to speak with a Birch Gold representative today. Time is running out, but you can protect your savings now. Do what I've done. Do business with Birch Gold Group. Text Mike to 474747 now.
Balance of Nature's fruits and vegetables in a capsule, changing the world one life at a time.
I am 73. I work 40 hours a week. I take Balance of Nature pretty much religiously. One day, about 2 weeks ago, I cleaned a house that was 3.5 hours, another one that was 2.5 hours, another one that was 3.5 hours, and then I cleaned a commercial building and then cleaned half of another building. I got home at 10 o'clock at night. And who can do that at 73? Balance of Nature actually gives me quite a bit of energy. It's just amazing that fruits and vegetables could actually fix your problems. I don't have to have like coffee and whatever. I just take these and I have the energy.
Right now, Balance of Nature is offering free shipping and 35% off on any new preferred order. Call 1-800-2468-751 or go to balanceofnature.com and use discount code MikeG.
Investors, how about a 10% steady real estate-backed monthly cash flow? Have you thought about the only one true supply-constrained asset, real estate? Intelligent and savvy investors need to check out NRIA. NRIA is one of the nation's top specialists and offers 10% annualized monthly payouts with bonuses targeted to 21%. With NRIA, you can obtain steady 10% return monthly payments with bonuses. You can even use your 401k or IRA to invest. NRIA's 15-year track record and $1.2 billion in new construction development backs you. Invest in this hard asset real estate cash flow fund today for 10% monthly payouts and bonuses. Every smart investor should consider this. Call now, 800-900-7744. That's 800-900-7744 or visit NRIA.net. An offer to buy or sell any security is only made by our private placement memorandum. Read it first. See us at NRIA.net.
Mike Gallagher.
If you owe the IRS or state $20,000 or more in back taxes, you need the tax resolution experts at Fortress Financial Services. We save businesses and individuals from being shut down by the IRS. Your local attorney or CPA cannot negotiate with the IRS like us. This is all we do. We'll defend you, protect you, and negotiate the best deal. Here's what other Fortress clients have said. Jim F. from Texas. I couldn't imagine Fortress would achieve what they did. You can't find more understanding, impressive people. I want to thank Fortress for saving my life. Ed P. from Utah. After trying reputable local attorneys, I got nowhere. That changed once I called Fortress. They got results almost immediately. If you owe $20,000 or more to the IRS or state, call Fortress Financial now for a free consultation.
800-661-1824. 800-661-1824. That's 800-661-1824.
If you are a small business owner, it is time to answer these questions. Is your website mobile friendly? Does it look modern and pop? Can it be found on the first page of Google? If you answer no to any of these questions, or worse, you don't have a website, it is time to call our friends at Thayer 2 Design. They'll work with you to customize a website to fit your needs and help you grow. Websites start as low as $400, and yes, you heard that right. A great looking website doesn't have to cost you thousands of dollars. Give them a call today at 315-875-7989 or visit them online at RomeNYWebDesign.com.
Can you remember the last time you tried something out without searching for it online first? Me either. Yet, over half of all small businesses don't even have a website. Why is that? It's so easy. Thayer 2 Design will work with your business to create an affordable, customizable, and easy-to-use website that appears in today's top search engines. That way consumers can find you. Don't let your business get lost in cyberspace. Visit Thayer2Design.com and tell them WKAL sent you. THAYER, the number 2, design.com.
Pick up the free Mohawk Valley Living magazine the first of each month at local businesses and your closest Stewart shop. For a complete list of pickup locations, visit MohawkValleyLiving.com. Mohawk Valley Living magazine. See what's in it for you.
Hey, this is Mark McDougald. Check out America's fastest growing real estate finance show, Life as You Own It, Saturday mornings at 7 a.m. right here on WKAL 1450.
Mike Gallagher.
Hey, has everybody forgotten about the Kavanaugh hearings and the left storming the Capitol during that time? Granted, there wasn't violence during that storming of the Capitol, but they still did it, and they were praised for it.
Mike, Joe Biden is nothing more than a puppet. He came out and spoke about BLM yesterday. He is insane.
Well, he's not insane. He's just being dragged. He is being forced into a far left radical environment by the real, masters of the Democrat Party, and that's Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Rashida Tlaib and the squad, these really, really far left radical people. And they really are emboldened right now. I'm going to be very blunt. Day before yesterday, when Biden first came out, I have to admit it, he had a calming tone, and it was one of unity. He has said repeatedly, one of his talking points, and when somebody like Biden repeats a talking point, it's important to the individual. It's important to him that he hears people say, I will be president for all Americans, including those who voted against me. When you hear his words from yesterday, you would have to say, if you were in D.C. this week, obviously not a part of the violence, but most people were not a part of that violence. We've heard from people there every day. When I hear anybody say that anybody who was in our nation's capital at the rally this week is complicit in the murder of the U.S. Capitol police officer, I realize that person is so tone deaf and so despicable and so opportunistic, it makes my head spin. A lot of terrific Constitution-loving patriots who were there, who are mortified that people were fighting with cops and assaulting police officers and breaking into the Capitol and all. But to lump all of that, what that does, it not only lumps all of the people in D.C. that day with reprehensible, despicable criminal behavior, it takes everybody who voted for President Trump and puts them in that category. And that's a lot of people. So you want to take on 80, 90 million people? Go ahead. I choose to support Americans, and you should be disgusted. We're going to play, I want you to hear some of Biden's comments yesterday, because this is what we're going to be up against if he doesn't push back again. There's no question in my mind. You can't look at the different tone he took yesterday from Wednesday. Wednesday's address to the nation was calm, he's angry like we all are. We all ought to be angry at the damage done and the lives lost in D.C. We ought to be angry at all of it. I'm not trying to minimize that. But then he turned around and talked about the double standard of justice, that Black Lives Matter protesters would have been treated differently. Oh, they were. You gave them cover. And you and Nadler and Pelosi and CNN and MSNBC, you guys looked the other way when people were being killed and buildings burned to the ground over the death of George Floyd. And everybody knows it. 800-655-MIKE. You're listening to The Mike Gallagher Show on AM 1450 WKAL.
Hi, this is Rhett Rasmussen of BestHotGrill.com. Just because it's cold outside, it doesn't mean you need to stop grilling, not if you've got the right grill, and that would be a Solaire infrared grill. Solaire infrared grills perform equally well in the cold of winter as in the heat of summer. Just like you feel warm from the sun when you step out of the shadows, the Solaire infrared burners heat your food directly, not the air around the food like conventional grills do. The intense heat also results in the juiciest food you will ever taste from a grill, gas, charcoal, or otherwise. To get the great taste, it's all about the heat. And Solaire Infrared from BestHotGrill.com gets hotter than anything you've ever experienced. Try it yourself with the Solaire Demo Program. Solaire is truly the last grill you'll ever buy. Learn more about these amazing USA-made grills at BestHotGrill.com. That's BestHotGrill.com, BestHotGrill.com.
Mike Gallagher.
If you're trying to quit drinking or doing too many drugs, listen to me. You don't know me and we'll never meet. I had a problem like you once. I drank and used to party a little too much till it got out of control and almost ruined my life. I realized I needed help to fix my problem before it totally destroyed me. If you've tried to fix your drinking and drug problem and you know you can't do it alone, you need to call the National Treatment Advisors. They'll immerse you into a 30-day program to replace your old habits with new habits and totally change your life. And if you have PPO private health insurance, the entire program may be covered. Fix your problem right now before it gets any worse. Get clean. Call now and learn more. 800-296-1252. 800-296-1252. 800-296-1252. 800-296-1252.
Talk Radio 1450.
With SRN News, I'm Rich Thomason in Washington. Sagging under the weight of the ongoing pandemic, the U.S. economy lost 140,000 jobs last month. The death toll from this week's U.S. Capitol rioting has risen to 5. A Capitol police officer has died of injuries sustained at the scene. Condemning the attack as heinous, President Trump vows those responsible will pay. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi talking about impeaching the president for a second time. President Trump is urging healing and reconciliation as Joe Biden prepares to take office later this month. New research suggests that Pfizer's coronavirus vaccine can protect against the new strains of the virus. Wall Street, the Dow is down 107 points, the Nasdaq 25 points higher, the S&P 2 points in the red. More details at srnnews.com.
I have two dogs, Sam and Bailey. Both are golden retrievers. Poor Sam, he was a mess. Always itching. His paws were soaking wet all day from just constant licking. He had bald spots on his back. I just don't like putting shots and steroids into your dog all the time. DINOVITE.com. Dinovite is nutrition. Probably 2 weeks after he started Dinovite, I started seeing great improvements. And today, 99% of his issues are non-existent. It's amazing stuff. Since Bailey has been 12 weeks old, he's been a Dinovite dog, and he has 0 issues today. He won't eat his food without Dinovite. When I get out the Dinovite, my dogs actually salivate, like I'm getting them a treat. They drool over it. Dinovite is the best thing you can do for your dog.
You won't believe how happy your dog will be.
I get my Dinovite from DINOVITE.com.
The current temperature, 19 degrees.
Good day, I'm forecaster Jimmy O'Neill with your latest official 1450 WKAL weather bug forecast. For the afternoon hours on that Thursday, sunny skies will be expected. Your high will be 44 degrees. For the nighttime on the Thursday, for that evening overnight, increasing clouds, low 31. That's your latest official 1450 WKAL weather bug forecast. I'm forecaster Jimmy O'Neill, 1450 WKAL. More stimulating talk radio.
Special treat, folks. We have secured Dennis Prager. He will be on the line for 3 hours, live and in person. Dennis Prager. That's right, uninterrupted. We'll just be having Dennis Prager, one of my favorite guests. In fact, the only place you can ever hear Dennis Prager for 3 hours is on the Dennis Prager Show. So don't forget, Dennis Prager on the next Dennis Prager Show.
The Dennis Prager Show, live weekdays, noon to 3, only on Talk Radio 1450 WKAL.
We are on air with Doug, Jen, and Victoria.
There is a story
about a sand sculpture of a rather well-endowed mermaid. Some people really, really, really like it, and some people really, really, really don't like it.
You know, it's a mermaid. We don't even know what mermaids really look like.
We haven't seen one in real life. Do you think your mermaid's too busty? It's like, hey, can you walk up to a woman on the street and be like, ma'am, I'm sorry, you're a little too busty. But I love that he's hopeful that mermaids exist.
Weekday mornings 4 to 6 on 1450 WKAL.
WKAL, more stimulating talk radio.
The Mike Gallagher Show.
I found it enraging that people who clearly are not patriots, these are people who are destructive, and they ought to frankly been criminals, and they should be treated that way and locked up. I'm very proud of the Capitol Police, but they clearly needed a lot more reinforcements yesterday.
In the ReliefFactor.com studios, here's Mike.
Portions of our show are brought to you by Mike Lindell's My Pillow. We talk about My Pillow every single day because, well, frankly, it has changed people's lives. I'm telling you, you're going to get the best night's sleep of your life with a pillow. I'll never forget when we were last year, it was 2 years ago, whatever it was. Karen came up to us in South Carolina. We were in Myrtle Beach. We were doing a broadcast was it Hamburger Harry's? And it was such a great visit. There were tons of people there that came out to see us. I can't wait to get back to live broadcasts again. I can't wait to travel again. I can't wait to go back to Israel. We have a ton of people. We have almost 200 people signed up for our Stand With Israel tour in October. It's going to be here. The vaccines are being administered. We are going to get a handle on this damnable virus. We are at scary numbers right now. 4,000 people yesterday dying with or from COVID, depending on, the metric. But this country is coming back, certainly from coronavirus. We got a lot of choppy waters right now, and I get it. Incidentally, if you want to come with us to Israel, it's $100, I think, to lock in your trip, and you have until, I think, middle of May to get your money back for anything that you put down for the trip if you have to cancel for any reason. So it's a worry-free booking right now. If you go to standwithisraeltour.com, Dennis Prager and I will host another group of listeners. It'll be a big, big trip, too, because we've got 200 now, almost 200 people signed up today. As of today, we always take 500 or 600 people. It's every other year. This is our fourth visit there. It'll change your life. The Holy Land, the streets of Jerusalem, and wow, what a time with all of the challenges we're facing in the world to go to a place that is so special. Keep that slide up there, Pavs. Keep it up. If you're on the stream, standwithisraeltour.com and join us in Israel in October of 2021. You'll see Israel in a way that nobody gets to see Israel. You can make the decision on whether you stay in a luxury hotel or you stay in a more economical hotel. Those are all your calls. They do such a great job at Inspiration Tours. So go to standwithisraeltour.com or call 855-565-5519. Sign up, join us, and God's gonna bless this trip. Standwithisraeltour.com or call 855-565-5519. 855-565-5519. Again, you could lock it in now, and don't worry, you get all your money back by May if we don't get this thing going in the direction that we believe it's going to go with this coronavirus pandemic. And I cannot wait to get back into a live broadcast where people like Karen, unsolicited, came up to us and said, Mike, I want to tell you about My Pillow. And she's telling me off air, and I said, can you tell us on air?
I'm a bad sleeper. The first night I used it, I slept 13 and a half hours, and my husband said I was asleep within 5 minutes. I go to the gym every day, and sometimes I have to drag myself in there, but not anymore.
There's something very special about a pillow that just lets you have that kind of night's sleep. It never goes flat. It stays cool during the night, and you can wash it and dry it, put it in the washer and dryer as often as you want. Well, Mike Lindell has extended the pre-election special price. It was, here's the deal, a premium My Pillow is $69.98. $69.98, that's the regular price. When you enter the promo code Mike G, you'll get the premium My Pillow for $29.98. That's $40 off the pillow. It's an amazing offer, and you could buy as many of those pillows as you want. I'm going to tell you right now, I don't think that's going to be around much longer, that special price. Now, there's always great prices, like the Giza Dream bed sheets that are so smooth, so soft, so comfortable. It's like, you know, sleeping in clouds. I mean, they're the best sheets. I'll never use any other sheets other than the Giza Dream bed sheets, made with the world's best cotton. Giza, buy one set of sheets, any size bed, king, queen, get the second set free. The MyPillow bathrobes are comfy and oversized and warm, and you save 30%, all when you use the promo code MikeG. These bathrobes are normally $99.99. They're now $69.99 when you enter the promo code MikeG. I'm living these days in my MyPillow bathrobe. Doggy beds as low as $19.99. The beach towels up to a third off. You listen. You just got to go to MyPillow.com. Look for the little Gallagher listener special box, the square. You'll see a picture of Mike Gallagher, Mike Lindell. Click on that box. You'll see all the great prices when you enter the promo code MikeG. Just don't forget to enter the promo code MikeG. MyPillow.com, promo code MikeG. MyPillow.com, promo code MikeG. Or call 800-928-6034. 800-928-6034. Promo code MikeG, like we love to sing.
For the best night's sleep in the whole wide world, visit MyPillow.com.
Promo code Mike G. Here's Joe Biden yesterday, cut 12. Talking yesterday about the failure to carry out equal justice at the Capitol. That's the takeaway from Biden, that Black Lives Matter protesters would have been treated differently than the rioters and protesters in D.C. Are you kidding? That's what he said yesterday.
What we saw yesterday in plain view was another violation of the fundamental tenet of this nation. Not only do we see the failure to protect one of the three branches of our government, we also saw a clear failure to carry out equal justice. I'm sure if you used to say in the Senate, excuse a point of personal privilege. A little over an hour and a half after the chaos started, I got a text from my granddaughter, Finnegan Biden, who's a senior in her last semester at the University of Pennsylvania. She sent me a photo of military people in full military gear, scores of them lining the steps of the Lincoln Memorial because of protests by Black Lives Matter. She said, "Pop, this isn't fair. No one can tell me that if had been a group of Black Lives Matter protesting yesterday, they wouldn't have been treated very, very differently."
So I'm really baffled because I saw video of Capitol Police being overwhelmed, fighting, physically assaulted, and they failed to carry out equal justice. Listen. This is what we're going to face with Joe Biden. Gene, you're on the Mike Gallagher Show. Hi, Gene.
He described it as one of the darkest days in American history. But I'll tell you, the darkest day in American history for thousands of people who lost their businesses, their homes, their life savings was the day that all of that happened to the hands of thuggish mobs who roamed our cities unimpeded. I'll tell you what, Washington, get over yourself.
Well, it's a bizarre reaction. It's a bizarre take. It's a little bit like the mayor of D.C. making the first priority right now, and this is a classic. Her first priority is to grant statehood to D.C. Muriel Bowser yesterday calling for statehood for the District of Columbia. Here she was. Yeah, this is unreal. I mean, so we're reeling from this violence and this incursion into the Capitol and the deaths of 5 people, including a Capitol Hill police officer who was apparently hit in the head with a fire extinguisher. And her top priority is to make D.C. a state?
we must get statehood on the president's desk within the first 100 days of the 117th Congress. Congress must immediately transfer command of the District of Columbia National Guard from the President of the United States and put it squarely under the command and control of the Mayor of the District of Columbia. The Congress must create a nonpartisan commission to understand the catastrophic security failures that happened at the Capitol on January 6, 2021, both to hold people accountable and to ensure that it never happens again.
So I want to get this straight. President-elect Biden says that the big takeaway, or one of the big takeaways, was the failure to administer equal justice between Black Lives Matter rioters and the Save America rally rioters. Muriel Bowser, the Democrat mayor of D.C.'s takeaway from the violence in our capital is to make D.C. a state. Well, here's what President Trump's takeaway was, as evidenced by his statement yesterday.
Like all Americans, I am outraged by the violence, lawlessness, and mayhem. To those who broke the law, you will pay. My focus now turns to ensuring a smooth, orderly, and seamless transition of power. This moment calls for healing and reconciliation.
We're in the ReliefFactor.com studios for a Friday. It's 16 minutes before the hour. Here's our number, 1-800-655-MIKE. I hope you join us. 800-655-6453. Portions of our show brought to you by Fellowship Home Loans. Call 800-510-MIKE or go to fellowshiphomeloans.com. Welcome home, Fellowship Home Loans. You're listening to The Mike Gallagher Show on AM 1450 WKAL. People ask me a lot about why Relief Factor has had so much success in lowering or eliminating pain. I had so much fun this morning talking to my buddy Joe Piscopo. Isn't it fun to know that I'm friends with the Saturday Night Live superstar and entertainer and philanthropist? Great guy, all-around wonderful guy. I bet you've seen Joe over the holidays on TV with Pete and Seth Talbot singing Merry Christmas. That's the kind of guy he is and the kind of folks Pete and Seth Talbot are. They're not afraid of saying Merry Christmas, and they're not afraid of showing you the way to 100% drug-free pain relief. It's called Relief Factor. Go to ReliefFactor.com. Try the 3-week quick start. If you've got back pain, neck pain, leg pain, any kind of pain like I used to have, you're going to want to give Relief Factor a try. Take it from Piscopo. Take it from Gallagher. Take it from the Talbots. Go to ReliefFactor.com. ReliefFactor.com or call 800-500-8384, 800-500-8384 for Relief Factor.
Mike Gallagher.
With the SRN News Business Brief, I'm Rich Thomason. The U.S. economy, sagging under the weight of the pandemic, lost 140,000 jobs last month.
It's the first monthly job loss since April, when the coronavirus pandemic erupted. However, the unemployment rate for December remained unchanged at 6.7%, as did the number of unemployed at 10.7 million people. While far below April highs, those numbers are nearly twice the pre-pandemic levels of February. The report shows job losses in leisure and hospitality and in private education, but says they were partially offset by gains in professional and business services, retail trade, and construction. Ben Thomas, Washington.
Wall Street turned mixed at mid-morning after its record-setting gains this week. Traders are optimistic about the prospects for more government economic stimulus to blunt the impact of the pandemic. With business, I'm Rich Thomason.
Hey, this is Mark McDougald. Check out America's fastest-growing real estate finance show, Life as You Own It, Saturday mornings at 7 a.m. right here on WKAL 1450.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them.
If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou. Lou is one of you and will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou is like you. He's on meds too.
Call 800-301-8166. 800-301-8166. 800-301-8166. Again, that's 800-301-8166.
Hi, this is State Senator Joe Griffo. Please join me monthly on WKAL 1450 on the dial to hear updates of what's happening in the state capitol and across the state, and for a chance for you to interact with me on what's important. So join us each month on WKAL.
Hey, Mohawk Valley, this is Warren Eckstein from The Pet Show. Join me every Sunday morning from 8 to 10 a.m. on WKAL 1450. Have you given up on your golden, freaked out over your finches? If you love animals, care about wildlife and the environment, and you're concerned with your pet's health and behavior, then don't miss America's only radio pet care and pet psychology show. Join me for The Pet Show Sunday mornings at 8 a.m. on WKAL 1450, the news, talk, and sports authority in the Mohawk Valley.
Rome Community Theater is celebrating its 65th season, including a musical, dramas, comedies, and one-act plays. For young actors who would like to be involved in the theater, there's a free program, The Talent Team, that performs cabarets, Christmas show, and performances around the community. RCT is always looking for volunteers to work in the different areas of the theater. For information and tickets, go to our website, romecommunitytheater.org. At RCT, we're glad that WKAL cares.
Start your weekday mornings with Rocco, Rick, Nick, and Bruce from 6 to 9 on the WKAL Good Morning Show.
I went to a garden party to reminisce with my old friends. A chance to share old memories and play our songs again.
Mike Gallagher.
Hi, I'm calling from Maine. I just cannot believe that the people in this country are blaming Donald Trump for what happened at the Capitol.
Hey, Mike, equal justice? Is he kidding me? There was no justice for the people who got injured, killed, hurt from their businesses being looted, destroyed over the summer.
Mike, if Biden and Harris do not search their hearts and project a sincere effort to unify and heal this country, I feel the country is in for a very, very perilous time.
I agree with that, and I'm praying that they do search their heart and that they do figure out a way to. And I will again say it. It's hard for me to say this. You have to understand. I'm a registered Republican and a conservative, and I am so disappointed over the events that we're experiencing as a nation. And we all are feeling this a lot. Well, not all of us. If you wanted Biden to win, you're relieved that the president is acknowledging the end of his presidency. But I do hope that Biden, I have to admit, I did like the part of Biden's messaging that he wants to be the president for all Americans. So that doesn't mean you do a carve-out. That all Americans doesn't exclude the millions of Americans who don't believe that there was a free and fair and transparent election, and that election reform is needed. 800-655-MIKE. Here's Michael on the Mike Gallagher Show. Hey, Michael, how are you?
Yes, very good, Michael.
Good.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, sir.
Yeah, one of the things I'm thinking about here is back when President Obama was president, he talked about a federal police force. He talked about it numerous times. And I'm thinking this defund the police all over the country is giving them a perfect opportunity now to try to start a federal police force. I think that's what's up.
Interesting. I don't know. I mean, there's going to be so many radical things that are going to get floated, but don't lose sight, and this is important. The Democrat majority is razor thin. This is not, they don't have an overwhelming majority in the House. They don't have any mandate in the House. They've got no mandate in the Senate. They have a slim majority, and Republicans now are going to have to fight back legislatively. There's going to have to be a battle in the halls of Congress over a lot of this stuff. Defund the police is very real for these people. And when you see police officers overwhelmed by rioters in D.C. this week, what do you want to do? You want to have fewer police? You can't have it both ways, Biden. You can't say, on the one hand, you want a better, you want... See, I don't know when Biden complains about his granddaughter's observation that there were, riot-clad or whatever, riot gear wearing officers for Black Lives Matter demonstrators. Are you complaining about police officers trying to be prepared for riots over the BLM riots? Or are you complaining about the Capitol Police being overwhelmed and not having enough of a presence in D.C.? Which is it? Which is it? Amber, you're on the Mike Gallagher Show. Hi, Amber.
Hey, what's up?
Hey.
Yeah, I was just going to mention, too, what do they expect? You want to defund the police so that you can't, be protected at the same time?
Right.
Also,
I mean, which is it?
Right, exactly. The monuments are also different sizes. So if you want to talk about, the photo of however many people on the Lincoln Memorial, there could have been very well the same exact amount of officers at Capitol Hill, but it is, a different size building, so it looks different.
Yep, I know. There's going to have to be some clarity, because honestly, I have a hunch, because I've heard this phrase before, militarization of the police. The left hates the police having protection like body armor or fortified vehicles. Now, that's why sometimes I see NYPD cruisers with bulletproof, almost temporary bulletproof panels in their driver's side window, because people are shooting them as they're sitting there eating lunch. I don't know about you. I'm okay with the police having some protection from degenerate, monstrous assassins. Police have been assassinated in this country. So you're gonna tell me that you don't want them protected? What do you want them to wear? Leisure suits? Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Breaking now on the Mike Gallagher Show.
The president will not be attending the inauguration of Joe Biden. That's not really a shock. I mean, we understand that. I never would have thought that. In fact, I had a playful bet with my buddy Mark Davis in Dallas. He thought he'd be there. The president, I guess he's back on Twitter. I think Twitter has reinstated him, which will be sure to infuriate the angry mob. But the president tweeted moments ago, "To all of those who have asked, I will not be going to the inauguration on January 20th. So if you were wondering, wonder no more." There are reports that Mike Pence, the vice president, will attend the inauguration, and that's probably the way that's going to play out, but who knows? Like I always say, if winged monkeys came down today and swept me away, I would not be surprised anymore. Coming up, a Chicago area CEO says breaching the Capitol was the worst decision of his life. You think? Might be facing jail time. We'll share that story with you and get your reaction to all of this as we continue this Friday episode of The Mike Gallagher Show. I'm glad you're with us. You're listening to The Mike Gallagher Show on AM 1450 WKAL. Balance and nature are kind of people. Everybody's mom always said, eat your veggies, right? Well, we still have excuses why we don't eat them. I don't like them myself. Fresh fruits and vegetables are so expensive. Well, your mom wanted you to eat your fruits and vegetables because she knew that's how we get and stay healthy. And Dr. Howard and the team are shepherding thousands and thousands of people all over the world with Balance of Nature. Balance of Nature has been listening to Mom. All 10 daily servings of fruits and veggies come in 6 small capsules, and I take them religiously. 3 red, 3 green. No trouble, always fresh, nothing artificial, ready to take. The cost, literally pennies per serving. Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies, no hassle, no weird flavors, pennies per serving. Why wouldn't you do this? You got to boost your immune system. You want to be healthy. You want Balance of Nature in your system. For a limited time, all new preferred customers get an additional 35% discount and free shipping on your first Balance of Nature order. Call 800-246-8751, 800-246-8751, or go to balanceofnature.com, promo code MikeG. Investors seeking steady cash flow, ready to diversify, NRIA has grown to be one of the nation's leading specialists and offers 10% annualized monthly payouts with bonuses targeted at 18 to 21%. That's right. You could receive steady 10% return monthly payments with bonuses. As their slogan says, they specialize in realty investing done right. You can even use your 401k or IRA to invest. NRIA's 15-year track record and $1.2 billion in new construction development backs you. Learn how you can invest in this hard asset real estate cash flow fund today and receive 10% annualized monthly payouts with bonuses. This is something savvy investors should research and consider. Call now, 800-700-5483. That's 800-700-5483, or visit nria.net.
An offer to buy or sell any security is only made by our private placement memorandum. Read it first. See us at nria.net.
Mike Gallagher.
We are strong, we are resilient, and we will get through this together. But these are stressful times, and it's important to also practice good self-care. It's normal to feel overwhelmed, anxious, or afraid, but there is hope. Reach out to someone, connect with your friends, stay in touch with your community, and know that you are not alone. Learn more at wearebroadcasters.com/hope. Furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters and this station.
Are you looking for the best in local sports across the Mohawk Valley and more? Then look no further and tune in every Saturday morning from 9 to 11 and listen to myself, the coach, Rocky Carigliano, Pete Pagsman Pagliaro, and the stat man, Eric Coleman, and we'll open up the phone lines for the full 2 hours and more, and tune in every Saturday morning from 9 to 11 to the Mohawk Valley Sports Watch right here on WKAL 1450 Talk Radio.
WKAL.
This is AM 1450 WKAL, Rome, New York.
The time now is exactly
Breaking
11
news
o'clock.
This hour from townhall.com. I'm Rich Thomason. President Trump announcing he will not attend President-elect Biden's inauguration on January 20th. He will be the first incumbent president since Andrew Johnson to skip his successor's inauguration. In a tweet this morning, Mr. Trump saying to all of those who have asked, I will not be going to the inauguration on January 20th. The president is calling for healing and reconciliation. That's what he's urging as Joe Biden prepares to assume the highest office in the land. In a White House video, the president telling his supporters to take heart.
I know you are disappointed, but I also want you to know that our incredible journey is only just beginning.
The president also condemning the attack at the U.S. Capitol, vowing that justice will prevail. The U.S. has topped 4,000 daily deaths from the coronavirus for the very first time.
The tally by Johns Hopkins University shows the U.S. registered 4,085 deaths from COVID-19 infections Thursday. At the same time, nearly 275,000 new cases were confirmed. States being hit with the biggest surges and highest number of deaths include California, Arizona, Texas, and Florida. The numbers are another reminder of the worsening situation following the holidays, as more people traveled and held family gatherings, along with spending more time indoors because of the winter cold. More than 365,000 Americans have now died from confirmed coronavirus infections since the pandemic began. Worldwide, the total is more than 1.9 million. I'm Ben Thomas.
And America's employers cut payrolls by 140,000 jobs last month as the pandemic drags on, taking a heavy toll on the economy. Wall Street, the Dow up 16 points, and the NASDAQ better by 96. More on these stories, townhall.com.
When was the last time you watched your home movies? If you're like most, there's a box in your closet of videotapes, film reels, and photos that don't get watched. Worse, they're degrading. Hi, I'm Nick.
And I'm Adam. 10 years ago, we started Legacy Box to help families convert their aging media to digital. Here's how it works. Fill Legacy Box with your camcorder tapes, film reels, and photos. We professionally digitize and send them back on DVDs, thumb drives, or the cloud, ready to watch and share.
Legacy Box is the world's largest, most trusted home movie and photo digitizer. Over 450,000 families have used Legacy Box, and we've been featured on Good Morning America, Rachel Ray, and The Today Show.
Dust off those recorded moments and preserve your family's history so it can be easily passed down for generations. Experience peace of mind and enjoy reliving the glory days.
Order your Legacy Box today. Visit legacybox.com/lbox for a limited time to get 40% off your order. That's legacybox.com/lbox for 40% off. legacybox.com/lbox.
Another coronavirus-related lockdown is in effect in Israel. We got the latest from the Media Line's Felice Friedson.
Israel has entered its third coronavirus lockdown with new restrictions and tougher enforcement. Roadblocks dot the map, preventing intercity travel, while the public is being forbidden from moving more than 1/2 mile from home. Indoor groups are limited to 5, while outdoor assemblages are capped at 10. Commerce, except for food and medicine, has come to a halt, and schools are closed from kindergarten on up. Officials remain concerned by the sharp spiral of new corona cases, even as Israel leads the world, having vaccinated more than 17% of its population with at least a first shot. The program is proceeding so well that HMOs are pausing in order to assure adequate supplies for the second jab. I'm Felice Friedson, Town Hall News, Jerusalem.
Breaking news and analysis at themedialine.org and townhall.com. A book deal with Senator Josh Hawley has been canceled by the publisher in the wake of this week's Washington unrest.
The Missouri Republican called the decision by Simon & Schuster Orwellian, vowing to fight it in court. Hawley's a leading proponent that the election was stolen from President Trump in favor of Joe Biden. He's often been cited as a possible future presidential candidate, and his book, The Tyranny of Big Tech, was scheduled to come out in June and was an intended forum for a favorite theme, the undue power of Google, Facebook, and other internet giants. Ron DeRockstra reporting.
Israel postponing the next hearing in Prime Minister Netanyahu's corruption trial because of the country's tightening coronavirus lockdown taking effect today. The Jerusalem District Court says a hearing scheduled for Wednesday will be put off indefinitely because of the number of people required to attend in person. And on Wall Street, the Dow is up 11 points. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Good day, I'm forecaster Jimmy O'Neill with your latest official 1450 WKAL weather bug forecast. For the afternoon hours on that Thursday, sunny skies will be expected. Your high will be 44 degrees. For the nighttime on the Thursday, for that evening overnight, increasing clouds, low 31. That's your latest official 1450 WKAL weather bug forecast. I'm forecaster Jimmy O'Neill, 1450 WKAL. More stimulating talk radio.
In 50 feet, turn left. Why are you driving so slowly?
After a few drinks, I'm taking it slow.
Well, you're not fooling the cop behind you.
What?
Get ready to pay in 0.1 miles.
Getting pulled over for buzz driving could cost you around $10,000 in fines, legal fees, and increased insurance rates. Nothing kills a buzz like getting pulled over for buzz driving, because buzz driving is drunk driving. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Can you remember the last time you tried something out without searching for it online first? Me either. Yet, over half of all small businesses don't even have a website. Why is that? It's so easy. There to Design will work with your business to create an affordable, customizable, and easy-to-use website that appears in today's top search engines. That way consumers can find you. Don't let your business get lost in cyberspace. Visit there2design.com and tell them WKAL sent you. THAYER, 2, design.com.
WKAL, more stimulating talk radio.
This is your source for breaking news and what to make of it all. This is the Mike Gallagher Show.
Do we need to do more to secure the nation's capital? How could this happen?
Those who violently besieged our capital are the opposite of everything this administration stands for.
Every person who broke into the Capitol has to be arrested and has to be prosecuted. This is the center of freedom on the whole planet. It's a symbol for everybody. And what happened was utterly, totally inexcusable.
Now, from the ReliefFactor.com studios, here's Mike Gallagher.
It feels like there's a lot more clear-headed thinking and some rational discussion that is finally developing after the horrific events at the U.S. Capitol this week. Of course, prosecutors are planning to open a federal murder investigation into the death of Officer Brian Sicknick. He died after reportedly being hit in the head with a fire extinguisher. There's a lot of analysis, a lot of anger. I made the mistake of turning on Fox News yesterday, and nothing like seeing Greg Gutfeld and Juan Williams and Jesse Waters all shrieking at each other for 5 minutes and talking over each other. But people are very emotional, and understandably so. As I said yesterday, and as I am going to repeatedly say, there's anger on all sides. There are people who are livid. There are people who are anguished. There are people who are going to have funerals this week or next. But there's also a lot of really despicable, regrettable rhetoric. And we should run from that. We should try to disengage from those who are gaslighting. And that's the phrase. I use that expression. It's used on social media a lot. It's when you sort of warp the other person's perspective and sense of reality, make them think they're crazy. It's based on a play in 1938 called Gaslight. It's like what an abusive spouse says. It makes the other spouse feel like they're to blame for being beaten. Tom Elliott, I think Tom's from Grabian, right? I believe. But he tweeted a comment yesterday, hate to break it to you, but if Trump had won the election, there would have been violence, and it most certainly would have been worse. How do I know? He says, because Democrats have been endorsing violence as a political tactic throughout the Trump administration. It is stunning to watch Biden stand up in front of a podium and express indignation and righteous anger over what he says is a lack of police response, because his granddaughter says, well, look at how armed the police were during Black Lives Matter riots. There's, I mean, this is insane. Yesterday, here was Joe Biden, the president-elect, at a podium talking about the double standard, the lack of equal justice, cut 12, the lack of equal justice at the Capitol.
What we saw yesterday in plain view was another violation of the fundamental tenet of this nation. Not only do we see the failure to protect one of the three branches of our government, we also saw a clear failure to carry out equal justice. I don't know if you used to say in the Senate, excuse a point of personal privilege. A little over an hour and a half after the chaos started, I got a text from my granddaughter, Finnegan Biden, who's a senior in her last semester at the University of Pennsylvania. She sent me a photo of military people in full military gear, scores of them lining the steps of the Lincoln Memorial because of protests by Black Lives Matter. She said, Pop, this isn't fair. No one can tell me that if had been a group of Black Lives Matter protesting yesterday, they wouldn't have been treated very, very differently.
I guess his promise to be president for all Americans, including those who didn't vote for him, didn't last very long, did it? The New York Post editorial board responds to that address by saying, we're not sure what country Biden lives in, but it isn't the United States. The Post editorial board points out that across the country, BLM and Antifa were coddled. Portland allowed them to set up an autonomous zone in the middle of the city for months, and the police and the politicians did nothing. In liberal cities, politicians told cops to back off and pushed for more lawbreakers to be released without bail or no charges. The thugs who attacked the Capitol this week were met with officers fighting back at barricades using tear gas. Guns were drawn. In one case, deadly force was used. Her name is Ashley Babbitt, shot dead. The rioters were able to get the run of the Capitol because cops were vastly outnumbered, points out the New York Post. Officials are already resigning or being fired because of that failure. This was a horrible insurrection, says the New York Post, and should be condemned. But Mr. Biden, do not hypocritically try to rewrite the story of last summer's riots to suggest that liberals weren't permissive or that there's some sort of double standard or racism at work here. We all saw what happened then. We all see what happened now. And the New York Post is right. We'll post that editorial at MikeOnline.com as we get things kicked off for a Friday episode of the Mike Gallagher Show here in the ReliefFactor.com studios. Our number, 1-800-655-MIKE, 800-655-6453. 800-655-MIKE. Call, text, or join us here on the Mike Gallagher Show for a busy breaking news Friday. The president won't be going to the inauguration. He announced on Twitter. I guess he's back on Twitter. The Twitter overlords have decreed that he can come back to Twitter for a while. Unreal. What a ride we're on, hanging on for dear life, fighting the good fight, you and me together, here on the Mike Gallagher Show.
Want the Mike Gallagher Show 24/7? There's an app for that. Go to MikeOnline.com.
And we know the night is always gonna be here anyway. Thinking of you's working up my appetite. Looking forward to a little afternoon delight. Rubbing sticks and stones together make the sparks ignite. And the thought of loving you is getting so exciting. Sky rockets in flight. Afternoon delight.
You're listening to the Mike Gallagher Show on AM 1450 WKAL. Every day I have the privilege of telling you about a couple of men who have a heart for your hurting. If you've got back pain, leg pain, neck pain, even general muscle aches and pain, if you're struggling, I want you to try the Relief Factor 3-week quick start. Relief Factor is an extraordinary product. It's 100% drug-free. And Pete and Seth Talbot, the father and son owners of this great company with tremendous customer service, a care for Americans like nothing I've ever seen, they want you to get out of pain. They want you to take their product that is made from wild-caught fish oils and botanicals. It's 100% drug-free answer. Relief Factor. Try it for 3 weeks. They've put together the low-cost quick start, $19.95 plus shipping. Give it a shot. See if it works for you. If it doesn't, you're out $20. But if it does, how about living life without pain, like I get to do? ReliefFactor.com, ReliefFactor.com, or call 800-500-8384, 800-500-8384 for Relief Factor.
Hi, this is Rhett Rasmussen of BestHotGrill.com. Just because it's cold outside, it doesn't mean you need to stop grilling, not if you've got the right grill, and that would be a Solaire infrared grill. Solaire infrared grills perform equally well in the cold of winter as in the heat of summer. Just like you feel warm from the sun when you step out of the shadows, the Solaire infrared burners heat your food directly, not the air around the food like conventional grills do. The intense heat also results in the juiciest food you will ever taste from a grill, gas, charcoal, or otherwise. To get the great taste, it's all about the heat. And Solaire Infrared from BestHotGrill.com gets hotter than anything you've ever experienced. Try it yourself with the Solaire Demo Program. Solaire is truly the last grill you'll ever buy. Learn more about these amazing USA-made grills at BestHotGrill.com. That's BestHotGrill.com, BestHotGrill.com.
Investors, are you seeking steady cash flow? Ready to diversify? NRIA has grown to be one of the nation's leading specialists and offers 10% annualized monthly payouts with bonuses targeted at 18 to 21%. That's right. You could receive steady 10% return monthly payments with bonuses. As their slogan says, they specialize in realty investing done right. You can even use your 401k or IRA to invest. NRIA's 15-year track record and $1.2 billion in new construction development backs you. Learn how you can invest in this hard asset real estate cash flow fund today and receive 10% annualized monthly payouts with bonuses. This is something savvy investors should research and consider. Call now, 800-900-7744. That's 800-900-7744 or visit NRIA.net. An offer to buy or sell any security is only made by our private placement memorandum. Read it first. See us at NRIA.net.
Mike Gallagher.
Never miss another RFA ball game on 1450 WKAL. If you missed a live game, go to WKAL1450.com. Click on the RFA Sports tab. There you'll see the RFA Sports Schedules and Scores tab and the RFA Podcast tabs. There you can get the RFA Sports broadcast schedule, see past RFA scores, and listen to past RFA ball games. You can also listen to our broadcast live online. WKAL 1450 AM and WKAL1450.com, your home for RFA Sports.
Jennifer, I know that you're hot onto the trail of Tom Brady.
Are you stalking him? Always.
Yesterday, the suspension appeal that the Patriots had put before the Federal Appeals Court was rejected.
What I don't understand is why the NFL itself doesn't supply the balls for the teams to use in the game. It's a no-brainer here, and it almost
the NFL
like a witch
has
hunt.
no balls? Is that what you're suggesting?
That's what I'm saying. We are on air with Doug, Jen, and Victoria.
Weekday mornings 4 to 6 on 1450 WKAL.
You know all about radio. FM means clean, clear, stereo sound. But don't go over the hill. AM, great. Long distance reception. But not known for high fidelity. Something's changed. AM radio now has FM's best qualities because of AMAX. New technology delivering full fidelity, less noise, maximum clarity stereo sound. AMAX. Look for it when you shop for your next radio or stereo tuner. AMAX. The best sound available on AM.
Do you want to fly somewhere, anywhere in the world? Smart travelers call myflightsearch.com for the best deals on flight tickets. Going to Manila, Bangkok, London, how about Singapore? Call myflightsearch.com for the lowest flight tickets available. What about a local vacation? Let's say you want to fly to Vegas, Orlando, Miami, Los Angeles, or Denver. Pick up the phone and call myflightsearch.com right now. We have exclusive deals that you can't find anywhere else. The only way you can get these low airline prices is by calling us. We have so many low prices available, we can't possibly tell them to you right here and now. If you're flying somewhere anytime in the next 6 months and you want the lowest airline ticket prices anywhere, you owe it to yourself to save a ton of money. So pick up your cell phone and call myflightsearch.com right now.
Call 800-277-6322. 800-277-6322. That's 800-277-6322. Call now. 800-277-6322.
Mike Gallagher.
It always amazes me that the left decides when it's convenient for them and when it's not convenient for them, whether it's the rules for COVID or whether it is security and national security and police officers.
Mike, notice how when the Capitol gets attacked, what happens? Oh, it's terrible, it's terrible, it's terrible. But when all that stuff was burning down, when Seattle was burning down, all that stuff was happening, oh, it's peaceful protest, it's all that.
It is kind of stunning that they're going to have the audacity to pretend that they didn't look the other way after the death of George Floyd, when there were horrible acts of violence in the streets of America. That's what Rick Grinnell was talking about this week when he went on Fox News, and he talked about we had the moral high ground as conservatives and as Republicans, anybody right of center. We had the moral high ground when we condemned the violence in the streets of America, just like we're condemning the violence, the terrible violence at the Capitol. I mean, there's proof of the way they look the other way. Listen to this montage on Fox News of the way people from Don Lemon at CNN and Joy Reid and Jerry Nadler, the New York congressman, Kamala Harris, listen to how they were, and Nancy Pelosi, listen to how they responded to the violence and the murder and the mayhem of 2020.
That ain't a riot, what we're seeing right now in Minneapolis. What we're seeing right there is frustration.
Do not get it twisted and think that, oh, this is something that has never happened before, and then this is so terrible.
Should that be done by a commission or the city council, not a mob in the middle of the night throwing it into the harbor?
People will do what they do.
There's violence across the whole country. Do you disavow the violence from Antifa?
That's a myth. Show me where it says that protests are supposed to be polite and peaceful.
They're not going to let up, and they should not.
This is mostly a protest. It is not, generally speaking, unruly, but fires have been started.
The visual on that, incidentally, is better than what that moron said on vocally. It's been unruly, but now there have been some fires. He's standing in front of like a row of burning buildings. I'll never get over that one. Never get over it. Mostly peaceful protests as the gunshots are ringing out. So, Biden's comments yesterday were really, really, really egregious. Stephen, you're on the Mike Gallagher Show. Hey, Stephen, how are you?
I'm doing pretty good, Mike.
Good.
I can't figure out what Biden's and Kamala and LeBron and all these people that are saying, well, the protesters would have been treated differently if they would have been BLM. They were treated differently when they were BLM. Nothing happened to them.
Exactly.
Everybody stood with their hands in their pockets.
They looked the other way. I mean, they said this is frustration, to quote Joy Reid from MSNBC. People do what they do, said Nancy Pelosi. Literally. We just played it. Ryan, you're up. How you doing, Ryan?
Yes, sir. How about you?
Good, thanks. Appreciate your call.
Just get to the point. I support the protesters there, but I don't really agree with them actually entering the building, but surrounding the building, that sent a message, plain and simple. We're tired of their playing around. We're tired of
that was all lost, Ryan. That was all lost by people breaking into the building. I'm sorry. There's no way to parse that. The damage has been done, Ryan. A lot of damage done.
I get that completely.
Yeah,
but it still sent a message.
Well, there's a message, all right. The message is we had an incursion and violence at the Capitol that will never be justified, and I'm glad you're with me that is wrong. Mark, you're up. Hey, Mark.
Hey, Mike. Glad to take my call.
Thank you.
I just want to comment on Biden's remark about not being treated the same as if BLM were there. Actually, when you think about it, the D.C. police and the Capitol Police have been handling large crowds for decades and decades and decades.
It's true.
They know how to do it.
Well, they should.
Yes. Over this past summer, what have we heard? Disparaging remarks about the police, defund the police. They've been removed of their riot control equipment and tools to control these loud crowds. They've been told that they look too militaristic, that their mere presence creates these problems. So I would be willing to bet that those poor officers down there on the Capitol Police were told to dress down, be civil and quiet, and they didn't have the equipment given to them because of all this rhetoric about defunding.
Mark, do you remember the officers in Portland and Seattle who were literally ordered to stand down as people were committing?
All across this country.
You're right, it did. Tucker Carlson referred to it last night, and it was a very important message about this hypocrisy, this ridiculous double standard. Again, not a double standard by condemning the violence this week in D.C. Every decent person must. Every American must. But to look the other way, the way they did, and now they're going to think they have the moral high ground. Here was Tucker last night on Fox News.
I think it's fair to say there's no show in all American media that's been more consistently and aggressively against political protests that end up breaking things and hurting people. We're against them, no matter who conducts them, no matter what the pretext is, no matter what the justification. We said that last night, not to score points with anyone because we mean it. What's interesting is how everyone else's standards have changed, and very quickly. Our media class wants you to know that what happened yesterday at the Capitol was domestic terror. It was a MAGA terror insurrection. So we thought we needed to replace cops with social workers, but not on Capitol Hill, because that's where the politicians live. The interesting point, and we can't make this enough, we're going to continue to make it, because it tells you everything. The media didn't always think that violent political protests were a big deal. In fact, last year when BLM was destroying our cities, torching places like Kenosha and Minneapolis, riots are positively romantic. They were the language of the unheard.
The language of the unheard. Coming up, a businessman, a CEO in the Chicago area, says breaking into the Capitol was the single worst decision of his life. A lot of people, there's going to be a lot of accountability, a lot of jail time, or a lot of people facing all kinds of criminal charges. Also, make no mistake, when they talk about the 25th Amendment or impeachment, they got no interest in trying to unify the country whatsoever. We all know it. That and more all ahead here on The Mike Gallagher Show. You're listening to The Mike Gallagher Show on AM 1450 WKAL. Always appreciate people who've noticed I lost a lot of weight in 2020 by design, working real hard to get fit, in better shape. Also taking care of my insides by taking my Balance of Nature every day because, hey, my doctors have always been worried about me not eating enough fruits and vegetables because I don't like the taste of vegetables. But Balance of Nature, 10 daily servings of fruits and veggies in 6 small capsules, 3 red, 3 green, no trouble, always fresh, nothing artificial, ready to take. Literally pennies per serving. Balance of Nature, fruits and vegetables in a capsule form. It's a real simple process. You get started because for a limited time, all preferred customers will get an additional 35% discount and free shipping on your first order. Call 800-246-8751, 800-246-8751, or go to balanceofnature.com, promo code Mike G.
Mike Gallagher.
Let's say you're a hard-working person out there and somehow you manage to get $100,000. That's right, $100,000 that you're looking to protect, save, hold on to, and grow. But you don't want to take a risk. So what do? A gold home storage IRA. That's what you do. With paper assets in another bubble, holding gold, silver coins, and bars will give you the stability and control that you're looking for. Qualified accounts over $100K or more receive Capital Gold Group's special U.S. Mint pricing and a complimentary home storage safe. Ask yourself this: how safe is your annuity? How safe are your stocks? And how safe is your 401K and IRA? Call today for a free portfolio analysis and find out just how safe you are. If your portfolio is over $100K, call now. 800-557-7921. 800-557-7921. That's 800-557-7921.
Talk Radio 1450.
With SRN News, I'm Rich Thomason in Washington. We now know who will not be going to President-elect Biden's inauguration later in the month. President Trump writing on Twitter this morning, to all of those who have asked, I will not be going to the inauguration on January 20th. This comes on the heels of Mr. Trump's pledge to work for a smooth, orderly, and seamless transition of power. There is a push among Democrats in Congress, including California Congressman Adam Schiff and House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, to remove Mr. Trump from office immediately. Schiff labeling the president a danger to the republic. American employers shed jobs last month for the first time since April, cutting 140,000 positions. Stocks are mixed on Wall Street. The Dow is down 59 points, while the Nasdaq trading 85 points higher. More details at srnnews.com.
When was the last time you watched your home movies? If you're like most, there's a box in your closet of videotapes, film reels, and photos that don't get watched. Worse, they're degrading. Hi, I'm Nick.
And I'm Adam. 10 years ago, we started Legacy Box to help families convert their aging media to digital. Here's how it works. Fill Legacy Box with your camcorder tapes, film reels, and photos. We professionally digitize and send them back on DVDs, thumb drives, or the cloud, ready to watch and share.
Legacy Box is the world's largest, most trusted home movie and photo digitizer. Over 450,000 families have used Legacy Box, and we've been featured on Good Morning America, Rachel Ray, and The Today Show.
Dust off those recorded moments and preserve your family's history so it can be easily passed down for generations. Experience peace of mind and enjoy reliving the glory days.
Order your Legacy Box today. Visit legacybox.com/lbox for a limited time to get 40% off your order. That's legacybox.com/lbox for 40% off. legacybox.com/lbox.
The current temperature, 19 degrees.
Good day, I'm forecaster Jimmy O'Neill with your latest official 1450 WKAL weather bug forecast. For the afternoon hours on that Thursday, sunny skies will be expected. Your high will be 44 degrees. For the nighttime on the Thursday, for that evening overnight, increasing clouds, low 31. That's your latest official 1450 WKAL weather bug forecast. I'm forecaster Jimmy O'Neill, 1450 WKAL. More stimulating talk radio.
Take a look inside your personal mirror. Are you living your most amazing life possible? Are you feeling stuck, miserable, or unsure? You don't have to settle. Nothing is more important than your life. It's yours. You only have one, and you deserve to make the most of it. Help is just a phone call away. You now have your own personal, psychic, intuitive life coach. Got a question on your financial situation, your job, having a love or relationship issue you need help with? Do you want to explore your destiny and life path? Our gifted, intuitive, psychic coaches can identify root issues, access your key problems, and formulate a plan to help you move confidently in the direction of your dreams. Live an amazing life. Now, everyone needs someone to talk to. Call the Psychic Life Helpline today. 800-659-1091. 800-659-1091. 800-659-1091. That's 800-659-1091.
WKAL, more stimulating talk radio.
The Mike Gallagher Show.
Like all Americans, I am outraged by the violence, lawlessness, and mayhem. To those who broke the law, you will pay. My focus now turns to ensuring a smooth, orderly, and seamless transition of power. This moment calls for healing and reconciliation.
In the ReliefFactor.com studios, here's Mike.
Here's Sheridan at 26 before the hour. Hi, Sheridan. How are you?
I'm pretty stressed out.
I know.
Stressed out. I mean, I already had the COVID, and now we lost our president, the best president America has ever had, with jobs and tax cuts, and I'm retired, and I got an extra 20-something on my check from my company because of the tax cuts. I'm stressed out. I'm really stressed out.
I know, and it's good. Listen, we've been through tough times, and I know you're going through it, Sheridan, and this is an awful time to go through right now. Honest to goodness, it's, you know, are you, if I can ask you a personal question, are you a parent?
Yes, I am. My son could lose his job, and he was just diagnosed with cancer.
Oh,
so that's
Sheridan, I'm so sorry. Sheridan, and you're going through so much, but when your son was growing up, you told him to hang in there, that things are going to get better, and that things are going to, you know, and that's what you got to remember. You got to remember that things, this is the moment we're in now, and I know you're depressed, and I know you're upset, and I know you're stressed out. You got to hang in there and know that things are going to improve. They really are, Sheridan, and we're praying for your son. We're praying for you, and you got to try to hang in there. We've got each other to hang on to. You've got a lot of great people who are there lifting you up, and you can't lose hope, and you can't lose faith.
I'm trying to keep the faith because I know God is in charge. But just the same, our president's gone, and I feel like my heart is gone.
Well, your heart's not gone. President Trump wouldn't want you to feel that your heart is gone. You know, President Trump doesn't want you to lose all hope at all or lose faith. And if you are a person of faith, you do, and you are, and I am, you got to remember God's got.
That's why I listen to you guys, because you guys are people of faith, and you always put things in perspective.
Thank you.
For the American people, and I'm grateful. I moved here a year ago. I found you guys by just trial and error, and I have been full-fledged
Thank you.
Mike Gallagher fan.
God bless
Ever
you.
since.
Thank you, Sheridan. And we're praying for you. I really am. I want to, if you don't mind, can I send you a big fat prize package from MyPillow and send you some MyPillows and some Giza Dream bed sheets and help you get I want to get you a better night's sleep. I want you to get the Giza.
Thank you so much.
My pleasure. No problem. My pleasure. We'll put a nice gift package together for you. And I'm praying for you, Sheridan. Hang in there. Keep the faith. Don't lose hope, Sheridan. God bless you. Line 4, Jay Martin. Let's get her, we'll get her hooked up. And I know that Mike Lindell would be happy to send Sheridan. We're going to send her Giza Dream Sheets. We're going to send her some MyPillows. We'll send her a bathrobe. We'll send her some loungewear. So Sheridan, you're going to have a little bit of happiness coming your way with the best night's sleep you're going to get during these troubled times. And so many, many thanks to MyPillow for just being there for us, all of us during a tough time. The MyPillow special price right before the election, Mike put together an incredible offer. It's the biggest offer I've ever seen, the most knocked off of a premium MyPillow. Premium MyPillow is $69.98. But when you enter the promo code Mike G, get the premium pillow for $29.98. That's $40 off the price, and that's a lot of great night's sleep for you for $29.98. And buy as many of those as you want. The Giza Dream Sheets are made from the world's best cotton, Giza. Incredibly soft, yet extremely durable. They've got a beautiful kind of a finish to them. They're soft. They're comfortable. Buy one set of Giza Dream Sheets, get the second set free when you enter the promo code Mike G. It's a great American company. It's a great story. MyPillow.com, promo code Mike G. When you go to MyPillow.com, look for the little box that has the picture of Gallagher and Lindell in it, the Mike Gallagher Radio Listener Special Box. You'll see all the incredible prices, but you got to remember to enter the promo code Mike G so you get this huge discount. MyPillow.com, promo code Mike G. MyPillow.com, promo code Mike G, or call 800-928-6034, 800-928-6034, promo code Mike G, like we love to sing.
For the best night's sleep in the whole wide world, visit MyPillow.com.
Promo code Mike G. You know, my producer just pointed out, President Trump has been pretty stressed too. Republicans are stressed. We're all stressed. We're all facing a lot of challenges, and you cannot give up. The president has said over and over again that you can't give up, and we're not going to give up. Here was the president, cut 11. This was the president. This is actually the second time that he has acknowledged that his presidency is coming to an end, but because they banned him from Twitter a couple of days ago, a lot of people didn't hear that announcement that was made through Dan Scavino. I said that to a friend of mine this week. I said, well, the president, conceded. Oh, no, I don't know he conceded yet. Well, yes, the presidency is ending for Trump, and Joe Biden is going to be inaugurated on January 20th. Here was the president's message from the White House yesterday.
We must get on with the business of America. My campaign vigorously pursued every legal avenue to contest the election results. My only goal was to ensure the integrity of the vote. In so doing, I was fighting to defend American democracy. I continue to strongly believe that we must reform our election laws to verify the identity and eligibility of all voters and to ensure faith and confidence in all future elections. Now Congress has certified the results. A new administration will be inaugurated on January 20th. My focus now turns to ensuring a smooth, orderly, and seamless transition of power.
Now, as is typical, the Trump haters will never give him any credit for that message. It was a message of unity. It was a message of peace, of a peaceful, orderly transition from the Trump administration to the Biden administration. They'll never give him any credit for that. They ignore that, just like they ignored the riots, the death of David Dorn. Remember he's just one of others that come to mind of people killed in the streets. And despicable media people saying that's not a riot, that's just people expressing their frustration. It's the double standard is appalling, and we all know it. I mean, like I always say, they're all in on it. There's always an acknowledgement that people are we're all sort of in on the game. To pretend that President Trump, I heard somebody say this morning on air, Do you think President Trump intended for people to riot at the Capitol? The person asking that question knows how ludicrous it is to even ask that question. Of course, Trump didn't want riots or damage or any police officers injured. You ever see the way President Trump has treated police officers, the respect he has for law enforcement? It is appalling. It is horrible that a police officer was killed, that anybody was killed, it was horrible that people were breaking into the Capitol and destroying, property. But when somebody says, Trump was literally asking for the opposite. He wanted people to go home, and he said, go home within an hour of when that thing broke out. He was on air, online, a statement, go home. Do support the police, respect the police. Did you hear one time any Democrat in leadership in the summer of 2020 tell BLM rioters to go home? At one time? You may not want to hear this because you hate Donald Trump. He did it within an hour of what was happening in D.C. this week. Go home. You want me to pull that message out? But it isn't going to matter because it's never going to satisfy those who hate. Bob, you're on the Mike Gallagher Show in the ReliefFactor.com studios. Hi, Bob.
Oh, hi. I'm really, really worried that this incident at the Capitol is just being used as a replay of the Reichstag fire of 1933. I mean, we're already seeing the rhetoric, the enemies of the people and trying to crack down on them and wanting to consolidate power and centralize power and dividing everything into enemies and victims. It's really, really scary, and I'm worried we're headed down a bad path.
Well, we all ought to be worried and deeply concerned. And Lindsey Graham said something this week that was pretty profound. He said Democrats will overreach, and they do overreach. Ken Starr yesterday on Fox News was talking about Democrats who are, trying to invoke the 25th Amendment or impeach Trump. We got 12 days until the inauguration. 12 days. You want to start an impeachment process? That's called an overreach, but that, as Judge Starr pointed out yesterday, that's proof positive. The Democrats have no inclination to have any unity or any kind of agreement in any way, shape, or form with people they disagree with.
Well, it is an act of deliberate divisiveness at a time when I thought that we were trying to unify the country and you're right, the 25th Amendment, which is a constitutional exit ramp when the president is disabled. So it was an important addition to our constitutional architecture, but it's silly, preposterous. Impeachment is serious business, but the American people do not like impeachment. They want the president to serve out his term.
And in this case, that's 12 days. You really want to go down that path, Democrats? And incidentally, the answer is they probably do. So we better brace ourselves for what's next. 16 minutes before the hour, more coming up. 800-655-MIKE. Your voice always front and center here on the Mike Gallagher Show.
Listen to Mike on all your Amazon Echo devices. Just tell Alexa to play the Mike Gallagher Show.
You're listening to the Mike Gallagher Show on AM 1450 WKAL. All of us have a lot of optimism about 2021. I hope you'll make 2021 the year you finally partner with LifeLock and get LifeLock in your corner like I have. Sensitive personal medical data could be exposed as a recent analysis suggests an increase in cybersecurity attacks on pharmaceutical workers. The increase in remote work from home has coincided with the targeting of smartphones and tablets of people working in pharmaceuticals with phishing and malware attacks. You gotta know how cybercrime and identity theft are affecting our daily lives. I was once an identity theft victim. It's no fun. I don't know what I would have done if I didn't have LifeLock in my corner. LifeLock detects a wide range of identity threats, like your social security number for sale on the dark web. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses. LifeLock can see threats that you might miss on your own. Join today. You'll save up to 25% off your first year when you use the promo code Gallagher. And get LifeLock in your corner. Call 1-800-LifeLock or head to LifeLock.com. Use the promo code Gallagher for 25% off.
Mike Gallagher.
With SRN Sports, I'm Michael Harrington. Let's go straight to the NBA scoreboard from yesterday. The Mavericks outlast the Nuggets in overtime.
Dallas got some clutch overtime hopes from Josh Richardson to emerge with a 124-117 victory over the Nuggets. The Mavs were led by 38 points from Luka Doncic. Richardson's bucket with 1:57 left in the extra session lifted Dallas up for good at 116-114. Then he added a three-pointer with 1:25 left, making it 119-114, and the Mavericks were on their way. Tying Doncic for scoring honors was the Nuggets' Nikola Jokic, also with 38. Bruce Morton, Denver.
Elsewhere yesterday, Brooklyn took down Philadelphia 122-109. It was the Cavaliers over Memphis 94-90. Portland down Minnesota 135-117. And the Spurs stopped LeBron and the LA Lakers 118-109. This is SRN Sports. There was AP Top 25 college basketball yesterday. Number 1, Gonzaga had no trouble with BYU, winning 86-69. Number 5, Iowa over Maryland, 89-67. 8th ranked Wisconsin stopped Indiana, 80-73. Number 12, Illinois over Northwestern, 81-56. 17th ranked Oregon upset by Colorado, 79-72. Major League Baseball news: the Mets have pulled off their biggest trade since Steve Cohen purchased the team in November. They've landed shortstop Francisco Lindor and pitcher Carlos Carrasco from Cleveland. Mets part with infielders Andres Jimenez and Ahmed Rosario, right-hander Josh Wolf, and outfielder Isaiah Green. A two-time Gold Glove winner, Lindor is a career .285 hitter. Has averaged 29 homers, 86 RBI, and 21 steals in 6 Major League seasons. This is SRN Sports.
What's your IRS problem? Do you owe back taxes? Is there a lien placed on your property? Have your bank accounts been frozen or seized? Have your wages been garnished? Are you being audited by the IRS? Are they sending you letters that demand actions and have urgent due dates? Well, solving your tax problems is as easy as calling Taxes 321. The IRS is the largest collection agency in the world. You need the best representation to give you peace of mind. You need experienced professionals that can cut through the red tape and stop the collection process. If you have a serious problem with the IRS, call the Taxes 321 network today. We'll get them off your back.
800-511-3022. 800-511-3022. 800-511-3022. 800-511-3022.
If you are a small business owner, it is time to answer these questions. Is your website mobile friendly? Does it look modern and pop? Can it be found on the first page of Google? If you answer no to any of these questions, or worse, you don't have a website, it is time to call our friends at Thayer 2 Design. They'll work with you to customize a website to fit your needs and help you grow. Websites start as low as $400, and yes, you heard that right. A great looking website doesn't have to cost you thousands of dollars. Give them a call today at 315-875-7989 or visit them online at RomeNYWebDesign.com.
Stay tuned for the Dennis Prager Show coming up next on AM 1450 WKAL, Rome, Utica.
Mike Gallagher.
Hey, Mike. I'll bet you $100 Joe Biden's granddaughter never sent him that message, that he always likes to add stories to whatever he's doing to make things seem more in his favor. So I don't believe that story at all. I think he just made the whole thing up.
Yeah, Mike, both the protests, the BLMs and the one that happened in Washington, the point is that there was infiltrators that dirtied both of them. Both groups are victims of the agitators that sneak in amongst the true believers.
That's a very important point, and I made that point a lot during the summer of 2020 and all of the protests that took place in the streets of America after George Floyd's death. There are lots of people who had no inclination to riot or commit acts of violence who were appalled by the death of George Floyd. We've said that over and over again, and those people have to absolutely be acknowledged. You can't pretend that all of the Black Lives Matter marches and protests and gatherings were a bunch of violent Antifa BLM thugs. That's not fair, and that's not true any more than, and I said that consistently. I said that all year last year. A lot of people didn't like that. They, oh, no, Mike, come on, what are you talking about? Yeah, of course. There were plenty of people that we can have a robust debate about the role of police officers in our country, in our communities, and we should. We can have a debate about things like statues, and we should. We can have a debate about all kinds of things, the election, and we should. But see, the left doesn't want that debate. They want to shut down anybody who doesn't feel the way they do. And I get disgusted at the condescending, the elitism, the tone deafness of people, not only on the left, but some in the Republican Party. Here was Anderson Cooper, and this is important. I hate giving CNN any oxygen, but this was Anderson Cooper. This is a guy who's listen, not his fault that he was born to Gloria Vanderbilt. He's a wealthy guy, has been his whole life. He doesn't think too much of people who go to the Olive Garden or stay at Holiday Inn.
Look at them. They're high-fiving each other for this deplorable display of completely unpatriotic, completely against law and order, completely unconstitutional behavior. It's stunning, and they're going to go back, to the Olive Garden and to the Holiday Inn that they're staying at and the Garden Marriott, and they're going to have some drinks, and they're going to talk about the great day that they had in Washington, and they really did something and stand up for something, and they stood up for nothing other than mayhem.
Now, don't kid yourself into thinking those are only people on the left like Anderson Cooper. There are plenty of Republicans who feel that way. Plenty of country club Republicans, plenty of elitists. Here's Ben Domenech from The Federalist, one of my favorite voices and writers and publishers. Here's what he said on Fox Business with Kennedy yesterday about Anderson Cooper's Olive Garden crack.
Well, first off, I have to say, on behalf of the late, great Bree Payton, Olive Garden is actually pretty good, and their salad dressing is excellent.
Oh,
and
God rest her
Anderson
soul.
Cooper
We miss her.
is just he is a pompous. I'm sorry. Yeah, he's just he's everything that defines why these people feel hated. And I think that when you look at the reaction to this, though, Kennedy, this is going to be the moment that is used as an excuse to shut down, to shutter, to undermine, to deplatform everyone, not just people who are political actors, who are media spokesmen or the like, just regular human beings who happen to support the president or be members of the Republican Party.
Tucker Carlson last night talked about the Republican Party that acts the way with the elitism. How dare any Republican accuse the people, the thousands, almost a million, maybe more of people in D.C. of being complicit in the death of Officer Brian Sicknick and others. But as Tucker points out, that's how a lot of Republicans feel.
The main problem, and this really is the main problem, on the right anyway, the people who run the Republican Party don't really like their own voters. And they especially don't want the voters that Trump brought. Trump brought the party's ranks noticeably downscale, from the country club to the trailer park, as they often sneer, and this horrifies them. Many Republicans in Washington now despise the people they're supposed to represent and protect. And by the way, it's not just Republican leaders who feel this way, it's our entire leadership class, it's everyone in charge. You rarely hear it spoken out loud, but this is the truth. A very specific form of intra-white loathing is at the core of the reaction to Donald Trump.
So as we conclude this rough first week of 2021, understand and know that we're going to be here for each other. We are holding our nation in prayer. As I told Sheridan, things are going to get better. And we just got to sort of weather the storm. We are praying for the family of Officer Brian Sicknick. End of watch, police officer, the Capitol officer who was killed. in these awful riots, and we're lifting everybody up who lost their life or there was destruction, or anybody who's been anguished. We got to pray. And lean into your faith. Thanks to the team, Derek and Pavlina and Eric and Jay Martin. Thank you for joining us. Have a great weekend. Be safe and keep fighting the good fight. I'm Mike Gallagher. God bless America. You're listening to The Mike Gallagher Show on AM 1450 WKAL. Balance of nature are kind of people. Everybody's mom always said, eat your veggies, right? Well, we still have excuses why we don't eat them. I don't like them myself. Fresh fruits and vegetables are so expensive. Well, your mom wanted you to eat your fruits and vegetables because she knew that's how we get and stay healthy. And Dr. Howard and the team are shepherding thousands and thousands of people all over the world with Balance of Nature. Balance of Nature has been listening to Mom. All 10 daily servings of fruits and veggies come in 6 small capsules, and I take them religiously. 3 red, 3 green. No trouble, always fresh, nothing artificial, ready to take. The cost, literally pennies per serving. Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies, no hassle, no weird flavors, pennies per serving. Why wouldn't you do this? You got to boost your immune system. You want to be healthy. You want Balance of Nature in your system. For a limited time, all new preferred customers get an additional 35% discount and free shipping on your first Balance of Nature order. Call 800-246-8751, 800-246-8751, or go to balanceofnature.com, promo code MikeG. Investors seeking steady cash flow, ready to diversify? NRIA has grown to be one of the nation's leading specialists and offers 10% annualized monthly payouts with bonuses targeted at 18 to 21%. That's right. You could receive steady 10% return monthly payments with bonuses. As their slogan says, they specialize in realty investing done right. You can even use your 401k or IRA to invest. NRIA's 15-year track record and $1.2 billion in new construction development backs you. Learn how you can invest in this hard asset real estate cash flow fund today and receive 10% annualized monthly payouts with bonuses. This is something savvy investors should research and consider. Call now, 800-700-5483. That's 800-700-5483, or visit nria.net.
An offer to buy or sell any security is only made by our private placement memorandum. Read it first. See us at nria.net.
Mike Gallagher.
We are strong, we are resilient, and we will get through this together. But these are stressful times, and it's important to also practice good self-care. It's normal to feel overwhelmed, anxious, or afraid, but there is hope. Reach out to someone, connect with your friends, stay in touch with your community, and know that you are not alone. Learn more at wearebroadcasters.com/hope. Furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters and this station.
Hi, this is Allison Nickerson with the RCATS program, where we promote the humane approach to community cat population management through the proven effective trap, neuter, vaccinate, and return process. At RCATS, we work with individuals in Rome who are caring for homeless cats to spay, neuter, and vaccinate the cats, resulting in a stable, healthy, and even helpful community cat population. For more information, please contact us at 337-3890 or email at rcatsprogram@yahoo.com. At RCATS, we're glad WKAL Radio cares.
WKAL. This is AM 1450 WKAL, Rome, New York.
The time is 12 o'clock.
Breaking news this hour from townhall.com. I'm John Scott. President Trump will be skipping Joe Biden's inauguration on January 20th. White House correspondent Greg Cluxton reports.
When President-elect Biden is sworn in at noon on the 20th, Donald Trump will not be there. In a tweet, the president says, "To all those who have asked, I will not be going to the inauguration." Mr. Trump will be the first incumbent president to skip his successor's inauguration since Andrew Johnson in 1869. It's unclear how the president will spend his final days and hours in office and when exactly he'll be exiting the White House. Greg Clugston, Washington.
Also at townhall.com, Education Secretary Betsy DeVos has become the second Trump cabinet secretary to resign a day after the violent breach of the U.S. Capitol.
In a resignation letter Thursday, DeVos blamed President Trump for inflaming tensions in the violent assault on the seat of the nation's democracy. She says, quote, "There is no mistaking the impact your rhetoric had on the situation, and it is in the inflection point for me." Transportation Secretary Elaine Chao tendered her resignation earlier Thursday. News of DeVos's resignation was first reported by the Wall Street Journal. In a farewell letter to Congress earlier this week, DeVos urged lawmakers to reject policies supported by President-elect Joe Biden and to protect Trump administration policies that Biden has promised to eliminate.
Keith Peters with that report. The U.S. has topped 4,000 daily deaths from the coronavirus for the first time, breaking a record set just one day earlier. That tally from Johns Hopkins University shows the U.S. had 4,085 deaths on Thursday. The U.S. had nearly 275,000 new coronavirus cases as well. There's been a surge in cases and deaths in California, Arizona, Texas, and Florida. Stocks are mixed. The Dow is down 39 points, but the Nasdaq ahead 92. More at townhall.com.
Investors, are you seeking steady cash flow? Ready to diversify? NRIA has grown to be one of the nation's leading specialists and offers 10% annualized monthly payouts with bonuses targeted at 18 to 21%. That's right. You could receive steady 10% return monthly payments with bonuses. As their slogan says, they specialize in realty investing done right. You can even use your 401k or IRA to invest. NRIA's 15-year track record and $1.2 billion in new construction development backs you. Learn how you can invest in this hard asset real estate cash flow fund today and receive 10% annualized monthly payouts with bonuses. This is something savvy investors should research and consider. Call now, 800-800-9406. That's 800-800-9406. Or visit nria.net. An offer to buy or sell any security is only made by our private placement memorandum. Read it first. See us at nria.net.
New research suggests that manufacturer Pfizer's COVID-19 vaccine can protect against that coronavirus variant.
These particular variants are causing global concern, both sharing a common mutation called N501Y, which is a slight alteration on one spot of the spike protein that coats the virus. That change is believed to be the reason they can spread so easily. Pfizer says it's very reassuring to have found that at least this mutation does not seem to be a problem for vaccine efficacy. The study is preliminary and has not yet been reviewed by experts, a key step for medical research. I'm Charles de Ledesma.
Authorities in Hong Kong have granted bail to most of the 55 pro-democracy activists who were arrested this week in a sweeping crackdown on dissent. One of the activists says they still could be charged under a tough national security law. Breaking news at townhall.com. Iran's top leader says the country is forbidden from importing American and British COVID-19 vaccines, saying he doesn't trust them. BBC correspondent Alan Johnston with that story.
Ayatollah Khamenei made public his order banning British and American vaccines during a televised speech. His explanation for this wasn't entirely clear. He suggested that if the Americans were capable of producing an effective vaccine, the virus wouldn't have got so badly out of control in their country. Iran has been locked in a bitter rivalry with the US for decades. Presumably, the Ayatollah would like to rely on a coronavirus vaccine that's been produced in Iran, but it's still being tested and not expected to be generally available for months.
BBC correspondent Alan Johnston. More on these stories at townhall.com. I'm John Scott.
Good day, I'm forecaster Jimmy O'Neill with your latest official 1450 WKAL weather bug forecast. For the afternoon hours on that Thursday, sunny skies will be expected. Your high will be 44 degrees. For the nighttime on the Thursday, for that evening overnight, increasing clouds, low 31. That's your latest official 1450 WKAL weather bug forecast. I'm forecaster Jimmy O'Neill, 1450 WKAL. More stimulating talk radio.
If you are a small business owner, it is time to answer these questions. Is your website mobile friendly? Does it look modern and pop? Can it be found on the first page of Google? If you answer no to any of these questions, or worse, you don't have a website, it is time to call our friends at Thayer 2 Design. They'll work with you to customize a website to fit your needs and help you grow. Websites start as low as $400, and yes, you heard that right. A great looking website doesn't have to cost you thousands of dollars. Give them a call today at 315-875-7989 or visit them online at RomeNYWebDesign.com. WKAL.
everybody. I'm Dennis Prager, and I welcome you to the program. I'd like you to show me, please, the headlines of the New York Times and the Los Angeles Times. Los Angeles Times, calls grow to remove Trump. New York Times, tire head, calls grow to remove Trump as U.S. officials head for exit. Yes, even the Wall Street Journal editorial board called for him to resign. We are living through another hysteria. The Wall Street Journal editorial board, which I have said for so many decades, is the editorial page of the Wall Street Journal, the opinion page of the Wall Street Journal is life-saving for this country. And I think they panicked. You live in New York, it's very difficult not to panic. If you want to hold your head up high at anything, and you're the Wall Street Journal and you didn't call for Donald Trump to resign, why should he resign? Let's get rid of the idea he asked people to be a mob inside the U.S. Capitol. I read his speech. I didn't see where he said it. I read two pieces. Was it The Guardian and Fortune? And to make the case that he instigated what happened. And there was no case. The Guardian used words by Giuliani and others over the course of the last month or more to say, look, you see, they've incited violence. Tell me something. If you say to non-white America every day that every white is a racist, are you inciting violence? Is there anything worse than a racist? I'm quite serious. What is worse than a racist? I cannot think of an epithet that is more dark than being a racist, especially considering the amount of evil done in the name of racism. So every white is a racist is not inciting, but Donald Trump's speech was inciting. But hysteria is the single greatest operational tool of the left, and there are people on the right who fall in for it. The power of the media is almost total. The information that the human being receives is exactly how the human being perceives reality, correct? So if you're told often enough, men give birth, then if you deny that men give birth, you are anti-science and a hater. You see how it works? The old saw went, 2 and 2 is 5. Men give birth is 2 and 2 is 5. Men menstruate is 2 and 2 is 5. And I would say that half of America's educated youth would say that men give birth. That is the power of the media and academia together, creating a false construct of the universe. I do hold the president at fault for not emphasizing Georgia more than the alleged fraud of the election. That was I said it at the time, everything is about Georgia, everything. I have no idea if the Georgia vote was honest. The notion that almost half this country believes that elections have been tampered with This does not bother the left. It is even if they think such people are wrong, that so many people believe it, if you care about the country, you need to address it. There should have been an investigation begun and the concentration been on Georgia. The whole point of what is going on now is to destroy his legacy, destroy his name, maybe even destroy him. I think that there are a lot of people on the left who would like to see him prosecuted. They have said so. It's not an I think. That would be a first in American history, to the best of my knowledge, seeking to jail an ex-president. But why not? Who's going to stop them? If you say he shouldn't be imprisoned, Twitter will shut you down. Correct? Facebook will shut you down. We are moving. I have never said this. I've never said this. It never even occurred to me to say it. But we are moving toward a dictatorship. The United States of America. The House of Representatives run by the left, who have never, ever, ever given up power easily. And the Senate and the presidency. With the compliant press as their bodyguard of lies, to use Churchill's phrase in World War II, anything can be done. If they want, they could say, if you do not write an essay on how men give birth, you will be regarded as a hater. Already there are calls, I forgot the woman who made this call, to have a list of all Americans who might have said something perceived as racist at any time in their lives. You get one chance, and then, did you see that, by the way? You haven't seen that? Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if things like that start occurring. Now, it's not over, and I have a motto, which I came up with this week. If you only fight when you think you'll win, you won't win. Or you can't win. I don't remember which verb I used. There are a lot of us, my friends, a lot of us. What you need to do, what we need to do, is sever our links with the left. The first thing people need to do is take their kids out of any school that teaches the 1619 Project. Your school has been morally and intellectually corrupted. Why would you want your child to be raised in a morally and intellectually corrupt environment? That would be we are phenomenally strong in numbers. We who love this country, we who take its original values seriously, e pluribus unum, in God we trust, and liberty. There are a lot of us. I mean, tens upon tens of millions, probably 100 million. Not everybody who agrees with us voted. And even in vote, we got 74 million during COVID. That's astonishing how many things were arrayed against this president. It almost seems like the devil planned it with COVID in particular. I had a fireside chat yesterday for the first time in 165 fireside chats. It was live. Mostly young people watch. Mostly young people send in questions. And it broke my heart, the questions that these good young people wrote in. How do I answer people who say that this was white privilege that they got into the Capitol. 1-8-PRAGER-776.
The Dennis Prager Show, live from the Relief Factor pain-free studio.
Free speech. One network refused to run it because of its, quote, conservative nature, unquote. So we are doing all we can here to get the message out to you. Bill O'Reilly is calling on the Oxford Club's chief investment strategist, Alexander Green, one of the nation's top financial minds, to show Americans exactly what it takes to create a dream retirement. Sure enough, one man who listened to Bill and Alex reported a $4,335 profit in 3 days, a massive 41% increase of his money. See how by going to DennisPrager.com and clicking on the Bill O'Reilly banner. Watch it, take notes, get results. Don't delay. If you support free speech and are concerned about your financial future, act today. Once again, visit DennisPrager.com and click on the Bill O'Reilly banner. In our fast-paced world, it's tough to make reading a priority, at least it used to be. At thinker.org, that's Thinkr, no E, thinker.org, they summarize the key ideas from new and noteworthy nonfiction, giving you access to an entire library of great books in bite-sized form. Listen to hundreds of titles in a matter of minutes, from old classics like Dale Carnegie's How to Win Friends and Influence People to recent bestsellers like Jordan Peterson's 12 Rules for Life. It was my son who brought my attention to thinker.org, and it really is extraordinary. I like to read whole books, but I can't read every one, so this is a big help in my life. If you want to challenge your preconceptions, expand your horizons, and become a better thinker, go to thinker.org. That's Thinkr, no E again, Thinkr.org to start a free trial today. Thinker, Thinkr.org.
Hi, I'm Avina. I'm 7 years old and I'm blind. I love gymnastics, piano, public speaking, and riding on the trail bike with my dad. You can help me live the life I want.
Help Ravina and other blind people by making a tax-deductible donation of your used car, truck, or almost anything with wheels to the National Federation of the Blind. Your donation will ensure a brighter future for blind children and adults. Just call 866-282-7327. That's 866-282-7327. Or visit carshelpingtheblind.com. That's carshelpingtheblind.com. We will arrange to have the donated vehicle picked up and provide you with a tax-deductible receipt. And if you know someone who is blind that can use our help, email nfb@nfb.org.
Blindness does not hold me back at all. Donate today.
This is Mary Alice Golden from the YMCA of the Greater Tri-Valley. At the Rome Family Y, we support youth development, healthy living, and social responsibility, and we're dedicated to helping our community have fun and grow stronger. Our mission is to put Christian principles into practice through programs that build healthy spirit, mind, and body. So join, give, volunteer, and advocate. At the YMCA of the Greater Tri-Valley, we're glad WKAL Radio cares.
Now. We are on air with Doug, Jen, and Victoria.
A friend of mine got a medical marijuana card and went to a dispensary and brought home some caramels, which were delicious, but they were very potent.
Yeah, how long ago was that?
Last night. A month.
You did it while you were on this program?
I did it while I ate him while I was on the air with you guys. No, of course not. It was a Saturday night. I needed to sleep well, and that's pretty much all it did. It just knocked me out. 3, 2, 1. We are on air with Doug, Jen, and Victoria.
Weekday mornings 4 to 6 on 1450 WKAL.
WKAL, more stimulating talk radio.
As we roll down this unfamiliar road, and although this wave is stringing us along, just know.
My friends, I welcome you back. I'm Dennis Prager. And I'm going to have on the line right now 2 Californians. I am in California, as I'm sure nearly all of you know, but in any event, 2 Californians who were at the rally. I have not spoken to either of them at all. I have no idea what they'll say, but I would like to know more from people who are actually there. And they are Mitchell White and Joel James. And gentlemen, hi, welcome to the show. Where are you both now?
I'm at home in Mission Hills, California.
Periodically, you should identify yourselves for the audience.
Okay, my name is Mitchell White. I'm a technical writer. I live in Mission Hills in the San Fernando Valley.
And are you there now? Are you back in L.A.?
Yes, I'm back. I got back last night at 11.
Okay, yeah. And Joel James?
Hi, Dennis. Great to talk with you. Yes, I help to run a company in the travel industry, which is suffering right now. And I'm in D.C. at the moment. I'm from California, but I'm still here in the city.
Why are you still there?
I stayed for some meetings with some...
Okay, personal reasons. Okay.
Right.
All right, gentlemen. What is the estimate of people, if there is an official estimate, of how many attended the rally?
The only thing, I just informally talking to people, and my own observation, I would say was over 1 million.
And the reason you say that, where did it stretch from?
Well, the best view I got of it was at Capitol Hill, looking back, the entire, I don't know the area, this is my first time in D.C., but the entire area of Capitol Hill was absolutely a throng. And then there were 3 main streets that led up to it, and as far as you could see, people were packed coming up to Capitol Hill.
And Dennis, this is Joel. I'll just add to what Mitchell's saying there. He's talking about Constitution and Pennsylvania avenues, which are very wide, broad avenues that converge on the west side of the Capitol. So those were filled with people. The streets were closed, and they were filled the wide breadth of the street. I'll also add that you had from the stage in the ellipse south of the White House, you had people packed all the way to past the Washington Monument, well behind the Washington Monument.
Oh, that in my mind is an immense number of human beings.
It is.
It's a massive crowd, and if you know the city, you've got 15th Street on the one side, and I think it's 14th on the other. So you were pretty filled between those, and then going back well past the Washington Monument.
So what was the nature of the crowd? Angry, cheerful, in the middle?
Dennis, it was unbelievable. It was I tell you, it was such an experience for me to go out there, because you get kind of isolated in your own, kind of feeling like you're kind of alone in your own beliefs. Then you get out there and you see over 1 million people that share the exact same values. The feeling was one of tremendous joy, I think, I would say, and a lot of excitement. And there were I just felt a resonance with everyone there.
Did either of you have a knowledge of what was going on at the Capitol when it was violated?
No, and that's an important question that you're asking, because not only was the crowd peaceful, upbeat, these were Americans from every walk of life. I saw veterans, I saw young and old, white, black, Asian, Hispanic. You had a great cross-section of America, people from North Dakota, Oklahoma, Hawaii. I saw all of those people, and as they were marching to the Capitol, they were peaceful, they were happy, there were flags, banners, people were singing. No one knew what was happening in advance of the crowd, and that's very important when you see the videos and things that the media are playing over and over again. You'll notice that the outside shots often show the West Portico where the inaugural dais is set up, and it's not filled with people when you see those scenes of people pushing over barriers and punching policemen. That's an important thing to note, an important time signature issue, because the crowd was not there yet. Once the crowd got there, they moved up and filled that entire West Portico. And so all the images I have show the West Portico filled with people in a relaxed posture. They were singing the national anthem. They were having a great time, making their voices heard, petitioning their government, as the First Amendment gives us the right to do. But none of them knew what was happening inside, and there was a suppression on cell signal. You couldn't. I was having a hard time sending texts out to friends and family or photos, and so we did not know that there was this group of agitators that had broken in, and some were let in by the Capitol Police, by the way. We were told that. So no one knew that as you're walking for a mile in a massive crowd very slowly toward the Capitol.
When people say the president spurred these people on, or the word they use is incited, what is your reaction?
It's absolutely false. It's absolutely false. He said we're going to go down and make our voices heard. That's all he said. He said after this is over, after his speech, he says let's go down to Capitol Hill and make our voices heard. And that's it's absurd. It's absurd.
Yeah, and Dennis, the president was very calm. In fact, I thought he was actually not as energized as he often is when you see him at these rallies on television and things. I hadn't been to a Trump rally previously, but I actually thought his demeanor was a little bit suppressed, maybe because he knew that, they weren't really going to do the right thing in the Congress that day. But there was nothing incendiary, and in fact, he just laid out very carefully his case and why he believed that the electoral certificate should be sent back to the swing state legislatures to be reevaluated with the evidence of potential voter fraud or irregularity.
Yeah.
So did either of you know about what was happening at the Capitol?
No, not till we got there. When we got there, then it was obviously planned that people were going to be there, doing that, and they kept saying, "Get up, come on in, get up, come on in." What I think is interesting, and I'll give a little bit different perspective, because I was a little torn, because I kind of felt like we should be going in there and it being heard. I mean, I think if you look in context, here's 1.5 million people who feel like every door has been slammed in our face.
That's right. Yeah, no, I hold on, guys. I have to take a break. Two people were there. When I said that's right, I'm talking about the perception of half of America. Every door has been slammed in their face. Even the ability to speak out publicly.
Talk Radio 1450.
With SRN News, I'm John Scott. President Trump says he won't attend President-elect Joe Biden's inauguration on January 20th. He'll be the first incumbent president since Andrew Johnson to skip his successor's inauguration. Vice President Mike Pence is still expected to attend the inauguration. New research suggests the COVID-19 vaccine made by Pfizer and BioNTech can still work on a mutated coronavirus. Two easier-to-spread new variants of the virus have the world on edge, one first discovered in Britain, the other in South Africa. The Los Angeles Dodgers say Hall of Fame manager Tommy Lasorda, who guided L.A. to 2 World Series championships, has died. U.S. employers shed jobs last month for the first time since April, cutting 140,000 positions. The unemployment rate staying at 6.7%. The Dow down 18 points, the NASDAQ up 100. This is SRN News.
Investors, are you seeking steady cash flow? Ready to diversify? NRIA has grown to be one of the nation's leading specialists and offers 10% annualized monthly payouts with bonuses targeted at 18 to 21%. That's right. You could receive steady 10% return monthly payments with bonuses. As their slogan says, they specialize in realty investing done right. You can even use your 401k or IRA to invest. NRIA's 15-year track record and $1.2 billion in new construction development backs you. Learn how you can invest in this hard asset real estate cash flow fund today and receive 10% annualized monthly payouts with bonuses. This is something savvy investors should research and consider. Call now, 800-800-9406. That's 800-800-9406. Or visit NRIA.net. An offer to buy or sell any security is only made by our private placement memorandum. Read it first. See us at NRIA.net.
The current temperature, 21 degrees.
Good day, I'm forecaster Jimmy O'Neill with your latest official 1450 WKAL weather bug forecast. For the afternoon hours on that Thursday, sunny skies will be expected. Your high will be 44 degrees. For the nighttime on the Thursday, for that evening overnight, increasing clouds, low 31. That's your latest official 1450 WKAL weather bug forecast. I'm forecaster Jimmy O'Neill, 1450 WKAL. More stimulating talk radio.
If you are a small business owner, it is time to answer these questions. Is your website mobile friendly? Does it look modern and pop? Can it be found on the first page of Google? If you answer no to any of these questions, or worse, you don't have a website, it is time to call our friends at Thayer 2 Design. They'll work with you to customize a website to fit your needs and help you grow. Websites start as low as $400, and yes, you heard that right. A great looking website doesn't have to cost you thousands of dollars. Give them a call today at 315-875-7989 or visit them online at RomeNYWebDesign.com.
All right, guys, we're ready for our four-season sunroom, and Daddy's gonna get a rec room with refreshments.
Oh no, we'll be sleeping under the stars.
Mom, what about the one with, the fun?
Nice try, little bro. It's a gym. My gym.
Hey, Grandma's getting her Four Seasons garden room. Weather tight and still like being outdoors.
Maybe a living room. Oh no, wait, a family hub.
Yeah!
No matter what the budget, the season, or the climate, Four Seasons Sunrooms let you and your family enjoy the outdoors inside. Call now to hear more about these great offers from the premier manufacturer of sunrooms since 1975.
4 reasons for 4 seasons now.
To find out more, call toll-free 800-848-6333. That's 800-848-6333.
WKAL, more stimulating talk radio.
Hello, my friends. I'm Dennis Prager with two Californians who were at the rally in Washington, D.C., and they are Mitchell White and Joel James, both of whom I know, as it happens, and both of whom I have very high regard for. And at the very end of the previous segment, Mitchell said something that explains a lot. All the doors are being closed with regard to us. That this is the feeling of half of America. That Facebook and Twitter could close the account of the President of the United States. That Vladimir Zelenko, a magnificent physician who has saved hundreds of lives in COVID in New York City, that Twitter could shut down his account because he said, and he can give you the names of people whose lives he has saved with hydroxychloroquine and zinc. His account has been shut. When we have tried to tweet out Viktor Zelenko, that has been censored. Every avenue, every door, as Mitchell White put it, every door seems to be closing on half of this country. So I condemned the intrusion, the mob, whatever term you wish to use, though I will not use the word insurrection. It's a rape of language to use the word insurrection. But this is what they do. Was it not an insurrection? If that's an insurrection, what happened in Portland? What happened in Seattle? New York City? The closed door thing, Mitchell White, that's a biggie. You want to expound on it in your own words?
It was a seminal moment. It was a turning point of something because we found each other as Americans. I'm telling you, the chaos and the lawlessness is in our institutions. It's not in our people. And even I don't have anything against those people that organized it. I don't know that I would say I'm against it because we broke in there. And the people I talked to about 7 people that, not the people that broke the windows and everything, but even the breaking of that was to open the doors, is my understanding. And I know there were excesses, and I know everything about that. And you're going to have a messy situation whenever that happens. But the people I talked to were driven to get inside that house. And when they got inside, it wasn't to destroy it. It was to stand there and say, this is our house. Because these people have closed the door on all of us. And the people were honorable. Everyone I talked to that went inside, there are people that served in the military that are very, very, they have more of the Constitution and the law in their hearts than a lot of the politicians have in their heads or whatever. I don't know these, but from my perspective, that's what I saw. And I know it was mixed because I know there was Antifa in there too, and I know there were excesses.
How do you know Antifa was in there?
Just by what people told me. They said the people that got in there said we saw people going around. They would wear the MAGA hats, but they wouldn't look you in the eye, and you could just tell that they were not part of us. So there was a mix in there.
Yeah. Well, look, I'm agnostic on that because I don't know it for sure. It makes sense that they would do that, but I don't know that they did. Can we use photographs to identify any of these people?
Yeah, I think they can. I think they're doing that. And the people I talked to also said that. I talked to this one kid, and we were talking together about it. He tried to get in. He got pepper sprayed a few times and went back out. But he said that. I said, well, Antifa was in there organized. He said, no, it wasn't Antifa. And he says, it was Trump people. And so I feel like I don't want to be apologizing for these guys. I want to say there's finally comes a point, and these people are feeling it. There comes a point where you say our government has refused to acknowledge us, and the authority, where does it go? It goes back to the people. And I'll tell you, the people that were there are people that are self-disciplined, people that know the law. They're people who are religious people, and they're people. The institutions need to be reflecting who we are, and we're not subservient to them. So for my part, maybe I'm outlier on it, but I'm glad they broke in there because they went in there.
All right, all right. On that we differ. I'm not glad they broke in, but I was more interested in hearing what you saw, what you said, and why you believe that they should have. I think people need to understand. I thank you both, Joel James and Mitchell White. I condemned the break-in when it happened, and I still do. And the damage done to our side is the greater damage. I don't believe everybody who went in was a bad human being, but they did a bad thing. All right, everybody. And Relief Factor is so successful on this program because it works. If you hear an ad a lot, it means a lot of people are buying the product. That's a given. There's a reason. I know it works. My producer knows it works. My wife knows it works. So give it a try. There's a 3-week price because in 3 weeks you'll know whether it works. $19.95, relieffactor.com, 800-500-8384.
The Dennis Prager Show, live from the Relief Factor.
Folks, one of the most important things in life, I've talked about this on the Ultimate Issues Hour, is memories. You've got a lot of memories on old photos, slides, 8mm film, VHS tapes, beta tapes, right? And you don't look at them and you don't listen to them. That's why I personally use Legacy Box. You send them your stuff, they put it all, everything you have will go on a little thumb drive. You just stick in the computer. You can send the files to all your friends and relatives. You can keep them. You can frame them. You can do anything you want. Legacy Box. Go to legacybox.com/Prager to take advantage. Even if you wanted to do this yourself, it would cost hundreds of dollars. Anyway, you're not going to want to do it yourself. It's too hard. But when you visit legacybox.com, you will save 40% off. You can get started for as little as $39. 40% off. You order it now and you send it in whenever you're ready, but you get the discount now. Go to legacybox.com/Prager and save 40% while supplies last.
Watch the Mohawk Valley Living TV show every Sunday on Fox 33 and pick up the free monthly magazine. Visit MohawkValleyLiving.com to watch previous shows and read the magazine online. Mohawk Valley Living. See what's in it for you.
America Tonight.
We'll hit some of the other odds and ends on the day. I don't understand what the big hubbub is over pot and legalizing it in the first place. I know that's a wicked can of worms. Do you ever think that we will see all the states adopt policies where you can buy marijuana not just for medicinal purposes? Wow, that's like a loaded question. It's not necessarily a loaded question, get it? No, I think it'll take a very, very long time.
America Tonight. Overnight on Talk Radio 1450 WKAL. If you are a small business owner, it is time to answer these questions. Is your website mobile friendly? Does it look modern and pop? Can it be found on the first page of Google? If you answer no to any of these questions, or worse, you don't have a website, it is time to call our friends at Thayer 2 Design. They'll work with you to customize a website to fit your needs and help you grow. Websites start as low as $400, and yes, you heard that right. A great looking website doesn't have to cost you thousands of dollars. Give them a call today at 315-875-7989 or visit them online at RomeNYWebDesign.com.
Here you are, Polly, my latest culinary creation.
These fish fillets look wonderful.
They are. I just used a small amount of a vegetable oil that's low in saturated fat.
Does that matter?
It does. Oils like canola, corn, and olive mainly contain monounsaturated and polyunsaturated fats, and they can help reduce bad cholesterol in your blood and lower your risk of heart disease and stroke.
How do you know?
The American Heart Association told me at heart.org/facethefacts.
Canola Info proudly supports the American Heart Association's Face the Facts campaign.
Low blood pressure, muscle spasms, hallucinations, confusion, and even coma. These are just a few signs of a heroin overdose.
Visit whenthere'shelp.there'shope.com for comprehensive heroin education and treatment resources.
WKAL, more stimulating talk radio. Are the civil rights issues of our time. Are you ready to defend them? That's the question former U.S. Ambassador to the UN, Nikki Haley, poses in this week's challenging Prager University video. See it at prageru.com, where we teach what isn't taught. All right, I want to thank those two gentlemen, Mitchell White and Joel James. I have to move on because Friday we really have 1 hour to review the news. Happiness Hour comes up next, and then whatever is on your mind. The whatever is on your mind hour. I know these two gentlemen. They are wonderful human beings. They love this country. They are, in both cases, they are committed and loving Christians. And for the record, I am a Jew. I am hopefully a loving Jew, but I am a Jew. So I have no axe to grind with in a religious sense, as it were. But these are my type of people. I understand the frustration that led people who are peace-loving, family-loving people to want to get into the Capitol with their grievances. But it was, I believe, a very, very bad thing to do. As we see now, it has only damaged our cause because they're making it a form of hysteria. Insurrection, the absurdity of the term, it was bad enough without insurrection. But it doesn't matter. Any term could be used. The silence of the mainstream media with regard to the staggering destruction of left-wing mobs this past whole summer, and longer than that, spring into summer. What was done to downtown Portland, downtown Seattle, midtown Manhattan, and other places. And then this is all, that's all there is. This is all there is. It took Joe Biden 6 days to condemn the riots. With a tweet. And it took Republican senators 6 minutes. And this was accompanied by no fires and no destruction of people's businesses. I condemned it. It was a terrible mistake, in my opinion. But we're supposed to ask, why did it happen? Why did why did good people do something like this? The closed door theory. I was speaking to my younger son who lives in Pennsylvania, and he was telling me about his friends who love America. And we're talking people in their 20s. And the frustration that they feel about having no, as Mitchell White put it, all the doors closed. I mean, it gave me the chills when Mitchell White said this. This is what half of America feels, and I understand why they feel it. It doesn't justify doing just anything, but you must know that wherever they turn, it is with contempt for everything that they treasure. Yes, everything. Where can they turn for some affirmation of what half this country believes? Nowhere. They can't turn to elementary schools, high schools, colleges, graduate schools. They can't turn to any mainstream medium, whether it's in print or on the internet or on TV. They have talk radio. That's right. That's true. They have a lot of terrific internet sites, thank God, until we may be suppressed, which could happen. They would certainly like to. Where do they turn? You're 28 years old and you love this country? You can't even say you love this country and get a job in many instances. Did you know that? That's astonishing. An American flag, if you put an little American flag at your desk at work when people used to go to work, remember that? That's now considered a hate symbol. The left has made the American flag into a hate symbol. So, while I don't agree and believe it was terribly wrong at the time and now, at least people who have any intellectual curiosity should ask, why are good people involved in such things? Not all of them were good people, but good people were involved. The doors are closing. That was a great metaphor, which I will keep. We believe that we are watching an assault on America that has never existed before since the Civil War. The South made an assault on America what was Fort Sumter? 1860 what? 62? So what year was it? And that was the opening salvo in a civil war, which, by the way, we have a very important video that it was slavery that the Civil War was fought over. 1861. Boy, did I miss by a lot.
Missed it by that much.
That's the first time that missed it by that much was actually accurate. Usually I get a missed it by that much when I really, really blew it. I thank those gentlemen. I will take your calls. And we will proceed. You are listening to The Dennis Prager Show.
The Dennis Prager Show, live from the Relief Factor Pain-Free Studio.
WKAL, more stimulating talk radio. 49% of Americans say their top New Year's resolution is to save money in the next year. So let's check that box right now. When your family switches to Pure Talk from AT&T, Verizon, or T-Mobile, you could save over $800 a year. That's real money every single month, right back in your pocket. You don't have to sacrifice coverage. Pure Talk is on the same network as one of those big carriers, but they charge you half. I'm a customer. I can personally tell you the service is excellent. But don't just take my word for it. Pure Talk is the top-rated wireless company by Consumer Affairs. Right now, get unlimited talk, text, and 2 gigs of data for just $20 a month. And if you go over on data usage, they don't charge you for it. Grab your mobile phone, dial pound 250, and say Dennis Prager. When you do, you'll save 50% off your first month. Again, dial pound 250 and say the keyword Dennis Prager. Pure Talk is simply smarter wireless.
We are strong, we are resilient, and we will get through this together. But these are stressful times, and it's important to also practice good self-care. It's normal to feel overwhelmed, anxious, or afraid, but there is hope. Reach out to someone, connect with your friends, stay in touch with your community, and know that you are not alone. Learn more at wearebroadcasters.com/hope, furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters and this station.
Are you looking for the best in local sports across the Mohawk Valley and more? Then look no further and tune in every Saturday morning from 9 to 11 and listen to myself, the coach, Rocky Carigliano, Pete Pagsman Pagliaro, and the stat man, Eric Coleman, and we'll open up the phone lines for the full 2 hours and more, and tune in every Saturday morning from 9 to 11 to the Mohawk Valley Sports Watch right here on WKAL 1450 Talk Radio.
Take a look inside your personal mirror. Are you living your most amazing life possible? Are you feeling stuck, miserable, or unsure? You don't have to settle. Nothing is more important than your life. It's yours. You only have one, and you deserve to make the most of it. Help is just a phone call away. You now have your own personal, psychic, intuitive life coach. Got a question on your financial situation, your job, having a love or relationship issue you need help with? Do you want to explore your destiny and life path? Our gifted, intuitive, psychic coaches can identify root issues, access your key problems, and formulate a plan to help you move confidently in the direction of your dreams. Live an amazing life now. Everyone needs someone to talk to. Call the Psychic Life Helpline today. 800-659-1091. 800-659-1091. 800-659-1091. That's 800-659-1091.
AM 1450 WKAL.
Pacific Palisades, inside, outside, USA, San Onofre, inside, outside, Redondo Beach, LA, inside, outside, USA, all over La Jolla, inside, USA, Hawaii, inside, outside, everybody's gone surfing, surfing USA.
Okay, everybody, I'm Dennis Prager. And Trish in Montauk, New York. Hello. Hi, Trish.
Mr. Prager, thank you so much for having me on.
Thank you for calling.
I'm a huge fan and appreciate everything you've done for our country.
Thank you.
I have a dilemma. Did I misunderstand last week? Do you have a child that's in elementary school age?
No, I have a grandson in elementary school.
Do you educate him through the regular school system?
No, he's in, my son sends him and his little brother. There are two sons there, both to religious Jewish schools.
Oh, lucky them.
Yes, it
For
is
those of
lucky
us who
them.
don't have-
By the way, it's even lucky them with regard to non-panic over COVID, because they have
Agreed.
more classes getting together than public schools do.
I couldn't agree more, and I appreciate the moral sensibilities they're teaching as well. My son is in a private school, and yesterday the cultural history lesson that was taught was shocking for us being a religious conservative family. And I'm looking for options. I listen to you every day, and I listen to everything you have to say about looking for alternative solutions, even homeschooling, which is as scary as it is. I'm considering those options now, and I really wanted some
Yes,
direction.
well, bless you. Listen, people ask me all the time, what should we do? I say fight. Then people say, okay, what should we do? So I will begin with an answer to this that I always start with, and that is take your kids out of school. Private schools are as intellectually and morally dishonest as public schools. There are exceptions both among public schools and among private schools, and if there is an exception, then fine. That's great if you could send your kid to an exceptional school. Every kid should be watching PragerU videos. They're free, so I have no problem in advocating it. Okay, I'm not selling you anything. That's why we exist. There are now about 450 of them. I would say from the age of 10 on, they are easily perceived, and with parental help, certainly perceived. They have to have other kids in their lives. But homeschooling is the most obvious solution. I totally get it that it's intimidating. And I'm going to have program after program telling you how to do it without being intimidated. But we have to make our own better America and not rely on the government.
Can you remember the last time you tried something out without searching for it online first? Me either. Yet, over half of all small businesses don't even have a website. Why is that? It's so easy. There to Design will work with your business to create an affordable, customizable, and easy-to-use website that appears in today's top search engines. That way consumers can find you. Don't let your business get lost in cyberspace. Visit theretodesign.com and tell them WKAL sent you. THAYER 2design.com.
Rome Community Theater is celebrating its 65th season, including a musical, dramas, comedies, and one-act plays. For young actors who would like to be involved in the theater, there's a free program, The Talent Team, that performs cabarets, Christmas show, and performances around the community. RCT is always looking for volunteers to work in the different areas of the theater. For information and tickets, go to our website, romecommunitytheater.org. At RCT, we're glad that WKAL cares.
WKAL.
This is AM 1450 WKAL, Rome, New York.
It is now 1 o'clock.
Breaking news this hour from townhall.com. I'm John Scott. In a tweet, President Trump has announced that he will not attend President-elect Joe Biden's inauguration on January the 20th. He'll be the first incumbent president since Andrew Johnson to skip his successor's inauguration. Vice President Mike Pence is still expected to attend the inauguration. A U.S. Capitol police officer has died as the result of injuries sustained during Wednesday's riots at the Capitol building. Bob Agnew reports.
The Capitol Police Officer Brian Sicknick died of his injuries Thursday night. He'd been wounded in the performance of his duties during the riot at the Capitol building on Wednesday and later collapsed. A spokesperson for the USPC said, quote, "The entire USCP department expresses its deepest sympathies to Officer Sicknick's family and friends on their loss and mourns the loss of a friend and colleague." His death brings to 5 the death toll from Wednesday's riot. The other 4 deaths were among the protesters, including one woman who was shot and killed by Capitol Police. Bob Agnew reporting.
Also at townhall.com, U.S. employers shed jobs last month for the first time since April. cutting 140,000 positions.
The Labor Department says the unemployment rate remained at 6.7%, the first time it hasn't fallen since April. Friday's figures suggest employers have rehired roughly all the workers they can afford to after having laid off more than 22 million in the spring. The economy still has 9.9 million fewer jobs than it did before the pandemic sent it sinking into a deep recession 10 months ago.
Correspondent Jeremy House reporting. Tommy Lasorda, the Hall of Fame manager who guided the Los Angeles Dodgers to 2 World Series titles and later became an ambassador for the sport he loved during his 71 years with the franchise, has died. He was 93. On Wall Street, the Dow is down 87 points, but the NASDAQ is up 78 points. More at townhall.com.
Investors, how about a 10% steady real estate-backed monthly cash flow? Have you thought about the only one true supply-constrained asset, real estate? Intelligent and savvy investors need to check out NRIA. NRIA is one of the nation's top specialists and offers 10% annualized monthly payouts with bonuses targeted to 21%. With NRIA, you can obtain steady 10% return monthly payments with bonuses. You can even use your 401k or IRA to invest. NRIA's 15-year track record and $1.2 billion in new construction development backs you. Invest in this hard asset real estate cash flow fund today for 10% monthly payouts and bonuses. Every smart investor should consider this. Call now, 800-900-7744. That's 800-900-7744 or visit NRIA.net. An offer to buy or sell any security is only made by our private placement memorandum. Read it first. See us at NRIA.net.
Swedish lawmakers have passed a law to enable the closure of or limited access to shops, gyms, and other venues to combat the pandemic.
For months, the Swedish government pushed the message that the pandemic is a marathon, not a sprint, and argued that long-term voluntary recommendations were a better alternative to going in and out of lockdown. Parliament did pass a temporary law last year that would potentially allow stricter measures, but it expired before it was ever used. Today, with Sweden experiencing one of the highest COVID-19 infection rates in Europe, politicians were brought back from their Christmas holidays for the first time in 15 years to vote through the latest legislation.
BBC correspondent Maddie Savage reporting from Stockholm. Israel postponing the next hearing in Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's corruption trial because of a tightened coronavirus lockdown. Netanyahu, denying any wrongdoing, says he's the victim of a witch hunt by hostile media. Breaking news at townhall.com. Space-age technology from Mercedes-Benz.
The new electric sedan from Mercedes will replace the conventional dashboard with a screen that extends almost the width of the car. The MBUX Hyperscreen will use artificial intelligence to learn drivers' habits and make only what's needed available so drivers don't have to scroll through as many menus. For instance, if the driver calls regularly on the way home, the system will suggest a call at the usual time. The CEO of parent company Daimler AG says the new Mercedes EQS model coming later this year will show the company's skills at digitalization and electrification. Keith Peters reporting.
Neil Sheehan, a reporter and Pulitzer Prize-winning author who broke the story of the Pentagon Papers for the New York Times and who chronicled the Vietnam War in his epic book about the war, has died. He was 84. He died of complications from Parkinson's disease. More on these stories at townhall.com. I'm John Scott.
Good day, I'm forecaster Jimmy O'Neill with your latest official 1450 WKAL weather bug forecast. For the afternoon hours on that Thursday, sunny skies will be expected. Your high will be 44 degrees. For the nighttime on the Thursday, for that evening overnight, increasing clouds, low 31. That's your latest official 1450 WKAL weather bug forecast. I'm forecaster Jimmy O'Neill, 1450 WKAL. More stimulating talk radio.
Can you remember the last time you tried something out without searching for it online first? Me either. Yet, over half of all small businesses don't even have a website. Why is that? It's so easy. There2 Design will work with your business to create an affordable, customizable, and easy-to-use website that appears in today's top search engines. That way consumers can find you. Don't let your business get lost in cyberspace. Visit there2design.com and tell them WKAL sent you. THAYER, the number 2, design.com.
WKAL.
Well, I'm not singing along today, I admit it. I don't fake happiness with you, but I do believe that we need a happiness hour, probably more than ever. And I welcome you. I'm Dennis Prager, every Friday, the second hour since 1999. It is now 2021. 22 years. You realize that somebody born when I did my first happiness hour may well be married now. An entire lifetime until marriage had been lived during the course of the happiness hour. So I could have reached, yeah, of course. There are a lot of families where I've reached 3 generations. Yes, absolutely. Because the 22-year-old, let's say, has a 47-year-old parent, and 25 more years, at 25 and 47, 72. In fact, it might be 4 generations, because all you need is somebody 97 to have the great-grandparent. By the way, if I have touched any 4 generations in your family, definitely let me know and send a picture. I want to see a picture of the 4 generations. Well, the obvious topic today is how to deal with what is happening in your personal life. I mean, the assault on the ability to be happy is very real. Many people have lost their jobs, lost their incomes, lost their houses, lost their apartments. Many people have been stuck or have decided to stay stuck in some apartment or home. It is now almost a year that people have done this. Nobody would have believed this a year ago, or let's say 10 months ago. And the news is constantly assaulting the latest hysteria, which is it's a form of lie, hysteria, that there was an insurrection. Did you know that? There was an insurrection in the United States. Half this country believes it, and the other half knows it's an enormous lie. And that's a bad division in a country, isn't it? So who do you think is closer to the truth? The people who condemn what happened, but hardly believe it was an insurrection because it wasn't, and the people who believe it was. The better educated, the more you are susceptible to believing lies. It's a very interesting phenomenon, isn't it? But it's the happiness hour. How do you stay or increase or fight unhappiness at this time? This is very personal because I have to deal with this. I love this country and I see it being ruined. So that bothers me. And there's really no place to go to. I mean, and even if there was a place to go to, where are 350 million people going to go? Or 175 million, given the utter division in the United States. So what do we do? I don't mean politically and tactically. What do we do with regard to happiness? Well, there are a lot of answers. The thing I think, and some of you may differ, and I'd be very happy to hear your difference. And I'd be interested to hear if the living martyr agrees with me. I am curious. I think that number one, and I'm not sure I'm right. I'm saying I think it's friends. I think it's kindred spirits. Because if you feel you're alone, I can't imagine how you could remain happy. You agree with that? Oh, I didn't know if you would. Huh? Kindred spirits. You need kindred spirits in your life. I'm not, you know what? I'm not even saying friends. I've always made the case for friends as instrumental to happiness. Right now, I'm narrowing it. They don't even, it doesn't have to be even close friends. You need close friends. That's that I've been adamant about well before this current crisis. But you need kindred spirits in your life. You know how, it's funny I'm going to say what I'm about to say. Do you know how many people have to keep their mouths shut about what they believe? I'm saying that to a vast number of people, many of whom live this. Email after email that I receive, I can't say what I'm telling you in this letter. I can't say it at work. I can't say it on social media. As one of my guests last hour who was in Washington, a dear man whom I know, Mitchell White, said, the doors are just closing. People, that was a great metaphor. You need kindred spirits in your life. That's why you should all be inviting Sean McConnell for dinner. There's a kindred spirit. He'll cheer you up. And what would you like? Well, what's your favorite? What do you give? It's a stupid question. What's your favorite food? People have what if somebody invited you for dinner? What would you like them to serve, Sean? Whatever they make best. That was a very good answer. Did anybody ever tell you you were bright? Not often. I had a feeling. I'm not joking. No, I came out bad. That really is not the way. Oh, man, did I screw that one up? No. It'll take me most of the hour to get out of it. Well, I tell you that. All right, fine. And so does the living martyr, who is not known to throw out compliments. You need kindred spirits, folks. By the way, I tell people you have to take your kids out of the school system in most cases. That is the first thing you need to do. It's the most important order of business. That is still a power that you have. That they may make it a felony, and you can't homeschool in Germany. Did you know that? That's right. It's banned in Germany. So don't think that it can't be banned here. The left would love to ban homeschooling in the United States, because then they can indoctrinate your child, and then that's the key to power. But that's the first thing. So you want kindred spirits, it would be likely to be found among the parents of other homeschoolers. There's a place to find it. See, now here's a question for the living martyr. If you did not have PragerU and this radio show, which is your vocation, those are your vocations, how would you go about finding kindred spirits? Well, Sean, it's a good question for Sean too. How do you find kindred spirits? If you people date, right? They go on Match.com. They go on what are the other names? Well, I was going to say Tinder, but Tinder isn't. Although I know couples of truly traditional people who met on Tinder and married. And what was the other one? Oh, eHarmony. Yeah, I mean, whatever it might be. That's to find either a hookup or a spouse. Okay, fine. But how do you find? Why aren't there kindred spirit websites? Meet people who love this country, who love liberty. I'm sorry? Yeah, get a patent on that. It's maybe some of you know how to do that. See, I have it built in, and I thank God every day. I'm very lucky. It is impossible for me to overstate how lucky I think I am, just for the record. And I have said to you often, I do believe that luck is a big factor in life, good and bad. and I believe deeply in God, but the universe has a capriciousness built in. You can get hit by a drunk driver. A crane can collapse on you. I mean, anything. Anyway, number one suggestion is find kindred spirits. Don't even make the word best friend in your mind yet. 1-8-PRAGER-776.
The Dennis Prager Show, live from the Relief Factor Pain-Free Studio.
WKAL, more stimulating talk radio. If you're looking for a New Year's resolution that's easy to keep, I have just the one. Resolve to help protect your identity and personal info with LifeLock Identity Theft Protection. LifeLock alerts you to potential threats to your identity. You could miss certain ID threats by just monitoring your credit. LifeLock sees more, like your info for sale on the dark web. And if you have a problem, a U.S.-based restoration specialist knows the steps to take to help resolve your case. After all, more than 75% of identity theft victims who had accounts opened in their name did not find out from their bank or credit card company. Now, no one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses, but LifeLock is the New Year's resolution that's not only easy to keep, it'll help keep what's yours. Save up to 25% your first year. Call 800-LifeLock or go to lifelock.com and use the promo code Prager. That's lifelock.com, promo code Prager to save 25%. In our fast-paced world, it's tough to make reading a priority, at least it used to be. At thinker.org, that's Thinkr, no E, thinker.org, they summarize the key ideas from new and noteworthy nonfiction, giving you access to an entire library of great books in bite-sized form. Listen to hundreds of titles in a matter of minutes, from old classics like Dale Carnegie's How to Win Friends and Influence People to recent bestsellers like Jordan Peterson's 12 Rules for Life. It was my son who brought my attention to thinker.org, and it really is extraordinary. I like to read whole books, but I can't read every one, so this is a big help in my life. If you want to challenge your preconceptions, expand your horizons, and become a better thinker, go to thinker.org. That's Thinkr, no E again, Thinkr.org to start a free trial today. Thinker, Thinkr.org.
You know all about radio. FM means clean, clear, stereo sound. But don't go over the hill. AM, great. Long distance reception. But not known for high fidelity. Something's changed. AM radio now has FM's best qualities because of AMAX. New technology delivering full fidelity, less noise, maximum clarity stereo sound. AMAX. Look for it when you shop for your next radio or stereo tuner. AMAX. The best sound available on AM.
Watch Mohawk Valley Living every Sunday and pick up our free monthly magazine. Inside are stories by local writers, area guides, things to do, and more. Find out today why people are calling it their favorite magazine. Mohawk Valley Living. See what's in it for you.
Rome Community Theater is celebrating its 65th season, including a musical, dramas, comedies, and one-act plays. For young actors who would like to be involved in the theater, there's a free program, The Talent Team, that performs cabarets, Christmas show, and performances around the community. RCT is always looking for volunteers to work in the different areas of the theater. For information and tickets, go to our website, romecommunitytheater.org. At RCT, we're glad that WKAL cares.
Here you are, Polly, my latest culinary creation. These fish fillets look wonderful. They are. I just used a small amount of a vegetable oil that's low in saturated fat. Does that matter? It does. Oils like canola, corn, and olive mainly contain monounsaturated and polyunsaturated fats, and they can help reduce bad cholesterol in your blood and lower your risk of heart disease and stroke. How do you know? The American Heart Association told me at heart.org/facethefats.
Canola Info proudly supports the American Heart Association's Face the Fats campaign.
Hi, this is State Senator Joe Griffo. Please join me monthly on WKAL 1450 on the dial to hear updates of what's happening in the state capitol and across the state, and for a chance for you to interact with me on what's important. So join us each month on WKAL.
WKAL, more stimulating talk radio.
When you're smiling, and the whole world smiles with you. And when you're laughing, oh, you're laughing
When the sun comes shining through.
They won't go flat. Wash and dry them as many times as you want. Made in the USA and the official sponsor of the Happiness Hour. Go to MyPillow.com and use the promo code Prager for deep discounts. MyPillow.com or call 800-761-6302. Promo code Prager. Hello, my dear friends. I'm Dennis Prager. And I want to tell you about a product. Let's see. Wait, actually, I'm going to tell you. Yes, I want to remind you about a phone service that is just $20 a month, unlimited text, unlimited talk. How do you like that, huh? I couldn't believe it. So I actually got a phone, went on their service. It's perfect. It's the same as what I have. Pure Talk USA, what you do is just pound 250, say Dennis Prager on your phone. Pound 250, Dennis Prager. All right, y'all. It is the Happiness Hour, and I'm telling you the critical importance at this time of finding kindred spirits. I've always talked about having friends. Now I'm making it broader. You have to be able to say what you think with somebody or with a group. Given the staggering censorship, unprecedented in American history. I'll give you an example. This is from a neutral website, not right, not left. Real clear politics. In what some consider, this is today, in what some consider one of the most far-reaching social policy moves in the corporate world, the National Association of Realtors, called the nation's largest trade organization, has revised its professional ethics code to ban, quote, hate speech and harassing speech by its 1.4 million members. That's right. This covers all communications, private and professional, written and spoken, online and off. Punishment can top out at a maximum fine of $15,000 and expulsion from the organization. You should all quit the National Association of Realtors if you're in realty. That would be the only answer to this problem. That is what should be done. Can you imagine that? I would never be a member of an organization that monitored my private speech, private text. Get the hell out of the NAR. This is what I mean by fight. By the way, it's very relevant to the Happiness Hour. Number one, it shows you how little freedom of speech exists in this country for the first time in its history. The scum at the head of the National Association of Realtors, these are scum. Nice people who are scum. If you don't treasure free speech, you don't treasure life. Get out of the NAR immediately. I don't care what your politics are. You will not have what you say monitored. Is that clear? Get out of it. If 1/3 of the 1.4 million members resigned, it would be one of the great lessons in American history. It would be one of the easiest way for you to keep happy. When if you are in the NAR right now as a result of this, you have been belittled as a human. You cannot be happy when you grovel. Is that clear? Groveling and happiness are not related. Oh, they are related. They're mutually contradictory. You pieces of crap at the NAR are going to tell me what I can write in an email? Oh, my God. I'm out of here, man. Now, the best would be start the National Association of Free Realtors. But people don't fight. That's why I wrote my column about the good German. People don't fight, even Americans. That's what's so surprising. That was the most saddening thing. You need kindred spirits and you need to fight. That's what you need. That's what I got. That's what I do. All right. Let's go to some of your calls here. And let's see. Nancy, Philadelphia. Hello.
Hi, Dennis.
Yes.
It's a pleasure. to speak
Thank
to
you. Thank you.
I very much agree with what you said about kindred spirits. And I've been to 4 different synagogues, some conservative and some reform in the suburbs of Philly, and I was not able to find any kindred spirits there. And
Well,
I was at
forgive me in a moment because I know Jewish life very well. There's no doubt in my mind there were kindred spirits, but there would be no way you would identify them because they're keeping quiet.
Even when I would speak to them, they wouldn't believe what I was saying in anticipation of what's been happening. I'm the daughter of a Holocaust survivor, okay? So I heard a lady speaking to her dad at physical therapy, asking him, did he want to go to a church service the upcoming Sunday? And I had been looking for any kind of church or synagogue that had a service in person because everything had been shut down. And they said, yeah, we've still been having our service in person. And I've been going to that church service now for 5 months. My Jewish friends would think I'm crazy.
Oh, you'll have more kindred spirits at a traditional church than in most Reform and conservative synagogues today. I'll give you an example. Sean, please play the rabbi who chanted on Rosh Hashanah, the high holy day of the Jewish New Year. This is what this rabbi and cantor or assistant rabbi, I don't know what the woman's role was, instead of the words of the prophets, to the melody that the words of the prophets are chanted, this rabbi, I think is New Jersey, chanted Ruth Bader Ginsburg.
Women belong in all places where decisions are made. It shouldn't be that women are the exemption. So now the perception is, yes, women are here to stay.
Okay, so there is no. This rabbi represents Judaism as much as I do Buddhism, and this woman in Philadelphia, you know, you will find more kindred spirits at an evangelical church. Is that where you're going?
No, it's actually a very small Presbyterian church, and the service honors the Old Testament and then discusses the New Testament,
Right.
which I know virtually
Right.
about.
So you also obviously should try an Orthodox synagogue. There you will find kindred spirits too, an Orthodox Jewish synagogue.
I tried one of them, and because I can't wear a mask for health reasons, they threw me out of an outdoor service.
Really? Oh, that's sad. That's mind-blowing.
The Dennis Prager Show, live from the Relief Factor Pain-Free Studio.
WKAL, more stimulating talk radio.
Talk Radio 1450.
With SRN News, I'm John Scott. President Trump will be skipping Joe Biden's inauguration on January 20th. In a tweet, the president says, "To all of those who have asked, I will not be going to the inauguration." Mr. Trump will be the first incumbent president to skip his successor's inauguration since Andrew Johnson in 1869. The U.S. has topped 4,000 daily deaths from the coronavirus for the first time, breaking the record set just one day earlier. The tally from Johns Hopkins University shows the U.S. had 4,085 deaths on Thursday. New research suggesting COVID-19 vaccine made by Pfizer and BioNTech can still work against a mutated coronavirus. Tommy Lasorda, the Hall of Fame manager who guided the L.A. Dodgers to 2 World Series titles, has died. He was 93. The Dow is down 157 points now. The NASDAQ ahead 33. This is SRN News.
Investors, how about a 10% steady real estate-backed monthly cash flow? Have you thought about the only one true supply-constrained asset, real estate? Intelligent and savvy investors need to check out NRIA. NRIA is one of the nation's top specialists and offers 10% annualized monthly payouts with bonuses targeted to 21%. With NRIA, you can obtain steady 10% return monthly payments with bonuses. You can even use your 401k or IRA to invest. NRIA's 15-year track record and $1.2 billion in new construction development backs you. Invest in this hard asset real estate cash flow fund today for 10% monthly payouts and bonuses. Every smart investor should consider this. Call now, 800-900-7744. That's 800-900-7744 or visit NRIA.net. An offer to buy or sell any security is only made by our private placement memorandum. Read it first. See us at NRIA.net.
The current temperature, 23 degrees.
Good day, I'm forecaster Jimmy O'Neill with your latest official 1450 WKAL weather bug forecast. For the afternoon hours on that Thursday, sunny skies will be expected. Your high will be 44 degrees. For the nighttime on the Thursday, for that evening overnight, increasing clouds, low 31. That's your latest official 1450 WKAL weather bug forecast. I'm forecaster Jimmy O'Neill, 1450 WKAL, more stimulating talk radio.
If you are a small business owner, it is time to answer these questions. Is your website mobile friendly? Does it look modern and pop? Can it be found on the first page of Google? If you answer no to any of these questions, or worse, you don't have a website, it is time to call our friends at Thayer 2 Design. They'll work with you to customize a website to fit your needs and help you grow. Websites start as low as $400, and yes, you heard that right. A great looking website doesn't have to cost you thousands of dollars. Give them a call today at 315-875-7989 or visit them online at RomeNYWebDesign.com.
Hi, I'm Alan Taylor from Popular Science Radio. Will you be forced someday to drive a car that drives you? Autonomous driving cars. How about global warming? What is your interest? Well, we talk about everything under the sun, just like that, on Popular Science Radio every Sunday morning from 7 to 8 a.m. So you early birds, wake up and join us for a cup of coffee right here on WKAL 1450. We'll see you there.
Behind the Headlines Sunday on WKAL. Are you looking for some behind the headlines information, news you won't get anywhere else, not in the paper and not on TV? How about interesting information on people, places, and things in central New York? Then please join me, Rocco Garrow, for the best hour on radio. It's Behind the Headlines Sunday on WKAL, the news, talk, and sports authority in the Mohawk Valley.
WKAL, more stimulating talk radio.
I got this feeling inside my bones. It goes electric wavy when I turn it on.
They won't go flat. Wash and dry them as many times as you want. Made in the USA and the official sponsor of the Happiness Hour. Go to MyPillow.com and use the promo code Prager for deep discounts. MyPillow.com or call 800-761-6302. Promo code Prager.
So don't stop. Under the lights when everything goes. Nowhere to hide when I'm getting.
All right, everybody, I'm Dennis Prager. The Happiness Hour, second hour on Friday. Find kindred spirits is my number one suggestion to you. You must be able to express yourself. I just read to you about the National Association of Realtors will now monitor your public and private emails, your public and private statements, and if they consider it hate speech, you will be fined $15,000 and kicked out of the association. Quit. We need hundreds of thousands of people who love liberty. This should include liberals as much as conservatives. Only leftists find this very appealing. And if you don't leave the NAR, you are complicit. If you're a realtor, you are complicit in the destruction of freedom in this country. Okay? You may be a wonderful, nice, kind human being, but you're complicit in the destruction of freedom. And when you grovel, you are less happy, not only less noble. All righty, everybody. Let's go to more of your calls. And Ann in West Deptford, New Jersey. Hi.
Hi, Dennis. Thank you so much for your show. That's one of the things that has kept me alive during the pandemic.
Yes, good. I want to do that.
Thanks. I didn't mention that to your screener.
Mm-hmm.
But the other things that I feel everybody can do if they are believers is prayer, daily prayer, and exercise for me. When the gyms opened in New Jersey on October, whatever it was, I was there. On June 23rd, when the hairdressers opened, I went to the hairdresser. June 23rd, when we could go back to Mass, I was in the pew that Tuesday morning. Then I had my hairdresser appointment that afternoon. But exercising online just didn't do it as much. But going to my Zumba class with everybody, they always say it's not a class, it's a party, because it is. Even though we're separated and we're in this huge gym, 10 feet apart, it's still a party, and it just keeps me sane.
So have you made friends with any of the people at the service?
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Oh, good. Okay.
Oh, yeah. I was in a prayer group already, and now it was
good.
On,
all right. That's
online,
really important.
So, at our parish, and now we went from 12 women to now over 22 people that are on my list, because I just keep sending them inspirational things as I get them. And we have a deacon who's in Florida. He retired to Florida, but he gives us the upcoming Mass readings, the Old Testament.
Do you have a parish priest?
Oh, we have a parish priest. He's a good pastor too, and he also publishes things in the bulletin. But these are for a lot of people who are older and they don't necessarily get to see the bulletin, or they don't have much online.
Right.
They do
how are the homilies of this priest? Are they
very good. We're blessed this past couple of years.
You are blessed.
We are very blessed. He's not, of the left leaning, and he is very out with it. We had another one before that for 3 years that was really outspoken on the pro-life things and everything, and
right.
He kind of was put out to pasture. Unfortunately,
and where you live, are restaurants open?
Yes, but indoor dining has not been taken away in New Jersey after it was finally restored. But it's very limited. But I've been trying to keep the local. My husband and I are trying to do a lot of takeout this whole time with our local pizzeria and all the different businesses, and even the fancier restaurants that do takeout and doing like really nice. We had our 36th anniversary in November, and we. All
right, I got one final question for you. You have children?
Yes, they're adults. And,
how many? Hold on. How many?
2 boy-girl twins.
And here's the tough one. How are they in terms of values? Do they share yours or not?
One, not so much, like a Bernie Sanders supporter, and the other one is very much like puts me and my husband to shame with how conservative he is.
The one who is a Bernie Sanders supporter is that the he or she?
He, yeah.
Has he kept up his Catholicism?
No.
Yeah, they usually go hand in hand. Has she?
Yes.
Right.
Very much.
So the tougher of even those questions is, how are your relations with him?
Wonderful.
Good.
We babysit his daughter.
Okay, great.
For him and his wife, and they're wonderful people. And
so he doesn't think that you're evil for being conservative?
No, thank God. No, thank God.
Okay, By the way, thank God is right. I'm sure she knows, but I just want to emphasize, thank God is the appropriate response. Tell me why Relief Factor is so successful in lowering or eliminating pain. I'm often asked that question. Pete and Seth Talbot, the father-son owners of Relief Factor, tell me they believe our bodies were designed to heal. That's right, designed to heal. And I agree with them. The doctors who formulated Relief Factor for them selected the 4 best ingredients, yes, 100% drug-free ingredients, that each help your body deal with inflammation. Each of the 4 ingredients deals with inflammation from a different metabolic pathway. That's right there, approaching from 4 different angles may very well be why so many people find such wonderful relief. If you have back pain, shoulder, neck, hip, knee, or foot pain from exercise or just getting older, you should order the 3-week Quick Start, discounted to only $19.95, to see if it'll work for you. I think it could. Give your body what it needs to heal itself. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call 800-500-8384. Investors, are you seeking steady cash flow? Are you ready to diversify? NRIA has grown to be one of the nation's leading specialists and offers 10% annualized monthly payouts and bonuses targeted 18 to 21%. That's right. You could receive steady 10% monthly payments with bonuses. As their slogan says, they specialize in realty investing done right. You can even use your 401k or IRA to invest. NRIA's 15-year track record and $1.2 billion in new construction development backs you. Learn how you can invest in this hard asset real estate cash flow fund today and receive 10% annualized monthly payouts with bonuses. This is something savvy investors should research and consider. Call now 800-700-5483, 800-700-5483, or visit NRIA.net.
An offer to buy or sell any security is only made by our private placement memorandum. Read it first. See us at NRIA.net.
We are strong, we are resilient, and we will get through this together. But these are stressful times, and it's important to also practice good self-care. It's normal to feel overwhelmed, anxious, or afraid, but there is hope. Reach out to someone, connect with your friends, stay in touch with your community, and know that you are not alone. Learn more at wearebroadcasters.com/hope. Furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters and this station.
Honey, did you turn on the heat?
Yes, dear.
Honey, did you turn off the lights?
Yes, dear.
Honey, did you lock the door?
Yes, dear. If we're going to make this relationship work, it needs to be less of a checklist and more of a connection. Is this your impression of what church is like? We at Mohawk Missionary Baptist Church want to teach you that it's more of a relationship than a religion. Join us for our regularly scheduled services to find out more. We have Sunday school at 10 a.m., worship at 11 and 6:30 p.m., and Wednesday Bible study at 6:30. And we at Mohawk Missionary Baptist Church are glad that WKAL cares.
If you are a small business owner, it is time to answer these questions. Is your website mobile friendly? Does it look modern and pop? Can it be found on the first page of Google? If you answer no to any of these questions, or worse, you don't have a website, it is time to call our friends at Thayer 2 Design. They'll work with you to customize a website to fit your needs and help you grow. Websites start as low as $400, and yes, you heard that right. A great looking website doesn't have to cost you thousands of dollars. Give them a call today at 315-875-7989 or visit them online at RomeNYWebDesign.com.
We are on air with Doug, Jen, and Victoria.
It may be time for people to reconsider the argument for not peeing in the shower.
So does this mean, like, when you just happen to be in the shower and you need to let it rip, it's okay to pee because you're saving water? Or when I'm perfectly dry and not in the shower and I have the choice between peeing in the bathtub or peeing in the toilet, that I should go pee in the bathtub?
I think it's when you happen to be in the shower.
I think it's when you're in the shower.
Weekday mornings 4 to 6 on 1450 WKAL.
WKAL, more stimulating talk radio. They won't go flat. Wash and dry them as many times as you want. Made in the USA and the official sponsor of the Happiness Hour. Go to MyPillow.com and use the promo code Prager for deep discounts. MyPillow.com or call 800-761-6302, promo code Prager. Okay, Happiness Hour. In this dark time, and it is a dark time, I never patronize you. I don't give you fake happiness. That's the reason I'm effective, because I'm real, and I talk real, and I combat